The Gloriana set by ThebeMoon. Read by Ella Max Mabella. Chapter 37. Slug Club, Part 1. Theo appeared at breakfast Saturday morning, urbane as always, full of apologies for leaving the festival so abruptly. Still refused to say why he left, and Hermione, feeling the justice of his words the night before, didn't press. She asked him if he'd like to study with her. A major patience exam was coming up, but Theo backed off, vaguely saying he was helping teachers. He looked a bit sourly about that, and Hermione wondered if he'd earned detentions again, perhaps by trying to sneak out of the castle. Again, she didn't press the issue. Hermione did, however, stop by the owlery after breakfast to visit the bird who had delivered Theo's note. The poor owl still looked exhausted, drooping on its perch, but its feathers were cleaner, and it snapped up the bits of bacon she'd saved from breakfast. "Hey, Brownie," she said, stroking its coffee and cream feathers. The owl hooted softly, seeming to like the name. It looked to be a young bird, its feathers still rather downy. "Be careful if you go back," she whispered, not knowing exactly what she meant, but still eager to help. "Find me if he tries to leave again." Brownie hooted in agreement. The rest of the day was surprisingly productive, and Hermione showed up to the Slug Club that night in an excellent mood. She even endured Cormac's loud explanation of defensive tactics to Stuckhorn's guest, a keeper for the Holyhead Harpies, with a rare patience, but was quite relieved when Ginny dragged her off into a corner. Ginny outshone the candles that night, Hermione thought, dressed in silver lace with her glowing hair piled on the top of her head. Those diamond eardrops looked new. If only Harry could see her so. A quick scan of the room revealed no Malfoy or Blaise. "All right, Spill," Ginny said in greeting. "Which was it, Theo or Malfoy?" "Honestly, Ginny, give a girl a chance to get a drink," Hermione said, raising a hand to smooth her own unbound hair. She'd barely had time to put on one of Ginny's wrap dresses, a green silk number that hung lower on Hermione, but still seemed too short. "What are you on about?" Ginny's eyes were sparkling. "You're so rosy, happy and relaxed, so obviously something wonderful happened. Tell me." Hermione sighed in contentment. "It was wonderful, and it's been too long." "Was it planned or in the heat of the moment?" Ginny asked wickedly. "Planned, of course," Hermione said. She leaned against the tapestry and fiddled with a tassel, still smiling. "So much energy and excitement. I had this list of activities." Ginny's eyes bugged out. "You had a list of activities?" "To stimulate creativity," Hermione said. "Luna needs to hear about this." Hermione plucked a glass of wine from a floating silver tray. "Luna was there." "What?" Ginny screeched. The entire dungeon turned and stared at her. Ginny flushed. "Hermione, I know I told you to talk to Luna, but Merlin, who—" Hermione descended slightly from her cloud of euphoria, startled by Ginny's tone. "Well, Ernie was there, of course. He planned it." "Ernie!" Ginny screeched again. Everyone turned to look again, including Ernie across the dungeon, who also wore a big smile. He raised his goblet at Hermione. "Are you seriously standing here and telling me," Ginny said in shocked tones, "that Ernie Macmillan saw you naked?" "No, he just saw my bra," Hermione said, frowning. "How did you know about that?" Ginny looked about ready to faint. She grabbed Hermione's wine and drained it in one gulp. "I hope Theo hasn't been talking," Hermione said, still frowning. "So Theo, then?" Ginny's eyebrows rose. "Not Malfoy or Godric, not both of them." "What in the hell are you talking about?" Hermione demanded. "Theo and Malfoy weren't even there." She rolled her eyes. "Knowing them, they wouldn't have added much." Ginny stared at her fixedly, comprehension dawning in her eyes. "Am I to understand," she said icily, "that you showed up to this party with your hair down and that freshly fucked look in your eye after attending some swotty Ernie Macmillan prefect meeting?" Hermione's jaw dropped. "Freshly? Have you lost your mind?" Now Hermione was screeching. Neville looked over in concern and began wending their way. Ginny flushed. "Well, you must admit, I show up at a party happy and talking about excitement. You immediately think I joined an orgy? Really?" Hermione raved on. Blaise, who had just arrived, perked up at the screeched word and headed straight over. Ginny crossed her arms and looked severe. "I have learned to expect absolutely anything from you this year." "What's going on?" asked Neville, joining them. Ginny turned to him. "Hermione spent a day with student government and swears it wasn't an orgy. Oh, and Ernie saw her bra." "Ginny!"
"Honestly, I can't leave this party fast enough," Neville said. "I cursed a days like unheard I killed the snake."
"Hello, darling," Blaise said, stepping up and kissing Ginny.
"Did I hear word of an orgy?"
"There was no orgy," Hermione snapped.
"Can we all please stop saying orgy?" Neville begged.
"A fear to name a thing only increases the fear of the thing itself," Ginny said, smirking at Hermione.
"Nonsense, nobody fears an orgy,"
Blaise purred, stroking Ginny's back.
"I do,"
Neville said. "That's it, Neville, we're dancing," Hermione said. "I'll leave you two to your sick, sick fantasies." "Oh, you love it," Ginny said. Neville grabbed Hermione's hand and practically yanked her over to the dance floor.
"That whole conversation never happened,"
he said sternly. "Agreed," Hermione said in relief. She really did love Neville. Thank Godric Malfoy wasn't there yet. She certainly didn't need to hear his thoughts. At all. Not one bit. Neville spun her around, staying carefully away from Ginny and Blaise. His dancing had come on amazingly, and he looked quite sophisticated in a tailored black robe. "I heard you won the Halloween raffle," Hermione said. "Congratulations."
"Well, I ended up buying a few extra tickets," he said sheepishly. 20 tickets, actually.
"You bought 20 raffle tickets to win Herbs of Desire?" Hermione asked.
"It's a seminal work,"
Neville said.
"May I cut in?"
Cormac McLaggen had stepped behind Hermione, his hand on her back. "No, thank you. I'm finished dancing for now," Hermione said. She blindly pulled Neville with her into the nearest group, then froze in horror, blinking at the Holyhead Harpy, a Slytherin 7th-year girl, and Astoria. "Oh, we're sorry to interrupt," Hermione said, turning to propel Neville somewhere else.
"Hello, Miss Granger,"
the fresh-faced Harpy said. He was a tall, athletic blonde with a dewy complexion that required no makeup. "Hello," Hermione said. "Lavinia Clark, I'd like to present Neville Longbottom." "Hello, Mr. Longbottom," the Harpy said, her eyes glinting.
"Call me Neville, Miss Clark,"
he answered politely, smiling that new, slow smile of his.
Lavinia, please."
"Surely you have more suitable people to talk to, Granger," Astoria sneered, seeing Lavinia's attention drawn to Neville. "More interesting people, certainly," Hermione told her.
"Isn't Astoria's necklace lovely?"
asked the 7th-year spitefully.
"It's from someone special."
"Dazzling," Hermione said. It was, actually. Astoria wore a strapless green dress in satin, her hair in an intricate braid wound around her head and studded with tiny emeralds. It was the perfect outfit to showcase that necklace, a white diamond choker that covered most of her throat. "It's Draco's interest gift," Astoria preened. "He is hopelessly extravagant."
Draco Malfoy?" asked Lavinia, turning from Neville. "I heard he was at Hogwarts this year." "Yes, many of us returned to repeat our 7th year," Neville said. Lavinia smiled back at him. Hermione, meanwhile, couldn't help looking at Astoria's necklace more closely. A crooked line of larger diamonds spelled out a subtle M. She wondered if the necklace choked its wearer if she shagged another man. You never knew with Malfoys.
"So sweet and romantic, Astoria,"
exclaimed the other Slytherin woman.
"Will the betrothal be publicly announced soon?"
Lavinia looked back at Astoria with interest. "Quite soon," Astoria said airily. "First, I'll have to inform certain parties." "Have you informed Draco?" Hermione asked politely. Astoria laughed a little shrilly. Neville gave Hermione a warning look. "Well, I look forward to meeting him," Lavinia said. "Neville, would you like to dance?"
"Of course,"
Neville said quickly, taking Lavinia's hand. He moved away with a final frown at Hermione. "Draco and I have had our tiffs," Astoria said. "There have been a few indiscretions." She looked straight at Hermione, and the other Slytherin tittered. "It's only to be expected, of course. Malfoy men are so hot-blooded," Astoria went on, her smile growing wider. "But Draco will always return to me." Necessity tells me his father was the same before marriage. Have you met Lady Malfoy, Granger? At Malfoy Manor, Hermione said, when I was tortured. The seventh year gasped and spilled wine on her dress. Regrettable? What, that it happened? Hermione asked. Or that it didn't work? I'm sorry you still hold a grudge, Astoria said. Draco is working so hard to redeem the family name. As his betrothed, I hope to help him with this endeavor.
Is that so, Astoria? Asked Blaise, who had appeared behind the Slytherins. I thought your father banned the betrothal agreement.
It is still valid, Astoria said, sipping her wine.
You don't say.
Blaise's eyes were cold. Let her play her games, Blaise, said Hermione. Nobody will ever trap Draco into anything. The man's as slippery as an eel.
That's true,
Blaise agreed, chuckling. Perhaps you found him so. Astoria's smile was patronizing. But he is fully aware of his duty to me. Hermione scoffed. He has no duty to you. Your family dropped the Malfoys like a bad knot when Lucius went to Azkaban during the war. Draco's the head of the family now, and he doesn't have to do anything. Astoria's eyes narrowed. You seem rather well informed. Simple logic. You will break his mother's heart, Astoria said. Hasn't dear Narcissa been through enough? The family just wants peace. Surely you can understand that. I'm not driving this bus, Hermione said. Talk to Draco about his mother's heart. I couldn't care less.
Well, this has been fascinating, Blaise said. Will you honor me with a dance, Hermione?
Certainly. She flashed Astoria a smile and let Blaise lead her away.
Tell me you didn't just compare the new Lord Malfoy's future marriage to a bus,
Blaise said with a smile. More like a train wreck if Astoria's involved, Hermione said.
She's right about one thing. You are very well informed.
Blaise's dark face was thoughtful as he rotated her around the floor.
You and Draco have discussed this.
You're his friend now, Hermione asked. You've barely spoken all term. Amazing how many friends he has all of a sudden.
We've barely spoken publicly. Privately, Pansy and I have been helping him.
Hermione rolled her eyes. Wow, impressive. You know what would have been even more impressive? Not leaving him to sit alone at classes and meals for nearly 2 months while the entire school pinned him as a Death Eater and racist vandal. Blaise smiled down at her, not at all offended. What? She asked.
It's just as Draco said. You're like a lioness defending her cub.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a shame he isn't here yet. He would have enjoyed hearing you dress down Astoria.
Are you saying that you ignoring him was some sort of Slytherin plan?
Blaise sighed. Apparently your Gryffindor biases have overwhelmed that fine intellect. Yes, we felt it was important that Draco be seen to suffer for his crimes, show some heroic fortitude.
Well, that is outrageous, Hermione cried. You have manipulated all of us. He hasn't suffered at all.
He certainly has, Blaise said seriously. More than you know. They're Death Eaters and their families who have vowed to murder him for his defection. Hogwarts is truly the safest place for him.
I believe you, Hermione said, calming down. He said so on the Veritaserum.
Yes, he told me how you protected him from Shacklebolt.
Blaise raised the hand he was holding and brushed his lips against it.
Draco has changed, and Pansy and I want people to realize it.
He said.
Not just Slytherins, those blood messages were unexpected and threatened everything we'd been working for.
He smiled widely.
But then you came along. You were never afraid of him, gave him a fair chance, worked with him in potions. He's so grateful, Hermione.
As am I. He lightly kissed her hand. Hermione cleared her throat. Blaise was truly charismatic. So that's it? You're done? She asked, backing away slightly.
That's it, he said. I can turn my attention to more interesting things now, such as the lovely Ginevra.
I assume you have plans for the lovely Ginevra too, Hermione said darkly as the music ended. I wouldn't like to see her hurt.
And have you rained hexes on my hat like an avenging goddess? Never,
I said, smiling.
Save your hexes for Draco.
He led her off the dance floor and bowed before strolling off. Hermione sighed. Everyone truly did think she was a violent, crazy person. He watched Neville dance with Lavinia, and Blaise twirl Ginny, his dark eyes never leaving hers. Astoria still held her cord, a diamond choker sparkling her eyes on the door. Where was that wretched wizard, anyway? If he didn't get her soon, Astoria would have them married with an heir by the end of the evening.
"Miss Granger?"
Slughorn boomed behind her. Hermione groaned inwardly, but it served her right for being so inattentive.
"How do you like my little affair?"
"It's lovely, Professor," she said, turning to face him. "Everyone is enjoying the dancing."
"I'd like to introduce you to Wazir Montesque, my dear."
Slughorn moved slightly to reveal a tall, gaunt man in a shapeless black robe. The man's eyes were dark on the pale face, his lips red. There was something about those eyes, a deadness she'd seen before at another Slug Club gathering. Hermione looked at Slughorn. "Is he a—"
"Yes, my dear,"
Slughorn said jovially.
"So clever of you to spot it out right, but then that's to be expected, yes? Dear Wazir is a vampire visiting from Romania. Wazir, this is the celebrated Hermione Granger. I'm sure you will have plenty to talk about. Excuse me."
The professor moved away quickly. If she did know better, she'd think he was nervous.
"That one,"
the vampire said in a low, hissing voice.
"He sees everything and yet nothing, knows everyone and yet nobody."
"He can be very canny, however," Hermione said. "About people, I mean."
"Yes,"
he said softly.
"Like any collector, he likes the rare and the beautiful."
His eyes, an endless black, swept over her.
"And you? I suspect he finds both."
Hermione did her best not to shiver. Blast Slughorn for leaving her alone with a vampire. "Mr. Montesque."
"Wazir, please."
"Wazir," Hermione repeated. She thought about giving the same permission, but found herself not wishing to hear her name on his lips. "What brings you to Britain?"
"I am an exile,"
he said slowly.
"The vampire community in my native Romania no longer welcomes me."
"Why not?" she asked. "I'm sorry that was rude. My curiosity often gets the better of me."
"Such a lovely blush," Wazir crooned. "The blood rushing to that sweet face."
"Wazir," Hermione said sharply, "there will be no talking about my blood." He read enough about vampires to want to head off that line of thinking. Vampires weren't the mindless predators everyone believed, but they were given to sudden, dangerous impulses, especially in the shadows. He was uneasily aware of the dungeon's romantic and suddenly rather inadequate candlelit setting.
"Oh, of course. My abject apologies."
The vampire tilted his head slightly.
"Yes, truly rare."
She glowered a little, and he bowed again.
"My native Romania has expelled me because I crave too much the company of others."
Hermione frowned. "Is that a euphemism for, you know?" She bared her teeth and pretended to bite. Wazir gave an odd cough that she realized was a laugh.
"No, no. I drink the blood of animals now."
He sighed.
"To save the life, yet always I hunger."
He bowed again in apology, obviously worried he had offended her again.
"Vampires, we are traditionally solitary, yet I so enjoy the talking with others. But in a small country like Romania, this is dangerous. I had hoped in a larger wizarding community I may do better."
"Is Slughorn your sponsor?" Hermione asked. He remembered that all foreign vampires require a sponsor to guarantee their behavior. It was a part of the ministry guidelines for the treatment of non-wizard part humans.
"So knowledgeable,"
he murmured.
"No, that would be, shall we say, too—"
"Risky?" Hermione hazarded.
"Yes,"
he nodded satisfied.
"Professor Slughorn, he likes a sure thing. No, my sponsor is Domnul Kingsley Shacklebolt, who captured me once long ago in Romania, then helped integrate me into my community."
"Kingsley," Hermione said warmly.
"You knew him?"
"He is a personal friend," she said. "He saved my life during the war."
"A very brave and powerful wizard."
Bazil said.
He has saved my life as well.
He stared at her with those spooky eyes.
I find myself jealous of my friend, that he once saved the life of one such as yourself. I would count myself entirely satisfied.
Hermione shook her head. You vampires, always away with the ladies. I wonder... She looked at the creature thoughtfully, an idea taking shape in her mind.
How may I serve you, Princessa?
Bazil asked. He bowed.
Princess?
I am not a princess, she said. My parents are muggles. They fix teeth.
You are a princessa in the true sense of the word. Again, how may I serve you? Something moves within those wide, beautiful eyes, shining like the rarest amber. They pierce at heart. You have a look not unlike my friend Kingsley, yet deeper, more seeing.
Hermione was only half listening, having come to a decision. Any minute, her friends would spot her with a vampire and carry her off. I am working on an experimental potion, she said. Before I say more, I'll have to ask you to keep this a secret even from Kingsley. You will likely know eventually, but not yet.
I will keep your secrets, Princessa.
I'm not... She sighed and gave up. I'm trying to create a magical blood potion. If it works, it can identify if a substance contains magical blood. This potion can also match that magical blood with blood from a witch or a wizard.
A powerful potion indeed,
Bazil said, eyes narrowing. Hermione looked around and moved a bit closer into the corner. She didn't want to be too far in the shadows with the vampire, yet wanted to elude notice a little longer. Ginny was looking her way. Bazil, she continued, the blood we need to identify is from a message that has appeared twice at Hogwarts. The message was, "Die mudbloods." My potion partner and I think the messages may be the result of a curse rather than merely painted on the walls. These words have appeared in 2 separate locations on castle walls, and we're trying to find the source of the curse before another one appears. The vampire tapped his lips with a stick-like finger topped with a red nail.
How can I help?
I don't know, honestly. She bit her lip. But if anybody knows about curses and blood, it's the vampire.
I will consider this,
Bazil said.
May I meet you again?
Someplace public, Hermione warned. Bazil looked regretful.
Of course, Princessa. The White Wyvern in Nocturne Alley?
That will have to do, I suppose, she said. There aren't many public places one could meet a vampire. She pulled 2 galleons out of her dress expandable pockets and tapped them with her wand, muttering a charm. When I'd like to meet, I will change the date on my coin, and it will change on yours. She tossed him a coin, not wanting to touch him, and his white fingers snagged it.
A protein charm?
He murmured. Yes, Sid.
I do hope I'm not interrupting,
said a voice behind her, so cold and terrifying that she hardly recognized it. Bazil's coin vanished in a flash, and she pocketed hers again. Then she turned. Bazil, she said, may I present Lord Draco Malfoy? Chapter 38 Slug Club, Part 2. Malfoy shifted smoothly to stand between Hermione and Bazil, pinning the vampire against the wall. Slytherin's eyes shone in the candlelight like a cat's. Bazil cringed. That's enough, Draco, Hermione said calmly. We were just talking. Bazil has been perfectly respectful.
Well, perhaps he could be more respectful from a further distance,
Malfoy said, now employing a polite tone that somehow was even worse. The vampire began to tremble. Draco, you're scaring him.
Really?
Malfoy said softly.
Bazil, is it? You know my family, I presume. Be aware that I hold this witch's life infinitely higher than my own.
Bazil's shaking intensified. The vampire was directly under candelabra now, its light falling on his long dark hair, his paper-white skin even paler than Malfoy's. It was Malfoy who stood in the shadows, eyes still shining with reflected light. Draco, this isn't necessary, and Slughorn won't like you terrifying his guests. I don't care what Slughorn likes or doesn't like. Malfoy didn't take his eyes off Bazil. I care that this vampire understands the consequences if he touches you in any way. Hermione huffed in frustration. Stop making a fool out of yourself. His name is Bazil Montesque, and he is a friend of Kingsley who is sponsoring his stay in the country. She turned to the vampire with a smile. Bazil, it was a pleasure to meet you. It might be best if you went back to Slughorn now.
As you wish, Princessa.
Bazil bowed and stepped noiselessly across the floor, headed directly for Slughorn. Hermione turned back to Malfoy, who had stepped out of the shadows and looked ready to explode.
Princessa,
he hissed. Princess, it's a bit of a nickname, she admitted.
A nickname?
Malfoy closed his eyes for a second, obviously trying to calm himself. Then he opened them again, and Hermione wasn't sure he had succeeded. His eyes were like grey glass on the verge of shattering.
I cannot leave you alone for a moment, he hissed. I arrive a little late to one party, and you're in the shadows with a vampire?
Hermione looked out at the room. Bazil could be quite useful. The vampire was huddled close to Slughorn now, who looked a bit nervous. You know, she continued, her gaze returning to Malfoy, I've seen advertisements in the Prophet for the Society for the Tolerance of Vampires. They coordinate human blood donations for—
You must be joking,
Malfoy snarled.
You are not giving blood to some sodding spoof of vampires.
I think you're completely overreacting.
Oh, really, Hermione? You do?
His voice hardened.
Well, let me tell you, when the Voldemort was in my home, I saw a few vampires. I saw what they did to people, to muggles, to women. So forgive me if I don't agree. I don't believe I'm overreacting when you suddenly adopt pet vampires who give you nicknames. He knows the smell of your blood now, and he won't forget. He'll imagine the taste.
Draco, Hermione said. He couldn't hear her. His fists were clenched, and his eyes swept the room, obviously looking for a vampire to throttle. Draco! He looked at her. She placed her hands over his and drew them chest-high between them. I am fine, Draco, she said softly, looking up into his eyes. He never touched me. I am fine. I am perfectly fine. I am exactly the same person I was before. I am fine.
Is everything all right?
Asked a voice, Zabini's. He and Ginny stood beside them. Malfoy blinked and turned away as Hermione released his hands. Yes, thank you. Draco found me talking alone with Slughorn's vampire. Ginny gasped. Blaise looked grim.
Do you know how dangerous that was?
Yes, she sighed. I won't do it again.
Thank you for making such a sacrifice, said Malfoy, scowling.
Slughorn? Slughorn didn't leave me in this corner with him, Hermione said. That was my idea. I didn't want to be interrupted. Ginny gasped again, and Blaise moaned.
She didn't want to be interrupted?
Blaise repeated.
Hermione!
Ginny was shocked.
I feel sorry for you, mate,
Blaise told Malfoy.
You'll never know a quiet moment again.
All right, that's quite enough of that. Hermione glowered at Blaise as she took Malfoy's hand. Come along, Draco, she said bossily, pulling him towards the dance floor. The prospect of dancing cheered Malfoy slightly, as she'd hoped it would, at least enough to distract him from plots of vampiricide. He held her a little too close, his lips brushing her temple and hair, but she could feel his heart pounding even now, so she allowed it. His hand at her waist felt warm through her dress, thin cloth beneath her long curls, sending tremors to her core. Her heart began to pound. The adrenaline from talking with Bazil and then watching such a dark Draco had her trembling now.
You're all right,
he murmured. I wasn't afraid, she said quickly. He chuckled.
No, not you, Hermione.
She found herself leaning, her cheeks against his robes, overlaid with dark blue velvet tonight. The sensation was now familiar from their broomstick flight. Then slowly, not saying a word, that same safe feeling surrounded her like she was wrapped in his magic.
You look lovely this evening,
Malfoy said, his voice calmer. His hand left her waist to stroke her hair.
But you should be wearing my gift.
She looked up at him. "I think there are enough Malfoy diamonds here tonight."
"Astoria?"
There was a wealth of contempt behind those 4 syllables. Both looked over at the younger Greengrass, still holding court, now talking to Ernie and Cormac. Slytherin's eyes glittered back coldly like her diamonds. Malfoy flawlessly kept time to the music, although his thoughts were plainly somewhere else.
"I truly wanted her once,"
he said pensively.
"Did I really expect so little?"
"That necklace," Hermione swallowed. "Was it yours?" He looked down at her, his eyes faintly reflecting the blue of his robes.
"No, that's Mother's work. Now I know why Astoria skipped Quidditch practice today to visit Hogsmeade."
Hermione looked over at Astoria again. She couldn't see that crooked M in diamonds from across the room, but she knew it was there. "Draco," she said, "that necklace isn't just a string of diamonds. It's obviously a Malfoy family heirloom, and you are head of the Malfoy family, so your mother can't." She trailed off. "No," she said. Malfoy nodded, his face grim. "Draco, it isn't." Malfoy stopped dancing and guided her gently towards a nearby sofa, drawing her down beside him. Hermione clenched her hands together on her lap and looked out over the party once more. Blaise and Ginny standing close together drinking champagne, Bazile still dodging Slughorn's steps, Ernie boring some poor girl half to death. Neville, she noticed, had made good his escape. "It was hers, wasn't it?" Hermione asked, her fingers rubbing the ridges on her left arm. A large warm hand closed over hers, halting the motion.
"Yes, that diamond choker was Mother's interest gift from Father."
"I'm that much of a threat," Hermione said. Her voice sounded low and breathy to her own ears. "I'm so horrible that she would risk her own—"
"It was likely Father's idea."
Malfoy's voice was cold.
"I'd say he'd ordered her to give the necklace to Astoria."
Hermione looked at him, wide-eyed.
"Yes, you're that much of a threat, Hermione. And yes, he hates you, and all Muggleborns that much. You're surprised by that?"
No, she supposed she wasn't. That was a terrible thing to force your mother to do. Malfoy shrugged. He was surprisingly calm about all this, but then, after the whole Voldemort house guest thing, probably nothing surprised him about his parents anymore.
"She rarely wore it."
His eyes narrowed as he looked over at Astoria.
"Mother is too good for such a gaudy, vulgar piece."
His lip curled in distaste.
"Perhaps it has found a more suitable owner."
"Does the necklace have any, Hermione coughed, properties?" His looks of distaste deepened.
"Mother would never say, but Father implied the jewels contained charms of submission."
Hermione felt sick. Malfoy tried to pull his hand away, but she put hers over it, holding it in place. "You're not your father, Draco."
"I know," he said tensely. "I would never use it on her, even to—"
She grinned suddenly. "You can anyway. Remember, your mother gave her the necklace." Malfoy blinked, looking rather shocked, then met her eyes. He snickered lightly, and she couldn't help joining in until they were both shaking with suppressed laughter.
I don't think Father considered that,"
he said, still chuckling. Set an arm around her waist. Astoria was looking at him suspiciously, and Malfoy gave her a little wave.
"Draco!"
Hermione pulled his arm back down, but she was still smiling. Malfoy sobered slightly.
"I must speak to her. Astoria's little fairy tale has to end. I can't imagine what she's saying now."
Hermione sighed. She had to tell him, but he wasn't going to like it. "She's positioned me as your fun on the side before marriage." She gritted her teeth. "Like your father used to have." He nodded.
"They're all trying to force my hand."
His arm around her waist tightened, drawing her closer, and she could feel his breath on her ear. "I told Astoria it wouldn't work," she murmured, "that nobody could make you do anything."
"Oh, I'm sure you did, but this isn't entirely true now, is it?"
Malfoy whispered back.
"Are you going to make me apologize to the vampire now?"
"No," Hermione said. She knew a lost cause when she saw it, and she'd sworn off making people apologize anyway. It always ended in tears, usually Hermione's. Malfoy's rich cologne was swirling through her senses. She had to get off the sofa. The music thankfully ended, and Hermione pulled away slightly to clap along with everyone else. Darkhorn raised his goblet.
"Thank you all for coming to my little affair,"
he said, taking a hearty gulp. He was wobbling a bit on his legs, and Ernie and Cormac quickly stepped up to help support him.
"Have a wonderful evening."
Hermione and Malfoy stood and followed the other guests, moving toward the only exit door. A small bottleneck developed, and Blaise and Ginny joined them standing near a silver tapestry. Then Astoria swept up. "Draco!" she said delightedly. She kissed him on both cheeks, lingering slightly before stepping back. "I've been looking for you." Malfoy smiled back thinly.
"Does this mean we're friends again, Astoria?"
Saria waved a gloved hand, dismissing any disagreement the two of them may ever possibly had. "We never stopped being friends," she purred, touching the diamond at her throat.
"Splendid," Malfoy said.
"I wondered, Draco, if we could speak a moment," Astoria said, her hand on his arm.
"Tomorrow, perhaps," Malfoy said. "Tonight, Blaise and I are going to escort these two Gryffindors back to their tower."
"I'm sure they know the way," Astoria said, giving Hermione and Ginny the most cursory of glances. Hermione couldn't help but glare back. That witch had a lot of nerve traipsing up to Malfoy and his mother's jewels, demanding his attention.
"Yes, but that wouldn't be very gentlemanly, would it?"
Blaise said, putting an arm around Ginny. "I would think that Theodore would much prefer—"
"Well, Theo isn't here, so I will escort Hermione instead,"
Malfoy said easily. Hermione understood what Malfoy was doing, but she didn't like playing the timid maiden afraid to walk alone in the big bad castle. She glanced at Ginny, who was beginning to shift impatiently as well, and glower at Blaise.
"Oh, look, the doorway's clear,"
Malfoy said.
"Good night, Astoria."
Taking Hermione's elbow, he led her out the door, with Blaise and Ginny following.
"Stop grabbing me, Blaise,"
Ginny grumbled.
"That was revoltingly medieval."
"But quite symbolic,"
Blaise said.
"Draco had to do it that way."
Hermione and Ginny relaxed once they emerged from the dungeons, the four of them chatting lightly as they climbed the staircase after staircase. No one mentioned the vampire or Astoria, and even Malfoy unwound a bit, holding Hermione's hand lightly and running a thumb over her palm. The women ended the evening at the portrait hall, drawing a slight scowl from Blaise, but Malfoy simply nodded and gave Hermione an intent look before wishing them good night and pulling Blaise away.
"So, who goes first?"
Ginny asked once they had settled by the fireplace, with hot chocolate sitting on the sofa of significant conversations. Hermione sighed. "I'm ending things with Theo."
"Because of Malfoy?"
"Yes." Hermione blew on her chocolate to cool it, although the warm mug felt good in her hands. It felt good to say it out loud. Merlin, help her. Ginny nodded.
"And Theo?"
Hermione sighed again. "Draco once called Theo and my relationship public, but not real. I see that now."
"What do you mean?"
"Theo and I, we hide things," Hermione said. "We don't hide everything, just everything that matters." She sighed, looking into her mug, swirl of foam. "There is so much Theo doesn't know. Merlin, everything was such a mess. And Theo has secrets too." She thought of the owl the night before, the shuttered look in Theo's green eyes. Ginny was grinning now.
"Oh, you gods, Malfoy is going to be revolting."
Hermione bit her lip. "I don't see how dating Draco publicly can end well, Gin. All my friends, except for you, Neville, hate him. His family hates my very existence. The press will have a field day." Ginny shrugged again.
"Maybe it will burn out quickly, and you can go back to disliking each other and move on."
The idea of moving on from Malfoy, of seeing dislike and indifference in his eyes once more, caused a physical pain in her chest. The looks he'd given Astoria and Lavender turned toward her.
"Hermione!"
Ginny yelled.
"Hermione!"
Hermione blinked and found herself standing, wand in her hand, magic crackling. She stared at Ginny wide-eyed. "What happened?"
"You went spat, that's what happened."
Ginny jumped up and gently lowered Hermione's arm.
"Sit down, Hermione, before you spill your chocolate. Merlin, watch your hair trigger reflex. I promise I won't say anything like that again. Sit down."
Hermione sat down again. "I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening to me."
It's peas in a pot, you two are,
Ginny said, sitting behind her.
Such an intensity. Okay now, all right, let's breathe.
They sat and breathed for a time, and Hermione recovered enough to ask Ginny about Blaise. Ginny sighed.
It's complicated. Not like you and Malfoy, thank Godric, but still difficult to navigate. He was quite upset with me earlier this week.
How could you tell? Hermione asked.
He frowned slightly and didn't kiss my hand when he left.
Mercy, Hermione said. Ginny kicked off her shoes and turned her body to face Hermione, pulling her legs up under her.
Blaise wants me to spend Christmas in Italy with him.
Hermione's jaw dropped. It's barely Halloween.
When I explained I couldn't leave my family, that it was our first Christmas without Fred.
Ginny sighed.
I think I was supposed to be overwhelmed by the honor or something.
Ginny's tone was a bit resentful. She'd always borne her family's limited means more gracefully than Ron, and as the only girl, she had suffered less from it. Weasley's actions in the war had advanced Arthur's career considerably. With only Ginny at Hogwarts now, Arthur and Molly were in solid shape. Still, it wasn't like the family had villas on the continent, and Ginny was understandably sensitive about some aspects of dating an indecently wealthy Slytherin. Now she was fingering a diamond earring and frowning.
That's not a problem, though, she continued. Visiting his castle over Christmas sounds real. The place doesn't really feel real. He always says and does the perfect thing, hides all his feelings. I can't get at him.
I haven't heard of Blaise with anyone else this year, Hermione said.
Neither have I, but then he'd make sure of that. He never pushes, but he's always there somehow, fully in control of every situation.
Hermione sighed. Draco does that too. The always there part, I mean. Ginny snickered.
Yeah, Draco is a hot mess with a thin veneer of Slytherin corners. The only time Blaise shows any heat is when we're shagging.
Ginny, Hermione asked, what is it that you want?
I need him to open up to me, I guess, Ginny said. I need to know there's something there, something worth fighting for, the way you fight for Malfoy. Look at Fleur, for example. She was so beautiful and confident and shining that we all doubted she really cared for Bill beyond his looks. We didn't think there was anything else to her. It took Bill's werewolf bite to show how wrong we were.
The two women sat in silence, listening to the fire crackle. It's on Blaise, then, Hermione said finally. You're not Lavender or Astoria, caring only about the surface. He'll have to show the real man, or you'll have no reason to stay.
What if he can't? Ginny whispered. What if this all he has to offer?
Hermione took her hands. Then at least you'll know. You'll find someone better.
Do you think there's more to him?
Perhaps. Hermione looked down at their clasped hands. He claims to care about Draco. According to him, he and Pansy have been working behind the scenes for him.
Maybe I should.
Ginny began, and a noise at the portrait hall made them look up. A long leg came through, followed by the rest of Neville, who tottered a bit as he straightened.
Neville?
Hermione said, jumping to her feet. Her friend was completely dishevelled, his hair stuck up in all directions, his robes unfastened and shirt untucked.
Hello, Devil, said Ginny. You and Lavinia Clark get on well.
Neville said, attempting some dignity despite lipstick smears on his cheeks and collar, not to mention his still heated hazel eyes.
What's up with you two?
Hermione's leaving Theo for Malfoy,
Ginny said. Neville nodded.
They're taking bets in Hufflepuff House. The first years have a board.
Ginny might break up with Blaise unless he proves he's a human being, Hermione said.
Quite sensible,
Neville said.
Well, if you will excuse me.
He edged towards the stairs. Hermione now noticed the lipstick stain streaking down his shirt. Dark red lipstick. Hermione moved quickly, stepping between Neville and the stairs.
Have something to tell us, Longbottom? Perhaps I'm not the only one who's reconciled with a former bully?
Ginny's eyes widened.
Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Neville groaned.
Parkinson, she asked. I saw you two at the ruffle table, but...
Hermione said Pansy loved plants.
Neville rubbed a hand through his already mussed dark hair. I'm still waiting for my thank you, Hermione said with a Malfoy smirk. Neville looked down at his shirt and flushed slightly.
So, congratulations on both your epiphanies, and if you two will excuse me.
He edged towards the stairs again.
Oh, no, you don't,
Ginny cried, lunging for him. She dragged Neville onto the sofa, and Hermione sat on his legs to keep him there.
"All right, Longbottom,"
Ginny said wickedly.
"Tell us everything."
"It's mad, you are."
Neville tried to free himself, but growing up with brothers had made Ginny freakishly strong. "Start talking," Hermione said, grinning, "or I'll tell you how Ernie saw my bra."
"Oh, yes, do tell," Ginny said to her. "You still owe me that story."
"Well, I was in the ground floor storage space with Theo, and he—"
"We started talking at the festival,"
Neville cried desperately, still struggling against Ginny.
"Pansy said her potted gladioli kept dying, but she was sure I had the answer."
"Gladioli?"
Ginny said with zest. "What do gladioli mean?" Hermione asked. That was it. She was memorizing that wretched language of flowers pamphlet Bluebell had forced onto them.
"You can't be serious,"
Neville said to Ginny.
"No, just no."
"Gladioli symbolize infatuation,"
Ginny said.
"What colour flowers did she say she had?"
"Red and white,"
Neville said, blushing.
"Can I get up now?"
"What?" Hermione asked Ginny, ignoring him. Ginny's eyes were sparkling.
"Parkinson wants to take Neville's innocence."
He stroked his neck.
"She wants to sully that untouched—"
"I am not untouched,"
Neville squeaked.
"Not anymore,"
Ginny said.
"How far down does the lipstick go?"
She asked, tugging at his shirt.
"Hermione,"
Neville begged.
"help me."
"You're right, Neville," said Hermione, patting his legs. "It doesn't mean anything. Slytherins always keep red flowers in their rooms." Neville scowled.
"I'm not saying another word."
So you finally figured out he was being too agreeable?" Hermione started up again. "He grabbed my shirt and tore—"
"Don't!"
Neville cried.
"I'd hold her to make sure the bulbs weren't too big and to put gravel in the bottom of the pots, and she said—"
Neville stopped and flushed again. "All my buttons were undone and Theo's hand was just—" Neville's eyes were screwed shut.
"She said that wasn't the problem. She likely needed a bigger— Oh, Merlin!"
His face reddened further.
"I need to transfer out of Hogwarts, preferably to an all-boys school."
"Nonsense," Ginny said bracingly. "Show little Gryffindor courage. How did you end up like this tonight?"
She sniffed him.
"I smell outrageously expensive perfume."
"I left Slughorn's party early so I could take her to see my winkweed,"
Neville said.
"Is that what the kids are calling it these days?"
Ginny said. Hermione was horrified. "You didn't. You took her to see that monster."
"It's not a monster,"
Neville protested.
"It's just protective."
"It's a holy terror," Hermione snapped. Neville sighed.
"It didn't like Pansy touching me."
"Merlin," Hermione breathed. "Is Parkinson all right?"
"Of course she's all right,"
Neville said indignantly. Ginny backed off and let him sit up.
"I threatened it with an icy frost that would freeze its leaf and snap its branches. The poor darling lashed out at Pansy with its vines, and I had to conjure icicles to pin them down. Don't worry," he added. "The vines were fine."
"Nice, Neville,"
Ginny said approvingly.
"Take a witch to see a homicidal plant so you can protect her in a virile way. Well done."
"Wendy is not homicidal,"
Neville cried. "It certainly is," Hermione said. "All those winkweeds should be incendiated."
"We've come far afield," Ginny said. "What I want to know is, how did Parkinson show her gratitude?"
Neville's face was brick red.
"Tell on, Ginny, now."
"That's it,"
Neville snapped, getting up.
"I'm not saying any more. Hermione can blab about her private life all she wants, and frankly, I'm surprised at you, Hermione. But I'm finished."
"This isn't over,"
Ginny called as Neville practically ran up the stairs. Hermione huffed. Some Gryffindor he was.
"As for you,"
Ginny's gaze swung on Hermione.
"I want to hear more about that storage room, and what you and Malfoy were talking about all cozied up on that sofa tonight, and what the hell Astoria was wearing."
Hermione groaned and put her mug aside. "Then we'll need something stronger than chocolate." Chapter 39. Rhapsody. Hermione had every intention of breaking up with Theo Sunday morning when her courage was high and she was fresh off a marathon loop session. She couldn't keep bleating, "I'm with Theo," yet still allow Malfoy to flirt with her, touch her hair, hold her close when they danced, to kiss her on that broomstick. That needed to end. Not the flirting, touching and kissing from Malfoy, She was quite on board with that, but the situation with Theo. The black-haired Slytherin had been nothing but considerate, kind, and agreeable. See loop page 43, chart D. Didn't deserve to be left twisting in the wind. Hermione didn't know what would happen with Malfoy. Maybe it would work, and maybe it wouldn't. Maybe she'd end up with no handsome Slytherin at all, in which case she might actually have a decent chance of passing her nudes. Either way, Hermione rode in the pink light of dawn. The current state of affairs, pun intended, could not be allowed to continue. It wasn't fair to Theo or herself or even Malfoy. Malfoy might look all smug and confident now, but eventually he'd crack and Theo would end up as just a smoking burn mark on the Great Hall floor. Hermione flipped back to page 43, reviewing Theo's pros and cons chart, but it was a sad waste of time. A whole other Theo lay beneath the suave surface. She just knew it. She wondered if she would like the real Theo better or worse. Well, it would be another witch's job to crack that code. Theo would remain a beautiful, bound book, while Malfoy's burned and tattered pages lay open to her touch. So she was ready to act, but Theo wasn't waiting in the corridor when she left the portrait hall, and he wasn't at breakfast either. Malfoy was there, of course, but besides a subtle wink and a positively indecent display of spooning his oatmeal, he kept to himself. Hermione headed to the library after breakfast, hoping Theo would seek her out, but another Slytherin turned up instead.
"Thought I would find you here,"
Pansy said, perching herself on the table. She brought no books, of course, just a tiny seafoam green purse that matched her sweater dress. Her lips were painted a vivid pink. "You can't be here to study," Hermione said, looking her over. Pansy sneered.
"Certainly not. I have a life."
"Just because I study doesn't mean I don't have a life," Hermione remarked. "If anything, I have too much life. What I need is a little less life."
"I'm inclined to agree with you,"
Pansy said, crossing legs encased in stiletto boots.
"You're rubbish with men, Granger."
Hermione said nothing. She didn't need Pansy Parkinson to tell her that.
"Draco might be whistling around to southern dungeons these days,"
Pansy continued.
"But now Theo's brooding. Spent last night drinking in a corner of the common room, looking dark and dangerous, attracting every brainless twit in the house."
Hermione felt even more wretched. She knew Theo resented his exclusion from Suck Club, and now she'd left him drinking alone while she swarmed around with Basile and Malfoy. Mean.
"But I'm not here to talk about Theo."
Pansy leaned forward, and Hermione caught a strong wave of flowery perfume.
"I want to know your plan."
Hermione raised her eyebrows. "I plan to study."
"Don't act stupid. What about Astoria?"
"I'm still researching," Hermione said. "These things can't be rushed." Pansy rolled her eyes.
"Only you could turn a revenge scheme into some swatchy study group. If this is a trick to get me to join porn."
"Please, I know a lost cause when I see one," Hermione sniffed. "People had to want to be helped. My plan is in the research phase. Take it or leave it."
"Fine."
Pansy looked around the nearly empty library. Honestly, Hermione thought, was there no work ethic at Hogwarts, and lowered her voice farther.
"What do you want me to do?"
Hermione eyed the dark-haired witch for a moment, and pulled a scroll from her bag. "Sign this." Pansy looked over the parchment as Hermione mentally reviewed the contents. "I, Pansy Parkinson, receiving party, promise to tell no one about any plan that Hermione Granger, disclosing party, chooses to share regarding Astoria Greengrass, target, either directly or indirectly, verbally or silently, through any physical, mental, emotional, or magical means. Any information that the receiving party uncovers on a disclosing party's behalf becomes the confidential property of the disclosing party and is covered under this agreement. Violating these terms will result in severe penalties, and the disclosing party will not be held responsible for any possible disfigurement that may occur." The Slytherin gave Hermione a narrow look.
"I am not signing this."
Hermione plucked the contract out of her hands. "Then go away. I have work to do." She turned her attention back to arithmancy, but the other witch didn't move. Hermione hoped Pansy would make up her mind. That perfume was giving her a headache. She was surprised Neville could stand it. Pansy huffed.
"Fine,"
she said again. She swept both Hermione's quill and parchment and signed her name with a flourish.
I'd better not find myself covered in balls, Granger.
Well, that's up to you, Parkinson. Hermione smirked as she took back the quill and parchment. Here's your assignment. She signed the contract herself and tucked it away, then drew out a piece of notebook paper. Tie broomsticks. Pansy blinked.
Tie broomsticks?
This is a list of questions. The library's Quidditch section should answer most of them, but you may have to go to quality Quidditch supplies as well. Pansy eyed Hermione thoughtfully from her perch on the table.
You're going to cast Astoria's broom?
Please. Hermione looked pained. Give me some credit.
Then why?
Hermione gave Pansy a look, and the Slytherin shut her painted mouth.
It will take ages to figure this all out.
Pansy complained. I need it tomorrow. Pansy looked shocked.
I have a date.
Break it. The witch's eyes narrowed again.
You want me to break my date with your precious Longbottom?
Hermione sighed. No, she didn't. She messed up enough people's lives around here. Fine. Get me the information before breakfast on Tuesday. I expect a thorough job. Pansy nodded and tucked the parchment into her tiny purse. Hermione wondered if there was an expansion charm. Many of the top-end luxury purses featured them. Did it include a weightless one as well, like a beaded bag, or...
Focus, Granger, Pansy snapped. I asked if there was anything else you needed.
Hermione startled, then blinked at Pansy. Yes, actually. Pigeons.
Pigeons?
A flock of homing pigeons is harassing Oz at the Owlery. Oz had displaced pigeons at the Wizarding World's primary messenger bird in the 1800s, and some pigeons still held a grudge. Hagrid had told her of Viti last week that an unusually large and vicious flock of pigeons had arrived at Hogwarts after the war and was attacking owls and interfering with deliveries. Obviously, Hagrid was way too soft on them. Hermione wondered if pigeons had caused Brownie's wounds. He wasn't a very big owl. I'll need at least 3 pigeons on, let's say, Thursday, Hermione said. Bring them to the patient's lab. Pansy's expression was ludicrous.
You want me to trap some nasty pigeons, or you bring some kind of bird thing?
Her eyes widened.
Are you going to turn Astoria into a pigeon?
What? No. Now Hermione was rolling her eyes. You're rubbish at this, Parkinson. Leave the planning to me, all right? Pansy stood off the table and straightened her dress.
This had better be worth it, Granger.
Hermione just gave her a thin smile. The rest of the Sunday brought Hermione no nearer to her goal regarding Theo. He appeared at lunch to her relief, and she managed a brief chat with him in the entrance hall before she headed off to an afternoon hike with Hagrid. I'd beg off, truly, she told Theo, but Neville has already cancelled. Pansy, I assume, Theo said, green eyes amused. Oh, you know about that. What do you think? She asked curiously. Pansy has always had terrible tastes in wizards, Theo said. Longbottom is only a step up. He smiled. And who am I to judge her for dating a Gryffindor? Maybe we can meet after dinner. Theo shook his head. I have detention, scrubbing cauldrons. Detention? Hermione asked. You still? He gave her a warning look. All right then, detention. He sighed. I have to admit, this hasn't been my best weekend. He laid a cool hand on her suddenly flushed cheeks, and his lips met hers. His kiss grew rougher, his hand holding her head in place, his tongue seeking to dominate until she pulled away sharply. Theo, she said, looking around the entrance hall. They were attracting attention, and she thought she caught a flash of platinum hair out of the corner of her eye. Theo, he repeated more strongly. To hell with Hagrid's hike. They were going to resolve this right now. Both Theo's hands were on her shoulders, and he was looking down at her intently. Theo, we need...
Hermione!
Hagrid's voice boomed through the hall, echoing off the stonework, forming its high, pointed ceiling.
You ready?
His face brightened further.
Quiet, not careful hike. You'll want some stout boots, quite muddy, you know.
Hello, Professor, Theo said smoothly, letting his hands fall. Thank you, but I'm afraid I'm too busy with schoolwork today. He tried to sound regretful. Hagrid nodded approvingly.
Right match for Hermione, huh?
He beamed at her.
Right there, Hermione.
She nodded, resigned. Yes, of course. Theo bent to kiss her cheek. We'll talk tomorrow, he said. He could only nod again and followed Hagrid out of the castle. Pansy was absolutely right. She was rubbish with men. Hermione woke up early on Monday, absolutely determined this time. She skipped her loo, There was a time for writing and a time for action, and spent 30 minutes wrestling with her hair, trying for Astoria's cold style and failing utterly. She finally gave up and shook Ginny awake at 7:30 with a cup of tea in one hand and a hairbrush in the other.
What?
Ginny groaned and accepted a tea with bad grace.
No, I'm not doing your hair this morning.
Ginny, you have to, Hermione begged. Look at me. I can't end things with Theo looking like this. He'd be nothing but grateful.
Good Godric, what did you do?
Can we use the Wonder Diamonds?
No. We'll braid it then,
Ginny said, tilting her head and narrowing her eyes.
Get out extra pins.
Theo wasn't waiting downstairs, which Hermione found ominous, although he smiled at her easily enough from the Slytherin table. She would do it after potions. There was half-hour break before arithmancy on Mondays, and Theo had a free period. She'd even written up a little script for the occasion, and was standing outside Ancient Ruins reviewing her lines when a voice behind her made her jump.
"What you reading?"
Malfoy asked in her ear. Hermione immediately crumpled up the parchment and stuffed it in her bag. "Nothing, just notes. Boring notes about a nobody."
"You're all wound up,"
Malfoy said, eyes narrowing.
"You're planning something?"
She shrugged, trying not to blush. Malfoy stepped closer.
"You've laid out your little scheme in your loan book, haven't you? And now you have to execute it."
His smile suddenly vanished and all colour left his face. He backed away slightly, his posture stiff.
"If you have something to tell me, Hermione, just say it,"
he said, firmly, eyes cold.
"Say it now. I can take it."
"No, it's not you, it's the—" Hermione clapped her hand over her mouth, but it was too late. Malfoy's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth to speak, but McGonagall and the rest of the class appeared in the corridor to Hermione's great relief. McGonagall's lecture that morning actually referenced the Elder Foolbox for the first time, but Hermione couldn't even enjoy it. Malfoy knew what she was going to do now. She was sure of it. He was looking insufferably smug even for him. He also looked quite handsome, folded up in his little desk with his elbow sticking out. He was going to be revolting in potions. She just knew it. She was right.
"You still look nervous,"
Malfoy said as she dragged a stool over by the cauldron. "I'm fine, and it's no concern of yours."
"I know. I'll help you pack it us."
Malfoy puffed out his chest.
"So, sweetheart,"
he said with a passable imitation of Theo's lazy drawl.
"What's going on in that pretty little head of yours?"
"That is not how Theo—" Hermione began, but shut her mouth with a snap as Lavender slid into her stool beside Malfoy.
"Hello, Draco,"
was all Lavender said, but her eyes held a clear message for Hermione. Mean.
"Miss Brown," Slughorn boomed, stepping up to them. "So happy to see you here, and I have another partner for you now that Mr. Weasley has left us."
He moved aside to reel Theo, who nodded politely at Lavender, then slid into Ron's former stool with a smile for Hermione. Hermione concentrated on not looking horrified. Slughorn clapped a heavy hand on Malfoy's shoulder, causing everyone at the table to jump, except for Malfoy himself, who merrily raised an eyebrow. It would take more than Slughorn to spook that man.
"I expect both young men to behave like the gentlemen and Slytherins you are, eh?"
Slughorn wheezed.
"I expect nothing less than top marks from this table."
Malfoy's eyes twitched, like he was dying to roll them. Lavender eyed both Slytherin men nervously. Hermione just wanted to bury her head in her arms and weep. Theo alone was unperturbed.
"Certainly, Professor," he said smoothly. "Might I ask what we are brewing today, sir?" "Oh, yes."
Slughorn waddled to the front of the class and raised his voice.
"Today we will be concocting a delightful little potion called Rhapsody, which is commonly used in binding building materials such as marble. Our headmistress says we are running low on the Rhapsody solution due to the castle's many current construction projects, so I offered the services of our advanced potion classes."
Rhapsody was anything but delightful, the class quickly found out. Beginning early in the brewing process, the liquid would adhere to nearly anything, including cauldrons, spoons, and students. John Finnegan stuck his nose to his cauldron. Neville pasted a ladle to his forehead. Soon nearly every student was stuck to something. Hermione had 2 bottles trapped in her curls, and Malfoy couldn't get his parchment off his ropes. Separation or severing charms were useless. Only an unravelly antidote could counteract the potion, and it became quickly apparent that Slughorn had an inadequate supply.
Now, don't crowd, Slughorn cried as students mobbed his desk, covered in potion ingredients and equipment. Only students with stuck body parts, I'm afraid. The class devolved into chaos, and the mood at Hermione's table became increasingly tense. Malfoy happily stirred their potion at the correct intervals, keeping up a steady pattern about demonstrating maturity and cultivating the fortitude to meet unpleasant situations head-on until Hermione wanted to hit him hard. He was narrowing his eyes at him, and even Lavender was staring.
You know, Draco,
Hermione hissed when he followed her into the supply cupboard.
It's not too late for me to change my mind.
Nonsense, he said serenely. You're way too deep. His hands brushed hers. I saw you ogling me in ancient runes.
You are vile,
Hermione said, shoving kelp leaves into a jar. Theo has been good to me, and I will consider his feelings for once. Now knock it off. He marched back to the table and began dividing the leaves into 2 piles. Malfoy looked inclined to protest when she gave the best leaves to Theo and Lavender, but she quelled him with a look. A loud clatter resounded through the dungeons as someone knocked over his cauldron, spilling the contents, and now 3 tables full of students were stuck to the floor. This reminds me of Lockhart and the Doxies in 2nd year, Hermione said, carefully closing the cauldron lid on her and Malfoy's finished potion. I cannot believe Slughorn began this class with such a faulty mythology. Malfoy was grumbling, tearing at the parchment stuck to his chest. I'll have to replace this robe.
That's so terrible, Draco,
Lavender said, who had a cauldron lid on her head like a head.
Let me help you take your robe off.
Malfoy sheet like a nervous Thestral, backing away. Theo snickered loudly. He managed to avoid the potion for the most part, with only a small bit of gurdy root on his elbow. Malfoy had his wand out and was waving it as his robe while dodging Lavender, and succeeding only in floating a large pink bow over Miller Vane's head and dropping it onto their table.
Just leave your potions in your cauldrons, everyone,
Slughorn called.
Any students with stuck body parts remain after class and I'll sort you out.
Theo was still chuckling, and Hermione looked up from her notations to see Lavender slyly swipe a finger on a drop of Rhapsody and reach out to Malfoy.
Lavender, don't!
Malfoy cried, but she was too late. Malfoy was looking intently at Theo, his wand in his left hand, and didn't notice Lavender touch his other hand.
Oh dear, Lavender said, smiling. We're stuck.
Merlin's balls! Malfoy growled, trying to pull away from her.
Lavender, how could you?
Hermione asked.
Theo, stop laughing.
This is all your fault, you know,
Malfoy told Hermione, who waved a hand now stuck to Lavender's in the air.
You just had to meddle, didn't you?
I don't think I like your tone, Draco, Theo said, frowning.
I don't like being stuck to a crazy bint,
Malfoy snapped. He turned to Lavender.
Just because I apologize, Brown, doesn't mean we're anything. We're not friends, we're not a couple. Now we are going to wait for Slughorn, and we are not going to talk at all. Do you understand?
His voice was filled with icy hauteur, and Lavender quailed and nodded.
And I don't want to see any more nonsense like this,
Malfoy went on,
or you will be quite sorry. Understand?
Lavender nodded again, her eyes tearing.
Good.
Malfoy then looked across at Theo, still channeling his inner Lucius.
And Theo, I don't give a flying fuck what you think about my tone.
The brass bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Theo cleared the messy table with his wand. Hermione eyed Malfoy and Lavender sitting side by side with their linked hands on the table, Malfoy looking thunderous.
Let's go, Hermione. She's fine.
Theo murmured, hand on her back as they left the table. Rhapsody, he couldn't help thinking. Easy to bind, but tough to break. Once out in the corridor, they leaned side by side against the corridor wall to recover. Theo, Hermione said, we absolutely have to.
Hermione!
Luna had stopped to smile at them in approval. The Ravenclaw had a pair of spectre specs shoved into her blonde curls and wore a string of beads that looked like eyeballs. Hermione barely suppressed a groan of frustration.
Your hair is an excellent place to keep your battles, Hermione,
Luna observed.
You might even catch some Nurgles. And Theo, that is a lovely pink bow.
Theo slapped a hand to the back of his head and began tugging.
He cried. Where did that come from?
Hermione did groan now, remembering Malfoy staring at Theo with his wand in his hand, and Romilda's pink bow on their table, undoubtedly splattered with rhapsody. Theo's face darkened. He'd obviously come to the same conclusion.
"Draco!"
he shouted, storming back into the classroom, pink bow flapping. They could hear Theo's curses as well as Malfoy's sneering laugh, then a scream and the crash of what sounded like a cauldron hitting the wall, likely somewhere near Malfoy's head.
"Now, Mr. Lott, calm yourself,"
Zarkon cried. The potion store slammed shut.
"Oh dear," Luna said. "Was that Draco's bow? I've been telling him his wardrobe needed a spot of colour."
Hermione stared at Luna, unable to speak.
"Hello, Miss Granger,"
said a deep voice. Hermione and Luna turned to see Pratt towering over them. The former Slytherin's beater's square face was flushed on his bristly dark hair, and he held a charms book. "Oh, hello, Mr. Pratt," Hermione said, slightly distracted by the muffled shouting that continued behind the potion doors.
"Call me Rupert,"
Pratt said. Hermione nodded. "How are you today, Rupert?"
"I'm tops," Pratt said. "I have a charms assignment," he went on, "and I thought if anyone knows about charms, it's Miss Granger."
He smiled wildly pleased with his little quip. "Charms, did you say?" Hermione asked. Pratt nodded.
"Oh, I thought, Miss Granger, if you weren't busy Saturday, you could help me. We could go to Hogsmeade."
"Am I hearing all right?" asked an irritated voice behind Hermione. Theo had apparently escaped from potions, leaving behind his pink bow, as well as any trace of his usual poise. Luna looked disappointed.
"Pratt, did you just ask Miss Granger to Hogsmeade?"
Theo demanded, face flushed. He stepped up beside Hermione.
"How do you even know, Miss Granger?"
Pratt also turned red, either from embarrassment or anger. "I supervised one of Rupert's detentions," Hermione said, trying to defuse the situation.
"Yes, and thank you for that, Miss Granger,"
Pratt said.
"Oh, for me, we're right glad not to be scrubbing cauldrons that night, and I just want to say, I don't want that you choked me." "You choked him?"
Theo asked Hermione.
"Only a little,"
Hermione said before she thought. Theo looked shocked. Well, then she had a big mouth today.
"I know I deserved it,"
Pratt said.
"and if you want to do it again, Miss Granger—"
"You should, Hermione,"
Luna put in. He smiled dreamily at Theo and Hermione's aghast expression.
"Some men like a little choking."
"Well, I wouldn't say I like it,"
Pratt said.
"but if Miss Granger thinks I need it—"
"Do be careful, though,"
Luna said, smiling at Pratt now.
"It can be quite intense."
Pratt blinked at Luna, confused, but Hermione had other concerns. Theo was striding forward, clearly eager to take his frustration out on the younger but larger Slytherin. "Thank you, Rupert," Hermione said, stepping between him and Theo. "But I won't be able to tutor you in charms, or go to Hogsmeade with you." He thought quickly. "It wouldn't be, proper, me being your detention supervisor and all, but thank you for asking." Pratt nodded, accepting the excuse.
"All right, Miss Granger, but you can still
choke."
"Rupert!"
Bloom dashed over and grabbed his friend's arm.
"Stop bothering Miss Granger. I'm really sorry, Miss Granger,"
he said, hauling Pratt away.
"You'll want a safe word, Hermione,"
Luna continued placidly.
"and I would recommend the presence of a third party to avoid unsafe practices."
Hermione closed her eyes, wishing she could simply die of embarrassment.
"I would be happy to help," Luna continued. "I have—"
"Hermione," Theo said with dangerous politeness, "I'd like to know why you felt the need to choke Pratt."
"Yes, Hermione,"
said a voice behind them, imitating Theo's tone.
"We'd all like to know."
Hermione opened her eyes, and now she was sure she died of embarrassment, because it was Malfoy, of course, leaning against the now open potion store and looking gleeful. Lavender walked past him out of the dungeon, not looking at anyone, and moved quickly away. Pratt and Bloom had stopped a little further down the corridor, and Theo was looking at the two with narrowed eyes.
"Wait, those were the beaters thrown off the Slytherin team?"
Theo said to Hermione.
"I thought that was just a rumor you'd choked them for."
His eyes cut over to Malfoy.
"Ah, yes, the penny drops," Malfoy said. "You'd make quite a good beater yourself, Theo. All brown, no brain."
He straightened and slung his bag over his shoulder.
"Choking? Aren't you the surprise, Hermione Granger?"
Malfoy winked at Hermione, who was summoning all her self-control not to hex him right there. Then he strolled off, leaving Theo looking positively murderous. Hermione could only pat Theo's arm, her plans for a civilized breakup that morning gone up in rhapsody smoke. She'd have to wait until after lunch now. Luna was sighing.
"I wish I was in your potions class, Hermione," she said.
Hermione followed Theo out of the Great Hall after lunch with an eye to finally get him alone, but lost track of him in the crowd. You'd have packed the Marauder's map. They climbed up 3 sets of stairs in search of him, only to find Malfoy sitting on the 4th floor stairs with 2 squeaky mice. The scenes looked rather adorable until Hermione came close enough to overhear.
"You can't show your weaknesses to bullies, Percival," Malfoy was saying. "A stinging hex is a useful response, and it's difficult to tell who caused it."
Hermione strode up to him. "Mr. Malfoy!" he snapped, still peeved about his role in the scene outside potions. She turned to Percival. "Percival, if anybody bullies you, tell a teacher."
"Well, this bloke is a teacher's pet,"
Percival said, his little face scrunched up.
"Can I just hex him or punch him?"
"Violence is never the answer," Hermione answered, hands on her hips.
"Really, Miss Granger?"
Malfoy asked, amused. He leaned back and crossed his long legs.
"I seem to remember you had a mean right hook in 3rd year."
"You hit a bully?"
Percival asked her. She sniffed. "He deserved it."
"No, he really didn't,"
Malfoy said. "You certainly did. You insulted Ron and then you—"
"Wait,"
said another creaky man.
"he was the bully?"
"Mr. Malfoy was a terrible, terrible bully, and you shouldn't listen to a word he says. And I would never behave that way now." Hermione told the growing group around them. Where had they all come from?
"You held a one to my throat just weeks ago,"
Malfoy put in, eyes gleaming. "You totally deserve that too, and you still haven't made that up to me, so I wouldn't."
"Miss Granger held a wand to Mr. Malfoy's throat?"
A squeaky mouse said loudly to Bertie, who had just arrived with Cupcake on his shoulder.
"But I don't think he deserved it." "What was he doing?"
Bertie asked.
"Yes, Miss Granger, what was I doing?"
Malfoy asked innocently. Hermione flushed. "He was pressing me against the blackboard, trying to start up a secret torrid affair, that's what he was doing." "Aren't you a Slytherin?" she asked one of the first years, trying to change the subject. It was the girl with the dark braids and the brother in Azkaban. "You shouldn't be here. These students are a bad influence."
"They are Hufflepuffs."
"Yes, but they are talking about hexing people, and you shouldn't do that," Hermione said desperately.
"But, Miss Granger, you've hexed me, Petrificus Totalis,"
Malfoy pointed out. He waggled his eyebrows.
"Tell them what I was doing."
He was walking toward me while I was half-dressed. He was being himself." Hermione finally snapped and stalked off, resigned to finding Theo after his Care of Magical Creatures class.
"I think she's the bad influence,"
Percival said. Chapter 40. Unravelly. Hermione was becoming unglued. It was mid-afternoon on Monday, and she was no closer to breaking up with Theo. She couldn't believe it. She began her day so decisive and well-organized, with a script and a plan and even a scheduled time after potions. Then Slughorn, who had officially morphed from irritating dodgy codger to 8th-year personal and educational nemesis, ruined everything with his last-minute partner switch and yet another daft potion. She couldn't break up with the wizard who just shed a pink bow slapped on him by his rival, a rival who had decided to take his own bad boy Slytherin asshole quality to a degree that Hermione considered excessive and taunt her soon-to-be ex-boyfriend mercilessly about choking during sex. She just couldn't do it. So it was all Malfoy's fault, as usual. Slughorn's and Lavender's too, but Malfoy's most of all, Hermione concluded as she headed to the entrance hall. Honestly, Hogwarts should develop a correspondence program to keep annoying blonde wizards at home instead of forcing them to return to school and distract everybody. Now, instead of concentrating on her nudes this year with the help of a supportive, if rather mysterious boyfriend who actually followed her study guides, she was running all over the castle to find said boyfriend so she could break up with him. She was not just encouraging bad behavior, she was rewarding it. This was not how 8th year was supposed to go. She had come to Hogwarts determined to shed her prim bookworm persona, and now she yearned for the days when everyone considered her a swattish harpy. 2 months into the term, and she was a violent loon with man-hating jewelry who would soon be, if she continued her current mad trajectory,
carrying on some sort of open relationship with the former Death Eater who betrayed the school and almost killed Dumbledore. It didn't bear thinking of. Worse yet, she was proving entirely incompetent at implementing phase 1 of her dastardly plan. She'd missed her allotted time windows after potions and lunch, so now she was heading to Hagrid's hut during her free afternoon period, no data today, to catch Theo before he left his Care of Magical Creatures class. She would not be thwarted again. She arrived at the hut to see Hagrid still teaching, his huge back to Hermione, the students in front of him practically catatonic. Some of them were actually asleep. This was unusual, especially this time of year. The half-giant usually brought in a monster or two around Halloween, and this year he'd arranged to ship in 3 baby hydras from Greece, just 4 feet tall but very dangerous, each one with 3 fire-breathing heads. Hermione had helped Hagrid with the import paperwork, hoping to Godric someone at Magical Customs in Dover would have the sense to forbid them entry. Her prayers were somewhat answered with the little hydras detained at the customs house, not because they were deadly dangerous, but because each hydra was considered 3 individual monsters rather than a single unit, part of a new creature standardization metric, and thus requiring 3 separate certificates per hydra. Hermione had been torn between irritation at the inadequate instructions on magical customs forms and relief that the horrid creatures were someone else's problem down south. Still, Hermione soon learned if the hydras had been allowed to arrive at Hogwarts, then Hagrid wouldn't have brought out a few trays of flubberworms to study instead. And then Theo wouldn't have gotten bored and wandered off to the lake and gotten himself caught by Ernie Macmillan. Ernie was, of course, thrilled to run across Theo on Hogwarts grounds without a prefect. The Hufflepuffs sent a student to inform McGonagall, who sent back word that Theo was to go immediately to the Slytherin dungeon. Hermione heard the whole story from the squeaky mice, who she found fooling around in Hagrid's pumpkin patch. The first years had had the whole exchange between the 2 older wizards while searching for more squeaky flowers by the lake. Bertie had been the student Ernie sent to McGonagall. Now the children wanted to know why the head boy disliked Mr. Not so much, and why Miss Granger's name was mentioned. Percival wanted to know why Mr. Not kept talking about 10-cent breasts. "I can't imagine," Hermione lied coolly, "but I hope you've all learned what can happen when one is unkind to others."
"Yes, it's very sad,"
Imogen piped up.
"Poor Mr. Nod was just trying to give advice about using the storage room properly, and now he has to stay in his room until dinner time."
The rest of the squeaky mice agreed that Mr. Macmillan was very ungrateful. Hermione could only sigh. She considered Theo's punishment perfectly reasonable. None of this would have happened if he hadn't bullied Ernie so much, or wandered off during the flubberworm lesson, or duelled Malfoy in the bloody first place. No, what Hermione objected to was that Theo's little escapade meant she had to walk back to the castle and brave the Slytherin dungeons and that horrid snake charmer if she wanted to break up with him in a timely manner. A disillusionment charm wouldn't fool the portrait. Undaunted, Hermione headed to the dungeon, stopping by a girl's bathroom on the way to set herself in order. Her hair, so beautifully braided that morning by Ginny's talented fingers, was now a bushy mess, and her clothes were rumpled and dirty from her time in the pumpkin patch with the squeaky mice. She put her clothes to rights with her wand, but emerged from the bathroom still feeling ruffled. She hated taking decisive action with unstyled hair. Her appearance certainly didn't impress the snake charmer or his snake. Charmer sniffed at Hermione disdainfully, again refusing to send word to Theo, and wouldn't let the snake go either. That gave her no other option but loiter around the Slytherin entrance, praying that a somewhat friendly face would come by instead of Astoria, Shudder, or even Malfoy. The gods for once took pity on her, offering deliverance in the form of Pansy. "Merlin Granger," Pansy said, letting her in. She had changed out of her school uniform and wore a frilly, low-cut dress with a matching cloak embroidered with her signature flower. Her black hair was held back with a pink ribbon, and she looked very pretty despite the narrow-eyed, beady stare of hers. "I don't know how you did it, but you've managed to make everything worse. Draco's getting cranky, Astoria is wearing a chandelier around her neck, and Theo won't come out of his room." "I know," Hermione said. Pansy crossed her arms. "And Looney Lovegood is telling everyone you're into choking. I'm reluctantly impressed. Does Draco know?" Hermione covered her face with her hands. "I really hate this school." Now you happen to know Longbottom's stance on the subject?" Hermione lowered her hands and glared at Pansy. "That's a hard no on that. If you're going to keep chasing poor Neville, there will be no choking. Or orgies," she added. "You've discussed orgies with Longbottom?" Pansy asked, arching an eyebrow. "Still waters. Where is Theo?" Hermione ground out, fists clenched. Pansy shook her hand. "Aren't they seeing you? I'll never know. Just go on down." She waved a manicured hand at a flight of stairs leading further into the dungeons. "Boys' dormitories are on the left. Theo's is the first door on the right." The southern dormitory halls looked much like Gryffindor's, except for the green and silver tapestries depicting smarmy-looking wizards and witches ruling or fighting or plotting or backstabbing or whatever. Hermione knocked on Theo's door rather tentatively, her courage ebbing, and at Theo's board, "Come in." She took a deep breath and entered, praying he was fully dressed. He was, but only just. Nobody could look more sinful than a Slytherin stretched out on a sofa. Theo's white uniform shirt was untucked and unbuttoned, revealing thick dark hair down to his belt. His shoes were off, and he held a glass of what looked like siren scotch in one broad hand. His head was tilted back slightly, revealing a 5 o'clock shadow and a muscled neck. His eyes were closed. "I say, if you're back for—" "It's me," Hermione said hurriedly, trying not to look. It didn't seem right to ogle Theo when she was about to. And then there was his— "Hermione!" Theo sat up, green eyes wide. "How did you even get in here?" I need to talk to you," she stammered. "But I can—" No, come on." Theo was on his feet now. Setting his scotch on a jade coaster, he strode forward, and suddenly she was staring at her chest close up, his musky scent surrounding her. He had the door shut behind her and felt her bag slide off her shoulder. "This is brilliant," he said in her ear, his voice impossibly deep. "You are brilliant." He bent his head and gave Hermione a warm kiss that sent gentle ripples through her. How did she get herself into such a situation? "We have to talk," she breathed against his mouth. Theo's hands covered hers, drawing her palms up to his chest and to that soft hair, and his lips moved to her throat. "Why don't you talk?" he rumbled. "And now—" "Theo," Hermione repeated. She shouldn't be here. This was a terrible idea. How could they have such a conversation alone in his bedroom? Malfoy would go spare if he saw her. "Theo, is there somewhere else we could go?" "Afraid not, Hermione," Theo said with a smirk. "I'm confined to quarters. If you want to talk to me, you'll have to stay." He released her and padded over to his desk, pouring another drink. "Here," he said, handing it to her. Hermione gulped down half the glass. It was only 2 in the afternoon, but frankly, she needed it. The room was furnished in dark wood, and expected silver and green, with 2 large underwater windows looking out at the Great Lake. She edged over to Theo's desk, admiring his neat scrolls and parchment, his quills neatly lined up in a row. A photo in a silver frame displayed a fairy-tale castle in high mountains, flags flapping and trees stirring. "My grandmother's castle," Theo said beside her. A smaller frame held the oval picture of a young witch with black hair who smiled sweetly at Hermione. "My mother." "She's beautiful," Hermione said, finishing her drink in one gulp and placing the glass on a silver tray. She looked down at the desk again, mostly to keep her eyes off Theo, and noticed a third framed picture. It was the photo of herself and Theo at the Spangled Veil. Without thinking, Hermione picked up the photo and stared down at it. The damnable Gloriana hairpin sparkled like a constellation against her smooth, dark hair. She glanced at Theo, who had backed away slightly, a faint flush to his cheeks. Then she flushed as well. He kept this on his desk. He looked down again, and their profiles endlessly kissing, diamonds sparkling. No wonder Narcissa went spare. Theo cleared his throat. "It's a very nice picture," he said a bit weakly. Hermione smiled as she set the photo down again. "Yes, it is." "I haven't seen you wear them since," Theo went on, apparently eager to change the subject. "Those diamonds." Her face warmed further. "No," he said, trying to sound light. "I don't wear them." Theo's eyes took on a Harry-like sharpness, and it took all of Hermione's fortitude to raise her chin and meet him. "Hermione," he asked, "who gave you those diamonds for your birthday?" She clasped her hands to keep from wringing them. Malfoy did, she admitted. Theo stared at her, his mouth set in a hard line. I'm very sorry, Theo, she went on. It was wrong for me to wear them that night. Theo looked at her intently, obviously choosing his next words with care. When he did speak, his voice had that dangerous, deceptively soft tone that most Slytherins apparently learned in their cradle. Do you have any idea how insulting that is, to wear another man's jewelry on a date? He asked. Your friends at the restaurants clearly believed those diamonds came from me. Hermione sighed. I know, it was thoughtless and stupid, but I didn't mean to insult you. Gods, what a dumb move that was. Maybe she should make a t-shirt. I'm sorry I wore the damn diamonds. My hair that day was just such a disaster. Theo didn't smile, just splashed more siren scotch into his glass. He didn't offer her any. That was no simple gift, he said. I know goblin-made jewelry when I see it. Theo eyed her up and down, and his lip curled. Obviously your relations with Draco have gone further than I had supposed. Yes, but not in the way you mean, Hermione said, glaring slightly. I haven't shagged him, if that's what you're implying. Theo eyed her over his glass as he leaned against the wardrobe. It's quite a nice little setup you have going on here, Hermione, he said, and I've had just about enough of it. The question is, who are you trying to make jealous, myself or Draco? Don't be ridiculous, Hermione snapped. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Theo had been putting up with Malfoy's shit for weeks, and he did not deserve to be snapped at. I'm sorry it looks that way, Theo, but I haven't been trying to use anybody. I've just been confused. The last word was delivered in a meek, wavery tone that sounded strange to her ears. Theo was unmoved. It's Draco, then. I never thought Hermione Granger would fall for his lines. You don't think I've noted his predatory looks, you little blushers? Am I your counter-strike to Astoria? No, of course not, Hermione said. This whole conversation was skidding out of control. She hadn't been able to use one word of her script. She took a deep breath and tried to remember the lines. I sincerely like you, Theo, she began. You are charming and polite and wonderful, but Yes, I am plainly a paragon, Theo said, walking back to the sofa. He dropped onto the cushions and looked up at her coldly. But that perhaps pales compared to Draco's caustic comments and complete disrespect for you, not to mention years of horrible insults and bullying. Took a sip of his drink. Remember, I shared his dormitory for years. I know how he spoke of you. Hermione put Theo's desk chair over to the sofa and sat in it, facing him. He's changed, she said earnestly, hands clasped on her knees, legs clamped together. I truly believe that. Nobody changes that much, he growled. You weren't here, she said. You don't know what we've been through. And there it was, she realized. It was out. Theo hadn't been in the war. He didn't know. What would Theo have done had he stayed? A little voice asked. She knew the likely answer. He had admitted it himself at the Spangled Veil. He would have followed his father, a man as evil and corrupt as Bellatrix or Lucius Malfoy. If those snatchers had dumped her and Harry and run on the floor in front of Theo at Nod Estate, what would he have done? He remembered the basilisk stare of the elder Nod's eyes, could mention his broad, hairy hand on the back of Theo's neck, forcing him to look. Is it done? For an instant, the late afternoon sun filtering through the lake and smell of siren scotch receded. She was back in the drawing room at Malfoy Manor, hearing Draco's soft voice, so uncertain, although she'd seen the flash of recognition. I don't know. Maybe, he'd said. Not exactly heroic, but it had been enough. Hermione. He blinked, and she was back with Theo once more. Hermione, are you all right? Theo was sitting up, looking at her with concern. She took a deep breath and tried to steady herself on the chair. Draco's changed, she repeated. You don't know all of it. Theo shrugged, indifferent. Perhaps. Threw back his drink and set down the glass. Perhaps, but it's more likely he thinks you can repair his reputation. The wizard grimaced. He couldn't be more wrong. At first, Hermione was too rattled to listen to his words, but then pieces began to fit together in her mind. She looked back at the prophet picture on the desk. It really was a perfect photo, so well framed. Hermione looked at Theo thoughtfully, and he looked back with the same measuring eye. The only sound in the room was the faint tick of a clock on the mantel and the soft plink of melting ice in a Scotch glass. The door suddenly opened, startling them both and ending the staring contest.
"Theodore,"
crooned a familiar, hateful voice.
"Would ye?"
Astoria halted in the doorway.
"How did she get in here?"
Theo frowned. "Hermione has every right to be here," he said, picked up Hermione's hand and kissed it, never taking his eyes off Astoria. Astoria remained in the doorway, looking down at them as if she smelled something nasty. She'd taken off her tie, and her shirt was half unbuttoned to better display the Malfoy choker. Pale blue eyes flickered between Hermione and Theo.
"Have you seen Blaise?"
she asked Theo. "No," Theo said shortly, retaining Hermione's hand.
"Probably off with that weasel slut," Astoria sneered. "Blood traitors, mudbloods. Next I expect Gregory to turn up with a hag."
"Why is that, Dolores?" Hermione asked. "Are you chasing Gore too?" Theo snickered and slipped an arm around Hermione, drawing her onto the sofa beside him. "Take your ill humor somewhere else, Astoria. Hermione and I have plans." Astoria's eyes were tight with rage, and Hermione slipped a hand into her robe pocket. She could feel Theo's mouth against her ear and hoped he didn't plan to take this too far. She was getting the same crawly, not quite right feeling she had when Ron touched her. Actually, a bit darker. Hermione couldn't help stiffening slightly, and Theo's arm tightened.
"Yes, anything is better than watching this. Affront to nature."
Astoria snapped. The slam of the door made Hermione jump, and she used the movement to pull away from Theo. He leaned back on the sofa, frowning. "Oh, I'm sorry you had to hear that." Hermione just shrugged. "She'll pay for that crack about Ginny." Another silence fell, but instead of staring, Hermione and Theo avoided each other's eyes. Then Hermione gathered her Gryffindor courage and spoke. "Theo," she turned to face him, one hand on the sofa back. "Did you tip off Rita Skeeter about our dinner?" It was a shot in the dark, but looking at Theo's face, it was a good one. Hermione had given some thought to Skeeter's presence at the Spangled Vale on that particular night. Again, she didn't believe in coincidences. "I thought the tone of the prophet piece was a little off," Hermione continued, her eyes holding Theo's. "The headline and lead were sensational enough, war hero and Death Eater's son. But let's discuss the last paragraph. That little aria to the redemption of Theodore Nott? A selfless philanthropist rejecting his family's past prejudices?" Theo leaned forward. "Now, Hermione, I can explain." "Don't bother," she said. "Perhaps I was using you, although Godric knows I wasn't doing it on purpose. But you were trying to use me as well for my muggle blood, my hero status, and my brains." "I really do admire you," Theo said, "but I wouldn't be a Slytherin if I didn't take advantage of opportunities." "And I wouldn't be a Gryffindor if I didn't despise you for it," Hermione said boldly. A muscle twitched in Theo's jaw. "Strong words there, Hermione." They were strong words, but she didn't regret them. "That was no spur of the moment, this might look good decision, Theo," she said. "You planned this, and took me there, and served me up to that vile woman." Hermione turned away and clenched her fists. "I'll never—" "Oh, no," Theo said sternly. He rose to his feet, his dark brows drawn. "Don't you dare, Hermione. If you want to end this because you think you're in love with Draco, that's one thing, but don't you dare try to end this in a fit of Gryffindor morality. You can't forgive one man for years of horrific treatment, not to mention an attack on the entire school and your own torture in his home, and then turn around and cast me out because I owed a fucking reporter." Hermione also stood, stepping closer and crowding him a bit. Theo didn't back away, but he did look wary. "This isn't about him, Theo. This is about you and me. We've been together for what, a month? You say I've fallen for Draco's lines. Well, right now all I have are your lines, plus your bullying of Ernie and scheming with Skeeter and your little vanishing act Friday night. What Theo Nott fabulousness am I exactly missing here? Have I seen you do anything that didn't directly benefit you?" Theo's face was red with anger. "You're right, you don't know me, and you obviously don't care to do so. And I'm beginning to know you too well, and this isn't entirely pretty." "Well, I wasn't being put on this earth to be fucking pretty," Hermione spat, her temper fully ignited. "I'm here to change this world, not decorate it. Go find another muggle-born to fix the name your father trashed. And the fact that you think you can put on your fancy ring and sweep through the wizarding world like nothing ever happened just shows you don't understand the war at all." Theo's glare deepened, and for an instant Hermione was in the Department of Mysteries again, but she brutally pushed the memory down. Theo was not his father. "None of us are the same," she went on in a gentler voice. "We're all trying to piece ourselves back together, and I'm telling you, the war changed him." Theo moved away and began to pace. He stopped near one of the bedposts and turned to face her. "From what I've seen, he hasn't changed enough," he said. "I've known Draco all my life. Yes, I'll admit, I've seen some differences this year. But a few first-year groupies and a sudden obsession with a muggle-born do not make a redemption, and it concerns me that you can't see that." Hermione blinked at him. Theo's face, a mixture of distaste and worry, looked so much like Harry's, and his words were Harry's words as well. And how did the sincerity of Malfoy's possible redemption become the central topic here anyway? It wasn't anywhere in her script. "I know, and I understand," she said, touched by Theo's obvious concern. He brightened and stepped closer, running a hand lightly on her arm. Hermione cleared her throat. Was he ever going to button down that bloody shirt? "Hermione," he said in that rumbling tone, "you were never just an opportunity to me. I was captivated when I first saw you on that sofa at the Gryffindor party." Both hands were on her arms now. "You are a vision in gold. I couldn't see anyone else. I couldn't think of anyone else." Mouth softly, pulling her closer. "You felt something too, I know it." "Yes, I did," Hermione said, but she was stepping away, gliding out of his arms and nearly falling over the chair she'd been sitting on. "Now that isn't enough. I can't be with you anymore. What you and I have isn't real." "But it's real with Draco." Theo's face was all harsh lines now. "Yes," he repeated softly. Images fluttered behind her eyes. Draco, the sneering boy, the gaunt ghost in 6th year, the Death Eater staring into Harry's swollen face. But she also saw the man on the Hogsmeade platform lowering his wand and rolling his eyes at the sight of her. The brilliant scholar counting seconds and potions. The fallen angel in the infirmary. The reluctant mentor to his Hufflepuffs. The glamorous rake. And finally, Draco's pale, perfect, pinning face in that dim second-floor corridor. She focused again on Theo, trying to imagine him pleading brokenly with her as Draco had. "Don't be angry, don't shut me out." But she couldn't. Hermione swallowed. "Yes, it's real with Draco. It's so real it hurts." Theo shook his head. "You may think so," he said, "but I refuse to believe that you're so twisted now that only a Death Eater can understand you." He stepped closer. "Hermione, let me help you." "I don't need your help," she said steadily. "As I told you the night of the party, I don't need another run in my life." "You just might," Theo said, "because where you see love, I still see obsession, and Draco's obsession with you is dangerous, possessive. Weasley's frankly an idiot, but his instincts were spot on." His eyes met hers. "I've made mistakes, but Draco has done worse. He will do worse." "You're wrong," Hermione said stubbornly. "I can't tell you everything. It's not my story to tell, but he's taken risks. He's earned my trust. He's proven to me that his future will be very different from his past. Draco has changed." "You keep telling it to yourself, Hermione," Theo said, returning to that soft, cold Slytherin voice. "But Draco will break your heart." Hermione backed away, picking up her bag and moving towards the door. She put her hand on the doorknob and turned to face Theo, looking into those green eyes that still gave nothing away. "Maybe he will," Hermione said, "but I have my own instincts, and here's what they tell me. You would break my heart too." Her voice cracked slightly. "I'm sorry, Theo." She turned the knob and left the room. Chapter 41. Plans and Schemes. Hermione fled the Slytherin dungeons to hide in the library's Goblin History section, the same narrow aisle where Theo had first found her with Draco. "I'll kiss you if you tell me." She settled on the floor, with her back against the shelf, heedless of the tinny, screeching curses emanating from the gory books of goblins. The numbers in her arithmancy book swam before her eyes, and Theo's voice played on a continuous loop. Nobody changes that much. His obsession with you. Dangerous. Possessive. Draco Malfoy will break your heart. You could hear the emotion in Theo's voice, the concern, but she also had bitterness and injured pride. A baffled anger that nothing he could say would get him what he wanted. And Hermione still believed her fond words. If she had been so unfortunate as to fall in love with him, Theodore Nott would have broken her heart. Not right away, not through cruelty or anger, or worst of all, indifference. No, Theo would have been all attention and courtesy, with a sure hand and an easy smile, and she would have dashed her heart to pieces on that cool shell. As for Draco, well, she had already drawn up a loop chart on the subject, with a probable future timeline, see Appendix A. He could break her heart. He could also wreck her reputation. He could be masterminding an elaborate setup to gratify his evil lusts and schemes. The last option had Hermione snorting aloud. Come on! If Draco's pursuit of her was part of a diabolical plan, it was the most badly conceived and inaptly executed plan since Voldemort's Horcrux roadshow. Draco had undermined himself at practically every turn, frequently denying himself, in Hermione's opinion, the luxury of rational thought. The man was a bit of a mess, and this only strengthened Hermione's belief that Draco really had changed. Change was messy and painful and unpredictable. He was nowhere near redeemed, too many demons, but to her way of thinking he had earned opportunity to try, despite what Theo or Ron or that bloody Lupin said. Hermione stretched out her legs on the stone floor and transfigured a handkerchief into a thick green blanket. It was freezing in the library, but one couldn't risk a warming charm around so many books. She pushed Slytherins out of her mind and focused on her arithmancy text. The formulas for calculating the epicycles and difference for mass were fascinating, and Hermione had been exploring their implications. Ptolemy's geocentric model might be clunky and ridiculous, but the formulas had great magical power. Hermione had even drawn up a similar system using Jupiter as the center in her spare time, and was soon covering the floor of the Goblin History section with complicated number charts. It calmed her nerves. A fit of inspiration had her wadding up bits of parchment and floating them in the air to mimic the sun's and planets' movements around Jupiter. In this case, Jupiter was an inkpot she'd painted orange and suspended in mid-air. It would be a great accompaniment to her next arithmancy presentation. What if Ptolemy was an alien? The success of her floating model so energized Hermione that she decided to go down to dinner, striding into the great hall with her arms full of arithmancy scrolls. Draco cast a quick, concerned look from his seat beside Blaise, and she gave him a tiny nod. Theo was on the other side of the table, flanked by his former potion partners, who tried to tempt him with fruits and candies, among other things. Theo appeared more tempted by his goblet, which by his flushed cheeks Hermione guessed didn't hold pumpkin juice. She turned quickly away, dumping her scrolls on the Gryffindor table and sitting with her back to the Slytherins. But any hope of a quiet meal were quickly dashed. Many Newt-level courses had exams that week, and most of the table was in full panic mode. It was times like these she wished she'd been sorted into Ravenclaw, and she wouldn't have to deal with stupid questions about material presented weeks ago. "Read the book," she said for the umpteenth time, tearing off a bit of bread and moping up some stew gravy. "It will tell you exactly how to counteract excessive stirring in the Fiducia potion, Romilda." "Can you explain the tomato circles again?" Seamus asked. "Ptolemaic circles," Hermione said through gritted teeth. "Look at that," Dean Thomas said. "I need to learn those bloody non-verbal spells. Hermione, can you?" Hermione sighed. "Dean, you have to practice." He broke off another chunk of bread, but dropped it into her stew uneaten. He would take her scrolls back to her dormitory, where she could draw her circles in peace. Perhaps McGonagall would approve a transfer to Ravenclaw in the name of interhouse unity. Hermione overslept Tuesday morning after staying up too late with her Jupiter formulas. Theo's pain had been obvious at dinner, no matter how much he tried to hide it, and Hermione was feeling a bit wretched again. She arrived at Ancient Ruins, tired and hungry, to find Draco standing outside the classroom. "You weren't at breakfast," he said with a frown. "I'm fine." She took a spot against the opposite wall, feeling oddly shy. "You don't look fine," he said, stepping closer. "And Theo still looks furious. I'm guessing your talk went poorly." "Rather." Draco smirked. "You should have practiced with me." Hermione glowered back. "Not funny. Take your gloating somewhere else." He looked slightly chastened, and Hermione sighed. Draco wasn't trying to be annoying. He was just being him. Her shoulders drooped. "I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well." She expected him to take her hand, perhaps even try to kiss her out of her mood, but Draco remained where he was, arms at her side. "I'm glad you're no longer with Theo, but I don't like to see you unhappy," he confessed. "I did like him, you know." "He liked you too," Draco said. "It wasn't all He trailed off, looking uncomfortable. "I know very well that Theo was using me," she said coldly. A short silence fell. Then Draco spoke. "Hermione, whatever Theo said, don't take it to heart. He's angry and—" "It's worse than that. Theo feels sorry for me." Hermione's voice was bitter. "Apparently I'm the victim of a Death Eater's sick obsession and too stupid to know it." Draco's body stiffened. "How dare!" he growled. "Don't take it to heart," Hermione parroted. Draco glared. Hermione rubbed her temples. Lack of breakfast had given her a slight headache. "Look, Theo has every right to speak his mind," she said. "You've tutored him like dragon shit for weeks for the terrible sin of dating me and treating me well. Why would he think any differently?" "Splendid," Draco said. "Now you're defending him. Who's next? I know, let's take you to Azkaban and you can defend my father for a while." "That's not a bad idea," Hermione said. "I don't think they're doing enough to protect prisoners from the magical virus." Draco scowled. Hermione gave him her best innocent look, and he dropped the scowl, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. "Mean?" he said. "I am," Hermione agreed. Then she sighed. "Theo will be fine. I likely hurt his pride more than anything else." That brought out a full grin. "A little humility will do him good." "That's a bit rich coming from you, Draco." He looked at her sternly. "I have taken numerous hits to my pride for your sake." "I know," she said, reaching out to take his hand. His warm skin sent a tremor through her. He leaned closer. "How grateful, Can I expect some reward for my sufferings?" "Sufferings, indeed," he said. "You'd think I'd sent you out to sleep in the rain." "In some cases, the rain would have been preferable. Yet here I am, still at your service." Draco raised her hand and kissed it, grey eyes on hers, and her heart thudded as she felt the brush of his lips on her skin, and perhaps the slightest touch of tongue, a tiny taste. The brisk click of footsteps broke them apart. It was Pansy mincing toward them in short-heeled boots that definitely pushed Hogwarts' dress code.
"Well, isn't this sweet?"
Pansy said with a sniff. She tucked a thick red ribbon scroll out of her tiny black purse.
"Here, your charms note,"
she said, handing the scroll to Hermione. Hermione was impressed to see that Pansy had wrapped her toy broom research in actual charms note that resembled her own handwriting. Flirting with Slytherins did have its advantages. "Thank you, Parkinson," she said coolly. "Don't expect me to bail you out next time." Pansy glared but said nothing, just stalked off as best as she could in those boots. She was going to break an ankle on the castle floors one day. Draco looked at Hermione with mounting horror. "You two are scheming together. Whatever it is, please warn me beforehand so I can hide." "Nonsense," she said airily. She tucked Pansy's scroll into her bag as McGonagall and the rest of the class entered the corridor. "I'm just a kind and forgiving person." Potions class was cancelled that morning, thank Merlin, as somebody, or somebody's likely little Hufflepuff buddies, had sealed the dungeon door shut with a rhapsody. Renegade's butters of the stuff were spreading through the castle. Justin Finch Fletchley had been stuck to his bench at breakfast. Rhapsody even worked on ghosts, which no one could have predicted, and the Bloody Baron was found hanging upside down in the entrance hall, bellowing curses.
"How did someone even get the potion up there?"
people whispered. Slughorn had posted a note about the postponement that clearly stated, "Do not touch the door," for heading off to his private office to brew more unravelly. But a few students were stuck anyway, including poor Neville. "Somebody shoved me," he told Hermione, pulling fruitlessly at his strapped elbow.
"Can you check on Wendy for me before lunch? Just give her a few drops of ink if she looks droopy."
Hermione pursed her lips. "On one condition. Do you know where I can find some virgin earth?"
"Virgin earth?"
Neville's eyes widened.
"You'll have to dig for it, by moonlight, with a silver shovel."
"Can you help me?" Hermione asked. Neville looked around and lowered his voice.
"Is this part of whatever you're doing with Pansy? Because I don't believe for a second that you two are studying charms."
Hermione shrugged and Neville sighed.
"All right. Meet me at the greenhouse 4 after dinner. There's an early half-moon tonight."
Many magical plants reacted to moonlight, so Neville regularly tracked the moon's movement. "Do you have a silver shovel?" Hermione asked. He looked uncomfortable.
"I do, actually. The ministry presented it to me in honor of my, deeds."
Hermione beamed. "Lovely!"
"Whatever you two are doing, I don't want to be anywhere near it,"
Neville warned. She laughed and patted his arm, keeping her hand well away from the door. "You sound just like Draco." The day's data class featured an absolute travesty of an exam. One section required students to sketch their favorite flowers. Hermione drew a winkweed from memory and labeled it, but at least it was quiet. Draco behaved himself, and Theo ignored her completely. Hermione spent the entire class fretting, but not about either wizard. Flower drawings were not proper preparation for nudes. Perhaps she should have developed her own data exam and pass it around, just to ensure the class properly understood nude-level material. Hermione was mentally outlining appropriate exam questions when a squeaky mouse popped out from behind a statue.
"Miss Granger."
It was the little Slytherin girl's.
"You seem quite easily startled."
The girl said as Hermione fought to catch her breath.
"Are you sure you're a war heroine?"
"Can I help you?" Hermione asked, trying not to glare.
"Oh, no," the girl said. "My grades are quite good, and you seem a bit flustered in all other aspects of your life. I'm trying to get a boy to notice me, but you don't seem like the best role model there either."
Hermione couldn't help but grin. "What's your name?"
"Leela Durant,"
the dark-haired girl said.
"Still, you must have something going on if Mr. Malfoy is willing to tolerate your grumpy ways. Percival says it's your breasts."
"That little monster," Hermione muttered.
"I agree. The monster bit, I mean."
Lila said. He held out the scroll.
"I'm supposed to deliver this to you from Mr. Hagrid."
"Were you all in this pumpkin patch again?" Lila looked offended.
"I have care of magical creatures on Tuesday."
Hermione flattened the parchment and read it quickly. The baby hydras had arrived in London, and Hagrid was worried about their condition. Hermione was more concerned about the magical custom official's condition. "Are you going to rescue them?" Lila asked. Hermione frowned. "You shouldn't read other people's notes."
"It wasn't sealed,"
the little Slytherin said.
"Are you going to go? Professor Hagrid says hydras are really quite delicate."
Hermione snorted. "He also says dragons are misunderstood and hippogriffs are harmless." She reread the note. Hagrid appeared to be quite distressed. The parchment had a few tear stains like the note he'd sent about Buckbeak so long ago. She sighed. "I suppose I'll have to go. My name is on the paperwork." Lala trailed her back to Hagrid's hut, where the half-giant was pathetically grateful when Hermione agreed to rescue the little hydras from quarantine.
"You're going tonight, right?"
he asked. "No, Hagrid," she said with a smile. "These are custom inspectors, strict 9 to 5 hours." Hagrid was shocked.
"But my hydras, they're just babies. They won't last another night."
"Of course they will," Hermione answered, riffling through the stack of parchment he'd handed her. "These custody logs say the hydrats ate 8 tins of canned tuna and 6 beef stew bones in the last 24 hours.
"Not nearly enough for grown youngsters,"
Hagrid grumbled. If Hermione had her way, the little menaces wouldn't grow at all, but she couldn't say so, not with Lila's bright eyes watching them. Hagrid reluctantly conceded that the hydras would likely survive until Wednesday, where Hermione passes for potions and arithmetic classes. Lila badgered her all the way back to the castle about coming along, but Hermione was adamant. "Trust me, this is a little dull errand, nothing interesting about it," Hermione said as they stood in the entrance hall. "I won't have you missing class." Lila hung her head in disappointment, and Hermione sighed. "I'll let you visit the hydras after I return. Only you, mind." only in my presence, and only after you give me a 6-inch scroll on the history and proper care of hydras. I'll tell Hagrid to give you extra credit." The little girl smiled thinly. Slytherin children were kind of creepy and nodded.
"Thank you, Miss Granger. You are quite useful sometimes."
Again, Hermione couldn't help grinning back. "So I've been told." Dinner that night was much like the night before. Draco gave her a quick glance and seemed reassured when she nodded back. Theo ignored her completely, deigning to accept a few grapes from his admirers. Hermione again sat with her back to the Slytherin table and tried not to listen to what passed for academic discussion among Gryffindors.
"I think that's a butterfly,"
Seamus said, turning his teacup. He and Dean were dumping out everyone's cups and trying to read the leaves in preparation for their divination test. "No, it's a grim with a book," Dean said. "Oh no, mate, you're going to fail all your exams." After dinner, Hermione and Neville hiked to some remote hills outside the castle gates for some virgin earth. Her friend's silver shovel looked more ceremonial than useful, engraved with a quote from Dumbledore about Neville.
"It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to your enemies, but just as much to stand up to your friend."
Hermione felt bad about using the shovel to actually dig, but Neville only grinned.
"I'm just happy to find a use for that thing,"
he said.
"Usually I just stick it in a plant in my room."
It took nearly 2 hours of tramping around hillsides to find a vein, and the two friends were mostly silent, enjoying the cold, clear night. The half-moon seemed to smile down on them, turning the whispering grasses silver. Neville didn't mention Draco, and Hermione didn't mention Pansy. They both seemed to crave a quiet night of gathering a rare magical substance for some dodgy secret purpose. They dug up enough virgin earth to fill 6 jars, which Neville stuck in a canvas bag.
"Keep it in a dark, cool place,"
Neville said, discreetly handing her one of the jars after they returned to the Gryffindor common room.
"Away from direct sunlight."
"Thank you, Neville," she said. "I wish I could tell."
No.
Neville clutched the canvas bag to his chest, as if anything she'd say wasn't fit for his little jars of earth to hear.
"I don't want to know why you need magical soil any more than I want to know why Pansy's been hanging around the owlery. Just keep me out of it. And be careful."
Hermione just rolled her eyes. Everybody always acted like she was reckless or something. Chapter 42. The Hydra Express. Getting the Hydras out of Hog on Wednesday took half the morning. Hermione had planned to apparate into London's magical customs house, sign some forms and pop away again, an hour tops. But the customs clerk insisted that she take custody of the Hydras at King's Cross Station and personally place them on the Hogwarts Express for delivery to the castle. The train was making a fast supply run that day, reaching Hogsmeade at 4:20 p.m. Custom House had an outpost, so Hermione sent an out to Hagrid, telling him to meet the Hydras at Hogsmeade Station, then another to Harry, asking if he'd like to have tea before she saw the little monsters off. Harry turned up almost immediately in front of King's Cross, wearing a dark muggle coat and hat. Hermione wore a blue wool coat over her uniform, with her robes and books packed into a pink beaded bag. Harry hustled her to a tiny, grimy muggle tea shop nearby. Hermione was alarmed by her best friend's appearance. Harry's face was pale and his eyes hollow behind smudged glasses.
"No, I haven't been sleeping much,"
he admitted, downing 3 cups of strong tea.
"We're close to capturing a Death Eater cell, but they keep moving."
He looked around sharply, then lowered his already low voice even further.
"Watch yourself, Hermione. One of them's not."
Hermione leaned forward.
"Not what?"
she whispered back.
Not.
A faint gleam of amusement crossed Harry's face, reminding her of Theo, and then she gasped, understanding. Harry nodded.
"Reggie's not. We thought he was in Germany, but he's been sighted. He's probably been there the whole time."
Hermione stared at him wide-eyed over her teacup.
"Regis is the youngest brother. Pretty small potatoes."
Harry went on, finishing his 4th cup.
"But he's still a nut. Tell your boyfriend to be careful. I'd advise Theodore not to leave the castle."
"Harry, Theo and I—" Harry made a tiny shushing sound, and Hermione stopped speaking immediately. They drank their tea in silence, careful not to make the smallest clink of spoon against saucer. After 10 minutes, Harry nodded and straightened in his chair. "A ministry official just left," he said. "I'm supposed to be in the field. Kingsley would be furious if he knew, but I had to warn you. That prophet article links you to the knots." Harry's green eyes were sharp, if slightly bloodshot. "Hermione, what's wrong?"
"Harry," she began, "about Theo."
"What, have you seen something? Has he said something?"
Harry suddenly looked hungry, his hand tightening on his teacup. "No," Hermione said calmly, while her inside mind screamed, "What are you doing? This is Harry. Tell him about the owl. Tell him." "I want Theo," was all she said.
Harry nodded. "All right, then. How's your creepy blood potion coming along?"
"Still simmering," Hermione said. "I need a few more days." Harry downed the rest of his tea.
"Oh, I have to go."
He took her hand and stood, drawing her into a hug.
"Tell me if you hear anything,"
he whispered. Hermione felt wretched. "Tell him! You stupid Bint, tell him!" After Harry slipped out of the shop, Hermione sunk back into her chair and took a few moments to hate herself. Why didn't she tell him? But that look in Harry's eyes. Doris would be all over Hogwarts in a heartbeat, demanding to interrogate Theo. What was it about these Slytherins that brought out her protective instincts? Hermione brooded over her stupidity as she made her way to the platform 9 3/4, where a magical customs inspector nervously waited with a large cage of thick iron mesh. Small licks of flame spurted out the tops and sides, almost setting fire to the paperwork the sweating, terrified official thrust at her. She thought she was finished then. If she hurried, she could still make arithmancy, but the custody's forms she'd signed required her to accompany the Hydras to Hogwarts, and the train conductor refused to accept responsibility. So Hermione had to ride in the train's single-passenger compartment with 3 Hydras, or 9 officially certified Hydra heads. Even worse, the compartment held a second passenger, Sybil Trelawney, who still wore enormous glasses and draped herself in colourful scarves that hung off her thin frame. She was returning from a SEER conference in Athens and practically jumped out the window at the news that the smouldering cage contained Hydras. Hermione tried to reassure Trelawney while spraying the cage with augmenty water spells, but it did little good. The former divination teacher moaned about "Omens of death" and "fiery immolation," while cowering under her umbrella. When that palled, she extolled Hermione's future sufferings due to a tragic lack of inner eye. "Ye stubborn blindness shall be your doom," Trelawney pronounced, swaying in her seat. Hermione thought the crazy old bat might actually be right, but she wasn't telling her that. Instead, Hermione accidentally miscast an augmenty, allowing the Hydras to set fire to Trelawney's umbrella. Hermione felt a little bad about that, but not much. The scare silenced Trelawney for the rest of the trip, allowing the baby Hydras to fall asleep, emitting little smoky snores from the cage. This gave Hermione a chance to look at the prophet she'd picked up in London, glad to see no mention of the knots. She'd have to read up on the family, though, and she reluctantly concluded she'd have to talk to Theo. He needed to be warned. Brownie, her only link to that mysterious message last Friday, had vanished from the owlery. The train puffed to a stop at Hogsmeade Station a few hours later, and Hermione levitated the cage and followed it out of the compartment without another look at Trelawney. Hagrid enfolded her in a grateful hug, then fell on his Hydras, sobbing with happiness to see them safe. The platform was just as she remembered it from her last arrival at Hogsmeade Station. The painted wooden benches and stone buildings, the creaking sign. Only a little over 2 months ago, but it felt like a lifetime. Hermione sat on a bench just as before, turning her face up to the weak sunlight. Then he appeared. It was like her thoughts had manifested him, the train's clouds of steam parting to reveal his tall figure. He wasn't, however, the thin, raggedly breathing man who had pointed a wonder to her with wild, startled eyes. This Draco strode purposefully towards her, black cloak billowing behind him. His frame had filled out after months of Hogwarts food, and he crackled with a decisive energy. Draco stopped a few feet away, eyeing her severely, and Hermione jumped to her feet. How did you?
She stammered. Slughorn said you were off helping the gamekeeper, he said. When you didn't turn up to herbology, Longbottom and I went to find out what fool's errand he sent you on. Draco transferred his severe look to the other side of the platform, where the Hydra cage was nearly wreathed in flames. The Hydras were apparently excited to see Hagrid too. Or maybe they were excited to see the sausages Hagrid was poking through the mesh. The platform was beginning to smell like a summer barbecue. It was certainly a fool's errand, Draco continued, and dangerous. It was fine, just a bit of red tape. I had to escort the Hydras on the train. Draco was suddenly closer, and black-gloved fingers tilted her face up to his. You were mad to go, he said. A Hydra's breath is poisonous, and its blood is deadly. And you went to fetch 3 of them? They're just babies, Hermione said, sounding uncomfortably like Hagrid. At this stage, they're fire breathers. They won't emit poisonous clouds for at least another 3 months. 4-foot, fire-breathing babies with deathly poisonous blood. Draco released her and glared over at Hagrid, who was poking bare fingers at his new pet. Their blood is probably all over that cage, he said. Let me see your hands. Hermione held them up, palms out, and he sighed. Take off your gloves. She did so. Really, Draco was so bossy. See, she said, I'm fine. He was looking into her eyes now, but not with any romantic intent. He was checking her pupils. She just knew it. I suppose you're all right, Draco said reluctantly. You Gryffindors have no sense of self-preservation. Says the man who volunteered to take Veritaserum. A tiny shrug. I knew you would protect me. Well, then you can protect me too, Hermione said. His eyes took on that unblinking basilisk stare. That's right, if you let me, he said quietly. Hermione stared up at him, hypnotized, her heart suddenly pounding. Then she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him softly. It seemed right to kiss Draco here, on the platform where they had met again for the first time, the day she had stayed with him against Ron's wishes. They had been hurtling towards this moment since Draco put his foot against hers in the carriage. He responded immediately, wrapping her in his cologne and his heavy, rich cloak. Draco deepened the kiss, his tongue meeting hers, and it was utterly theirs, their moment, free of past fears and desperation. Mine, Hermione thought. Oh God, it's finally mine. She had denied herself for so long, denied herself the feel of his hands, his mouth, the taste of his skin. He was hers, completely hers. Her very own stubborn, arrogant, dangerously beautiful, and half-redeemed wizard, kissing her passionately, and she... A loud clearing of her throat brought them back to their surroundings, and Hermione and Draco broke apart to see Hagrid standing about 5 feet away, his broad face red. You might want to take that elsewhere, unless you want the whole world to know, Hagrid said. Well, the train's coming in a few minutes. Yes, of course, Hermione managed. She pulled herself out of Draco's arms, but he kept a hand at her back. Thank you, Hagrid. Thank you, Hermione, Hagrid said, still flushing slightly. I thought that might be the way of it, with this one busting into me hut, demanding to know your whereabouts. He lowered his voice to what he fondly considered a whisper. Never took to the other one, I must say. Always fretting about mud on his shoes. Thank you, Professor Hagrid, Draco said. I apologize for my heated words before. Hermione stared. Hagrid stepped forward, clapping Draco on the shoulder, nearly sending him into the platform. No need there, lad. All in the right place, but it's as I told you, Hermione loves Hydras. Draco gave Hermione an eloquent look, and she couldn't help smiling. Man, Hagrid had every reason to hate Draco after the Slytherin's terrible treatment of him and his animals over the years. Yet, the half-giant was looking at Draco with near approval now, under the fond delusion that the blonde didn't care about his shoes. Maybe we should get back to the castle, she said. The school's largest carriage stood nearby, hitched to 2 thestrals and containing a single hunched figure. Yeah, the poor babies must be starving. Hagrid lumbered back to the cage, belatedly pulling on his dragonhide gloves. Picked up the cage with a grunt and headed towards the carriage. We are not riding with them, Draco pronounced. Nonsense, Hermione said. It's perfectly safe. She took his hand and led him toward the carriage. And I assume you remember Professor Trelawney? Chapter 43. Playing Defense. Hermione couldn't blame Draco for being a bit surly after their long carriage ride with Hagrid, Trelawney, and 3 Hydras. Hagrid had instructed the Thestrals to walk slowly so as to
not jostle the babies.
Hermione was seated between Draco and Trelawney, the latter bug-eyed with fright, and it was a toss-up which scared the seer more, the fire-breathing monsters or the former Death Eater. After the 3rd or 4th moan of terror from Trelawney, Draco sighed and slipped an arm around Hermione, which she allowed, reasoning that it would only help his mood, and even if Trelawney noticed, she wouldn't believe it, and if she did believe it, hardly anyone would believe her. Plus, it had been a long day, and it was nice to lean against his luxurious cloak, breathe in that rich cologne, and close her eyes. She felt Draco relax as well, and she was nearly asleep when the carriage stopped at the castle entrance. Draco removed his arm and stepped out, turning to help her down. He even extended a gloved hand to Trelawney, who accepted it tremblingly, and then dashed into the castle, scarves flapping. Hagrid thanked Hermione again and gave Draco a jovial slap before departing with his Hydras. "We need to talk," Hermione said to Draco as they entered the castle. "Privately." "We certainly do." Draco glanced around the entrance hall, furtively rubbing his shoulders. "Why don't we?"
"Draco!"
called a fluting voice. Astoria, dressed in Quidditch gear, stood by the house hourglass cabinet with her team. The Slytherins crossed the entrance hall towards them, practically in formation, and Hermione could see the diamond choker ringing the round collar of Astoria's jersey. Astoria swayed up to Draco, broom in hand, the team stopping a few feet away. They were certainly well trained.
"We have practiced, dear,"
she cooed. The dear earned a raised eyebrow. "I'll be along presently," Draco said, bored.
"We need this practice, Draco."
A hint of sharpness crept into Astoria's voice, and she didn't roll his name at all.
"We play Hufflepuff on Sunday."
Draco smirked. "If we're playing Hufflepuffs, I doubt we need to practice at all." Blue eyes flickered over to Hermione.
"Granger, tired of Theodore already? You two looked cozy enough a few days ago cuddling in his bedroom."
Her lips curved.
"Half undressed."
Hermione was hardly listening. She was stripping off her gloves and estimating Astoria's height. About 5'10", she'd guess, about 5 inches taller than she. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, then focused on Astoria's smug face and Draco's sudden frown. "What?" "Care to repeat yourself, Astoria?" Draco asked. "I'm afraid you'll have to say something more interesting to capture Hermione's attention." Astoria's eyes narrowed.
"We have the pitch until 6 o'clock,"
she snapped, and swept out of the castle's front door, her team trailing behind. "This way," Draco said shortly, dragging off his cloak and heading towards the divination corridor. Hermione followed him to a very familiar alcove behind Everett the Evil. Remarkable tapestry, really. You could swear the wizard's tentacles were moving slightly. "If you would, please," Draco said, brushing the tapestry aside. Hermione hesitated. "Actually, I'd prefer to—" "I'm well aware you likely know this alcove," Draco said with a slight curl of his lip. "Nevertheless, I'd be grateful if you would see yourself clear to entering it." Hermione blinked up at him. He didn't look angry, but if the former grammar was any indication, something had set him off. She entered the alcove, trying to remember what Astoria had said. She needed to pay better attention to conversations, even when they sounded stupid. Draco followed instantly, dominating the small space. Hermione found herself backed against the stone wall, with the Slytherin blocking the tapestry. A stained glass window in the pointed ceiling captured light from the divination hallway, casting red and white patterns on the floor. Hermione unbuttoned her short coat, feeling suddenly warm. "As gratifying as it is that you had your talk with Theo," Draco was saying, "I'd like to know why you felt the need to have the talk in his bedroom." Hermione was disappointed. That was the exact same sentence structure Theo used when asking about Pret. "Wait, how did Draco—" The disjointed words she'd picked up suddenly fell into place. "Astoria, that bitch!" She sighed. "Because the Hydras were detained in London." Draco raised his eyebrows, silently urging her to continue. So Hagrid used flubberworms in Monday's Care of Magical Creatures class, and Theo wandered off and got caught by Ernie and was confined to his bedroom. And somehow you became half undressed? Draco said in that soft Slytherin tone. Not me. Theo was half undressed. That didn't seem to help much. Well, his shirt was unbuttoned. Draco, that's it. We were glaring at each other, and Astoria came in and Theo was taunting her. That's all. Draco nodded his acceptance, and Hermione blinked again, surprised. She thought he would take a more convincing, but Theo probably sat around with his shirt unbuttoned all the time. The vain thing, and Draco knew better than anyone how annoying Astoria could be. Very well, Draco said, dismissing any irritation with a wave of a hand. What would you like to talk about? A tiny smirk. This does seem quite private. Hermione rolled her eyes at such high-handedness. Always on his terms. So spoiled. Then she sobered. It's about the Death Eater still at large, she said. Draco stiffened. Tell me. I saw Harry in London, and he said auras are very close to capturing a Death Eater cell. Her chest ached a little. Not only was she keeping Theo's activities from Harry, but she was running straight to a former Death Eater with confidential information. Harry would be furious. Draco's eyes were icy. How close? Close. The Death Eaters keep moving, though, Hermione said. Draco, do you know anything that might help Harry? He looked at her, his mouth a thin line of distaste. Either for the Death Eaters or for Harry, or both. No, he said. Those death idiots want to kill me, not recruit me. I haven't heard anything. What do you know about Regis Nott? Draco's eyebrows lifted. Regis? He's here. I thought he was in Germany. He sighed. Not much. He was pretty low level. Saw him in a raid once. He looked away. I'd rather not say. His face was bleak now, and Hermione regretted asking. He leaned closer, looking up into his eyes. That part of your life is over, she said. Is it? He asked, trying to smile. Yes, Hermione said. You're here with me, aren't you? Well, so I am. Draco's still gloved fingers touched her jaw, and his lips brushed hers. Hermione tilted her face up, lightly biting his full lower lip, her hands linking around his neck. Draco deepened the kiss, and suddenly it didn't matter where they were. He could be in the Great Hall or Theo's bloody bedroom. All that mattered was Draco's mouth on hers and the feel of warm leather on her skin. Draco's hand left her face to grasp her hips, and his lips moved to her throat, just like that day in the charms classroom. He could almost smell the chalk. That fell back against the stone. Draco set his teeth and tongue against her pulse. He was going to leave a mark. She wanted him to leave a mark. The very thought made her tremble. One hand slid over her tights and under her skirt, practiced and lethal, while the other crept under her shirt, finding bare skin, and somehow his black gloves made it even hotter. Dangerous, somehow, to be trapped against a wall by this dark Slytherin, now growling unintelligible words against her throat. He pressed even closer, one hand tugging at her tights. Hermione moaned loudly, and at the sound, Draco tore himself away with a gasp. His face was flushed, white blonde hair falling over his eyes. Merlin, he panted. I could. Hermione very much wanted him to finish that sentence, but Draco stepped back instead and retrieved his cloak from the floor. I should get to practice, he said, running a hand through his hair. Astoria will go to the headmistress if I'm not there, and I'm trying to stay on McGonagall's good side. Hermione frowned. In her opinion, quality alcove time with Draco was much more important than studying Quidditch, but then Hermione thought almost anything was more important than Quidditch. She was also irritated to see that Draco was once more immaculate, while her shirt was rumpled and her hair lightly standing on end. Good luck winning over McGonagall, he said, tugging ineffectively at her clothes. Oh, I will. I'm an excellent role model, haven't you heard? Batting her hands away, Draco smoothed her shirt and coat in seconds. Unlike a certain Gryffindor siren, he continued, who chokes idiot beaters and then seduces them with her bossy ways. He kissed her lightly. So twisted, Hermione, he murmured. I look forward to it. He gave her a small wink and slipped out of the alcove. Ernie caught her before she'd even left the divination corridor, and Hermione glanced down to make sure her shirt was in order. It was. Draco had even straightened her tie.
Hermione, so glad I found you.
The head boy beamed.
We're having an emergency prefect meeting tonight about Dumbledore's birthday.
The late headmaster's birthday next week was now a ministry mandate holiday, with no classes that day. He looked at Ernie with some regret. Who knew what mad schemes they'd come up with without her? I'm sorry, Hermione said. I'm busy tonight. She hoped she was anyway. Ernie's ear practically drooped in disappointment.
We're planning a big event for Interhouse Unity, he said. We could really use your input.
Hermione was intrigued. Perhaps the prefects could assign a special academic project setting up groups of students from all 4 houses. Educational and unifying. I'll write out some ideas before dinner, she promised, and Ernie was appeased. Left the head boy and scaled staircase after staircase to Gryffindor Tower, stopping occasionally to jot down notes on possible birthday projects. Back in the Gryffindor common room, she nicked a few biscuits off a side table and gulped down a cup of hot chocolate. All she wanted to do was curl up on the sofa by the nice crackling fire and doze until dinner. But some things couldn't wait. Instead, she headed to her bedroom, where she shed her coat and pink purse and dug out the Marauders map. She still needed to warn Theo about the Death Eaters, and she only hoped he wasn't in his bedroom. He wasn't, thank Godric. Theo was pacing in the 3rd-floor classroom, his tiny footsteps appearing and disappearing. Hermione's face heated at invading his privacy so. Certainly wouldn't want to talk to her, but he had to know. He approached the classroom, finishing a last biscuit to find it locked. Hermione easily dispelled the lock and slipped inside. She immediately wished she hadn't. Theo was now sitting in the teacher's chair, with one of his former potions partners straddling his lap, broad hands practically covering her slender back. The couple turned their heads to see Hermione, who immediately clapped her hands over her eyes.
I'm sorry, she squeaked. Hey, Merlin, I'm so sorry.
She tried to leave the room, hands still over her eyes, and bumped into a desk, knocking it over with a loud crash. Why hadn't she checked the map again before entering? Why did she unlock the door? When would she learn not to charge into a situation like a mad irrumpent? Hermione's feet slid on the stone floor, forcing her to open her eyes or fall down. She groped for a chair back to steady herself, trying not to look, but Theo and the girl were standing now, both justifiably furious as well as fully dressed, thank Godric.
I'm sorry,
she babbled. I wanted to talk to you, Theo, but it can wait.
You knew I was in here?
Theo snapped.
You can't have him back,
the girl sneered, obviously a little Astoria in the making. Hermione sniffed. Theo could do so much better.
That's enough, Belinda,
Theo said coldly.
You said yourself, Theo. You said she was a prize bitch.
Get out, Belinda,
Theo said, his face even redder now.
I haven't even...
You're a disgusting little snag, and I was a fool to meet you here.
Theo snapped. Get out. You're not looking any better, Theo, Hermione said, crossing her arms. No, what's disgusting? Meeting a girl in an empty classroom, letting her rub all over you, then snarling at her for telling the truth and calling her slag.
See? Bitch,
the little ingrate said. Theo stepped towards the girl, his face mottled with fury, and Belinda squeaked and ran out the door. Hermione's own face was red hot. I'm sorry for breaking in here, she said, letting her arms fall, but I needed to talk to you. I thought you were alone.
The door was locked,
Theo said, still furious, and his shirt was untucked and unbuttoned again. I thought you just didn't want to be disturbed, she said in a small voice.
Sweet Salazar.
Theo rolled his eyes to the heavens.
Yes, I didn't want to be disturbed. That's the purpose of bloody locks.
Hermione just nodded, feeling abysmally stupid. Belinda would probably run straight to Draco and tell him that Hermione was in a classroom with an half-undressed Theo, and then she'd have to deal with Draco's icy grammar again.
So, what is it, Hermione?
Theo sounded suddenly tired, and the line around his mouth looked deeper.
What is so important? You have to chase me down and bust through doors to find me.
Your uncle, Hermione said. Theo blinked.
My uncle? Which uncle?
Regis, Hermione said, watching him carefully. Theo's face was now perfectly blank, and she had been around enough Slytherins to know what that meant. Regis Knott has been sighted in Britain," he went on, hands now clasped behind her back as if she was reciting a lesson. "He's been spotted with the Death Eater cell." Theo's face didn't change. "And what could that possibly have to do with me?" he drawled. "That hour you received, was it from—" "That message," Theo said, looming closer, "is my business. You had no right to know about it on Halloween night. You certainly don't have the right to know anything now." Hermione stiffened. "Theo," she began, "are you going to tell McGonagall?" Theo went on in a soft, dangerous voice. "Are you here to prompt me for information to tell the Aurors, or at least Harry Potter?" "No, Theo," she said. "I'm here to warn you." Theo's eyebrows rose. "Harry advises you not to leave the castle. I'm begging you, Theo, stay here. Don't do anything suspicious. The Aurors would be on you in an instant." Theo's green eyes narrowed. "You told the Aurors about the owl?" Hermione shook her head, and he looked surprised. "And I won't," Hermione said. "But if I find you've left the castle—" "Are you threatening me, Hermione?" "I'm protecting you, you idiot," Hermione snapped. "Or perhaps I'm the idiot for not telling Harry everything. I've lied to my best friend for you." Theo's lip curled. "I don't need your protection. Save your smothering attentions for Draco. He may enjoy being nagged and mothered and ordered around, but I do not." Hermione's cheeks heated, but she refused to show how his words had hurt her. Ron had accused her of the same thing repeatedly over the years. "Does Draco think I'm sorry you feel that way," she said, clenching her fist. She kept her lower lip from trembling through sheer force of will. "I just thought you should know." Theo just looked down at her, his face blank again. She took a deep breath. "You say you want to restore your family name, Theo," she went on, her voice growing stronger. "Well, words won't do it. Pictures in a newspaper won't do it. Only actions will do it. I only ask you to consider those actions." Hermione turned and strode from the room, past the now blurry torchlights in a third-floor corridor. Her pace increased, and she was practically running back to Gryffindor Tower. "Cherry Pops," she told the fat lady, and climbed through the portrait hall, ignoring the exam questions her housemates called out as she passed. She didn't stop until she reached her bedroom and threw herself on her bed. "Price bitch, smothering attentions, ordered around." Hermione burst into tears, blindly clutching Crookshanks, who had jumped on the bed beside her. It wasn't true. It wasn't. She was just tired. It had been a long day, what with the deadly monsters and the Slytherins and news of Death Eaters and all. Hermione didn't go down to dinner. She told Ginny she didn't feel well. No, she didn't want a plate from the kitchens. She was going to bed early. Ginny was headed to a SMART meeting. He really had founded a new study group after dinner and then planned to meet Blaise.
"What should I tell Malfoy?"
Ginny asked, sitting on the bed and stroking Hermione's hair. "I'm fine, just a little tired," Hermione said. "Tell him not to worry, and I'll see him tomorrow."
"You two have a row?" Ginny asked. "Never said Malfoy was right harsh with Hagrid, although I really can't blame him. Hydra's Hermione, really?"
"No, Draco's been lovely." Hermione couldn't help smiling at her. "Please don't let him think I'm angry with him."
"He'll want to talk to you,"
Ginny persisted.
"He'll probably storm the tower again."
"I know, I just can't see him tonight."
"Hermione?"
Ginny took both her hands.
"What happened? Was it Astoria?"
Hermione shook her head. "Everything's fine. Please, Ginny. I don't want to talk about it. Here." She handed over her list of Dumbledore's birthday ideas. "This is for Ernie. I've marked down some action items for each idea." Ginny nodded reluctantly and left the room. Hermione changed into her penguin pajamas and crawled into bed, determined to sleep. Everything was always better in the morning, her mother always said. The sun would rise again, and perhaps words said in anger would lose their power in the light of day. Chapter 44. Listening. The rattling of metal casements woke her from her restless doze. Hermione barely opened her eyes to see a shadow pass by her window. She scrambled out of bed and stood in shock, for Draco was hovering just outside on his broom. "Draco!" she cried, opening the large hinged window. "Are you mad? Get in here!" He leaped over the desk and landed in the room, shivering, broom in hand. Draco's cloak dripped with icy sleet,
and his cheeks and nose were blue with cold. Hermione stripped the cloak from his back and hustled him over to the small fire, which she ignited into a leaping flame with her wand. "What were you thinking?" she scolded. "It's freezing out there. Here, give me—" She stopped, remembering Theo's words, and backed away. Draco propped his broom against the wall and stripped off his gloves, holding his hands out to the fire. Crookshanks growled, jumping onto the sofa back. Slytherin and Cat glared at each other for a moment, both obviously holding grudges from the carriage ride into Hogwarts. A lifetime ago. "You weren't at dinner," he said, turning from Crookshanks with a slight sneer. He looked Hermione up and down from bushy hat to thick wool socks. "I wanted to check." "I'm fine, thank you," she said calmly. She cleared her throat. "Would you like some tea?" "Yes, thank you," he said, giving her an odd look. "Extra sugar?" "Why are you being so polite?" Draco demanded. "Why aren't you laying me out for riding in sleeting rain?" "It's your choice," she said, heating a pot of water with her wand. "You're a grown wizard." He snickered. "As if Dad ever stopped you before." Hermione was adding tea leaves to the strainer when an icy hand covered hers. Draco stood behind her, his breath in her ear. "The wind is quite strong out there, you know," he said provocatively. "I could hardly stay on my broom. I was riding one-handed at an excessive speed, and I didn't even wear a hat." Hermione spun around to face him. "Draco, She shut her mouth and swallowed. "I'm sure you'll be fine." Draco put his other hand on her forehead. "You must be ill. Either that or—" He stared at her, that spooky Slytherin sense at full power. "Something happened. You didn't come to dinner, and neither did—" "Theo!" "Please, Draco, stop. It was nothing." "What did he say? Tell me." Hermione sighed. "I made a mistake. I shouldn't have spoken to him. I wanted to warn him about Regis, but it went all wrong." She felt a tear on her cheek. "He thinks I'm interfering." She couldn't say it. "He thinks I smother you and order you." She clutched Draco's arm. "You'd tell me, wouldn't you? If I go too far? If I start driving you away because I—" "What drivel is this?" Draco demanded. "When have I ever held back on you? Do I look like the type to suffer in silence?" He glared down at her. "You're pissing me off right now, if you must know, with all this nonsense." "But I'm so bossy." "Yes, you are," Draco said. His lips quirked. "I look forward to you bossing me around in all kinds of ways. Number 6, perhaps." Hermione blushed fiery red. "Draco!" He was grinning wickedly, and she couldn't help smiling back. "That's better," Draco said, walking towards the fire again. He began peeling off his shirt. "You wouldn't happen to have an extra blanket, would you? I'm freezing." "No less than you deserve, riding on such a night." Hermione grabbed a thick blanket off her bed and draped it around him. She smiled again at the sight of the Slytherin prince wrapped in a red blanket with an embroidered gold lion. "Really, Granger?" Draco asked, looking down at himself. "Does this have to be so? Gryffindor?" "Feel free to freeze without it." They curled up on the sofa, and Draco produced some wrapped jacket potatoes and a warming chum and some crusty bread. Hermione felt much better after eating the food and drinking a few cups of hot tea. "You can't come rushing up here every time I miss a meal," Hermione said. "Sometimes I just want to study." "I spoke to the Weaslette," Draco said. "She seemed concerned." Hermione looked into the fire. "I was upset." Draco's arm tightened around her. "I should have told you not to warn Theo," he said. "When we Slytherins are hurt, well, we'll go for the jugular." "You certainly do," Hermione said, "but I had to tell him about Regis." "Hermione." Draco looked into her face, his eyes serious. "You need to consider the possibility he might be working with those Death Eaters. I know the signs. He's withdrawn from everyone, even Blaze and Pansy." "No," Hermione shook her head. "Never." "With such a father, you never know." Hermione sat straight up, pulling away to face him. She couldn't believe Draco was saying this. "That's what they said about you." "And they were right," Draco pointed out. "Theo might not understand what it means to be Death Eater. I didn't understand what it meant." "No," Hermione shook her head. "I don't believe it." "I don't want to believe it either," Draco sighed. "Fine, let's say you're right. At the very least, they are trying to recruit him."
That's why he can't leave the castle, Hermione said. He'll be at the mercies of the Death Eaters and the Aurors Draco. She took his hand. Theo received a message Halloween night and ran off. He wouldn't tell me anything. I think he'd tried to leave the castle. That's why he's serving extra detentions. Draco's face was sober. That doesn't look good for him. Did you tell Potter? The Aurors would be all over Theo if they knew. He groaned. You're taking a big bloody risk here to protect him. Theo's not a Death Eater, Hermione insisted. Honestly, she spent half her time these days defending Draco to Theo and Theo to Draco. You can't take care of him, Draco said. You can't take care of everyone. She leaned against him. I know. Aren't I enough to take care of? He whispered. More than enough, Hermione said, smiling again. Too much for most, I'd say. Draco kissed her for that, and she ran her hand over his now warm skin, his muscles so smooth to touch, except for the silvery ridges from the sectum sempras. Her hand slid down his arm over the dark mark. He could feel its roughness under her fingers. Hermione broke the kiss and brought the branded skin to her lips, causing Draco to gasp. Hermione, he groaned. He shifted, pressing her gently down on the sofa cushion, his body on hers. She stared up at the perfect pointy face, his fair hair falling into his eyes, those full lips. Then those lips were on hers again, his hands moving up from her waist under her cotton pajama shirt, rough palms against her breast, thumbs brushing her nipples. Hermione moaned against his mouth, her hands tangled in his hair. Pelvis rocked up against his, and Draco groaned again in his throat. Suddenly he slid off of her, and Hermione felt herself being lifted up as if she weighed nothing. Ginny! She gasped as he set her down on her bed. Ginny will be back soon. Not if Blaise has anything to say about it, Draco said. He withdrew his hands, however, and stood over her bed, his eyes serious. This isn't the charms room, Hermione, and I won't be that idiot again. You'll have to tell me what you want. Hermione sat up straight. I want you, Draco. But I'm not ready, not tonight. He nodded. I'll go then, he said, but don't worry, we'll have... Hermione's hand shot out to stop him. Would you stay? She asked. For a while, anyway. His mouth quirked up again. You're really asking? No, she said bossily. Get in this bed, Draco Malfoy. Much better. Draco peeled off his trousers and socks, settling in beside her like they did this every night. Hermione turned off a lamp with her wand and revelled in his warmth. She felt utterly safe in a way she hadn't felt since she was a small girl, before she had ever heard of Hogwarts or the Wizarding World. The only sound was the clattering of Crookshanks knocking over objects on her desk, his way of protesting the unwanted visitor. Don't doubt me like that again, Draco said after a time, his voice soft in the darkness. And don't listen to sodding Theo, or Astoria, or that balmy gamekeeper, and certainly not your pet Hufflepuff with the ears. That man couldn't plan a hot cup of tea. Now who's giving orders? She said, her cheeks on his bare chest, her arms around his waist. Whom can listen to then? Me, of course. He considered a minute. And the Weaslette. I suppose Longbottom, and your precious Potter, if you must. And Ron, she said, yawning. Sometimes. If you must. What about Luna? Only about sex, Draco said. I don't want to hear about niggles. Nuggles, Hermione said, yawning again. He had his lips against her hair and warm arms tightening around her, and she wanted to thank Draco for being so nice, just to hear him huff in irritation at being called nice, but she was too tired. She'd have to taunt him about his niceness tomorrow. Draco was gone when Hermione woke Thursday morning, but he left a little box on the pillow beside her, wrapped in silver paper. She stood out of bed and sat cross-legged on the sofa, the Gryffindor blanket around her, holding the box and thinking about the day before. Theo's words still hurt, but it was a distant, muffled ache. Theo was mixed up in something, she knew it, and he was determined to go it alone. You can't take care of everyone, Draco had said, and she knew that was true, but still, she couldn't give up on Theo just yet. Maybe she could... What's that? Ginny asked, popping out from her bed hangings. Her legs looked impossibly long under the hem of one of Harry's faded red and gold Quidditch jerseys. Rrrr! It looked like another cold day ahead. Winter in Scotland never arrived quietly. Ginny dragged the duvet off her bed and sat beside Hermione, yawning. The redhead never started her day early if she could help it. It was barely 7 o'clock. "It's a present from Draco," Hermione said, turning the box over in her hands. "So he came, did he?" Ginny's eyebrows rose. "Maybe in more than one way. I nearly fell over his broom last night." Hermione rolled her eyes. "We talked, mostly. Aren't you going to open it?" Ginny asked, bunching the duvet closer around her. Hermione pulled at the ribbon holding the silver wrapping, then opened the box. Inside was a silver ball stuck to the bottom by a sticking charm, its tiny wings fluttering in vain. Hermione touched her wand inside her pajama pocket and whispered its release, catching the snitch in her hand as it shot upwards. She raised it up to the lamplight. It was the same snitch she had nicked from Malfoy outside her window. Crookshanks jumped down from her now jumbled desk, watching the ball with wide yellow eyes. Ginny's face was odd. "It's so beautiful." Hermione pulled a note from the silver wrapping and shook it open. It was written in runes. "A proper snitch for your flying lessons. LDLM." Hermione's hand tightened around the fluttering snitch, and the last ache from Theo's words melted away. What he said about Draco didn't matter. Theo was angry. He didn't know. Nobody knew, really. Hermione herself couldn't explain it. How did Draco know exactly what to do and say? Was it his upbringing, a southern talent, or was she the only one who... "I'm surprised he bought you a snitch of all things," Ginny said. "It must have cost a fortune." "It's his snitch from home," Hermione said, handing it to her. "See, he changed the engraving from his initials to the rune for H." "It's his snitch? That's incredibly significant for a seeker to give his snitch to." Ginny's eyes were wide. "Now we're talking serious." "It has sentimental value," Hermione said. She took back the silver ball and stroked it fondly. "I tried to blackmail him with it." "You two have a very odd relationship." Hermione couldn't deny it. "I know, I can use it for my residency presentation," she said, jumping to her feet. "How's Blaise?" she asked, putting on her robe. Ginny was stretched out on the sofa now, the duvet covering everything but her face. "Much the same. Sexy, charming, irresistible." Her voice was full of disappointment. "Have you been talking to him?" Hermione asked. Her roommate nodded. "I've told him about Fred. I've told him about the Battle of Hogwarts. Last night I spoke of 7th year. He looked a bit sick whenever I mentioned the Carrows. He followed them, you know, both he and Astoria." The two women exchanged a look, then Ginny sighed. "He won't share anything with me. I asked about his mother, and..." The air in the room seemed suddenly heavier. Caprice Sabini had a rather unsavory reputation, although purebloods flocked to her extravagant, globe-trotting parties involving illegal portkeys. Rumors swirled around the mysterious witch about the fates of her multiple husbands and the dark spells she'd used to preserve her incandescent beauty. "Blaise just wanted to talk about her jewels." Ginny sneered, a rare expression for her. "Her jewels! As if I cared!" Hermione walked over and stroked her hair. "Just give him some time. He might come around." "And he still keeps going on about Christmas at Sabini Castle," Ginny continued. "Apparently, it must be seen to be believed." She frowned. "I don't care if the place is made of plum pudding. I'm not leaving my family." "Maybe Blaise would come to the Burrow," Hermione said. Ginny laughed outright. "Can't you imagine? Ron would go spare." "So would Harry," Hermione said mischievously. Harry had already made plans to spend Christmas with the Weasleys and host a New Year's party at Grimmauld Place. "That would be almost worth it." Ginny's eyes were sparkling again, and Hermione gave her a hug before heading off to shower and dress. Ginny sat in her bedding nest on the sofa and watched Hermione twine her curls around her fingers as she dried them with her wand, then tied them at the back of her neck with a wide black ribbon. Hermione had just straightened her tie by the wardrobe mirror, was applying lipstick when Ginny spoke. "Are you humming?" she asked. "Certainly not," Hermione said, tucking her lipstick away. "It was something classical, I think." "Probably from Sarkon's party," Hermione said. "He had been thinking about that night, about the candelabras and..." She flushed slightly. Dancing with Draco after meeting Vasile. Draco's hand on her bare back, and Hermione trying to keep space between them. Yes, that's it. You were humming the waltz, Ginny said, grinning. You are going to be revolting all day, aren't you?
Hermione waved the last of her books into her bag and grinned back. Probably. To be continued. Next up, Hermione tries to be discreet. Luna hunts love diggers. Some people are very bad at silencing spells. Thank you for listening to this chapter of the Gloriana set by ThebeMoon. If you would like to stay up to date on upcoming chapters and stories, you can follow me on YouTube, AO3, or Spotify. Chapter 45. Secret Torrid Affairs. When Hermione arrived at the potions lab Thursday morning, she was pleased to see 3 pigeons squawking in a cage beside the door. Slytherins truly were resourceful, although it seemed like Pansy had gone out of her way to procure the dirtiest, scruffiest birds possible. Hermione brought the cage into the lab and placed it on the wooden cabinet Draco had repaired. She'd work with them later in the day. Draco was at the Slytherin table when she entered the great hall for breakfast, and they did their usual routine. He'd give her a look, and she'd give him a nod, this time with a small smile. Theo appeared absorbed in his textbook at the other end of the table, flanked by Goyle and a skinny Slytherin boy. Hermione was happy not to have potions that day. She left breakfast early, hoping for some quiet time to study for Friday's Transfiguration exam, and had nearly reached the great hall doors when 2 squeaky mice blocked her way. "I'm busy, Percival," she said, resisting the temptation to pull her bag over her chest.
Have you forgiven him, Miss Granger? He said. Mr. Malfoy, I mean. I have a bet going on.
Forgiven him what? Hermione asked.
For being himself,
said the red-haired girl, Imogen. Hermione smiled. I don't know. That's a lot to forgive.
He is very handsome,
Imogen said. Percival scoffed.
You're just jealous,
she told him. They began arguing, and Hermione took the opportunity to slip away. She was leaning against the wall outside Ancient Ruins, reviewing the limitations of the Inanimator's Conjurer's spell, when footsteps prompted her to look up. Draco was striding toward her briskly, his face unreadable, black robe flapping. He walked straight up to her, and for a mad instant she thought he was going to shake her hand. He looked that businesslike, but instead he placed a hand on the wall beside her head and brushed her lips with his. Hermione couldn't help responding to that light, now familiar touch. It was stupid to do this here, in the hallway where they'd argued so many times before, where McGonagall and her flock could turn up any minute. She needed to stop this, and she would, in just a minute. It was Draco who pulled back. He looked down at her, one hand still on the wall. "Good morning," he said quietly. "Sleep well?" "Very well," she said, trying not to blush. "Thank you for the snitch. I'm using it in my arithmancy presentation today." "Of course you'd find some swotty purpose for it." He looked around the empty corridor, then fixed her with those eyes again. "Meet me tonight, in the old charms classroom." Hermione raised her eyebrow. "It depends. Are you bringing the Codex Runica?" "Are you bringing your loon plan?" "It's loop, and certainly not," she said. "Some people manage to start up secret torrid affairs without a blueprint." Draco brushed a thumb over Hermione's lower lip, and her breath hitched. "You think I need any help?" he whispered in her ear. His thumb left her mouth and traced lightly down her throat. He was barely touching her, and her heart was pounding. "A secret torrid affair," he repeated thoughtfully. "Certainly an affair. Hopefully not secret for long." His thumb was tracing her cheekbone now. "How torrid it becomes is entirely up to you." The echo of feet further down the corridor warned them of McGonagall's arrival, and the Slytherin stepped smoothly aside. Hermione felt heated and dishevelled, but Draco was all cool perfection, standing a proper distance away with a superior look. So this was how this was going to be? She could weep for her own stupidity. The rest of Hermione's morning went without incident. The Jupiter-centric model was very well received. Other people seemed to be more interested in the ornate snitch representing Jupiter than the movements of the paperweights circling it. She had prepared answers for 27 likely questions about the presentation, and only 2 were asked, both by Professor Vector. Everyone else just wanted to hold the damn snitch. She should have used a flipping ping-pong ball. Theo ate little at lunch, sitting hunched over slightly with a furrowed brow. Hermione couldn't help being concerned. Perhaps she should approach Blaise, or ask Ginny to ask Blaise about Theo. She sighed and took a bite of a bacon sandwich, or she supposed she could just bud out. Sitting next to Draco in Advanced Data was excruciating, since he insisted on wearing cologne and, well, breathing. Theo was looking right at them, and she couldn't bear hold his eyes. Luna was watching them too. Bluebell floated in the center of the circle of beanbags holding a carved wooden box.
"All of you are familiar with cursed or spellbound objects," she said. "Personal objects infused with magics can be incredibly powerful and dangerous."
Hermione felt Draco shift uneasily beside her.
"Add enough magic to an object and it becomes almost sentient, able to sense its surroundings and delve into the person holding or wearing it."
Now Hermione was shifting, thinking of the black velvet box in the bottom of her trunk.
"Some magical objects respond differently to the different wizards and witches who possess them,"
Bluebell continued. The entire class was silent, avidly listening to every word.
"Some respond to the power of the wearer or user, while others reflect the power of the witch or wizard who created or presented the magical object."
The fairy smiled at the class.
"I know many of you have encountered the most evil of magical objects, Horcruxes,"
she said, as if she were speaking of a favorite cotton candy flavor.
"But there are also magical objects of love, of protection, objects so meaningful that to give them to someone is to give them a piece of yourself in the best way."
Hermione blushed under Ginny's meaningful look, and she felt Draco stiffen slightly. Now was not the time to think of. It wasn't. But there were other objects. The fairy giggled.
"Now, Miss Granger, there's no need to raise your hand. Quite unnecessary."
Hermione tried not to glower. Raised hand was a mark of a civilized society. "Professor Bluebell," she began.
"Bluebell, please, dear girl."
"Professor Bluebell," Hermione repeated stubbornly. "Is it possible to remove a harmful spell from an object, even when that spell has been part of the object for hundreds of years?"
"A powerful spell, I assume, dear? Cast by a powerful witch or wizard?"
"Yes," Hermione said.
"Presented by a powerful witch or wizard?"
"Yes."
"A difficult task, then."
The fairy's blue eyes shone.
"Objects passed through generations are often layered with different spells or curses, to the point where it's difficult to know where the magic ends and the object begins. It would be almost impossible to remove the magic without destroying the object."
"What of another spell?" Theo spoke up, sounding interested. "Could another spell be added to the object to counter the original curse or spell?" Hermione couldn't help but look directly at a Slytherin for the first time. The Knots probably had vaults filled with magic objects, just like the Malfoys. Theo's green eyes remained fixed on Bluebell.
"Risky and possibly lethal,"
Bluebell said, a slight crispness in her tone.
"The object is merely a receptacle or conduit for the magic. 2 conflicting spells could tear the object apart."
There was silence as the entire class absorbed this, and Hermione could feel Draco's eyes on her.
"Today we will practice identifying and removing spells from objects. This is extremely advanced magic, so we'll begin with simple items."
Bluebell opened the box, revealing a handful of small crystals.
"Julie is very receptive to curses and spells, which is why it's such a popular choice."
The fairy handed crystals to Luna, Theo, Neville, Parvati, and Draco.
"Each of these crystals is imbued with a simple spell. Harmless, of course. You will divide into pairs, determine the spell on your stone, and attempt to remove it."
He waved a hand at the blackboard, and writing appeared.
"These spells might be helpful."
Hermione thought back to Borgins and Bugs, to Borgins' complicated wandwork as he appraised her diamonds. She thought she'd heard him mutter a few. "Hermione," Draco whispered in her ear. "The Gloriana said you wouldn't actually remove." "Of course not," she whispered back, brushing his hand with hers. "I'd hex anyone who tried." Draco nodded, looking relieved, then held out the crystal pebble from Bluebell. The hand came up, slowly, and took the pebble, her fingers brushing over that rough ball. She held the stone up to the light, and it shone palely. "Luxa," she said, tapping it with her wand. It was a simple light refraction spell that should have divided the light into a rainbow of colors. The stone was unchanged. Draco had his own wand out, casting a seeing spell.
Videre.
Again, no response. The pair took turns working through all the spells on the blackboard, with no additional words between them. When Bluebeard's list failed, they began trying their own spells, but found no clue to explain the stone's glow. "The light comes from inside the stone," Hermione said. "It's not reflected." Malfoy rolled his eyes. "Obviously." "I think it's a simple light placed inside the stone." She pointed her wand at it. "Intermesa," she said, "a breaking spell." A crack appeared, and the stone cleaved in half, releasing the light, which dissipated into the air and left the crystal pieces behind.
"A clever move, dear Miss Granger, but it won't earn you full marks,"
said Bluebell, floating beside them. "Why not?" Hermione said, surprised. "I identified the spell and removed it."
"But you broke the object," Bluebell said. "Do you always break things just to see what's inside, Miss Granger?"
She drifted away, leaving Hermione open-mouthed. A hand slid over hers and tightened. She could feel the edges of the broken quartz pieces scrape her palm. "Well, dear Miss Granger?" Draco whispered in her ear. Her chest suddenly felt tight. "Would you break me to look inside?" Hermione turned to look at him. "Will I have to?" she asked. "No," he said. "Apparatus. Open." He was suddenly aware of their surroundings again. The curious looks from the rest of the group, Theo's icy stare. "We need to stop having these discussions in class," she said, pulling her hand away. Draco just leaned back in his beanbag, legs crossed at the ankles, looking indolently sinful. Bluebell's wind chimes rang softly, signaling the end of class. Hermione immediately marched over to protest today's grade. The fairy was kind, of course, and wonderfully sympathetic, and it wasn't until Hermione had left the classroom and was halfway down the corridor that she realized that Bluebell had never agreed to give her full marks for the crystal exercise. She was stalking towards the first floor, grumbling under her breath when Draco appeared at her side. Startled, Hermione bumped into an open classroom door. "You can't be walking me through the halls," she told him. "We have to be discreet." He glanced around. He snickered. "It's quite fortunate we never conducted an actual secretory affair. You're rubbish at this." "I'm very secretive," Hermione snapped. "Do yell that a little louder." "Fine," she said, keeping her voice low. "When do you want to meet?" "I have to supervise a squeaky mouse detention tonight," Draco said. "Your pet Hufflepuff caught them throwing crumpets into the lake, trying to draw out the giant squid." "Ernie Macmillan's title is head boy, not pet Hufflepuff," Hermione said as they descended the stairs. "Well, he's pathetic at his job." "I'd argue that assigning detentions to your pack of delinquents is precisely his job." "Then he should oversee the detentions," Draco insisted. He gave a group of staring Slytherin girls, blocking their path, a sharp look, and they scattered immediately. "Instead, I'm the one inconvenienced." Hermione couldn't help smiling. "That's because the squeaks are on Holy Towers with everyone else. They're fine with you. Are you saying I should supervise their detention?" Draco sighed. "No, that would defeat the purpose." He lowered his voice. "Can you meet me at 9 o'clock? Hermione nodded. It was perfect, really. He'd have time to work with Pansy's pigeons. "All right, then." Draco swooped in as if to kiss her, but swerved away at the last minute. The action, however, prompted Hermione to lurch backward into a suit of armor, which fell with a crash. "Quite discreet there, Granger," the Slytherin said with a grin as he strolled away. Hermione glowered as she repaired the damage with her wand and entered the library corridor. Obviously, kissing Draco Malfoy only made the man more impossible. Hermione was approaching the potions dungeons, a copy of "So You Want to Weave a Magic Carpet" under her arm, when she caught a faint whiff of something. She entered the dungeon and nearly gagged as she opened the door to the potions lab. The smell of rotting meat steamed from the blood potion, which bubbled gently in its cauldron. Hermione frowned. The potion should be barely simmering, not outright boiling, and there shouldn't be an odor. The solution probably needed more clover blossoms, which had the effect of tempering the brewing process as well as neutralizing the smell. Unfortunately, she and Draco were out of clover blossoms, and the plant didn't exactly bloom widely in November. What to do? The answer came immediately. Never. He might have some clover or know someone who did. Scowling, Hermione trudged up to the Gryffindor Tower. She'd hoped for some good pigeon time before dinner, and instead she was solving a potion crisis. Neville wasn't in the common room or his bedroom, so she dug the Marauder's map out of her trunk. Oh no, Neville wasn't ever at the evil alcove with Pansy. Hermione was apparently doomed to interrupt every snogging couple in the castle. She stuffed the map into her skirt pocket. Don't just charge in this time, she reminded herself as she returned to the ground floor. Respect his privacy. The divination corridor was deserted, and that was a good thing too, because Hermione could hear the murmur of voices before she even approached the faded tapestry. She checked the map again for good measure. Yes, it was Neville and Pansy in there, behind the heavily warded alcove entrance.
"Neville!" she hissed loudly. "Neville, it's Hermione. I need to talk to you."
"No, Parkinson." It was definitely Neville's voice, but Hermione never heard it pitch so low.
"If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to corrupt me."
Pansy sniffed.
"What? Corrupt goody-goody Longbottom? I know lost cause when I see it." "So you are not trying to seduce me, then?"
Neville's voice had turned impossibly huskier.
"You're just very interested in the many uses of belladonna. And you always wear heels and lace tights."
Pansy gasped softly.
"Do tutoring sessions?"
Neville." Hermione didn't think she should be hearing this. Certainly she shouldn't be standing out here in helpless fascination. Neville was her friend.
"Neville, it's Hermione. I'm sorry to interrupt, but—"
"And you always hold tutoring sessions in secluded alcoves?"
Pansy said breathily.
"My belladonna doesn't like sunlight. It's very dangerous, you know."
A rich laugh from Pansy.
"Dangerous? It doesn't look like much to me."
"Really?"
Neville drawled out the word in a way that would make Astoria proud.
"It might appear sweet and unassuming, but looks can be deceiving."
"How deceiving?"
Pansy purred.
"You might want to think twice before touching it."
"Neville!" Hermione said loudly. "Neville, you know I'm out here. Stop this nonsense and—"
"What if I want to touch it?"
Pansy asked.
"What if I've been waiting to touch it, but it chooses to rattle its little leaves and try to act all dangerous?"
"Don't be so sure it's an act,"
Neville said, a smiling quality in his tone.
"You might."
Oh, Merlin, this had to stop. Hermione was feeling a little warm now, and this was Neville. "Neville, Pansy, you get out here this instant!" She smacked her hand against the tapestry, but it was solid as a rock, tightly warded.
"Oh, Neville!"
Pansy moaned loudly. Hermione clapped her hands over her ears, but she could still hear Neville say,
"You silenced this alcove, didn't you, Pans?"
"Yes,"
Pansy gasped.
"No!" Hermione shouted. "No, you didn't, you painted idiot!"
While most older students could cast Muffliato on an area or Silentia on a person, the spell for silencing an area was less well known. And apparently, Pansy had cast the spell backward. She and Neville couldn't hear noises in the corridor, but Hermione could hear everything. Hermione pulled out her wand and did in the last place what she should have done in the first place. She cast a Patronus, which slipped immediately through the tapestry.
"Neville and Pansy,"
she heard her utter in tone. "Hermione's in the corridor and can hear every word." Pansy's moans cut off, as if she'd been choked, and there was dead silence. Hermione backed up, her face hot. The ward vanished, and Neville stepped out from behind the tapestry, lipstick streaks in his hair and a spot of more natural colour in each cheek.
"Hermione?"
He cleared his throat.
"Can I help you?"
"Yes," Hermione said. "My blood potion is overheating."
"Is it now?"
Pansy said, stepping out to join Neville. Hermione glared.
"That can happen when you skulk around alcoves,"
Pansy continued. The Slytherin looked entirely proper, her stockings straight and her pink lipstick impeccable. Hermione ignored this. "The potion needs more clover blossoms, Neville. Do you have any idea where I could get some?"
Yes, of course."
Neville tried to smooth his jumper, but only succeeded in smearing the pink paint further.
"Hagrid keeps a few bushel as a treat for the Thestral. They won't be very fresh, though."
"Thank you," Hermione said formally. "That will do nicely." Neville cleared his throat again.
Happy to help."
Hermione turned to go, then turned back again. "And Neville, I advise you to cast a silencing spell next time. Parkinson's rubbish at it.
I certainly agree,
Neville said, a roguish glint in his eyes. Now pansy glad. Hermione found Hagrid in his garden, and he handed over 2 bushels of clover without hesitation. He wanted to show her how well the baby hydras were doing.
One is growing another head already.
But Hermione backed off, claiming she had no time for a nice visit.
You can hold 'em if you want,
Hagrid said.
They like it when you sing 'em lullabies.
Hermione fled with her bushel baskets at the very idea, running back to the lab to stabilize her potion. The leftover clover stems she fed to the pigeons, who seemed less than enthusiastic, but Hermione had no sympathy. "Better get used to grass and bugs, boys," she told the birds. She left the lab to go to dinner, sitting opposite a faintly embarrassed Neville, then returned there afterwards. The work with the pigeons was slow going, much more difficult than working with a snitch, and required her entire jar of virgin earth. She was going to have to get more from Neville when he wasn't occupied. Hermione finally succeeded in her efforts just before 8 o'clock, feeling quite satisfied as she tossed the horrid birds out the potion lab window. She barely had time to get out of her uniform, now covered in pigeon feathers and droppings, and take a shower. She then dressed carefully, unsure of the secret Tour de Fair dress code. Heels were out of the question. They'd be a dead giveaway to anyone who knew her. Instead, she slipped on more sensible shoes and buttoned up a cardigan against the cold November night. Neville wasn't the only belladonna in this castle. Hermione crept down the stairs to the common room at 10 minutes to 9, hoping to keep a low profile. No such luck. 7th and 8th year students filled almost every chair and sofa, cramming for Friday's exams. Desperate pleas followed her all the way to the portrait hall. "Hermione, can you explain how transfigure wood grain into fish scales?"
Hermione, do you know the 17 uses for powdered bicorn horn?
"Hermione, please." Dean and Seamus blocked her way, looking desperate. "We are absolutely lost with this protein charm." He glared at them. "Dean, I just covered that last week. You two need to look at your porn." Now the whole room was staring. All the 8th years rolled their eyes. Hermione growled and opened the portrait hall. All right, maybe she was a little on edge, what with Neville carrying on behind inadequate silencing spells and her housemates being idiots and— "Ah, Hermione," said a pompous voice. Oh, just what she needed right now. Ernie was blocking her way, a clipboard in hand. "I was just coming up to find you. We've settled on an inter-house event for Dumbledore's birthday. Do you have a spare hour? I'd like to review some logistics." Hermione strove for calm. Poor Ernie had spent 30 minutes after dinner stuck to Peeves, both head boy and ghost, the helpless victim of rhapsody. Slughorn couldn't brew unravelly fast enough these days, and the serving potion was so volatile that students were banned from making it. Slughorn had asked Hermione to cook up a few cauldronfuls, but she had shaken her head, trying to look regretful. "I'm terribly sorry, Professor, but it's against the rules," she chirped. Slughorn could do his bloody job for once, and he deserved any amount of grief for introducing Rhapsody to the classroom in the first place. "I'm sorry, Ernie, I've plans," Hermione told him. "What's the event anyway? I hope it's a Dumbledore quiz game. We can create inter-house teams and give out prizes." "Oh, no." Ernie looked uncomfortable. "We're holding an inter-house Quidditch match." "A what?" Hermione couldn't believe it. "That's not educational at all." "Well, that was kind of the point," Ernie said. "People want to have fun." "Quiz games are fun," Hermione insisted. "Yes, I like a bit of trivia myself," Ernie said, which mollified Hermione slightly. "What the prefects, they—" He trailed off, looking helpless. Hermione grunted. "Well, then I guess you're planning a Quidditch match. Who are the captains?" "Madame Hooch volunteered, and Slughorn promised us to keep her from the Holyhead Harpies," Ernie said, brightening. "We'll have 2 teams made up of a mix of houses. Ginny and Draco Malfoy will be the Seekers, and the Keepers will be Ravenclaw's Arthur Fleet, and Slytherin's Astoria Greengrass." "Interesting," Hermione said, and it was. "What about Hufflepuff?" Ernie looked dejected. "Our team is pathetic this year. Billy Froome hasn't caught the snitch once this season." "Well, this is fascinating, really," Hermione said, edging away. "But I must—" "Can you just spare 10 minutes?" Ernie begged. "I've reserved the pitch, but I don't know what to do but jerseys. Should we let players wear their house colors and maybe add rosettes or sashes, or use all new colors like cream and purple?
and McGonagall's agreed to make a little speech, should I ask her."
Hermione relented and spent 10 minutes in a third-floor classroom with Annie going over colours and banner placements. She sternly vetoed the prefect's suggestion that all the players dress like Dumbledore, complete with hats and beards. Annie looked quite satisfied as they stepped back out into the corridor.
"Thank you, Hermione," he said, beaming. "I knew a little quiet time alone with you would sort everything out."
"Oh, you were in there with Annie?"
Luna was standing near the door, holding a curvy pole with a silver net hanging from a heart-shaped frame.
"That must be what attracted the love diggers. I was hoping to catch a few. Could you stand nearer each other?"
"Lovely," Hermione began, while Annie flushed.
"That was very kind of you, Hermione,"
Luna said.
"Annie's been quite tense lately. I hope you enjoyed yourselves."
"I did not enjoy myself with Ernie," Hermione snapped. Annie looked hurt. "I mean, of course I did, but not—" She stammered on as passing students stared and began whispering. She distinctly heard the word pawn. Hermione huffed in frustration. Now, on top of being a violent, incompetent lunatic, she was apparently a sex fiend. Not that she wasn't trying. She didn't know why she was worried about an open relationship with Draco. It seemed almost tame in comparison. Annie's deep blush made everything worse. They had finally gotten over the whole storage room debacle, and now this. Hermione gave Luna a ferocious glare, then turned to Ernie. "Ernie," she said loudly, "I was very glad to help you with the logistics for Dumbledore's birthday. You'll do a fine job of organizing the inter-house unity event." With a final glare for Luna, she stalked off towards the secret staircase to the 4th-floor corridor, checking her watch. 9:17. This was ridiculous. For years, Hermione believed that she never had a secret torrid affair at Hogwarts because she wasn't attractive enough. Now, the reason was clear. She'd never had the time. Chapter 46. Charms again. Hermione's heart was pounding as she picked through the rubble towards the cracked stoneyard. Last time she was outside the old charms classroom, she was running from Draco, wand in hand. Now she was walking straight into his coils. She truly had no sense at all. She found him once again lying on the teacher's desk, his long legs hanging off the edge, drawing on the ceiling with his wand. Hermione looked around the familiar room, the warm glow of the lamps, the long tables, the shelves stuffed with books and knickknacks. The rune writings were still on the blackboard, the white lines trailing off crookedly. "Have you been thinking of me?" The smell of chalk brought back the feel of his body, his voice in her ear. "Admit it, Granger. You want me." Draco sat up on the desk, the movement startling her. "You're late," he said. "Yes, I know." Hermione felt suddenly awkward. "Ernie's planning an inter-house Quidditch match for Dumbledore's birthday, and he—" "You're helping him with that daft plan?" Hermione sniffed. "I suggested an inter-house quiz game. At least we were spared that." "Quiz games are fun and educational," Hermione said. Draco ignored this, his eyes raking her up and down. "Come here," he said softly. Hermione stepped forward, then halted a few feet away, crossed her arms, and tilted her head. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" she asked. Draco blinked. "You'd create a draught of living death." Hermione took another step forward, arms still crossed, looking at him challengingly, and Draco's lips quirked. "What laws explain the conjuration of a frog-rabbit hybrid?" Her face heated slightly, but her voice was steady. "The principles of artificial animate quasi-dominance," Draco answered promptly. Hermione moved closer. She was only one step away now. With him sitting on the desk, they were nearly eye level. "Why did you show me the codex?" she asked. She really wanted to know. Had asked this question before in this very room. They had been little better than enemies then. Why did he bring the codex and runestone to her, extending that thin olive branch? Draco became very still. "When we began speaking outside ancient runes," he finally said, "for the first time in my life, I wanted to share." "With me?" He rolled his eyes. "Who else?" "It's pleasant to be right," Hermione said, taking that last step. Quiz games are fun and educational. Oh, I'm still waiting for my prize, Draco said. She reached out a trembling hand, smoothing his white blonde fringe back from his face, then leaned in to kiss him. Draco slid his arms around her, pulling her between his legs, his body hard against hers. Mine. Her fingers went through silky hair. She broke the kiss, tugging his head back slightly to run her lips along the roughness of his pointed jaw. There was no injury or school matron this time, nothing to stop her from tracing the long muscles of his throat, lost in his warm skin. Draco gently pushed her back, causing Hermione to frown, but she understood when he began unbuttoning her sensible cardigan. Well, well, he murmured, for underneath she wore only the green bra from Ginny. Hermione's hands were under his jumper, trying to pull it upwards, and Draco released her to strip it off. Hermione stood captivated by the sheen of lamplight on his bare skin. Then she leaned in again, and for a time they were both lost in kisses that started out warm, then grew increasingly desperate. Hermione moved to join him on the desk, hardly knowing what she was doing, just needing to be closer, and Draco pulled her onto the hard surface and rolled over her. The wood was cold on her back, and she looked up at the wizard's shadowed face, his hair backlit by a lamp. "Here we are again," Draco said. He propped himself up on one elbow, his left hand sliding a bra strap off one shoulder. Grey eyes gleamed as he looked down at her. "Once again in the old charms room, and you with your shirt off, those lovely—" "I was trying to make a point," Hermione reminded him. "You certainly did." Draco groaned softly at the memory. "Standing there, looking like a goddess, with that prim look on your face. Fuck, I almost fell to my knees, begging you to touch me." Hermione snorted lightly. "Like that would have gone over well." A smile touched his lips. "We'll never know." The smile widened. "Ever wondered what might have happened if you hadn't gotten away?" "Perhaps," was all she would admit. Draco bent to whisper in her ear. "It must be on your person, Granger," he said, his voice exactly the same as it was that night. Lips moved to hers, and Hermione gave a low moan against his kiss. "Where is my snitch, Granger?" he asked against her mouth. "You must look everywhere," she breathed. "Oh, I will." Warm hands moved over her stomach and ribs, then tucked down the other bra strap as his lips brushed across her collarbone, then lower. A single touch on her spine released the clasp, and her breasts were bare to him. "So beautiful," Draco murmured, his mouth on her, and Hermione moaned again, hands clutching his hair. "Draco," she whispered, and he looked up at her, releasing her breasts, his face so open and young. A brief flash of innocence before Astoria, before the mark, before the war, that she wanted to cry. She reached up and touched his cheek, not knowing what to say, but something must have shown on her face, because he kissed her sweetly. "I must keep looking," he said, a hint of a smile in his voice. His hand moved up her thigh, and he paused, surprised to encounter bare skin. She was wearing thigh-high, lacy tights. "Thank you, Pansy." Then his mouth was on hers again, and Hermione was lost in the taste of him, so lost she didn't notice her knickers being teased inside. Draco's fingers were on her, and she pulled her mouth away, startled. "You'll tell everyone," he whispered. "You'll tell everyone you're mine. Mine alone." "Yes," she breathed. "Yours alone." She would have said anything at this point. His lips brushed her ear. "So wet for me, Hermione," he whispered. "Such a good girl you are. You deserve it all. Everything you want. You deserve to come from me, don't you? My lioness defending everyone. So good." Continued to murmur, his voice cracking with desire, his words broken and incoherent. Hermione began to whimper, rocking against his hand. He was attacking her throat now, biting the skin, then licking it. Hermione was devoid of all thought, just feeling, hands clutching his bare back. "Draco," she begged, "please." "Now," he said, and she nearly screamed, her body shaking and her walls trembling. He held her tightly, breathing heavily himself. They lay on the desk entwined together, dazed by what had just happened. His face buried in her hair, and she had her legs wrapped around him. When she came to herself again, she opened her eyes, and there was that face watching her a bit apprehensively, as if she would bolt out the door again. He wasn't the only one taking risks here. Draco was laying it all on the line, rejecting his family and turning to the wizarding world's most notorious muggle-born. He brushed shaky fingers against his lips, and he kissed them lightly before rolling away slightly.
"I'm going to take you in every possible way on this desk,"
he said serenely, as if it was the only plausible use for this piece of furniture. He looked at the wooden surface with a measuring eye. Hermione frowned. He didn't bring their list.
"But not tonight,"
Draco said. "No?" Hermione said, blinking up at him. He chuckled and sat up, drawing her up as well.
"Meet me again tomorrow night."
Here? Hermione asked, still stammering a bit. Draco had pulled her onto his lap.
"No, not here."
Draco's fingers trailed down her bare spine, making her shiver.
"You'll have to discover where. You seem to have a way of finding people."
He was of course right. "You can't hide from me," she said.
"We'll see,"
he murmured, and she could feel a rough palm on her breast. "Why aren't we here tonight?" she asked, her eyes sliding shut.
"Because,"
he said a bit smugly,
"I wanted you here."
"Prat," she said without heat. She felt boneless, her eyelids too heavy to open, her head on his shoulder. It felt strange being so quietly intimate with a man, especially this one. With Ron, there were moments where stolen trysts, rushed and panting, trying to elude the ever-prowling Molly Weasley. Arthur's shack was the only good place, since Molly refused to set foot in it, but it hadn't been a place to linger topless and talk. She could imagine Ron just sitting around half-naked and chatting away. Draco, on the other hand, always seemed to have all the time in the world. There had always been a timeless quality to their moments together, on the sofa at the Gryffindor party, the dance at Slug Club, the scene in Slughorn's office. He continued to stroke her back.
"Apertus sum," he whispered.
"I am open." Hermione looked up into grey eyes shining like the crystal pebbles from Bluebell's glass. She smiled. "Tomorrow night will be nice," she murmured, "with all the exams finished." "Exams!" She stiffened. "I have 3 exams tomorrow morning."
"Yes, and I'm sure you'll do wonderfully,"
murmured Draco into her throat. "But I haven't reviewed the sentient and non-sentient chapter in Transfiguration, and... oh no!" Hermione swung her legs off the edge of the desk. "My flashcards!"
"Your what?"
Draco sat up as well.
"Where are you going?"
Hermione had found her bra and was scrabbling around for her cardigan. "I made 20 flashcards on human-to-animal transfiguration, and I haven't reviewed any of them. The size-to-size differentials are very tricky."
"Oh, come on now."
Draco scoffed, trying to capture her hand, but Hermione had fastened her bra and was picking up her cardigan. "And I haven't reviewed my Ptolemaic systems." Draco was frowning now.
"Hermione, haven't you already used a very valuable snitch as some sort of nefarious study aid for that very purpose?"
His grammar was getting a little intricate, so Hermione tried to soothe him with a quick kiss as she buttoned her cardigan. "Yes, but that was a Jupiter-based system. The regular formulas are Earth-based." Draco sighed, but reluctantly retrieved his own jumper and pulled it over his head.
Fine, but I don't want to hear any of this piffle tomorrow night."
"Of course not," she said, kissing him again. "I'm all yours after a little porn." Draco sighed again.
"I wish that wasn't meant the way it sounded."
He cheered up a little after she'd buttoned her cardigan and pronounced herself ready to leave, not bothering to hide his amusement.
"Really, Granger," he sneered lightly, "try to show a little decorum."
Hermione pulled at her ponytail, grumbling. "Just because 3 strokes of your fingers in your hair looks perfect." The response was a throaty chuckle as he ran his hand over her curl.
"There, that's better,"
he said, giving one curl over her ear a tweak. She looked at him suspiciously. "You just made it worse, didn't you?" Draco just smiled mockingly as he waved her towards the door.
"Ladies first."
"Well, don't you look delicious?" they rumbled.
Ginny said in a lower voice as Hermione entered the Gryffindor common room and joined her and Neville on the sofa.
"Can I assume you 2 are now?"
"Yes," Hermione murmured, trying to discreetly straighten her skirt.
Draco had pulled her into 3 alcoves while walking her back to Gryffindor Tower. She was lucky she wasn't topless. But I'd rather not spread it around. I have to talk to Harry and Ron, and he has to write his mother.
It's a toss which side will kick up next, yeah?
Neville said.
Are you seeing him tomorrow night? Ginny asked. Blaise and I are having drinks in Hogsmeade. You should both come.
Her smile widened.
Neville could bring Pansy.
Neville flushed slightly.
I don't think we're ready for that.
Thank you, Ginny, Hermione said, pulling at her tights. But I'm meeting Draco.
Someplace secret,
Ginny asked wickedly.
Do tell.
I couldn't if I wanted to, Hermione said. He wants me to find him. Ginny's eyes lit up.
Ooh, a scavenger hunt. You'll track him down and capture.
I really don't want to hear any of this,
Neville said. Hermione sniffed as she tugged at her skirt again. Neville was awfully queasy for someone who'd recently broadcasted his own going-ons to the entire divination corridor. She caught sight of Ginny's open arithmetic book and groaned. My study schedules are a disaster, she said. I need 2 hours tonight to review for exams. Ginny was still grinning.
Don't tell me you cut short a snogging session for...
I can't function with my study guides in disarray, Hermione cried, and I've completely neglected my porn. A few passing fourth-year boys stopped and stared.
Perhaps some visual aids would help, Ginny said loudly, and explicit instructions.
Neville groaned. What's wrong with them? Hermione asked, tilting her head toward the now open-mouthed boys.
Nothing,
Ginny said, leaning forward to pet her hand.
I'm proud of you not letting a few orgasms compromise your education.
Hello? Still here?
Neville objected. I can't imagine why, Hermione told him. You know how she gets.
What's the problem? Ginny wanted to know. We're all dating Slytherins now. We can compare notes. In fact, Hermione.
The dark eyes shone.
You could take notes tomorrow night, and we could review then.
I am not taking notes,
Hermione snapped, tamping down a faint quiver of interest at the idea. Private notes, perhaps.
And I'm not reviewing them,
Neville said, standing.
I'm going to bed.
He gathered his books, still flushing slightly, and stalked off without another word. Ginny watched him go, smiling evilly, then turned back to Hermione.
Come on,
she said, gathering her own books. Then she grabbed Hermione's hand. What is it? Hermione asked nervously, as Ginny towed her up the stairs to their bedroom. I have to study.
Oh, yes, Ginny said, her smile widening. But first you're telling me everything.
Chapter 47. Exam Day. Hermione woke Friday morning to near darkness and scrambled to her knees to look at her watch. 6:28. Excellent. 2 minutes early. She flopped back onto her pillow, dressed only in knickers and a tank top, indifferent to the morning chill. She had a full day today, with 3 exams and double herbology, but she made no move for her textbooks. She didn't even want her loop. She just lay in bed, rubbing her left foot over her right calf, thinking about nothing. Her eyes closed. The charms classroom. Finally, a scene there with Draco that she could remember without cringing or growling. His hand up her thigh, up to her. Ron had never done that, never moved his hand over her with such sure confidence, focusing on giving, not taking. Would have thought Draco Malfoy of all people would touch her in such a way. No wonder he had such a reputation. Just thinking about it made her warm. She tried to remember exactly what he did and said, but it was difficult. She had been so overwhelmed. Hermione blinked and sat up. 7:15. Had she fallen asleep again? No, she certainly hadn't, but there was no more time to waste. She rushed through her morning routine, hoping to win an extra 20 minutes to review her Transfiguration flashcards again, then wasted that time staring out the window. Honestly, she scolded herself as she pounded down the stairs to breakfast. You're worse than Lavender. Draco gave her a wink when she entered the great hall, and she couldn't help smiling back before tripping and falling into a bench full of Ravenclaws. Smooth, Hermione. She lumped over to the Gryffindor table and pulled out her Transfiguration notes. Here, Neville. She shoved the parchment at him. You'll quiz me, won't you? Neville looked appalled.
Oh, no. Never again.
Maybe Malfoy will quiz you,
Ginny said snarly as she joined them. Hermione stared at the name. No,
He's a terrible quiz partner.
What an excellent partner in other ways, perhaps, Ginny asked.
Seamus,
Hermione called out in desperation.
Then you have some questions about a protean charm?
Never mind,
Seamus said gloomily.
Many Gryffindors went through distinct phases when confronted with major exams. Looking down at the table, Hermione could see that her housemates had passed denial and panic, were now mired in hopelessness. Soon they would be bargaining. Ginny followed her out of the great hall. Well, look at that, she said, grinning. Hermione Granger showing up to exams with a poorly cast glamour spell on her neck. Hermione slapped a hand to her neck without thinking. This is the best school year ever, Ginny said. Hermione blushed fiercely. The sight of her bare neck in the bathroom mirror that morning had shocked her, and any attempts at healing had been fruitless. She had never allowed Ron to mock her so, and Theo had been too much the gentleman. Come on now, Hermione, Ginny crooned, pulling at her collar. Let me see the ferret bites. Keep your voice down, Hermione snapped. Ginny whined all the way to Ancient Rooms, where Draco stood outside the door, looking pristine as always, reading a scroll with a green wax seal. Ginny peeled away with a saucy smile, and Hermione walked up to the Slytherin. Draco, Hermione said, attempting a cool tone. Hermione, he parroted back, pocketing the scroll. Ready for your exams? I'm a bit distracted today, he said, amused. Yes, potion exams can be quite nerve-wracking, Hermione said. Not for me. I have an excellent partner. He smiled at her. You're staring. She was. She couldn't help it. This relaxed, pleasant Malfoy was mesmerizing. Had he always been this way to family and friends, and just sneering to everyone else, or was this a new side to him? Or was he only like this with women he has? I wrote Mother last night, Draco said, drawing her out of a slightly hysterical reverie. Here's a copy. He pulled out a small scroll and handed it to her. Dear Mother, I hope this message finds you well. I am courting Hermione Granger. Console Father as well as you can. Love, Draco. The word courting raised Hermione's eyebrows, but she merely handed it back. Pithy. Did you receive a response? Almost immediately. Draco vanished a note and produced a heavy parchment with the broken Malfoy seal. This message was written in an elegant, feminine hand. My dear son, I'm well, thank you. Pray inform me if you require any other priceless family treasures to be placed at Miss Granger's disposal. Love, Mother. Hermione handed the parchment back. And here I thought you inherited your sharp tongue from your father. Mother is very amusing, Draco said, looking at the scroll fondly before tucking it away. Then he fixed her with a stern eye. When are you telling your lot? I'm having breakfast with Harry on Sunday. Harry was scheduled for a rare weekend off, and I'll tell Ron after my flying lesson that morning. She was heading straight to the joke shop after Harry's breakfast. Best to do it all at once. Wish I could be there. Draco leaned towards her, then seemed to recollect where they were and stepped back. Just in time, too. McGonagall was arriving, trailed by the rest of the class. She spent most of the next period mentally reviewing arithmetic problems while Draco drew a large dragon in his textbook, using his wand to make it move. Interesting how he made all the runes on the page flee in terror like little stick-figure villagers. Hermione leaned over to see better.
So, can anyone give an example of a carved rune with a horizontal slash?
McGonagall's voice rang out.
Anyone? No? Miss Granger?
Hermione sat up.
Would you be so good as to give an example?
I can't, Hermione said. Murmurs rippled through the class. Hermione Granger can't answer a question. Only Draco appeared unperturbed as he waved his wand and his dragon ate 3 fleeing runes. The other tried to escape to the next page, but were trapped in the center crease. He thought she could hear faint screams.
And why is that, Miss Granger?
McGonagall asked. Because carved runes had no horizontal strokes, Hermione said, pulling her eyes from Draco's book. Such runes were often carved into stone or wood, and a horizontal stroke would be along the grain, more difficult to see, and likely to split the wood.
Yes, carved runes had many distinctive properties,
McGonagall continued, and Hermione sighed. Without Draco's runestone, there was little to explore on this topic. She felt a tug on her robe and looked down to see a tiny scroll pulling on the cloth with the end of its green bow. The message was in runes, of course. Miss Granger, please lecture me about strokes at length. LD-LM. Madam, help her. Draco was leaning back in his seat, oozing smug satisfaction. Hermione sent him her best McGonagall glare, which he countered with a heated look that made her shift in her seat. I am a frozen pond in Norway. No, on Pluto. Theo was alone at the potions table when Hermione arrived and didn't look up from his book as she took her seat. Remus and Dean were 2 tables over, begging Slughorn to postpone the test until Monday.
Now, boys,
Slughorn said heartily,
surely that isn't necessary. You will all have the opportunity for a little extra review before the exam today.
It was uncomfortable sitting so close to Theo. Their arms were practically touching, and she could smell that familiar musky cologne. Her stomach twisted from nervousness, or maybe it was anger. Or shame. Maybe it was pity. Theo had been looking drawn and reserved. He hadn't been eating. No, she wouldn't feel pity. He won't let me help. Her hands clenched tighter and tighter. Anger. Definitely anger. Anger at Theo for his words to her. Anger at him for refusing her help. Anger at herself for continuing to worry about and protect him. She should go straight to Harry and—
Mr. Not, Miss Granger.
Slughorn was standing by their table now.
Ready for my little exam, I hope?
He beamed at Theo.
You are fortunate in your seat, Mr. Not.
Yes, truly blessed, Theo said dryly.
Well, you mustn't squander such good fortune.
Slughorn gave Theo a jovial slap, not as hard as Hagrid's, but still enough to push Theo forward.
Miss Granger, why don't you quiz Mr. Not a bit?
It took all of Hermione's self-control not to glare at the interfering patience professor. My pleasure, sir, she said icily. She picked up a textbook, and Slughorn moved away, satisfied. Don't bother. Theo sneered, sparing her the tiniest of glances. I'm sure you'd rather quiz Draco. Godric, no. He quizzed Draco exactly once, and he challenged every question. Some people had no respect for the process. Hermione flipped a few pages. What are the 3 primary uses of lacewing in advanced potions? Theo clasped his hands on the table, looking straight ahead. As a thinning agent, a heat catalyst, and a coloring agent. His voice was toneless. That's not quite correct, Hermione said. Stewed lacewing flies also have cooling properties in a polyjuice potion. Another brief glance. The question only asks for 3 uses, Theo said. Yes, but one could argue that lacewing's coloring agent is most suitable in the boiling cure, which is a first-year potion. But isn't it a vital ingredient in the shrinking solution, which is not only advanced but bright green? Yes, but I always add a codicil to answer on this topic, stating that the shrinking solution's green color is a result of— Draco slid onto his stool. And what do we have here? His vowels were pure Lucius. I'm quizzing Theo, Hermione said. Draco snickered. Better him than me. Theo was silent, his mouth a thin line of irritation. Lavender took her seat, looking anxiously between Draco and Theo. Hermione wondered how the last potion class had gone while she was fetching Hydras. Hello, Lavender, she said brightly, trying to cut the tension. Would you like me to quiz you for the exam? Lavender looked horrified. You? Never. An evil smile slid over Draco's face. Would you like to quiz me, Brown? He asked. Her smile was pitifully eager. Sure. Lavender flipped pages. Why is flubberworm mucus superior to pond slime in thickening the Wiggenwald potion? Draco frowned. There's a problem with that question. Did you read it correctly? Lavender cringed. Yes, it's right here. She held up the book, placing a hand over the answer. I'm not answering a flawed question, Draco said haughtily. Lavender looked crushed. Yes, it's definitely flawed, Hermione agreed. Thank you, Hermione. Draco's smile was smug. It's nice to see someone understand the correct use of pond slime. Oh no, Hermione said. Flubberworms are clearly superior. Draco scoffed. Pond slime offers twice the thickening qualities of flubberworms. But you have to use 6 ounces of slime versus only an ounce of mucus. Hermione sniffed. Impractical. A tad inconvenient, perhaps, but one shouldn't compromise quality.
I'm confused, Evelina said. What's wrong with the question again? The question is flawed because neither flubberworms nor pond slime is required to complete the potion, Hermione said. If you just monitor the fire carefully, it will thicken. Draco rolled his eyes. Now, that's just semantics. Wacky feint. He held up a finger. Don't start. Slughorn gave the class 20 minutes to review for the exam, but it was wasted effort at Hermione's table because she and Draco squabbled the entire time over the practice questions. Theo had his hand clamped over his ears as he tried to read, and Evelina just stared, baffled. Finally, the exam began, and quiet reigned. Hermione was writing out her answers and underlining phrases, for future explanation if time allowed, when she felt a warm, firm leg against hers. She often stood in Patience class, the better to reach the cauldron, but today she was sitting, a circumstance she suddenly realized put her legs in close proximity to Draco's longer ones. She looked up, and Draco was looking at her with a hint of that expression. Her own expression didn't change, but she leaned into his legs slightly. She could feel his body heat through his trousers and her thigh, and it calmed her somehow. The frantic yammering of her pulse she usually felt while taking exams faded. She felt only soft encouragement. She wondered what it would be like to study with him, leaning up against his body, his naked. She blushed suddenly. Concentrate. She looked up and saw him watching her again, looking a bit smug. The properties of the polyjuice potion. Theo stalked out of the dungeons immediately after the bell, and Draco left with the rest of the class. Hermione stayed behind to dispute a few exam questions. "Now, Miss Granger," Slughorn said in the same hearty tone he'd used with Dean and Seamus, "I'm sure you explained your reasoning quite well in your answers. No need to discuss it further." Hermione was leaving the dungeons, muttering about professors with no sense of nuance in their supposed fields of expertise, when an arm shot out of a half-open classroom door and pulled her inside. Draco looked the door, looking pleased with himself as usual. She huffed. "Still, Draco Malfoy. Wanting what you wanted when you wanted it. What are you playing at?" He began stalking her around the desk, silver eyes on hers. "I want to know what you were thinking of in Patience." "I have arithmancy in 20 minutes, and I need to review." The back of her legs hit the teacher's desk. Draco was in front of her now, pulling her back to the floor. His arms snaked around her waist. "Tell me," he whispered, and promptly made telling him anything impossible by kissing her. She felt him lift her up and set her on the desk, his lips on her throat. "You were driving me mad in there," he said against her skin. "I could barely take my exam. Tell me what you were thinking when you blushed." He lifted his head and looked at her, a spoiled boy wanting his treat. "I'll kiss you if you tell me." She knew the answer to that. "You'll kiss me if I don't." Draco smiled but didn't move, just waited, arms around her. "This is just rewarding bad behavior," she said. Gave her a slow blink with long lashes. "Fine," she huffed. "I was imagining us studying together." "No, really?" Draco stopped and considered. "Were we wearing anything?" He saw her suddenly heated face, and his smile widened. "No. Intriguing." Hermione could have wept. She imagined the rest of the school year with his notes and his whispers and random meetings, and she shivered, either in pleasure or trepidation, or both. She expected Draco to demand another explanation, but he was busy kissing her aggressively and probably expected a fair amount of shivering. 20 minutes later she was dashing to Transfiguration, buttoning up her robe because she'd spent the last 10 minutes getting her hair in order and didn't have time to fix her shirt or skirt. Obviously, they were going to have to establish boundaries. Draco might be used to sleazy bins dropping their knickers between classes, but that didn't mean Hermione had to live that way. She'd gotten some revenge, however, with a suckling bite on his jaw that she had refused to heal. Let him look less than perfect for once. The Transfiguration practical exam went well, and the class included a Ravenclaw almost as obsessive as she. The two of them enjoyed a discussion of the stickiest potion, turning a classmate into a duck. Hermione was upset that her duck, a transfigured Luna, was a bit too large, and the Ravenclaw was practically hysterical because the transformed never looked more like a goose. Hermione left the room reassured that her duck's size differential was small enough for full credit, and rather pleased that Luna still sported a few feathers,
She still held a grudge over the Ernie fiasco. Then she snuck into a bathroom to repair the damage from her run-in with Draco. She wasn't Lavender. Damned she was walking around the school looking like she just rolled out of bed. Yes, ground rules were definitely needed. Hermione put on her sniftiest expression when she entered the Great Hall for lunch. Draco was seated between Pansy and Blaze and looking smug again.
"Trouble in paradise?"
Neville asked in a low voice. Not at all, Hermione said. Couldn't expect it to be easy. In fact, he was curious to see what he would do next. But he made no effort to approach her, even during her free hour in the library. By the time double herbology rolled around, she was frankly a little put out. The man had no concept of time management. They could have traded a rushed 15 minutes after potions for a leisurely 45 minutes after lunch. Hermione was headed for Sprout's small greenhouse, snogging schedule spinning in her head when she heard a riot of flapping and squawking. A flock of pigeons was swooping close to the ground, chasing a single owl. The owl was big and strong, but hampered by the heavy package it carried. The pigeons squawked gross, sounding like screams, and Hermione drew her wand. Hagrid was right. This renegade flock of pigeons was getting out of hand. "Bullrum pelter!" she shouted, and a bubble appeared around both owl and package. It had slightly modified the bubblehead charm, and the pigeon beaks couldn't pierce the clear barrier. The pigeon screamed again and wheeled away as the owl continued its flight. Hopefully the recipient could dispel her charm. The pigeons made a bit late to herbology, where Sprout was leading the last day of Winkweed lessons. Thank Merlin. All the specimens had thrived. Draco and Neville's plant, Wendy, was the biggest of all, a 5-foot monster whose leaves shone a glossy black from the ink it had absorbed. Draco looked properly wary of it, but Neville crooned over the horrid thing and stroked its flower petals. Truly, they were going to find her friend dead one day, strangled by a homicidal vine. Half of their Winkweed grade was determined by what Sprout called their Cultivation Compendium, a journal of adventures in gardening. Hermione usually rolled her eyes at the phrase, but it was admittedly an accurate description of their recent activities. The final session was to be used to review, revise, and organize their compendiums, time that Hermione heartily appreciated. Now that she had read the entire Winkweed textbook, she wanted to annotate some earlier entries that were not as precise as she would have liked. Hermione was absorbed in this task, happily minding her own business when Astoria started up another round of, "Who wants to be Lady Malfoy?" "You can't keep him, you know," she said in a low voice. "Are we talking about a wizard or a library book?" Hermione asked at a regular volume. "How about a loan with the option to renew?" Draco never glanced over. Hermione gave them a bright smile that only made them frown. Some people were never happy. "He will always return to me," Astoria said serenely. "Maybe he will," Hermione said. "I don't pretend to understand the man, if that's the life he wants." She shrugged and resumed writing. Astoria touched the diamonds peeping out of her shirt collar. "I am what he really wants." "Very nice," Hermione murmured absently. She was trying to organize her Winkweed notes by subject, and a few pages fit multiple categories. Did pruning guidelines go under care or potential disaster? "Our betrothal remains," Astoria said. Hermione finally put down her quill and looked at Astoria. The woman was like a mechanical doll, spouting phrases like, "He only needs me," and "I'm his destiny," after you wound it up. "Did you say something?" Hermione asked. "I am his true betrothed." "The dark color you're wearing doesn't mean anything, Greengrass," Hermione snapped. The voice rang out in the small greenhouse. "Okay, maybe that was a little loud." Neville looked up, concerned, while Draco smirked in approval. "Say prim and proper," Astoria hissed. "When I saw you running through the halls today, buttoning your ropes, sneaking around with him. You're a slut for him like the rest of us. He's had us all, you know. Pansy, Daphne, Eleanor. He'll never settle until it is time to continue his legacy. With me." Astoria's voice had risen a little now. Her eyes widened, and Draco was no longer smirking. His face darkened, and he started to stand, but Neville spoke in a low undertone. "Can handle it?" Hermione looked at Astoria, head tilted, eyes narrowed, as if the other woman was a particularly interesting object to transfigure. "I don't know what you want me to say, Greengrass," Hermione said. "If you're right, then Draco will most certainly hound around me, leave me, pick up your betrothal again, and go live the noble pure-blood dream." She didn't bother to lower her voice, and Draco was standing, restrained only by Neville's good loyal Neville death grip on his arm. "So why not let it play out?" Hermione continued loudly. "I'm hoping that you're wrong, of course, that he has more integrity than that. But that's his choice, so no, I'm not going to flaunt his diamonds and pour poison in his ear and scheme with his friends and follow you around with nasty little insinuations. It's his life, not yours, not mine, not his parents. His. And if there's one thing I fought for in the war, it's for every wizard and witch's right to make his or her own decisions, regardless of background and blood." "Hear, hear," called Neville. He released Draco, who strode over to their table. "Astoria," Draco said sternly, "whatever arrangement you have with my mother, you need to stop."
"Draco,"
Astoria said, moving closer. She was trembling.
"I cannot believe you'd settle for that."
"Are you joking?" he asked harshly. "If anybody is settling here, it's Hermione. She's better than all of us. We'd all be crushed under Voldemort's thump somewhere if not for her." Hermione stared at him, dumbstruck. "Now, Astoria," he went on more gently, "I'm saying this to you as a friend. If you keep wearing those jewels and chasing me, it will damage your reputation. Do you think my mother cares about that? If you hurt your chances for a good marriage, that won't matter to my mother. She'll only know that you've failed."
"I won't fail,"
Astoria said.
"I know you. I know you."
"Merlin, I hope not," Draco said. "Come along, Hermione. You've done enough defending for today, and you two," he waved a hand at the Slytherin boys, "show's over. Get back to work and keep your mouth shut." Hermione swept her things back into her bag and let Draco pull her over to his and Neville's table. Draco grimaced. "If I were a better man, I'd break it off with you right now. You're in for worse than Astoria." "Don't you dare," Hermione said. "Nobody tells me what to do. I'll see who I want, when I want, and where." "Fine, fine," Draco said. "If I break it off, it'll be to chase women and marry some Sacred 28 bitch and not out of displaced novelty. I promise. Are we good?" "We're good," Hermione said, smiling at him. Draco looked her up and down. So, let's talk about my note in ancient rune." "No, no, no," Neville broke in. "Malfoy, there will be no use of that tone around me. Keep that up and you can go sit with Greengrass." Draco eyed him lazily. "Hermione would never allow it." "I'd encourage it, actually," Hermione said, picking up her quill. "Then I could finish my compendium." "Perhaps Longbottom would like to sit with Astoria," Draco said. "I think she'd like you better," Neville said with a grin. The two men spent the rest of class arguing loudly over who had to sit with Astoria, while Hermione placidly finished her compendium. You could only see Astoria's back, but her posture was rigid, her hands were clenched, and the two Slytherins facing her looked terrified. When the class ended, Astoria flounced off her stool and out the door. Neville looked at Hermione, and Draco shook his head and left. Draco edged closer. "So, what shall we do before dinner?" "Pawn, in the dungeons," she said crisply, picking up her bag. "I know it's Friday, but we're behind schedule. Received my owl this morning, I presume." "And a very disappointing owl it was, too," Draco said. "Just nonsense about nudes. You should pattern your notes after mine." He continued on this obnoxious vein all the way to the dungeons, suggesting increasingly risque topics for future messages, while Hermione fought her blushes. Draco obviously didn't expect anybody else to show up and began proposing alternative activities in the dungeon. But it turned out that some aides here actually cared about their futures, even on Friday afternoons. Pama Patil, for example, was anxious to join the healing program at St. Mungo's and needed strong scores in potions and defense against the dark arts.
"So, now he's glaring and you look smug?"
Neville said to Hermione after the meeting as Draco stalked off.
"Do I even want to know?"
"Never underestimate the power of education," Hermione said with a smile. She lowered her voice. "Neville, I need a favor. I'm having breakfast with Harry on Sunday and—"
"Oh, no," Neville said. "No, no, no."
"I haven't even asked you yet." Hermione raised her wand to clear the blackboard, and froze. Someone had drawn a large number 8 to the right of her outline.
Hermione, are you listening?
Neville was hissing.
I am not telling Harry about you and Malfoy.
I'll tell him. You only have to be there, Hermione said, clearing the board. I can't ask Ginny to do it, not with her history with Harry. You're the only person who gets it.
I sort of get it, although the whole Greengrass situation makes me nervous. That doesn't mean I want to defend you two to Harry.
Then just come for support.
How about I write a reference letter?
Neville pretended to write on parchment.
I have had the pleasure of watching Hermione and Malfoy quarrel relentlessly for months and crush anyone who gets between them, and am therefore convinced—
Please, Hermione begged as they left the dungeon and walked to the Great Hall. Look how effective you were today with Draco. I think he likes you.
Godric, help me, Hermione,
Neville breathed.
You are delusional. The bastard may have feelings for you, but if you think he sees me as anything other than a crybaby who happened to trip over a snake while holding a sword, then you have lost your grip on reality.
Hermione did not agree, however, and continued her efforts in an undertone as they joined the Gryffindor table for dinner. Neville obviously counted on Ginny's support, but her roommate thought bringing Neville along to see Harry was a great idea. Neville repeated his reference letter joke, and Ginny wrote one on the spot.
"No worry, Nev," she whispered, placing the sealed scroll in Hermione's hand. "Harry will go spare for a while, but my advice is to ignore everything but blood."
Blood?
Neville turned pale. "You're such a good friend," Hermione said, giving him a kiss.
I haven't agreed to anything, Hermione, and now I've got Draco Malfoy glaring at me,
Neville said, wiping his cheek.
When did you start wearing so much lipstick?
Chapter 48. Healing. At 7:47 p.m. on Friday, Hermione ducked into the chilly alcove near the Gryffindor common room and tapped the Marauder's map with her lit wand. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Draco thought he had smarted her, but she'd prove him wrong. Confidently, she scanned the Slytherin dungeons, the classrooms on the upper floor, likely alcoves and the ground-floor storage room. But no Draco. Hermione hunched over the parchment, checking and rechecking dots. Where was he? How did he do it? It must be some place the Marauders never found. A Slytherin hideout? Some place new, perhaps, created during the renovations this summer? Hermione bit her lip. Maybe she should. Wait. There he was, in the fourth-floor corridor that linked Gryffindor Tower and the Owlery. Draco's dart lingered near a bit of a wall opposite a balcony and then disappeared. Hermione stared at the map in disbelief. He was there and then gone, just like in their sixth. She shoved the parchment in the pocket of her cardigan and left the alcove, walking briskly to the fourth floor. The corridor was lined up with pictures of the Scottish moors. Flickering torchlight reflected off the floor-to-ceiling windows on her left. Draco was nowhere in sight. Hermione pulled out the map again. There was no dot but hers in the corridor or the balcony. She looked curiously at the bit of wall where she had seen that dot. Draco was nearby. She was sure of it. She tucked the map back into her pocket, prepared to wait him out when the stone wall shimmered slightly and a small, low door appeared, painted green. The door opened, and she stood amazed as Draco ducked through. He spotted her immediately, even before he'd straightened to his full height, and the smile had a hint of triumph. "You're late," he said. Hermione was still staring at the door. "Is that what I think it is?" "Yes, come see." Draco took her hand, and she smiled, for he looked a bit excited, his usual hauteur completely gone. He pulled her into a small, rectangular room with a flat ceiling and no windows. The only furnishings were a thick, luxurious brown carpet, a few large cushions, and 2 standing lamps. Draco's black suit coat was draped over a cream-colored cushion. But the walls were the real wonder. Hermione stood agog, mouth open, for runes danced across the walls, the color of parchment, the figures shifting colors as they moved. A tree appeared, its leaves rustling silently, followed by a longship with square sails moving across the wall. Her gaze turned to Draco, and he silently gestured upward, where more runes spun in a slow circle. "The Codex," she whispered, hardly daring to speak, or it would all disappear. She squeezed Draco's hand. "The Room of Requirement. You asked it to show you the Codex."
I found the room last week, Draco said. I needed a place to hide from. He stopped and cleared his throat. Who? Hermione couldn't help asking. She couldn't imagine who could drive Draco Malfoy into hiding. Luna Lovegood, he confessed. She's developed a renovation plan for the Malfoy cellars. She thinks the underground spaces would make an excellent meditative retreat. Draco suddenly looked drained, and Hermione bit her lip to keep from laughing. The daft witch has been hounding me for weeks. She thinks we can tap into groundwater source to create a spring of renewal, and the positive meditative energy could chase away any lingering dark spirits. He swallowed and shook his head. No wonder he was hiding. And so the door appeared? She asked. Yes, here, sit down. Draco settled them both on cushions and loosened his tie. He was in all black as usual, from tie and dress shirt to trousers and polished shoes. So reflected the golden light from the lamps and moving lines of runes. A flick of Draco's wand and a silver tray holding a matching tea set floated over, gently landing on the carpet before them. The teapot began to fill the cups, followed by lumps of sugar and a tiny silver pitcher of milk leaping into action. Draco produced a flask and waited for a nod from Hermione before adding a dollop, a rather large one, of siren scotch to each cup. Hermione noted the engraved M on the teapot and tray, but said nothing, noting that another matching tray held fruit, nuts, and toast. She darkly suspected a house elf had been involved, but said nothing. See, she could restrain herself. Light night snack was a good idea, since she'd been too busy arguing with Neville to eat much at dinner. Draco just might succeed where Ron and Harry had failed for years, getting Hermione to eat regularly. So the door appeared, Hermione prompted as she munched her toast. Draco nodded. I was walking back from the Owlery when I heard Lovegood sing it. But I couldn't see her, and I panicked, thinking, I need somewhere to hide, and there it was. What did the room look like? Hermione asked, curious. It was little more than a closet. Draco's eyes were wide. I thought it had been destroyed, the room of requirement. He looked around, saying the last 3 words almost with reverence. Hermione covered his hands with hers. The room stirred up painful memories for both of them. She was surprised Draco would even enter it. His friend had died in the room of hidden things, and Draco himself had been saved from the fiend fire by Harry. They sat quietly for a time, hands linked, both thinking back to that terrifying scene. The fiend fire spreading out of control, Hermione and Ron on a broom flying toward Draco, who was hauling an unconscious Goyle up a tower of charred death. The heat had been nearly overwhelming, and she remembered Draco's eyes, nearly mad with horror and fear. Had it only been months ago? Healing, she finally said, finding her voice. What? Draco asked absently. He had been clutching his teacup, lost in thought. The castle is healing, she said. Hogwarts, a history describes an attack by giants in 1343, led by dark wizards. The giants tore down an entire tower, but the castle rebuilt itself slowly over decades, stone by stone. She tugged on Draco's hand slightly, drawing him closer. McGonagall told me that parts of the castle are healing these days. Sometimes builders will arrive to repair a wall or turret and find it already half finished. The room of requirements must have healed as well, moving to another floor. It's smaller. Draco set down his teacup, slipping an arm around her. They leaned back against the wall, watching the dancing runes. This is the biggest I could make it, and I can't provide furniture, only cushions and rugs. Is the room of... Hermione couldn't finish. I tried. I asked for the room of hidden things. His voice was steady, but no door appeared. He swallowed. Just a faint smell of smoke. Hermione leaned against his shoulder while nibbling an apple slice. His body felt warm through the smooth, rich fabric of his shirt. I'm sorry your friend died, she said. He deserved it. Draco's voice was cold. He tried to kill you. You can still be sorry. I led him to it. Vince wasn't smart enough to think for himself. I did the thinking for him. I taught him to hate. Yes, you did, Hermione said. There was no denying it. Without Malfoy's poisonous influence, Crabbe and Goyle might have turned out more like Bloom and Pratt, thick but harmless. Mostly harmless, she corrected herself, remembering Draco's Quidditch injury. Hermione ate the last apple slice and started in on the walnuts.
She hoped Draco wasn't too hungry. She'd already finished the toast. Draco added a bit more scotch to their teacups. I cannot wait to graduate. Every stone of this place is haunted. She couldn't help but agree. It was time for a new generation, free of old prejudices and war wounds, to shape Hogwarts anew. She thought of the squeaky mice and McGonagall's effort for inter-house unity. Maybe it had already begun. What will you do after Hogwarts? Draco gave her a sideways look. My plans are in flux, he said. I know what I won't be doing. I won't hide away in Wiltshire, mingling only with pureblood society. I won't live my parents' life, he sighed. But it's hard to imagine a different future for Malfoy. You're already living that future, Hermione said. You found this place because you hated what happened in the manor. She set down her teacup, looking regretfully at the now empty snack tray. It will take more than a room of requirements to escape Luna, though. She's relentless. Draco looked mischievous. Maybe I'll send it to Mother. There was a brief silence as they both pictured Luna having tea at the manor, telling Narcissa her plans for the cellars. Hermione started to giggle and Draco's smile widened, but then his eyes clouded over, recalling a dark memory at the manor, most likely. The room seemed to darken with a Slytherin's mood, despite the dancing runes. Hermione dropped his hand and slid off her cushion onto her knees. Before Draco could react, she was straddling his outstretched legs, scooting forward until she could put her hands on his shoulders. His eyes widened. Come back to me, she said, looking down at him. Always, Draco said. His hands moved to her waist. Their lips met and Hermione melted into him, once again forgetting their surroundings, her senses filled with his warmth and his touch. Then she pulled away slightly, unbuttoning her now official secret Tour de Fer cardigan. She had Draco's sharp intake of breath at the sight of the dull gold halter top, the cardigan falling to the carpet. Rough palms moved up her bare back. You wore this at the Gryffindor party? He murmured. Yes, was all she said, her eyes sliding shut as he kissed her. You were so beautiful that night, Draco said in her ear, hands still roaming over her skin. I could only watch you, wondering if I was mad to aspire to such heights. He swallowed. I still wonder. Hermione opened her eyes, surprised. For 7 years Draco Malfoy had looked down at her with scowls and sneers, but now she remembered him watching her at the Gryffindor party, face upraised in a yellow ring of light. 1 week, she said, still hardly believing it. We had been back at school for a single week, and you were staring at me. I didn't know what to think. Who else would I stare at? Draco wanted to know. You were everywhere that week, writing in your notebook at breakfast, yawning in ancient runes, fighting with me in potions. His hands were moving away. Sitting at my side in defense against the dark arts, your curls brushing my shoulder, your skirt riding up those long legs, your left knee so close. His hand stroked the knee in question. His words were breathier in her ear. All of it drove me mad. I became obsessed. Obsessed. Thea's words floated through her mind. Draco's obsession with you is dangerous, possessive. Perhaps Theo had been right, once. Entirely obsessed. Draco's voice was matter-of-fact, although his hands hadn't stopped moving. Since the first day, you outshone every other witch in the school. Brilliant, powerful, with that roving eye. Hermione blinked. Roving eye? Draco withdrew his hand and leaned back against the wall again, looking a bit stern. Oh, yes. I saw you looking around, Hermione, during that first breakfast. You were finished with the weasel, that much was obvious, although he couldn't see it. I watched you consider and rightfully reject one Gryffindor after another. You passed over Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws without a second glance. He smiled slightly. I saw you watch Blaise walk by, and I saw you watching me, and flushing when I winked at you. Hermione couldn't deny it. She had said as much to Ron on their failed date at Hogsmeade. I didn't survive a while to go back to being a prim little bookworm, she said, beginning to pull at his tie. I wasn't going to play that role anymore. I was going to do what I wanted, where I wanted, when I wanted. She unspooled the tie easily. Years of fixing Ron and Harry's tie had made her adept, and began unbuttoning his shirt, unfastening the silver cuffling. He was like a wrapped present, black on the outside and so pale beneath. Draco was quiet now, head tilted slightly back, watching her through half-closed eyes. "Go on with your story," Hermione ordered, "or I'll stop." His lips curved upwards. "I was going to make my move that night of the party," he said obediently. Hermione tried to listen and not just watch the light from the runes play across his features. Gave a low chuckle. "1 week back at school, barely out of Azkaban, hated by the entire student body, and I turn up at a Gryffindor party on a Saturday night, determined to seduce Hermione Granger." It did sound mad, Hermione had to admit. He had unbuttoned enough of Draco's shirt to reveal a deep, slender V of pale skin. Ran a single finger down the center of his chest. What were you going to do? He couldn't help but ask, the usual desire for knowledge almost overcoming other desires. He said nothing as she unbuttoned the shirt entirely and pulled it off. It was so perfect. Even the thin silver scars from spells and hexes and Godric knew what else were perfect. Not even the dark marks, still vivid but unmoving, could detract from the lovely long lines of muscles and veins. She had almost forgotten what they— "Oh, yes, the story." "Go on," she said, tossing the shirt aside and putting her hands on her hips. Draco sighed. "I'm rather ashamed to tell you." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Do keep in mind that I'd barely known you a week," he said. "I mean, as the different me, knowing a different you, than I knew before when I—" Hermione's eyes widened. "More than the man is babbling." Draco pulled himself together and continued. "On the night of the party, my plans was to lure you out of the common room, get you into an alcove, probably." His gaze became hooded and dangerous. "Fuck you against the wall." "Really?" she breathed. Draco looked at her significantly, and she remembered. "I promised not to stop." Her pulse began to race as she unbuckled his belt. She didn't know what she was doing, just that she didn't want him to stop talking. "I knew there was something between us," he continued. "I felt it in the carriage, and it only grew stronger. Thoughts of you in the charms classroom stripping for me were driving me mad, keeping me awake. I thought perhaps a one-time thing, hot sex between enemies, would take care of it. Then we would—" He cleared his throat. "We would go our separate ways. You'd find someone else, someone more suitable." She rolled her eyes. "Lovely plan." "So I show up at the Gryffindor Tower with siren scotch. I had it all planned, and you weren't even there." Draco looked annoyed, an echo of the irritation he'd felt that night. "I was out with Ron," she said, not even trying to hide a smile. He reached for the back of her neck, her fingers fumbling with the halter's tiny buttons. "Yes, you were." Gave her a kiss, then looked at her reproachfully. "Splendid, I thought. She's back with the weasel after all. But then the weasel comes back without you, left you there alone at the village." His face darkened. "I gave him a piece of my mind and stormed out, vaguely thinking of marching to Hogsmeade to find you." They were both silent a moment. Draco apparently brooding over Ron's ungentlemanly behavior, and Hermione considering what would have happened if he'd showed up at the Leaky Cauldron. She'd been furious with Ron. Draco just might have gotten some revenge sex against the wall. Draco's voice brought her back to her surroundings. "I'm not seeing a lot of progress here." "Carry on, then," Hermione said, now working on his shoes. "Instead, I came across Daphne in the halls," he went on. "She said she saw you stomping toward the potions dungeon looking ready to kill somebody, so I talked to Slughorn, then go back to the party." Hermione was giggling now, imagining the high and mighty Draco Malfoy wandering the castle looking for her, trying to salvage his big seduction plan. "Enough talking," Draco said, pulling his shoes out of her hand and casting them aside. His eyes threatened to burn the halter top of her body. "No," she managed to insist. "Finish the story." He pulled a golden silk over her head and shook out her hair. Draco stared, and then shook his head as if to clear it. "So I returned to the party," he went on a bit hoarsely. "And there you were, standing on the sofa, so beautiful, almost shimmering, your magic." Pulled her to him, rolling his body, and Hermione found herself on her back, his face looming above her. His hands pulled her wrists above her head, holding them there. Draco kissed her lips roughly, desperately. "I was ready to do anything." Voice cracked as he looked down at her. "Hate sex against the wall wasn't enough anymore. I wondered if I could get you to a classroom, even my bedroom." Hermione began to tremble. She'd had no idea. She'd been recklessly drinking and dancing that night, and if Draco had gotten her alone outside the Gryffindor common room. Draco rolled off her suddenly and sat up, and Hermione propped herself on her elbows, looking at him curiously. He was frowning now. "Then, of course, you met Thea." Draco's voice was suddenly cool. "And we had that charming scene with Creevy, and Theo leaves, and you stopped dancing, and I think, finally—" He looked down at her reproachfully. "And then you fall asleep on the sofa." "It had been a long day," Hermione admitted. "Well," he sighed, "at that point I knew I was beaten. I couldn't leave you, though. You were alone in the room, alone and sleeping. I'm not the weasel. I had to stay until you woke up." "And so you did." She reached an arm toward him, and he came to her, kissing her with that old desperation, his tongue deep and aggressive. Hermione didn't know how long they lay there, exploring each other's mouth, but it almost felt like they were on the sofa at the Gryffindor party again, with all the former distrust and insecurities falling away. She'd wanted Draco so badly that night, even if she wouldn't admit it. Draco stripped off his trousers, and Hermione cast off her skirt, and they came together again, their touches becoming rougher, almost hysterical. Seemed to glow in the light of the runes, his eyes most of all. "I'm not demanding anything," Draco whispered, moving his mouth on her throat. "I'll take whatever you're willing to give." Hermione was trembling. I want this," she stammered, "but it's all so much." He hoped Draco would understand. And if he did understand, then maybe he could explain it to her. But he surprised her again. "I know, I'm not used to any of this either." He raised his head and gave her a wry look. "All this sharing?" "It does seem very un-Malfoy," Hermione agreed. He sighed. "You have no idea." He ran her palms up his jaw and into his hair. "I think you're doing quite well. Better than Blaise and Theo, certainly." He put his lips towards hers. "But now it's time to stop talking." Draco groaned as her hand slid underneath black silk to grasp his cock. Then there were no more stories. No sentences, not even words, as he explored her with mouth and hands, and she moved her own hand until he came, which felt a bit like a decoration of the room, what with all the mess over those nice carpets and cushions. She banished such thoughts immediately, are you witch or not, and cleaned everything with a wave of her hand. He was murmuring brokenly into her hair, and Hermione's mind recalled where they were, far from their assigned beds, and it must be getting late. "Shh," Draco said as she tried to sit up. "We're all right." "It's after curfew, and—" "We're all right," he repeated in that soothing tone. "We can get to our rooms tomorrow morning," he breathed in her ear. "Stay." Hermione knew she shouldn't, but she didn't have the strength to move. She shivered and suddenly felt the weight of a heavy, soft blanket over both of them. The room still worked. "Sleep, darling," he said in his velvet tones, and there was no resisting that. Hermione felt him shift slightly, so his chest was to her back, his arm around her. "Sleep," he repeated, and she obeyed, although she didn't want to, because in this moment dreams could never surpass the reality of Draco. To be continued. Next up, Potion Lab, Squeaky Mice, and Diagon Alley. Thank you for listening to this chapter of the Gloriana set by ThebeMoon, read by LMXMabella. If you would like to stay up to date on upcoming chapters and stories, you can follow me on YouTube, AO3, or Spotify. Chapter 49. Let's do lunch. It had become a distressingly familiar dream for her, ever since he first leaned close in the library, whispering, "I'll kiss you if you tell me, Granger." The alluring scent of warm sunshine and cologne, the fresh, light smell of his hair. As their interactions continued, the dream added that silky feel of set hair and the smoothness of warm skin interposed with rough stubble along his sharp jaw. Soon the dream added the feel of his hand on her waist, his lips on her throat. Now the dream was back, more vivid than ever, and she could feel softness brushing her cheeks and lips, and it was so real she actually opened her eyes and turned her head. And he was there. Really, truly there, beside her in the semi-darkness lit only by glowing blue runes on the walls. Lay on her back on the soft carpet, and he on his side, looking down at her, and his eyes shone blue like a cat's. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, and she raised a hand to stroke his cheek and confirm he was really there. It was his lips on hers that finally convinced her this was no dream. She had found him. Draco couldn't hide from her after all, and they were in the room of requirement. This was the first time she'd woken up with anyone, unless you counted the month in the tent during the war, which Hermione certainly did not. Fingers ran down his back, his hands ran up her thighs. They both felt a little frisky, open to a little exploring, and it was a long time before either of them had anything to say. Finally, Draco pulled himself away, sitting up with his back against the wall. "We should go to Diagon Alley today," he said casually, after were chatting outside ancient ruins. "Nocturnally too," she said hopefully, scooting over to him. He sighed and put an arm around her. "If we must." Hermione's face lit up. "We can meet Vizir there. By all means, let us meet the vampire on our day out together. And we can test the blood potion in the morning before we go. It should be finished today." Hermione inched away to face him, excited by the prospect. "Just think of it, Draco. After we figure out the Mudblood's letters." Draco rolled his eyes. "We can consider our next project. Perhaps a screaming—" Draco rubbed a hand over his chin. Yes, we will certainly discuss experimental potions ad nauseam, but not right now." He yawned. "Not before my tea and morning pastries." He looked around expectantly. "Not before my tea," he repeated significantly, then sighed. "Of course, the room—" "It's nearly 8 o'clock, Hermione said, who had located her watch and was scrabbling about for her halter. Draco gave another regretful sigh and gracefully rose to his feet, pulling on his trousers. With the help of a full-length mirror the room provided, and some smoothing and tailoring spells, Hermione thought they both looked quite respectable in a short amount of time. "If we hurry, we can still make breakfast," she said. "You must be joking," Draco said. "I could never appear in the Great Hall in this condition." "You look fine," Hermione said. Draco sniffed. "Malfoys do not look fine. The rumpled I slept on the bloody floor look may pass muster at the Gryffindor table, but some houses have standards." He fussed for a moment with his left shirt cuff, glared at it, then gave it up as a bad job. "I will see you at the potions lab." "You are definitely not a morning person," Hermione observed, amused. 11 o'clock. Draco stepped up to her, and his warm kiss belied his snooty tone. "Don't be late this time." He ran his knuckles along her cheek and left the room, obviously anxious to get to the dungeon before anyone saw him in such a state. Hermione just shook her head, taking a minute to admire the runes on the walls a bit longer before leaving herself. Draco might need the next 3 hours to primp, but she was going to breakfast. She was starving, and if Gryffindor's Saturday morning standards were a bit lax, Ron had turned up in his bathrobe one morning and no one even noticed. Well, she could only be grateful. After breakfast, she returned to her room, showering and dithering about her clothes for London. Ginny hadn't been at breakfast and wasn't around to consult. Favorite jeans and jumper were rejected, as was anything red and gold. She thought about transfiguring a blouse green, but transfigured colors were a tricky business and often caused streaking. Finally, she chose a dark purple blouse with a shortened black skirt and knee-high boots, then tousled with her hair until she remembered the Gloriana said. Surely it was all right to wear it now. She thought of Narcissa and Lucius and almost quailed, then shook her head. They weren't the Malfoys that mattered. So she used a large clip to pull her hair off her face along the curls that tumbled down her back. There. She arrived at the potions lab 20 minutes early. The blood magic potion looked perfect, definitely ready with puffs of pink steam swirling clockwise up from the cauldron. She could test her blood now, but wanted to wait for Draco, so she began reviewing her list of other experimental potions. There was a curative potion for cursed scars she literally itched to try. Hermione? Draco stood in the doorway, apparently groomed to his satisfaction. He wore black trousers and a green cashmere jumper so dark it was almost black. Good morning, she said, feeling awkward. as she always did when they had polite exchanges like normal people. He stepped forward with a smug smile, and Hermione leaned into him, feeling his fingers brush the diamond clip in her hair.
"Is it ready?"
he asked, looking over her head at the cauldron. "Yes." He turned away and fastened black ropes over her clothes. Draco slid his arm into his ropes and hooked them both together while Hermione got out the vial. Using the tongs, Draco carefully dipped the vial into the potion and set it into a wooden holder. Then he produced a small silver knife and handed it to her. D.L.M. was engraved on the sheath. These Malfoys and their monograms. "What's this?" she asked. "7th birthday present," he said. "Of course, what small boy doesn't need his own engraved silver knife?" "It's not cursed, is it?" she asked. Draco scowled. "Too soon?" "Yes," was all he said. Hermione pulled the knife from its sheath and ran its edges along her finger. The silver blade was wicked sharp. Beads of red instantly appeared, and she had the finger over the vial. A few drops of blood fell into the potion. Draco handed her a handkerchief, and they both watched the vial anxiously. 1, 2, 3 seconds, and the potion in the vial turned clear. "We did it!" Hermione cried. "We did it!" She beamed up at him. "Yes," he said. He ran his wand over her finger, healing it instantly. "Now your turn," she said excitedly. He dipped another vial into the potion with the tongs and placed it in the holder. Draco cut his palm with the knife and dripped blood into the vial. There was no reaction at first. Hermione had begun counting as soon as his blood hit the potion. When she got to 30 seconds, she and Draco exchanged confused looks, then looked down at the vial again and gasped. A small sample of potion was swirling, changing color. The potion was now pale purple. Draco flinched back from the vial, crushing into the shelf behind him. Not even the sound of glass bottles striking to the stone floor could pull Hermione's eyes from the vial, its damning purple color shining clearly. "It can't be. There must be some mistake." She wondered to hear her voice so calm and confident. "Let's try it again." She looked at Draco now, and his eyes were wide and confused. "All right," he said hoarsely. Hermione set up another vial, and Draco viciously sliced at his palm, crossing the previous wound, marking an X. He thrust a hand over the vial, and the stream of blood, he'd cut the skin rather deeply, poured into the vial. Then he dropped his hand, not even bothering to bind it, as Hermione counted the seconds. 36 seconds, and the vial turned pale purple again. "Book!" Draco shouted, fisting his bloodied hand and slamming it on the table. The vials and cauldron shook, and Hermione had her breath, but nothing spilled. "Give me your hand," she said. He ignored her, panting. She moved closer and put her hand on his fist. The knuckles were now bleeding as well. "Draco." He slowly opened his fist, blood running between his fingers. He cast a quick healing spell, then Tergeo, and he put the hand on the table. She could see it was trembling, and put her own hand over it. "Look at me, Draco," she said. He did, his grey eyes full of pain. "There's an explanation, and it's not that you wrote the message." "What other explanation could there be?" he asked. "Was I possessed? Imperious? Did someone get hold of my blood somehow? There were some Death Eater rituals." "Maybe the potion is flawed," Hermione said. "It is experimental. There could be factors." He laughed bitterly. "The potion is perfect, and you know it. How could it not be? You created it." "I'm not perfect," she said. "Just practically perfect." He didn't smile, just looked down, his white blonde fringe hiding his eyes. He didn't like that, and reached up to brush it away, but he flinched from her touch. "Are you going to tell Potter?" he asked. "The question is, are we going to tell Potter?" she said. "We decide together." He raised his head and looked at her. "What do you think?" Hermione took a moment to consider, and he watched with that endearing patience he often displayed while she was thinking. She tilted her head and squinted at the cauldron, the lazy pink steam still rising. "We need time," she said finally. "It's a complicated potion. Something could be affecting its performance. We're also meeting Vizil today, and he might have an insight." She looked at Draco again. "But yes, we will have to tell Harry at some point. He knows about the potion. He knows we're testing it. I was going to send an out to him today, but I can delay a day or two.
Hermione.
His voice was hoarse.
With that information, Kingsley could drag me in for questioning or...
Nobody's dragging you anywhere, Draco, she said briskly. The good news is that Harry never told Kingsley about the potion. Officially, he knows nothing. He sneered.
St. Potter is not going to withhold vital information in an Auror investigation, and once he finds out about this, he'll run straight to Kingsley.
No, he won't, Hermione said stubbornly. This is my potion. I conceived it, we brewed it, and I have some say over how information it yields is used. If Harry did such a thing, and I don't for a minute believe he would, I would testify to the unreliability of this blood potion and its inadmissibility as evidence, and that would be the truth. I wouldn't turn in anybody on the strength of this potion alone. Draco sat heavily on the stool, his head in his hand.
I wish I understood what's happening.
So do I. Hermione stood in front of him and slid her hands over the back of his neck. He put his arms around her waist, leaning his head on her shoulder. He could feel the weight of his head through her robe. Finally, Draco lifted his head, releasing her from his arms and straightening on the stool.
All right, Hermione,
he said, his eyes brighter.
I'm not locked up yet, and I don't intend to be. It's just...
He shook his head.
I feel like my future is like the edge of that silver ice. It could go either way, success or failure, freedom or Azkaban.
There wasn't much to say to that, so she tugged at his hand until he stood up. Come on, she said. You're taking me to lunch. Did you bring a cloak? They had agreed that hooded cloaks were best when going to Nocturnally after lunch, and Malfoy produced a black cloak that Hermione immediately rolled up.
Careful there, he objected. That cloak's expensive.
His voice trailed off as she easily slid the rolled cloak into a little beaded bag. Cork this pair of ice, please, and hand them to me, Dred, she said, looking inside the bag. I never took out Luna's fishing poles.
What are you going to do with these? He asked, handing her the vials.
I don't know, but I'm not leaving them around for any random person to find. They shed their robes, and Draco watched interestedly as Hermione locked the potion step door and cast a string of complicated wards. Then Hermione spent some time silently demonstrating her continued confidence in Draco's character on one of the potions tables.
I have to admit, I'm not used to this,
Malfoy said, looking down at her. He ran his lips along her collarbone, then drifted lower. Hermione's shirt was now unbuttoned, and her bra had vanished entirely. From what I understand, you're quite used to this, she said breathily. Slytherin bad boy, right? Oozing trouble and sex?
Not this kind of trouble,
he said against her skin.
Not this kind of sex.
She shivered at the feel of his tongue.
You're so sweet, the way you look at me, with wonder. But you're the wonder.
His words trailed off into incoherent murmurs as he worked his way down her torso.
Hermione,
he breathed, and she felt a hand under her skirt tugging at her knickers.
Let me.
Let's look in here,
cried a voice.
Not again, Draco groaned, looking up. Let me guess, there's a pygmy puff on my head.
Hermione giggled. She couldn't help it.
Mr. Malfoy?
Piped another voice, sounding like Percival. Draco groaned again and stood, brushing a hand over his hair and jumper to achieve perfection. Hermione, on the other hand, struggled to button her blouse and find her shoes.
Alarmora,
said a girl's voice, and Hermione nearly fell off the table at the sound of an opening door lock. That Lila is entirely too smart, Hermione muttered, hopping off the table and wiggling uncomfortably. Her knickers were now, well, wedged. Draco grinned at her mockingly.
Mr. Malfoy, Miss Granger!
The entire Squeaky Mice contingent was in the hallway.
They're in the potions dungeon. What are they doing in there? Did she hex them again? I think he hexed her. She's a mess.
Malfoy was outright laughing now, and Hermione's glare only made him laugh harder. What are you all doing here? She asked, hands on her hips. The Squeaky Mice hung their heads.
We have detention,
Bertie said. Again?
It wasn't our fault,
Imogen said.
We didn't know it would follow him around.
Who?
Professor Slughorn,
Percival said.
He keeps making us fetch his silver flask for him, so I asked Lila to cast a tethering spell. I thought the flask would stay in his leather satchel,
Lila said, looking a little abashed.
but I met the spell a little too strong.
It kept following him around, Imogen said, floating behind his head and nudging him.
It was a very needy flask,
Percival said, worse than a pygmy puff. Hey, Bertie said, Cupcake can hear you. Professor Zuckon couldn't get away from it, Lila said, and if he ignored it too long, it would pour its drink on his head. It was a really strong spell, Percival said admiringly. It was a really strong drink, too. Lila waved her hand in front of her nose. Draco was still laughing and therefore useless. So it was up to Hermione to shoo them all out of the dungeon to wait in the corridor for Slughorn. Couldn't be angry with them, though. Slughorn had deserved what he got. The squeaky mice antics had also returned Draco to his earlier light-hearted mood, although he looked a bit sour when she opened the secret passageway from the castle to the Honeyduke's cellar. "You three had all kinds of secrets, don't you?" he asked. "You have no idea," Hermione said with a smile. It was Draco who chose their lunch spot in Diagon Alley, turning up his nose at many nice cafes and pubs. Instead, he led her to a top floor of a tall, impossibly thin building, up a spiral staircase to a landing. Hermione saw no exit, just large paintings of Parisian scenes. Undeterred, Draco went up to the closest picture, that of an outdoor cafe by the Eiffel Tower, and spoke to the fat waiter in a white apron. "Martins, monsieur, s'il vous plaît," he said. "Oh, très bien, monsieur, mademoiselle." The painted waiter tucked a tray on his arm and bowed. "Ouvrir?" A hole in the ceiling appeared and spread, and the spiral staircase extended higher, curving like a corkscrew through the opening. "After you," Draco said. Hermione climbed the stairs and emerged on the building's top floor, which only had room for 5 tables surrounded by glass walls. She stepped to the nearest window, amazed. She could see all of Diagon Alley, the columns of Gringotts Bank and the dark slash that was likely Nocturne Alley. Muggle London loomed in the background, hazy and grey. A man in black led them to the table. The only other patrons were 2 white-haired wizards with long beards murmuring in Danish? Norwegian? Hermione couldn't tell. The table barely had room for 2 folded napkins and a low pot of roses. Malfoy smoothly slid into his chair as the waiter seated Hermione. "There is no ordering here," Draco told her. "They just bring you food and wine and expect you to love it." Hermione nodded as a server placed wine and bread before them. "I've never heard of this place. How do you know about it?" she asked. "My mother. She hasn't been here in years. Fell out with Martine one day when she didn't like her table, but Mother brought me here once before I came to Hogwarts. It's very discreet. There's a ward of confidentiality on the dining room." Touched her wand in her skirt pocket, trying to sense the ward. "That's very difficult magic." Confidentiality wards prevented anyone leaving the protected area from discussing anything they'd seen or heard there. "A Gringotts goblin did it for Martine, according to Mother," Draco said, buttering a roll. "So anything we discuss here is strictly confidential. For example," he gave her a wicked smile, "I can tell you that Slytherin House has a charmed quill that writes the correct answers to any test. Any Slytherin can reserve it 3 times a year. I used it for my last Muggle Studies exam." "That's cheating!" Hermione cried, aghast. "Wait, you take Muggle Studies?" "Part of my probation," Draco said. "Deadly dull. Yesterday we learned about toasters and deep fat fryers." He shuddered. "Sounds horrid. I can't believe no one knows about this quill. It should be confiscated. I should—" "You can't," Draco smiled mockingly. "By the way, I told Brown yesterday that Theo's in love with her." "Draco!" Hermione cried. "You didn't!" He winked at her. "Better him than me. And now you can't tell Theo." Hermione groaned. "I hate this place already. You're going to sit here and tell me all the nefarious things you've been up to this year, aren't you? And I thought we'd have a nice lunch." Draco reached out and took her hand. "It is a nice lunch," he said. "I'll tell you what else is nice. How my family's French house elf brings tea and fresh pastries to my bedroom every morning." His smile widened. "If you're there, you can have some as well." I don't believe you." Hermione pulled her hand back. "How could you?" "Her name is Aimée," Draco went on. "Quite useful, really. Healed me of that stinging hex Theo gave me like that." He snapped his fingers.
You had a house elf heal you that night? Of course. Draco looked smug. What would you have me do? Suffer? Yes, I mean no, I thought... Her throat was suddenly tight. Draco took her hand again. Oh, you were worried, weren't you? His eyes glittered. You wanted to sneak down to my room and heal me, didn't you? He kissed her hand. I wish you had. He murmured, his lips on her wrists. It would have moved things along. Hermione blushed furiously and pulled her hand away as the waiter set down 2 plates of snails. Bon appetit! She turned her attention to her plate just to look at something else. She'd eaten snails before, but had a little trouble with the tongs, while Draco gracefully ate all of his and the rest of hers, where she struggled with the first shell. Then he poured another glass of wine, while Hermione dipped the first tiny shred of snail she'd excavated into butter sauce. You know, he said with hooded eyes, feeding your dining partner is considered very romantic. We may have to consider it, if it's the only way you'll be able to eat today. I don't know why the French even eat snails. Escargot. They might as well serve slugs, put them in little petals or butter rolls. What? They're the same thing after all, Hermione went on, waving her tiny snail fork. What are slugs in French? Limace, he said with a frown. See? Limace in lettuce wraps. Sounds lovely, and no tongues. It is of infinite comfort to me, Draco pronounced, that our lunch setting prevents you from raising this appalling topic with anyone else, although that doesn't help my present situation. Hermione just smiled as the waiter whisked away the plates and brought lobster bisque. I know, Draco said. Why don't you tell me something not Limace-related? Confidentiality guaranteed. She thought for a moment. Ginny thinks Blaise is too perfect, she said. Draco shrugged. Blaise has always been perfect, even as a child. His mother made sure of it. If the Weaslette is hoping he'll open his heart to her, she'll be waiting for a long time. She'll probably break up with him then, Hermione said sadly. I don't know. Most women are incurably optimistic, he said, pointing his spoon at her. Case in point. Hermione was happy to see the main course arrive. Duck lettuce wraps with anchovy cream sauce. Finally, something solid to eat. On Wednesday, I saw a Slytherin boy add emeralds to the House Point hourglass, she said brightly. I've been watching for signs of tampering, and apparently it's a regular thing, so I've enchanted the hourglass. Now every time a Slytherin tries to add emeralds, twice as many will be lost the next day. Draco nearly dropped his fork. You can't do that. Pansy was going to add another 10 points today. Then 20 will be lost tomorrow. She leaned forward. And nobody will know why. Draco looked horrified. You're right, Hermione said. This is a very nice lunch. His eyes narrowed. I honestly thought that regular snugging would make you less insufferable. Now, who's being incurably optimistic? She asked. They had no time to finish their dessert, since Vasile awaited them in Nocturnelli, so they left Martine's with boxed eclairs in Hermione's beaded bag. They hadn't walked a block, however, before stopping to open a box on a park bench behind a mass of moonflower vines. We'll have to hurry, Hermione said, taking a large bite of eclair. Yes, it simply wouldn't do to keep a vampire waiting, Draco said. It's not safe for him to just hang around, she said. Draco snickered. You mean upside down? Not funny. He leaned forward. Hold still, you have chocolate on your face. He held still and he kissed the side of her mouth, licking the bottom lip. Delicious. We shouldn't. Not here, she began. Hold still, there's more, he said and kissed her again. Hello, dear, said a soft voice. Draco and Hermione broke apart instantly and jumped to their feet. Standing before them was Narcissa Malfoy. Hermione couldn't speak. Did the woman have Hermione alert wards set up around Diagon Alley? And did Hermione still have chocolate on her face? She looked over at Draco and saw that her boyfriend, she supposed he was a boyfriend, Merlin Helper, was flinging his limbs about in an odd little dance. At first Hermione thought Narcissa had actually hexed him, but then she realized that Draco had moved to kiss his mother, then thought better of it, decided to shake hands, changed his mind again, and finished with a bow, all practically at the same time. Hermione and Narcissa watched his antics for a time, but the fun was over all too soon. Miss Granger, Narcissa purred. So nice to see you. I beg you to excuse my son for a moment while he has a word with his mother.
Of course, Hermione said.
No, mother,
said Draco, who had gotten himself under control.
Hermione can stay and hear whatever you need to say. I would not advise it,
Narcissa said.
Neither would I, Hermione put in. Nonetheless, I insist.
Draco's voice was silky now, pure Lucius.
Fine,
Hermione said, glancing at her watch. Narcissa moved to sit on the bench, which placed Hermione and Draco standing before her like misbehaving children.
Draco,
Narcissa said, her voice icy.
Your father was very disappointed by the lack of respect in your response to his letter. And I was disappointed by the lack of respect in his letter, Draco said. Also, to my understanding, he is no longer my father since, as you can see,
he waved a hand at Hermione's cars,
I have not acceded to his request.
Hermione didn't miss the formality of Draco's last sentence, and by Narcissa's look she was going to answer her son in high chant.
He will always be your father, Draco,
she said,
and he would be very displeased to see a Malfoy engage in such unseemly behaviour as I have seen here.
Well, unless I take Hermione into Azkaban and snuck her there, he won't have to worry about it, Draco said.
Draco, you're being rude in front of your friend,
Narcissa said blandly.
Nevertheless, your actions do not credit to your family or to your betrothed.
Draco gritted his teeth.
Mother, Astoria is not my betrothed. I have every right to see Hermione.
Hermione sighed. As riveting as Draco's family drama was, she couldn't stay any longer. Lady Malfoy, she said, I hope you will excuse me, but I'm late for an appointment.
That's right, Draco said. Mother, you'll have to excuse both of us.
I can go on my own, Hermione said. Draco turned on her.
You are not meeting that appointment alone, you promised.
It's perfectly safe.
I am sure that Miss Granger is quite capable on her own,
Narcissa said. Draco ignored this.
Hermione, you are not going anywhere near that appointment without me.
It's a very nice appointment and will be no trouble, and I'm leaving now, so you can either accompany me or not, Hermione said.
Surely, Draco, you can spare a little more time for your loving ma.
Narcissa began.
No, I cannot,
Draco said, grabbing Hermione's hand to keep her from leaving.
Hermione and I have serious business that cannot wait.
Stepped closer to Narcissa.
I know you don't understand what I'm doing, Mother. I know you don't like it. You listened to Lucius during the war. I'm asking you to listen to me now. I certainly can't do worse. Now I have to go with Hermione, and I will try to visit soon. Your father is very angry, Draco,
Narcissa said.
I know, and I'm sorry for your sake.
He bent down and kissed Narcissa on the cheek, then stalked off, pulling Hermione along with him. Chapter 50 Nocturnally. Draco looked a bit grim as they neared Nocturnally, and Hermione couldn't blame him. Accusatory potions, a run-in with his mother, now a meeting with a vampire. This hadn't been his best day. They both pulled up the hoods of their cloaks as they passed through the alley's shadowy entrance.
Stay close to me,
Draco said. You stay close to me, Hermione returned. He held her wand inside her cloak pocket and strode ahead into the narrow, winding street, forcing Draco to follow. He growled at this, but he couldn't pass her, since hags and vagrants and decrepit stalls selling suspicious wares had narrowed the street farther. A large tattooed wizard with yellow eyes and a bulbous nose stomped towards them from the opposite direction, ladling a long black whip. He slashed an old hag trying to scuttle away, prompting Hermione to draw her wand. Draco pushed Hermione's arm down and shoved her back against the wall.
Draco, she hissed. Stop charging into trouble,
Draco said, and still on her arm.
I could take him,
she snapped.
That's not what we're here for.
Not the hag.
I know, he hissed. But if you start hexing every mean person in Nocturnally, we'll never get to the blood-sucking friend before someone chases him off, and won't that be terrible?
Draco looked around.
Who knows how many chaps will come out of the woodwork if you face off with someone like that? You're not invincible, you know.
Well, look, he protested, pointing. The wizard's whip had destroyed a pile of wooden crates holding a street vendor's supply of disembodied hands. All the hands were getting out, clutching people's cloaks and crawling up walls like cockroaches. "Come on," Draco said, releasing her arm and putting his own around her waist. "Let's go. Merlin, I can't believe you came here last month without causing a riot. We'll need to talk about all this grabbing of hens and aunts," Hermione said as he pulled her father along the alley. They made it halfway through the pub without mishap, until Draco caused a small scene outside Borgin and Burke's. A stowaway disembodied hand had crawled up his leg, reaching his upper thigh before he'd noticed. Draco started tugging the hand off, but the fingers held fast to his trousers, and Hermione cast a tiny spark at the hand that hit the wizard's leg instead. He was flailing so wildly. She could see Borgin's pale face peering through his shop's grimy windows. "Eh!" Nick very nearly squealed as the green fingers moved upwards again. Furious, he shoved his wand into the hand and exploded it, splattering hand guards all over the shop window and their cloaks. Borgin's face vanished. By the time they reached the White Wyvern, Hermione was giggling and Draco was sputtering with rage. "You should have seen your face," she gasped, "when the hand got chopped near you." "Don't you dare finish the sentence," he growled. "Just look at my cloak." He tried to shake the blood off the thick cloth. Hermione looked at her own cloak and sighed. "Well, now we fit right in." They did 3 rounds of the Wyvern before they found Vazil. That was only because the vampire came out of the shadows and almost stepped on their feet. 3 of them quickly withdrew to a corner table, and what looked like a half-trow came by and slammed the 3 foaming steins in front of them. "Don't drink it," Hermione said. "Do I look stupid?" Draco retorted. Hermione turned to Vazil. "I hope you won't waiting long."
"I am honored you would deign to meet me, Princessa,"
the vampire purred. Draco pulled Hermione's chair closer to him. "Let's get on with it." "Vazil, have you learned anything new about blood curses and messages?" Hermione asked.
"Yes,"
he answered.
"I have spoken with a few scholars of these dark arts. Your school may be under some sort of blood spell. The spellcaster does not directly write the message, but casts a spell on the entire castle. If words appear on the wall, this is a very bad sign."
"What? He's making jokes now?" Draco asked. Hermione ignored this. "But Vazil," she said, "Hogwarts is the most protected and warded building in Britain. How could it be affected by a curse?"
"Magical buildings, they are the most dangerous,"
Vazil said.
"This spell twists the inherent magic of the walls."
Hermione and Draco exchanged glances.
"More messages will likely appear elsewhere in the castle,"
the vampire continued.
"In your case, the message is aimed at those born of muggles, those whom we call commoners, the ordinary. This is not necessarily a curse, simply a manifestation of the blood used in this spell. The blood of a powerful witch or wizard with great hatred of commons."
"What is the purpose of the spell, then?" Hermione asked. Vampire shook his head, the light from the guttering candle behind him shining on his black hair.
"There is no way of knowing, Princessa. The spell itself may not be hostile, only the message."
"How do we lift a spell?" Draco asked.
"The spellcaster must reapply the blood of the magical being used in the spell and cast a counterspell."
The vampire pulled a slim book from his cloak, a book so old it was practically crumbling. Vazil placed it on the table, and only when he had removed his thin white hand, a hand even paler than Draco's, did Hermione pick up the book. Curse of Home and Hearth. A rather homey title, but the faded cover was blood-stained and the book fell open in Hermione's hand, revealing an engraved picture of victims being crushed by rubble. "Have you ever seen this book?" she asked Draco, handing it to him. Draco shook his head. Hermione turned back to Vazil. "May I borrow it?"
"Anything in my humble possession is yours, Princessa,"
Vazil said. Draco scowled. Hermione nodded, then pulled out her beaded bag from under the table, tucking the book inside. Bazil, I told you about my blood potion. The solution turns a deep purple when matching blood is dropped into it. The vampire nodded. She cleared her throat nervously. This morning, we tested it with blood from the messages. When we added my blood, it stayed clear. Not a match, but when we added Draco's blood. She looked at Draco, whose mouth was a thin line. Then she pulled the vial out of the bag and placed it on the table. The pale purple color was obvious even in the dim light. Bazil became very still, dark eyes on Draco. His face shifted, thin black eyebrows drawing down to a V, and the red line of his mouth widening dangerously. The pointed tips of his fangs emerged. The vampire began to rise, spreading his cloak slightly. When he spoke, his voice was thick with dark intent.
And you are convinced, Chessa, that this man did not?
Yes, Bazil, she said, flinging her left arm over Draco's chest. Shadows seemed to gather round the vampire who bared his fangs farther. His eyes glittered. Draco himself sat frozen. Bazil, I am certain he did not cause these messages, she went on. Draco told the Aurors on the Veritaserum that he did not write the messages or cast a spell. I trust him. Please, Bazil. The vampire resumed his seat, but shadow still lingered, and the smoothness of his face did not return.
Then this man's blood may have been used somehow as what you call a setup?
Without his knowledge. Draco, she said, turning to him, you mentioned some Death Eater rituals. Draco's face was stern as he considered. Yes, enough could have been spilled. Few members became fond of Sectum Sempra. Hermione stared at him in horror, then took his hand and squeezed it hard. Bazil was still looking at the vial, holding it to the torchlight in his long and possibly thin fingers.
You say the potion turns purple when the magical blood is used?
Yes, she said. It turns Her eyes opened wide. Bazil nodded.
Blood will tell. It is not, yet it is.
Will somebody kindly share what is going on? Draco asked with a dangerous politeness. The messages on the wall wasn't written with your blood, Hermione said. The blood likely came from Lucius. Draco stared at them with amazement. That's not possible. It's very possible, Hermione said. A close relationship of blood, so the potion turned purple. Not the deep purple a perfectly matching sample would create, but close enough. Does that mean my blood can curse the curse? Draco asked. Bazil shook his head.
Your blood is diluted by that of your mother's. Better it is that the donor's blood is used.
How are we to get blood from Lucius? Hermione asked.
I have some ideas,
Draco said darkly.
No great amount would be needed,
Bazil said.
You must find the spellcaster who replaced the blood on the castle wall. The building's very walls would absorb the power, just as the castle absorbed the original spell. So this spell could have been cast anywhere, any time at Hogwarts, but the messages turned up on the Gryffindor Tower wall, Draco said. Yes, the stronger the curse, the more quickly the message would reveal itself.
Bazil said.
A few days, perhaps. I would say the spell sensed young Lord Malfoy and was drawn to him.
Hermione turned to Draco. We have to tell Harry, she said. We have to tell him now. Draco nodded and stood. Hermione did as well and smiled at Bazil. Thank you, she said. You have been a true friend to us. The vampire bowed.
It has been an honor, Princessa.
He walked into a shadowed corner and disappeared. Draco stepped forward, looking into the corner, but the vampire was gone. I do not like him. We need to talk to Harry, Hermione said. He can help us. How? He asked as they re-entered Nocturne Alley. How can your precious pothead? They stopped suddenly. There was a scream and a crash and splintering of wood. A fight had broken out between two hooded figures pushing carts of mud. Hermione halted and Draco stepped in front of her.
Move, she hissed. I can't see. He glared at her. Haven't you had enough entertainment today? Hermione, peeking over Draco's arm, saw one figure draw out a long object. Oh no, he's got a wand, Draco! She dragged him down just before curses began ricocheting off stone walls. Come on, she snapped, crawling into a nearby shop. Draco followed. It was a very small shop and quite deserted. Cobwebs covered the shelves, and when Hermione and Draco stood, their cloaks were covered in dirt, dust, and rat droppings, as well as handguards. Charming, Draco said, looking around. You know, Hermione said, pushing back her hood, I'm not convinced having you with me makes me any safer. My last visit to Nocturnally was quite uneventful. Draco gave her a dirty look as she tried to brush off his cloak. Hermione peeked out of the shop's tiny window. They're still fighting out there, she said. We should just go to Harry's now. He sighed. Very well, but first. His voice cut off as Hermione grabbed his arm and apparated them to 12 Grimmauld Place. What are you doing? Draco shouted, pulling his arm away. You could have splinched me. Nonsense. I side-apparated Harry and Ron all the time during the war, and an invisibility cloak too, she said. He glared down at her. If that's true, I just want to go on record saying that you deserve any amount of arm-grabbing. It wouldn't kill you to be a little more trusting, she said. Yes, it could, he cried. It almost did. She squinted up at him. You're still upset about that disembodied hand, aren't you? It's not like it touched your guys. Harry was standing in his open doorway. Would you like to come in? Hermione and Draco glared at each other, then followed him into the house. Harry shuffled down the hallway, past the now permanently silenced portrait of Walburga Black, then led them into the white, bright kitchen that Hermione and Ron had helped him paint yellow over the summer. Tea? He asked. Sorry, no coffee. Potter? Draco drawled. Do you intend to stay dressed like that? What? Harry ran his hand through his spectacularly messy black hair, glasses sliding down his nose. He was wearing boxers, socks, and a too-tight Weasley sweater with a big H on the chest. Why not? It's my weekend off. Yeah, Draco, why not? Hermione asked. Draco raised his eyebrows significantly. You're kidding, she said. It's Harry. I've seen his boxers plenty of times. Draco looked over at Harry, who was dunking a tea bag into his mug. Hermione and I lived in a tent together, Harry said with a wide grin. Alone, for a month. Actually, I think that's my sweater, Hermione said, looking him over. Probably, Harry said, smirking at Draco. Perhaps I should leave the two of you alone, Draco said icily. Sounds great, Harry said. He turned to Hermione. What are you doing running around with him? He looked them both up and down. Where have you two been? Is there blood? Nocturnally, Hermione said, taking off her cloak. Draco continued to stand stiffly still, looking down his nose at them. Oh, for Godric's sake, Draco, there's nothing between me and Harry, she snapped. Take off your cloak. With a bad grace, the Slytherin peeled off his filthy cloak before seating himself at the table. Harry just leaned against the counter and sipped his tea, still grinning. It was up to her, as usual, to be the adult and pour herself and Draco some tea and sit down. Draco still had a dirty streak down one cheek, and his hair was ruffled and dusty, but what he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. Harry then took a seat at the table as well, yawning. You two still haven't explained to me why you're at my house together, looking like you've come through a war zone. Which part should we tell him first? She asked Draco. It's your meeting, Draco said, sounding bored. Hermione reached out and took Harry's hand in both of hers, which made Draco glower again. Harry, Draco and I are together. Harry looked between the two of them. Together? Hermione nodded. Draco gave a jerk of his head that might have been a nod. Aren't you dating not? Harry asked, confused. Wasn't that picture of you kissing him on the... She is not dating Theo not, Draco rapped out. She is dating me. Your aura skills obviously need honing. Harry freed his hand from Hermione's and jumped to his feet, and suddenly his boxers and sweater weren't funny anymore. What did you do to her? He said in a dangerously soft tone. Draco stood as well, as did Hermione, who couldn't decide which one to talk down first.
Draco was taller, but Harry's muscles were defined from aura training, and both sets of eyes, grey and green, were equally cold. He decided to answer Harry since it was his house. He planned to have Neville there, not Draco, but it couldn't be helped. He didn't do anything to me, Harry. Not much yet, anyway. We have feelings for each other, and we're dating now. He's already written his mother, and I was going to tell you and Ron tomorrow. Feelings? Harry looked ready to have a stroke. You turn up on my doorstep, snapping at Malfoy covered in blood and dirt, just to tell me you have feelings? He turned on Draco. I saw the way you were looking at her in McGonagall's office, but I told myself, no, she can handle herself. Obviously, I was wrong and you're going to pay. I'd like to see you try, Potter. Maybe a stint in Azkaban can teach you to keep your slimy hands off. Harry! Hermione shouted, now holding her wand between them. I swear I'll hex both of you if you don't sit down now. The two men looked at her with identical outraged expressions, then reluctantly sat down. Hermione remained standing, her wand pointed at them. Now, she said, let's discuss this calmly. Harry, Draco and I are now dating. It is very new, and neither of us know where it's going to go. But Hermione, I know exactly who he is and who his family is. I know his past, and I know what he's trying to do with his future. She sighed. There are 1,000 reasons not to be with him, and only one reason to do so. I want to be with him. We are happy, or at least we could be, if we weren't constantly dealing with blood curses and crazy people. Hermione, Harry pleaded. This isn't like you. This isn't a Hermione. Actually, this is exactly like me, Hermione said. You haven't been at school with me for the last few months. Ron mentioned that you're a bit different, but we thought you were, I don't know, stressed about nudes. Oh, she squared that, Draco said. She's got porn. The edge of Harry's mouth quirked upward, but he sobered quickly as he looked at Draco. Yes, well, Malfoy, speaking of that, I've heard things about you and your Slytherin stags, he said coldly. You are one sick bastard, I'm told, and I won't let you take advantage of Hermione. She has no experience with. Draco scoffed. Oh, please. The first time I put moves on her, she petrified me. Harry looked at Hermione. You petrified him? A little bit, she admitted. You left me frozen helpless in a dark classroom for hours, Draco snapped. You were walking toward me, Hermione cried. You took your clothes off. Hermione took her clothes off? Harry looked shocked. He was going to search me, she said. Or it looked like he might possibly search me. What was he searching for? Harry asked. She stole a valuable snitch from me, Draco said. Silver, embossed. Quite a little work of art. He sniffed. Anyone who would offer such an object as a gift deserves nothing but respect. Harry turned back to Hermione, his aura training compelling him to get to the bottom of this. Why did you steal his snitch? So he would show me his family's rune manuscript. Harry, it was the Codex Runica, a significant relic from the early... I don't believe this, Harry said. I know, Hermione said. The Malfoys really should be more generous. Did or did I not give you hours with that codex, even after you tried to blackmail me? Draco asked her. I practically had to pin a cup to your shirt so you wouldn't drool all over the vellum. Then you put a wand to my throat. Really, Hermione? Harry asked weakly. He read my life optimization organization plan. Draco smirked. Just the sexy stuff. Harry looked at her. You have sexy stuff in your life optimization plan? She truly organizes everything, Draco said. I found the pros and cons chart quite edifying. Ew, Harry said. He looked stunned, but Hermione was relieved to see that veins were no longer popping out in his forehead. He pushed his mug of tea toward him, and he drank. Hermione and Draco looked at each other, but let Harry sit and process things a bit. In fact, they all felt better after a few quiet minutes sipping tea. Okay, I think I've got it, Harry said finally. You, Hermione, have gone mental and perhaps violent this year, and have now taken up with Draco Malfoy. And you, Malfoy, are turning your back on everything your family stands for and are going out with Hermione. He sighed. I didn't believe half of what Ron was telling me about Hogwarts this year, but I should have. Harry stood up and poured each of them another mug of tea. But none of this is telling me why the two of you turned up here looking like hell and fighting like toddlers instead of doing... He shuddered. Couple things? Hermione laughed. Couple things.
Well, we've been trying all day, but all we've managed is lunch, Draco said. Turned to Hermione. That reminds me. We need to talk about those bugbears you juggled. What? Harry and Hermione both asked. Draco rolled his eyes. Just a conversation we had at lunch. You can't keep those Slytherin bugbears the way they are. I certainly can, Hermione said. You all deserve it for snorkeling. We're never eating at that caboose again. What? I can't even say caboose in front of Harry. This is ridiculous. What are you talking about? Harry asked. You don't want to know, Draco said. In other news, Hermione said, moving ahead with the agenda. We tested a blood potion today, with Draco's blood and mine. Harry looked alert. You found something? Draco's blood turned the potion purple. Harry! Hermione screamed. Her friend had lunged for his wand and was pointing it at Draco's throat. Harry's face was cold. Explain, Malfoy. He shoved the wand a little harder against Draco's skin. Harry! Hermione cried. The potion turned pale purple. The magical blood in the message isn't Draco's. It's Lucius' blood. Put the wand down. Maybe you should lead with it next time. Draco squeaked. Harry didn't move. How do you know? He asked Hermione while glaring at Draco. We still need to confirm, but it makes sense. Vazil agrees with me. Who's Vazil? Harry asked. A very nice vampire who... A vampire? Harry lowered his wand and stared at Hermione. A nice vampire? Yes, Kingsley sponsored him from Romania. Please, Harry, sit down. You too, Draco. He sat them both down and pushed their tea on them. Really, Harry, she scolded. You shouldn't threaten people with your wand like that. Harry and Draco exchanged looks of disbelief, then quickly turned away. Anyway, yes, she went on. Vazil is a very nice vampire, and I wish Draco would quit threatening him. The magical blood in the potion doesn't completely match Draco's, but we think it was enough to turn the potion purple. Hermione gave Harry a brief rundown of the spell on the Hogwarts castle. So we know a spell was recently cast in the castle by someone who hates muggles, but we don't know the spell's purpose, Harry summed up. A powerful spell like that requires blood from a powerful witch or wizard, and Lucius is the strongest dark wizard alive now, Hermione said. Somebody collected the blood and used it to cast the spell. Harry, we need a sample of Lucius' blood and a list of Lucius' visitors' log. Harry's eyes were cold. Well then, the culprit is obvious. Let me guess, Malfoy. Your mother dropped by this year to slip you some sweets. Draco stood, his wand out, and Harry leaped up as well, knocking his chair to the floor. Hermione huffed. Not again. Don't you dare accuse my mother, Draco snarled. She saved your useless hide, and she would never curse the school. Hermione was standing now as well, hand in her pocket. She gave Draco a significant look. Maybe Lucius made her do it. He shook his head. I told you she doesn't wear it. Wear what? Harry asked. None of your bloody business, Draco snapped. It's my business if your family's attacking muggles again, Harry said. You claim to care about Hermione while you're... Draco's face darkened with fury and his wand was up. Expelliarmus! Hermione shouted. She tucked both their wands into her pocket and kept her own raised. Sit down, both of you. Harry and Draco obeyed, their faces identically furious. Say reason, Hermione, Harry begged. If your potion is right and it's Lucius' blood, then who else could it be but Narcissa? I don't know, Hermione said. That's where you come in. We need Lucius' visitor logs. The spellcaster has to be someone who visited both Lucius and Hogwarts. Harry said nothing, but his expression was clear. Narcissa. We also need a sample of Lucius' blood, she continued. Harry nodded. That won't be easy to do without making him suspicious. We won't need much, Draco said, just enough to test his blood against a potion and counter the spell. Can you help us, Harry? I can get the logs, Harry said heavily. I'll think about the blood. And you won't tell Kingsley about the potion yet? Harry sighed. No, I won't. Thank you, Harry. Hermione hugged him tightly, drawing a scarf from Draco. It's all right, mate. Relax. Ouch! Harry had patted her head and now had a streak of blood on his hand. Careful there now, Potter, said Draco, looking smart. Hermione glared at Draco. How soon can you get the list, Harry? She asked, handing him a napkin. Harry shrugged, holding the cloth to his hand. Always routinely check Azkaban visitor logs, so it shouldn't be difficult. The logs are impossible to forge, and visitors are checked for the polyjuice potion after the Bertie Crouch incident, so they should be accurate. Splendid, Draco drawled. He stood up. We'll be running along then, Granger. Surely there's something more interesting we can be doing this afternoon. Ew, Harry said. I hadn't considered that, Draco said, but now that you mention... Get out of my house, Harry said. Hermione stood as well. Thank you, Harry. She kissed him on the top of his messy head and nodded at Draco, who left the kitchen looking rather sourly. I'll see you tomorrow for breakfast, she said. Don't bring him, Harry said, slumping in his chair. Chapter 51. Prey. Warning. This chapter contains violence, a minor character death, and an attempted sexual assault. It's a dark chapter, but not without its lighter moments. I had told Blaise and Pansy about us yesterday, Draco said. They were quite relieved to hear it. Draco and Hermione were walking through the secret passage to Hogwarts, both feeling a bit sticky from the disembodied hand despite Hermione's spell. She couldn't wait to take a bath. Do you know where Blaise and Ginny are this weekend? She asked. He stopped and looked down at her. Yes, but I'm not sure you'll like it. She waited, and he sighed, and went on. They're at Zabini Castle in Italy. Hermione blinked. All weekend? Yes. Why didn't Ginny tell me? She wondered. Blaise planned it as a surprise. Hermione pondered this as they resumed walking. Would Ginny get the chance to unearth the real Blaise? Ginny's voice echoed in her mind. Young Malfoy is a hot mess with a thin veneer of Slytherin. Blaise was an entirely different matter. They emerged from the tapestry by the witch's hump and began walking towards the nearest staircase. Draco cast a quick look around, his face and hair shining in the sunlight from the corridor's wide window. There is a prefect's bathroom on this floor, he murmured, taking her hand. What do you say we both go? Mr. Malfoy, beamed a familiar voice from the third-floor landing. Just the one I wanted to see. Sarkhan strode towards them, moving surprisingly quickly for such a stout man, Giles wobbling. The professor wore bright yellow robes, round sunglasses, and a broad-rimmed hat. And Miss Granger, how are you this fine day? Sir, Draco said politely, if you will, we have another small situation with those first years. Sarkhan chuckled. Little scamps. Try to break into the patient's lab. Are they all right? Hermione asked. Why wouldn't they be? Draco began, his eyes narrowed. What were those warts you said, Hermione? Oh, no need to fret, lad. Your little friends are just fine. A nice rainbow hex, was it not, Miss Granger? It should wear off in a day, Hermione said. A week, tops. What did you do to the squeaky mice? Demanded Draco. Hermione crossed her arms. As the professor said, they're perfectly fine. They're just a bit colourful. Yes, quite a powerful hex, Sarkhan chortled. Turns any trespassers one of 7 colours. So clever of you, Miss Granger, to warn me. He turned to Draco. I'm afraid I need you, Mr. Malfoy, to oversee their additional detention. They're writing sentences in the potions dungeon with Mr. Macmillan right now, but I worry he won't be able to cope. Surely such a serious infraction is best handled by yourself, Professor. Draco began smoothly in his best Lucius voice. Oh, yes, of course, certainly, Sarkhan said. But unfortunately I have a prior engagement. A garden party at a very influential minister's home simply cannot be missed. I'm clearly in no fit state to play such a role with the required... Draco began, still in full Lord Malfoy mode. Sarkhan chuckled again. No, you look perfectly acceptable, my boy. More than sufficient for Hufflepuffs, I assure you. Professor bowed to Hermione. Miss Granger, lovely as always. Looked expectantly at Draco, who was struggling not to scowl. I'll clean up and join you, Hermione said. I want to recheck my wards around the lab. Damn squeaky mice. Draco growled under his breath as he followed Sarkhan. Hermione was walking toward Gryffindor Tower, thinking that Draco was rather hot when he looked and sounded like Lucius, and wondering what that said about her, when a shrill hooting caught her attention. A small cream and chocolate owl was perched on a suit of armor by the third-floor landing. Brownie? Hermione asked, stepping closer. The owl howled. What is it, Brownie? Is it Theo? Brownie flapped his wings, golden eyes fixed on Hermione. Will you take me to him? She asked. The owl immediately flew off down the corridor.
Hermione followed, wand in hand, pushing past startled student.
She's mad, I tell you. I heard you planned an orgy with...
And panting as she climbed the stairs to the 5th-floor landing. There she nearly crashed into Theo himself, holding his wand and dressed in all black, his broad form wrapped in a black cloak. He stood alone in the wide stone corridor, looking entirely Slytherin and dangerous, his jaw set and his green eyes cold.
"Where do you think you're going?"
Hermione asked, hands on hips. Theo's eyes narrowed.
"You don't need to know."
"I most certainly do. There's a Death Eater cell out there. Your uncle is part of it, and you're trying to leave the castle again."
"Keep your voice down,"
Theo hissed.
"How did you?"
His eyes flickered over to Brownie, hooting nervously from a nearby gargoyle.
"Of course," he sneered. "The owl."
Hermione sniffed. Typical pureblood, merely seeing other magical creatures as monsters or servants. "His name is Brownie," Hermione said. She shifted slightly, so she blocked his path to the stairs.
"I don't have time for this,"
Theo said through gritted teeth.
"I'm sorry, Hermione, but..."
He raised his wand, but Hermione was faster.
"Expelliarmus!"
she hissed, and Theo's wand slid smoothly into her hand.
"Damn it, Hermione!"
Theo shouted. He moved towards her, then froze as Hermione pointed her wand at his throat.
"Hermione,"
he repeated more calmly.
"You have to let me leave."
"I'm not stopping you," she said, not lowering her wand an inch. "Take me with you."
"What? No."
Theo's green eyes were wide. "Fine," she said. "Then I'm telling McGonagall." Theo looked like a panther ready to spring. His hands flexed slightly. Hermione stood straight, both wands out, feeling that knotty tightness in her stomach she remembered from the war. But she would not be intimidated. Theo was not leaving without her.
"Now, Hermione, be reasonable,"
he said, shifting tactics and adopting a low, rumbling, hypnotic tone. Images from the storage room came unbidden to her mind and sent shivers down her back.
"This is family business, and you have no place in it."
Step forward, hand outstretched.
"My wand, please."
"You're not going alone," she said. "I won't allow it."
"Very well. I suppose I have no choice."
He sighed.
"I won't go at all, then. Now give me my wand."
Hermione didn't move. "Swear on your family ring, Theodore. Swear you won't try to leave me behind today." Her recent research on pure-blood noble family artifacts was paying off. Theo could never break a promise made on his signet ring.
"Don't be ridiculous."
His eyes cast around, seeking escape, but the corridor and nearby staircase were deserted. "Swear on your ring," she repeated.
"I won't."
Theo growled, charged forward, and a hard hand grasped her arm, pushing her against the wall.
"You're not coming."
Theo was so much bigger than Hermione, blocking her on all sides that she couldn't move. Their eyes met, his body against hers, his breath in her face. He hesitated, and Hermione heard a gasp from the staircase and a flurry of footsteps. Theo turned his head, and Hermione dropped both wands. "Stupefy!" she snapped, fluttering her fingers to aid the wondrous spell. Theo fell to the floor in the heap, but he wasn't stunned, merely knocked down. Hermione scooped up the wands and stood over him, pointing both wands at his head. "Don't ever grab me like that again," she said. "I'll cast a real stunning spell next time. You won't enjoy it." She eyed him coldly. "Your father didn't." Theo struggled to sit up, too furious to speak. "Swear on your ring, Theo," she commanded again. "Swear you'll take me with you when you leave the castle."
"Never."
Theo growled. "Just for today. Right now, or you'll wake up in McGonagall's office with a splitting headache." Theo was still lying on the floor, glaring up at Hermione. Hermione didn't move.
"All right," he said thickly. "All right."
Theo sat up, hands on his knees, and said in a somber voice,
"I swear on the knot sigil that I will bring Hermione Granger when I leave the castle. Today. Ab ipso ferro."
Signet ring glowed green, then faded. Hermione dropped his wand into his hand, and Theo staggered to his feet.
"You're going to regret this,"
he had said in a dark voice with portent.
"You shouldn't go."
"Show me the note from Regis." She held out her hand. Theo hesitated, then complied with a glowering look at Brownie. Hermione unrolled the scroll, only 2 short lines.
Meet me at the shack. Bring the portkey.
The shack? She asked. Theo looked uncomfortable.
A family place in Wales.
She handed back the scroll. This way, then. They had to start moving. Hermione turned and headed back to the statue of the humpbacked witch. Apparently she was doomed to reveal the marauder's secret passage to every Slytherin in the castle. She opened the statue and led him into the passageway behind her tapestry. Brownie flew in behind them.
Where does this lead?
Theo asked behind her as they moved through the passage, their way lit by their wands. Honeyduke's cellar.
How do you know about it?
I can't tell you, Hermione said.
I bet you know a lot of secret passages, you and your hero, boy.
Theo said, sounding just like Draco. Hermione ignored this. When did Regis first contact you? Theo said nothing, and she stopped, turning to face him. Shadows lay heavy on his face, and the harsh lines were back, lit by his wand. You have to tell me, she said. I need to know what I'm walking into here.
Uncle Reggie first wrote me in September.
Theo sounded resigned.
He said he wanted out of the Death Eaters to escape to Germany. He asked for my help. I'm head of the family now.
Hermione turned and continued moving along the passage. The way was wide enough now to trot side by side. They were outside the castle. And you have a portkey, she said.
Yes, a silver fork from my grandmother. The first time I went to meet him.
When was that? She asked.
The night of your birthday, Theo muttered. You were at the slug party. I left the castle and apparated to the shack, waited half the night, but he didn't show. Second time was the day.
He swallowed.
The day we went to the Spangled Vale. My uncle's note said he had trouble slipping away, but wanted to try again. I waited for 2 hours before leaving to get ready for our date.
Hermione couldn't help thinking back to their conversation over dinner that night. No wonder Theo had looked a bit dark when speaking of his family. Theo gave Hermione a resentful look.
The last time was Halloween, of course, and I was prevented from leaving the castle.
Hermione sniffed. Should be thanking her, really. What's this shack? She asked, switching topics.
It's a hunting shack.
Theo quickened his stride, refusing to look at her. He's hiding something, Hermione thought, suddenly highly aware that she was headed to Wales with a still bitter Slytherin ex-boyfriend, and nobody knew where she was. Following the son of a Death Eater to meet a Death Eater in a Death Eater hideout. She thought of Draco and almost quailed, but there had been no time to fetch him. Did Regis tell you anything about this cell? She asked briskly. How many Death Eaters? What he's been doing?
No, Theo said. He just wants out, and I won't turn him over to the Aurors.
They made the rest of the journey through the passage in silence, quickening their pace until they were nearly running. They skidded to a stop at a wooden door, and stepped into the cellar, peeking around a shelf to make sure no one was nearby.
Ready?
Theo asked. He hesitated, then held out his hand, and Hermione took it, clutching her wand tightly. Theo twirled, apparating them inside a small one-room cottage. There was nothing inside the pine structure except a fireplace and 2 3-level bunks. The warped wood floor was covered in suspiciously dark stains. Hermione gave the room a slow sweep with her hand. It's clear.
Stay away from the windows,
Theo said. They crouched down in a corner facing the single closed door, the late afternoon sun shining weakly through dirty glass. All the time the two said nothing, just listened to the whistle of wind, the murmur of trees, and the creak of wood during stronger gusts. Reminded Hermione a bit of Godric's Hollow during the war, but instead of a trusted best friend, she had Theo not. I wish Harry was here. Or Draco. She thought about sending the blonde Patronus, but he was likely with the squeaky mice.
When?
Theo asked finally. Hermione didn't answer.
When?
He repeated, turning to look at her.
When did you stun my father?
They were sitting on the floor, side by side. Brownie's golden eyes shone from the shadows above a top bunk. The Department of Mysteries, she said. Ignatius' not huge, hulking shape and glittering green eyes flashed through her mind. He was there with Voldemort. He grabbed Harry. Fingers tightened on her wand, tracing divine engravings. He dared touch Harry. Hermione didn't know what happened then, but she blinked to find Theo staring wide-eyed at her wand. which was at his throat again. His face was white, and Hermione immediately felt ashamed. Theo was not his father. "I'm sorry," Hermione said. She brought her wand down, trying to calm her pounding heart. That was her self-control. Half a dozen Death Eaters could have strolled in just now. Theo was rubbing his throat with one broad hand, so like, "Stop it!" The two sat in silence, just listening, until Theo spoke again, his voice hoarse.
"It killed him,"
he said. Hermione stared. "What?"
"That's what the report said from Azkaban,"
Theo went on.
"Father was buried in the shells of shattered prophecies that day. Shards of magical glass slicing into his skin. Silvers of glass burrowing into his body to his heart. It was agonizing. He was executed, but he would have died anyway."
Hermione felt a sudden pang, but it was for Theo, not Ignatius. "He shouldn't have grabbed Harry," she said quietly. She wouldn't apologize. Then Theo did the last thing she expected. He laughed. A bark of a laugh, pitched low to preserve their hiding place.
No, he shouldn't have."
He looked at her, strange gleam in his green eyes.
"Is this the Granger that Draco knows?"
Theo asked.
"Terrifying, relentless, fascinating?"
"You mean bossy and smothering?" She couldn't help thinking. Theo's gaze was making her face heat. She considered moving farther away, but they sat in the only part of the shack that couldn't be seen through the windows. Instead, she cleared her throat. "You called this a hunting shack? What did your father and uncles hunt? Pheasant? Deer?" Theo sighed.
"They hunted muggles."
"Oh!" Hermione swallowed, feeling a little sick. She frowned and nodded to herself.
"What is it?" Theo asked. "What are you thinking?"
"People love to ask me that question," she said. "They rarely love the answer."
"Tell me,"
he urged. "I told Draco once how I flew an ancestral, acting as a bait for Death Eaters," she said. "He was angry that I'd risked my life for Harry, but I told him it was worth it, that I would have gladly died." She looked Theo in the eyes. "Just now, I was thinking my life would have been worth it to keep men like your uncles from ruling the wizarding world." Theo flushed.
"We should leave. He's not."
Brownie gave a shrill warning hoot, and the door rattled violently. A thin, balding man burst in, panting. Hermione leaped up and raised her wand, cursing herself for being taken off guard. But the wizard held no wand. Mary slammed the door shut and half collapsed against it, covered in sweat. The new arrival had long, scraggly black hair and dark, beady eyes. This, Hermione had no doubt, was Regius not. He had Theo's long nose and slashing eyebrows, but his unshaven chin was weak. A low-level Death Eater, Draco had said. Regius hardly saw Hermione, just stretched out a greedy claw to Theo.
"Did you bring the portkey, boy?"
Regius asked.
"Give it to me." "Wait," said Theo. "Uncle Reggie."
The wooden door flew off its hinges, and all the shack's windows shattered. Two figures in black cloaks appeared in the doorway once held high.
"Blood traitor!"
The taller Death Eater shrieked at Theo, casting a stunning spell that Theo barely dodged. The other Death Eater raised an arm to reveal a dark mark, pressing the tip of the wand on the brand. "Expelliarmus!" Hermione shouted, pointing her wand at the second figure. Death Eater's hood fell back, revealing a middle-aged witch with purple hair. The witch sneered at Hermione, her black wand still firmly on the dark mark. Hermione knew that face from the Ministry's wanted posters. Celeste Rosier, a vicious pureblood, much like Bellatrix, but less batshit crazy and therefore even more dangerous. "Expelliarmus!" Celeste sang out, imitating Hermione's tone, and both Hermione and Theo's wands flew into the Death Eater's head. "Incarcerus!" Ropes shot out from her wand to wrap around Theo. Hermione could only stare, shocked by the failure of her most reliable spell. Her go-to spell. So predictable. Bluebell would be disappointed. Regius, meanwhile, had retreated to a corner by a bunk. "You've done well, Gretchy," Celeste praised him. "So, this is Iggy's baby boy." She ignored Hermione and stepped over to Theo. "Pretty," she crooned, reaching up to tuck his hair. "I'll have use for this one," she smirked.
So like his father.
Theo jerked his head back, horrified.
Don't touch me, he snarled. I'm not joining you.
The witch barked a laugh.
Oh, well, let you keep your famous little mudblood if you cooperate.
He gave Hermione a dark, knowing look before turning back to Theo, a hand still in his hair.
But I rather hope you won't cooperate, dear boy. More fun for me. And then we can keep the mudblood here as prey.
No! Theo shouted, struggling against his robes. Hermione remained still, thinking hard. Celeste's wand had been on her mark, tethering it to her arm. She must be able to call other Death Eaters using
mudblood?
The other Death Eater edged closer to Hermione.
Potter's mudblood?
Eyes glittered from inside his hood. Yes, Hermione said defiantly, refusing to back away. Large Wizard was very close now, wand in hand.
Leave her alone,
Theo shouted.
I won't help you if she's hurt. I won't hurt the mudblood,
the Death Eater rumbled.
She might enjoy it.
Hermione's hand shot out to cast a wondrous spell, but the Death Eater shoved her against the wall, her head hitting the wood and breaking her concentration. Everyone keeps pushing me against walls today, her mad mind noted.
Honestly, Warden,
Celeste said, bored.
Have you no standards at all? You think you've won the war, mudblood?
The Death Eater hissed, a hand groping under her skirt. Hermione struggled, her elbows striking a rib, which caused her assailant to drop his wand with a clatter and grab her by the throat. The Death Eater's hood fell back, and she could hear Theo shouting and Brownie screeching. Hermione choked for air. The grimy, unshaven face was inches from hers, bald head covered with a single snake and skull tattoo. Walden McNair, ministry executioner between stints of working for Voldemort. He'd obviously escaped after the Battle of Hogwarts. McNair's huge hand was still at her throat, and his other hand tore at her skirt and blouse. Skirt fell, revealing her knickers. Green for Draco, she thought, and he cackled harshly. Hermione tried again to stun him wondrously, but spots filled her vision, and her hand fell again. Theo was still shouting until Celeste cast a silencio. Brownie was screeching, but the noise seemed muffled and far away. Hermione was going to pass out if this continued much longer. The Death Eater dragged her to a lower bunk and pushed her on her stomach. She could hardly breathe with her face pressed against the bunk's mattress, but she kicked back blindly, feeling her boot heel hit something soft. McNair cursed, and the hand tore at her hair. Suddenly a high-pitched shriek filled the shack, and the stinking weight was gone. Hermione flipped over, gasping for air, to see McNair on the floor, screaming in agony, staring wild-eyed at his right arm, which now ended in a bleeding stump. Blood spread in a puddle on the shack's warped floor. Hermione scrambled off the bunk and knelt to grab his wand. Celeste was raising her wand straight at Hermione, Death Eater's face black with fury. Be unpredictable. Hermione's hand closed around McNair's wand, and a tiny flick sent the shack's broken door sailing through the air, shielding her from Celeste just milliseconds before the witch cast her spell.
Avada Kedavra!
Celeste screamed, and a jet of green light smashed the heavy door. The witch staggered backward, and Brownie swooped in, flapping at Celeste's face. Hermione used precious extra seconds to concentrate hard on the next spell. McNair's wand was surprisingly cooperative, likely stolen. Half circles, counterclockwise. Muto semper, semper furore, purpura. It was all in the wrist. The last second Avada Kedavra went wildly airy, and then the witch seemed to vanish, but she hadn't. Her wand fell to the floor, and the purple pygmy puff was bouncing on her collapsed black cloak. Hermione stood for a moment, panting. It wasn't a perfect job. The puff was too large, more than a foot in diameter, and its eyes too small, but well enough. Thank Merlin for practical transfiguration exams and flashcards. Brownie flew around Hermione, hooting in concern and hissing at the puff. Hermione looked around. Theo was silently struggling against his bonds. McNair writhed on the floor in agony, a stream of blood flowing from his nose as well. She must have hit it with her boot. With any luck, it was broken. McNair also suffered deep scratches on his bald head, probably from Brownie. Regis lay nearby, his eyes blank and staring. Celeste's final curse had found a victim. Hermione aimed McNair's wand at Theo to release the ropes and restore his voice, then silenced the wounded Death Eater. Theo immediately ran to her.
Hermione, are you all right?
He grasped her shoulders and looked into her face, stone white and terrified, black hair all on end. Felt her arms and pushed back her curls, running his hands over her head.
Tell me you're all right,
he said frantically, not even noticing the thin cut on his palm.
Oh, I can see. I could only hear. I couldn't. Hermione, tell me you didn't.
I'm all right, she said, panting. Nothing happened. I'm not hurt, see? She pointed to the bloody Death Eater on the floor. Theo's eyes were wide.
What did you do to him?
I didn't do anything, she answered, confused. Well, I did the nose. McNair was still screaming silently. His hand would cut off, but...
Oh, Uncle Reggie!
Theo cried, suddenly distracted. He released Hermione, inert by his uncle's body. Tears ran down Theo's cheeks, and Hermione felt a burst of sympathy. Looked so much like Harry when Dobby. Hermione knelt down too and put her arms around Theo. It's not your fault, she whispered. You tried to save him. He wrapped his arms around her, his head on her shoulder, and they stayed that way until Hermione came to her senses. She gently disentangled herself and stood up. We'd better leave, she said. More Death Eaters could be coming. He rubbed savagely at his cheek.
Where do we go?
He asked distractedly, looking up at her.
I can't just leave Uncle Reggie here.
No, and we have the one-handed wonder to think about too, she answered, glaring at blood-soaked, now unconscious McNair. He looked deader than poor Regis. And Celeste. Large pygmy puff was trying to reach the door, but kept bouncing backward. Hermione wrapped ropes around the transfigured Death Eater and tucked McNair's wand into her beaded bag. The bag's thin strap miraculously still slung across her chest. We'll go to Harry, Hermione decided. I can sight operate you all. Brownie, please return to Hogwarts, and thank you. Watch out for that pigeon flock. The owl hooted softly and flew out the window. Hermione pulled her and Theo's wand out of Celeste's cloak. Grab the puff, will you? She asked Theo. And if you can bring Regis over here. Theo just looked at her, flushing slightly. Look, Theo, she said kindly, handing him his wand. I know this is hard, but we have to... It's not that, Theo said, one corner of his mouth turning up. It's just... you're sort of missing something. Oh, thanks. Picked up her cloak and stuffed it into her beaded bag. All right, I'm ready. Theo had the struggling Puff under one arm and was pulling his uncle's body closer to the wounded Death Eater with the other. You're really not, he insisted, with a significant look at her lower half. Hermione looked down at herself and gave a squeak. She was wearing a torn purple blouse, black boots, and green knickers. Are you sure? Theo began, his face grim. I'm fine. He didn't have a chance to do anything else, Hermione said, with as much dignity as possible. She waved her wand, summoning her skirt, which wrapped around her and repaired itself. It was disturbing how often she used that spell. I'm fine, she repeated. Let's go, and keep a hold of that Puff. Chapter 52. Harry's House. Warning. This chapter discusses an attempted sexual assault. It was the most graceful side-along apparition Hermione had ever executed, and all four travellers, living and dead, plus the Puff, collapsed in a heap on Harry's doorstep. McNair rolled off the step and into some hydrangea bushes. Theo was pulling him out, and Hermione was straightening Regis' body when Harry opened the door. "You got Hermione," he sputtered. He was thankfully dressed this time in black sweatpants and a Gryffindor Quidditch jersey. He bent to help Hermione with Regis. "Why, this man's dead." "No," shouted a little louder Harry. "Your neighbours haven't heard you yet." Hermione snapped. "Let us in." Harry grabbed Regis under the arms and dragged him into the house. Hermione followed, a discreet flick of her wand repairing her torn blouse and buttoning it up to her chin. Harry and Hermione took a sharp left into a small sitting room, trailed by Theo, who was holding the Puff and dragging McNair. Hermione transfigured a crumpled napkin into a plastic tablecloth. "Here," she said to Theo as she spread the tablecloth on the cup. "Put him on this."
"What's going on, Hermione?"
Harry asked, hovering by the door. "Why are you back with a different wizard in a pile of bodies? And why is that one bleeding? He looks familiar."
"Wald McNair,"
Theo said, dropping the Death Eater on the tablecloth with a thump. Harry's eyes widened.
"You're Theodore Not."
Theo nodded, and Harry looked at Hermione.
"Then you're done, Malfoy, already. Well done."
"No, I haven't done, Draco," Hermione snapped. Harry gave Theo the once-over.
"This one looks much more reasonable." "In so many ways," Theo said. Harry nodded. "And I assume you two can explain why you're at my house with a corpse and— Good Godric, where's that one's hand?"
"Back at the Muggle hunting shack," Hermione said.
"The what?"
"The Nuts had a shack in Wales where they hunted Muggles." Hermione sat kneeling beside McNair. She summoned Dittany and bandages from her back and began treating McNair's stump. Hermione had helped Harry paint and refurbish the sitting room, clearing out the dusty furnishings and adding a blue velvet sofa and chairs. Plus a very nice oriental carpet. McNair couldn't be allowed to bleed all over everything. Harry was rubbing his hands through his black hair, making it stick up wildly.
"You need to stop hanging out with Slytherins."
Hermione stood.
"Harry."
She sat, tucking the Dittany bottle back into her bag. "That wizard there was Theo's uncle. He was trying to leave the Death Eaters."
"Regis,"
Harry breathed.
"Yes,"
Theo said, looking sadly at the body.
"Uncle Regis sent me now this afternoon."
Harry slapped his forehead.
"The nutcheck, of course, we should have known."
His eyes turned to Theo.
"So you've been there, not? Have you ever—"
"No," Theo snapped.
"I mean, yes, I've been there a few times, but I didn't know what it was used for. Until later."
Harry glared at Theo unconvinced, and Theo looked back at him steadily. Hermione was struck by how alike the two looked, with their green eyes, wild black hair, and long noses. They even had the same flat expression. She opened her mouth to speak, then closed it, sensing that Theo needed to prove himself to Harry on his own. Instead, she dropped onto the sofa, leaning back into the soft cushion with a sigh. She wanted nothing more than to curl up and go to sleep.
"Regis was the least cruel of my uncles,"
Theo was saying composedly.
"Sometimes he was even kind to me."
He swallowed.
"I had to try."
"Did you have to drag Hermione into it? She ended up in a Muggle hunting." "I made him," Hermione broke in. "I disarmed him and made him swear to take me." Harry turned his glare on her.
"That was fucking stupid thing to do, Hermione."
"Nonsense," she said. "If I hadn't gone with Theo, he would be in a Death Eater's hands, and now we have 2 captured Death Eaters."
"2?"
Harry asked, starting to look a little wild-eyed. Hermione's best friend was no stranger to sudden, bizarre situations, but this wasn't wartime. Hermione pointed. "The pygmy puff," she said. Harry stared at the tied-up purple fluff ball rolling on the carpet.
"That's a Death Eater."
"Celeste Rosier," Hermione said calmly. Harry turned pale.
"You turned Celeste Rosier into a pygmy puff?"
"Advanced transfiguration," Hermione said. She frowned at Celeste. "I didn't get the size right, or the eyes. I like the color, though." Harry looked from Hermione to Celeste, then back to Hermione again.
"You learned how to turn vicious criminals into puffs?" he asked. "That's what they're testing in nudes these days?"
"You'll have to add it to your porn, Hermione," said Theo. He stripped off his black cloak and took a chair near the sofa. Clearly they were going to be here a while. Hermione wondered if Harry would calm down enough to offer them tea. Apparently not. Harry had more questions.
"And how did that happen?"
Harry pointed to McNair's stump.
"Did you curse his hand off, not?"
Theo shook his head, looking a bit regretful. "We don't know how that happened," Hermione said. "I didn't have my wand. McNair was grabbing my—" She trailed off, eyes suddenly wide. Harry looked ready to explode.
"Grabbing your what?"
"My hair," she said, clasping her hand to her head. "He grabbed my hair." She pulled a jeweled clasp out of her curls and held it up. Dark ringlets fell over her face, and she pushed them back impatiently. Theo grew very still in his chair, staring at the diamond clip in her hand.
Are you telling me?
Hermione nodded, letting her hand fall back to her lap. It's, protective.
Theo groaned. I don't believe this.
He held up a still bloody palm.
Is that why my hand's all cut up, Hermione? You didn't think to warn me?
His mouth turned down.
That night outside Hogsmeade, when I cut my forehead.
Hermione nodded, blushing. Theo brought a large fist down on the chair arm.
Those fucking Malfoys! Is somebody going to tell me what's going on?
Harry demanded, looming above them now, an intimidating figure despite the mustard stains on his Quidditch jersey. Harry's color was still high, and he had the look of a man determined to get to the bottom of everything. Hermione shifted uneasily on the sofa cushions. Draco gave me this hair clip, for my birthday.
Malfoy gave you diamonds?
Harry asked. She flushed again and nodded.
And you're saying the hair clip took off McNair's hand?
Hermione's flush deepened. No man can touch it except for Draco. Harry looked rather sick. The words did sound quite intimate when said aloud.
No, just no. I can't believe that,
Harry said. Ask Ron, Hermione said. He was caught too, and, Cormac.
Just how many men were touching your hair this year?
Demanded Harry, sounding like Draco.
Wait.
Harry looked at his own palm.
The smug bastard.
No, Harry, Hermione began. Don't.
And so we all ended up with cuts.
Harry spoke over her.
But McNair lost his hand.
Harry's eyes narrowed, and he joined Hermione on the sofa.
Hermione,
he said in a low, dangerous voice.
What did McNair do?
She couldn't say it. She couldn't get the words out, just looked pleadingly at Theo, then down at the carpet.
McNair attacked her, Potter,
she heard Theo say.
He tried to rape her.
There was a short silence.
Look at me, Hermione,
Harry said. She complied, looking up into his green eyes, colder than Theo's ever could be.
Tell me what happened. Everything.
Hermione glanced at Theo, who nodded encouragingly, so she described their wait at the shack, Reggie's arrival, the first flurry of curses, and Celeste's capture of Hermione and Theo's wand. Celeste tied Theo in ropes and taunted him, saying she'd use me to force him to cooperate, Hermione said.
The crazy bat wanted to hunt Hermione,
Theo said hoarsely, his hands clenching.
Like an animal.
Go on, Harry said, eyeing the puff which rolled helplessly beside McNair's still unconscious body. Hermione stiffened her spine. Anything was better than Harry dragging it out of her sentence by sentence. He slammed me against the wall. I made him drop his wand, but he had me by the throat, and I couldn't. I couldn't. Hermione took a deep breath. He tore my blouse, my skirt. Go on, Harry repeated softly. He pushed me on the bunk and I kicked him. That's when he grabbed my hand. He looked at Harry. McNair just started screaming. I turned over and he was rolling on the floor. It must have been the diamonds. Hermione held up the Gloriana clip again, and both Harry and Theo flinched back slightly. Harry stared into her eyes a moment and apparently found reassurance because he nodded.
All right, he said. Put that damn thing away, will you? I'm going to hug you now, and I'd like to keep all my limbs.
Hermione put the clip in her bag, and Harry immediately pulled her close.
You bloody moron,
he said into her now white lady's hair.
Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, Harry, she said. I'm quite fine, really. Harry released her and glared at Theo.
Your family has a lot to answer for, not?
I know, Theo said. The Slytherin sat stiffly, his fists on the armchair.
I tried to keep her from going. You should have tried harder. Like you have, Potter.
Theo's voice was equally sharp.
If half the stories are true, she's risked herself for you 100 times.
Stop it, both of you, Hermione snapped. We're wasting time. I'm fine, she repeated. Thanks to Draco's diamonds.
What was Malfoy doing, giving you those diamonds anyway?
Harry asked with distaste.
It's an interest gift,
Theo drawled.
What the hell is an interest gift?
Theo's eyes flickered with some of his old mischief.
The first step in the traditional betrothal process.
The what process?
Harry jumped to his feet. That son of a...
Theo! Hermione cried, also standing. She tugged at Harry's arm. Harry, it is not an interest gift. Draco didn't mean it that way. Calm down.
Come on now.
The old Theo was definitely back. He sat back in his chair, looking entirely at ease, while Harry fairly vibrated where he stood.
You honestly think a wizard like Draco, raised in ancient traditions, would carelessly give away an obvious family heirloom, goblin made, and infused with protective magics?
Hermione stamped her foot. I am not marrying Draco. Harry groaned and rubbed his forehead.
So, guys, I'm still standing here with one dead, one wounded, and one very fluffy Death Eater in my sitting room.
He sounded like a man desperate to change the subject.
Tell me the rest of it.
Hermione and Harry sat on the sofa again, and she continued her tale, describing her duel with Celeste, the Death Eater's transformation, and Reg's death. Harry's shoulders relaxed slightly, but his face was grim.
You two were very lucky,
he said, his voice cold.
You could both be dead right now, after being raped and tortured, of course.
Hermione and Theo both dropped their gaze.
I've seen the file on Celeste Rosier, Harry continued. She worked behind the scenes with Ignatius Knott. She was obsessed with him. After he was wounded at the Department of Mysteries, she went on a number of Muggle-targeted rampages.
He looked at the puff, who was suddenly still.
She's the only real brain outside Azkaban now.
She is the leader, then, Hermione said. Harry nodded.
Most likely. We need to get them both to talk.
He looked down at the Death Eater on the floor and frowned.
Did the hair clip tear off his face too?
He asked, as well he might. McNair's head was covered in smeared blood. I think I broke his nose when I kicked him, Hermione said. Brownie scratched him too, and flew into Celeste's face when she tried to hex me again.
Brownie?
The Death Eater's owl.
You have a Death Eater owl? Harry asked.
It was Reg's owl, I think, Hermione said. I named him. Harry was standing again.
That's it. I'm taking this entire mess to the Ministry, he said with decision. I'll flow us all to Kingsley's office, where you two can give statements. We'll also send some Morris to the shack.
The man looked at Theo, who nodded reluctantly. All right, she told Harry. But keep in mind that Theo is submitting to questioning voluntarily, and he is not to take Veritaserum unless I am present.
Now, Hermione, Theo began. She's right, Harry said. Don't take a drop of Veritaserum without her, not. Hell, I wouldn't take that potion without her.
Harry seemed calmer now that he'd made his decision and all the Death Eaters would soon be out of his house. He drew his wand and cast his stag Patronus.
Kingsley Shackleboard, he intoned. Meet me at your office.
Stag bent its antler's head and bounded out the window. Theo stared after the glowing animal, amazed. Her best friend's action gave Hermione an idea, and she stood as well. A shining otter appeared. Draco Malfoy, she said. I am safe and unharmed. I will be back soon. The otter rolled head over tail and flew out of the room after the stag. Harry rolled his eyes, but said nothing, just dragged McNair's still unconscious body towards the fireplace.
I'll open the ward so you all can enter Kingsley's office. Not bring your uncle, and Hermione, you take the puff.
He gave the transfigured Celeste one last wide-eyed look, then tossed a handful of purple powder into the fireplace.
Kingsley Shackleboard's office,
he shouted, and disappeared with McNair in a roar of green flame. Theo stepped closer to Hermione and took her hand.
Listen, I just want to...
You don't have to.
Hermione.
The green flames leaped into life, and Harry's head appeared.
We don't have all day,
he snapped and vanished. Theo looked irritated, but dropped Hermione's hand and pulled Regis to the fireplace.
Kingsley Shackleboard's office,
he boomed, tossing flue powder into the flames. That left Hermione with the big pygmy puff, alone for the first time since she'd left the castle. She stared down at the Gloriana clip in her hand, wondering what would have happened without it. Face pressed into that mattress. She remembered something else as well, a tingling in her fingers. Something would have happened. If it hadn't been for the clip, she might have exploded the bunk, burned down the shack, maybe even hurt Theo. Focus! Hermione inserted the diamonds back into her curls and tucked the once again struggling Celeste under her arm. Then she stepped into the heatless emerald flame. She emerged from an ornate stone fireplace too large for Kingsley's small office. Glass windows looked out over the rest of the wide underground space, divided into numerous cubicles. You could hardly move with Harry and Theo there, plus McNair stuffed into a corner and Reggie's body laid out by the floor. Green Flash and Kingsley stepped out of the fireplace wearing colourful dress robes. When not on duty, the dark, handsome wizard was a bit of a fashion plate. His eyes widened at the sight of his crowded office.
"Explain, Potter,"
Kingsley sat, looking narrowly at Theo. Clearly he judged the Slytherin most dangerous person present.
"Hermione and Theodore Knott left Hogwarts this afternoon to meet Regis Knott at the family hunting shack," Harry said crisply. "There they were ambushed by Celeste Rosier and Walden McNair. Regis Knott was killed in the fight, and Hermione defeated Celeste and McNair. She and Theodore brought all 3 Death Eaters to my house."
"Where is Celeste?" Kingsley asked. "Right here," Hermione said, pointing. She had placed a puff on Kingsley's chair, adding a sticking charm to keep the puff from bouncing around.
"Hermione turned Celeste Rosier into a pygmy puff,"
Harry continued with a faint smile.
"Celeste killed Regis, and Hermione wounded McNair."
Kingsley stared down at McNair, looking rather shocked at the Death Eater's grisly condition.
"You cut off his hand, Hermione."
"It was a defensive spell," Hermione muttered. Kingsley's gaze swept once more over all the dead, wounded, and transfigured Death Eaters, and he shook his head.
"Stay here,"
he snapped, and left the office, returning quickly with 2 on-duty Aurors.
"Take McNair and this puff to the holding cell and get a healer for McNair, and take Regis Knott's body to the examiner's office."
Theo sadly watched the Aurors depart with Regis, then turned back to see the head Auror eyeing him with suspicion.
"Headmistress McGonagall assured me that you were unable to leave Hogwarts,"
Kingsley said to Theo.
"I'd be interested to know how you broke through the castle walls."
Theo just sneered.
"I have my ways."
"Oh, for Merlin's sake," Hermione said. "I helped Theo leave the castle, Kingsley." Kingsley didn't take his eyes off Theo.
"I suggest you cooperate, Mr. Knott."
"Lord Knott," Theo said, sounding bored. Hermione almost groaned. Arrogant entitlement was not going to work with Kingsley. Regis Knott wanted to defect, she said. He asked Theo for help and...
"So Lord Knott here met with a known Death Eater in a Death Eater hideout without informing the Auror's office?"
Kingsley said.
"That is a serious crime and such." "Don't you dare try to arrest Theo for that," Hermione said, "unless you want to arrest me too."
"Hermione, be reasonable," Kingsley pleaded. "He's the son and nephew of convicted Death Eaters, travelling illegally to Death Eater hideout on family property."
"Knott came here voluntarily,"
put in Harry.
"He didn't contact the Auror's office because he didn't trust us. We shouldn't prove him right."
"How could you go with him, Hermione?" Kingsley asked.
"You could have been captured, or worse."
"It's a good thing I did," Hermione insisted. "If I hadn't forced Theo to take me, and I had to put a wand to his throat, Kingsley, he'd be in the hands of Death Eaters. Theo was the target all along." Kingsley rubbed a hand over his head, suddenly looking drained.
"Let's start at the beginning."
He waved his wand, and 2 straight-backed chairs appeared. Ted Auror bounced Celeste from his own chair and set out a quick quotes quill and parchment.
"I'll need statements from both of you."
Hermione and Theo took their seats and recited the events at the shack, being purposely vague about how they left the castle and omitting any mention of the portkey to Germany. Kingsley's face was impassive until Hermione mentioned McNair's attack on her, but her manner seemed to reassure him.
"We have counselors on call, Hermione."
Kingsley's deep voice was kind.
"If you need to."
"I'm fine, really," Hermione said for what felt like the umpteenth time. Kingsley sighed after she and Theo finished their story, then shook his head in disbelief.
"You both displayed a shocking lack of judgment,"
he said.
"You could both be in the hands of Death Eaters right now. Celeste Rosier is merciless."
A look of pain touched his features.
"And technically you have both broken Ministry law. I can grant the 2 of you limited immunity as Auror informants, but there may be a hearing."
He sighed.
"It depends on the information we get from McNair and Celeste Rosier."
Kingsley set the parchment to Hermione and Theo.
"Each of you review the statement and sign it, and you're free to go. I'll send some Aurors to the shack."
Ed Auror glowered at Theo.
"And I advise you, Lord Knott, Not to leave Hogwarts grounds, for your own safety, if nothing else. You are released into Headmistress McGonagall's custody. And Hermione? Kingsley looked at her with concern. I won't try to limit your movements, but if you continue to consort with Death Eaters and relatives of— You'll do what? Hermione asked, jumping to her feet. Don't you dare try to choose my friends. I consort with who I want, when I— Hermione, please, Harry begged. Let's not— Hermione, you're taking this all wrong, Kingsley said. You have no right to threaten me or Theo, Hermione snapped, considering just went out and did your job for you. Kingsley's face was flushed. Watch your tongue, Hermione. Watch my tongue? Hermione's voice quickly hit its highest octave. I'll say what I want, when I want. Get off me, Harry! Theo was standing as well, giving Kingsley a rather reptilian stare. I hear you're running for Minister of Magic, Head or a shackleboard. His voice was cold. One hopes you're capable of more tact than this. Harry groaned. I take it back, he said. This one is almost as bad. Kingsley, can they go now? Escort them personally back to Hogwarts, Harry, then return. The Head Auror's face was full of affronted dignity. We have a long night ahead. He began reading the signed statement, a clear dismissal. Harry hustled him over to the fireplace. Of course, sir. I haven't finished, Harry. Kingsley can't just— Honeydukes! Harry shouted, grabbing both Hermione and Theo and throwing the flue powder into the flames. 3 of them fell out of the sweet shop's fireplace in a heap. Hermione immediately began wiggling out from under Theo, and he released her with a very Slytherin smile. Harry gave Theo a glowering look, then marched them over to the 3 broomsticks. There they picked up some meat pies and butterbeers for the hike back to the castle. Harry stuck with Hermione and Theo until they all emerged from the secret passage on the 3rd floor. Kingsley did you both a favour tonight, Harry told him. Could have booked you both, yes, even you, Hermione. He should do us a favour, Hermione insisted. He's got 2 Death Eaters in custody now, a feat, I might point out, his precious Auror office has thus far proved unable to achieve. You are spending too much time with Malfoy, Harry said. Nonsense, I've always been like this, Hermione said, except for the grammar. Harry's mouth quirked into a smile. You're right about that. Gave her another hug, wary of the hairclip. I want to see her tomorrow morning. Yes, of course, she said. 10 o'clock, Harry said, and don't bring either of them. He disappeared inside the passageway. Hermione and Theo stood in the corridor, looking at each other awkwardly for a moment. Then Theo took her hand again. Hermione, You have to warn the other Slytherins too, Theo, Hermione said. The Death Eaters are obviously still recruiting, and students like Goyle and— Yes, now, Hermione. And don't tell anyone about the portkey. If Kingsley found out— Hermione! Theo's voice was stern. You have to let me thank you. You risked your life for me and my uncle, and I can never repay you. It's all right, Hermione said, pulling her hand away. No, it's not. Theo looked down at her soberly. I'm so sorry. In this very corridor I grabbed you and pushed you, and you were trying just to— He stopped and took a deep breath. You're just trying to help. If it hadn't been for you— Thank you. You can thank me by staying inside the castle, she said. Theo nodded. I feel lucky to be here. Good, Hermione said, turning and walking towards the staircase. Theo fell in step beside her. They stopped again on the landing. Theo, she said, looking up at him, if you hear from any Death Eaters— I'll tell you right away, I promise, he said. Smile turned mischievous, and he raised his hand. Need me to swear on my ring? Hermione shook her head, suddenly feeling awkward again. I'm sorry about your uncle. Theo's face fell. He chose to join them and stay so long. He sighed. At least it was quick. Hermione looked back at him sadly, wishing she knew what to say. You could hear students on the stairs back from dinner and chattering about Saturday night plans. I have to go, she said. Hermione? I'm sorry, I can't stay, she said. Good night, Theo. I'm so glad you're all right. He gave him one last concerned look, then shook her head and hurried up the stairs. Nobody stopped her, thank Merlin, on the way to Gryffindor Tower, and Hermione headed straight to the large bathroom in the girls' dormitory. He still felt cruelly from McNair's touch, not to mention the disembodied hand cuts. Summoning a few things from her room, she bathed and washed her hair, then donned her pink terry-cloth robe and fuzzy blue slippers,
and padded back to her room. The sun was setting now, the bedroom suffused with red gold light from both the window and the fireplace crackling flame. Crookshanks jumped off her desk, complaining loudly. A gleaming broom was propped against the desk, and Hermione was unsurprised to see a long, familiar figure stretched out on the sofa, book in hand. "Hello, Hermione," Draco said. Chapter 53. Together. "Hello, Hermione." Silence followed Draco's 2 icy words. Hermione placed her toiletries back on the small table and walked toward the man on the sofa, stopping a few feet away. Looked down at him, hands thrust deep into the robe's pockets. Only the crackling of the fire and rattling of the windows could be heard. The blonde Slytherin appeared nothing but calm, placing his book on the cushion beside him and leaning back. But his eyes were pale, chipped slate, and a dot of color glowed on each cheek. His posture looked relaxed, but he was utterly still. This was bad. Hermione felt like she was back in the charms classroom without magic, with Draco stalking her. She dared not to show any weakness. Her muscles ached, the multiple scrapes and bruises on her body hurt, and she was so very tired. She deserved an explanation, and she was happy to give it, but would any explanation be enough? Still, she refused to stand before him like a disobedient child. She spotted a pot of tea on the table, still hot, so Hermione poured herself a cup. Draco must have prepared it for her. He himself was drinking siren scotch. She moved to the other end of the sofa and placed the book, Donaldson's new tome, on the Elder Fu box on an end table. Then she sat, folding her legs beneath her, the pink fluffy robe covering her from the neck down. She took a large gulp, tea, feeling the hot liquid course through her veins. "When you didn't appear at the potions dungeon, I returned to my dorm to clean up," Draco said, looking straight ahead, his aristocratic voice without emotion. "There I received an interesting report from a housemate. About you, entangled, I believe was the word, with Theodore Knott on the 4th floor." "It was true," she said. "Might I ask why?" His tone was all cold politeness. "Regis Knott wanted to defect from the Death Eaters, and Theo was on his way to help. I was convincing Theo to let me go too." "Convincing him?" "I took his wand, and he shoved me against the wall." Hermione was so determined to be completely truthful. "So I knocked him down and threatened him until he swore an oath on his ring to take me along." Draco was silent, and Hermione gulped some more tea, ignoring the burning as it ran down her throat. The moment held, then stretched unbearably. Hermione couldn't breathe. "It's a testament to your behavior this year that I find that explanation entirely credible," Draco said. Hermione exhaled slowly, torn between relief and indignation. "I can't imagine how that 7th year could have so misjudged the situation," he continued, still looking straight ahead. "What appeared to be you and Theo sharing a passionate embrace was obviously you bullying him into taking you into mortal peril." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Would you like to hear what happened?" "I insist." "Theo and I used the Honeyduke's Passage to get to Hogsmeade and then apparated to Wales." Draco finally looked at her, his face dark. "Where in Wales?" "The nut hunting shack," Hermione began, but Draco twisted in his seat and grabbed her upper arm, her teacup falling to the floor, his shocked face close to hers. Hands pressed on previous bruises, but she gave no sign of pain. "The hunting shack?" he repeated, his voice cracking. "You went to Knott's hunting shack to meet a Death Eater?" "Oh, so you know the place," Hermione said lightly. There was something feral in Draco's eyes. "Yes, Hermione, I know the place. I know what they hunt there. Do you?" She nodded. "Tell me what happened." "Unhand me and I will," she said, raising her chin. She'd always wanted to say, "Unhand me." He didn't, of course, but he did slacken his grip a little, which Hermione accepted for now. She was glad to have him touching her, although he seemed on the edge of violence. A story might just tip him over. Regis arrived, followed closely by 2 Death Eaters, she said in her best recitation voice.
She couldn't have him doubting her words. Lord McNair and Celeste Rosier. Celeste Rosier! Draco's eyes widened. Celeste, of course. He nodded. It was a trap. They wanted Theo all along. Hermione nodded. She disarmed us and tied up Theo. Draco snickered. I bet she did. Hermione paused and Draco's eyes narrowed. Oh, he's not going to like this. She swallowed and decided to give it to him straight. McNair grabbed me. He tried to rape me. Draco stared at her in horror, and the hands on her arms tightened almost unbearably. I'm fine, Draco, she said, repeating it much like she did at Slughorn's party after she met Vizier. I am fine. I am fine. You saved me. That threw him a bit. Draco blinked and his hands loosened again, but didn't let go. Hermione brought her right hand out of her pocket, tugging out her hair clip. Want to hear what it did to McNair? She asked. Draco nodded, looking a bit nervous. Looked straight into his eyes. He touched the clip, and it cut off his hand. Fuck all! Draco breathed, staring at the diamond. Yes, so McNair's on the floor, screaming, rolling in blood. Hermione's voice took on a classroom tone. Celeste tried to kill me, but her curse hit Regis instead. Then I turned her into a pygmy puff. Draco's jaw dropped. You turned Celeste Rosier into a pygmy puff? A pepper one? Never say again that Newt-level lessons aren't practical, Hermione said. Draco stared at her in wonder, clearly unable to believe what he'd heard. You don't know what she is, Hermione, he said hoarsely. She stayed at the manor for time. Well, you know. He swallowed. Even my mother stepped carefully around Celeste. He shook his head slightly, as if to clear it. Go on. I freed Theo and apparated us plus Regis' body, Celeste and McNair, to Harry's house. Draco looked up at her sharply. Does Potter know what happened to you? Yes, he took us all to Kingsley's office, and Theo and I gave statements. McNair and Celeste are in custody. What about Theo? Is he in custody? He should be in custody, endangering you and... Draco's arm tightened again, pressing against the bruise, but Hermione gave no sign. Hermione shook her head. No, it was a close thing, but Theo's back at Hogwarts, released into McGonagall's custody. She frowned. You Slytherins don't make things easy. Draco stared at her, assimilating her story, and she let him, just looked at the firelight splashed across his face and breathed in his cologne. She was suddenly very aware she was naked under her robe, except for her knickers. That scum didn't fucking touch. No, he tore off my skirt and threw me on the mattress, that's all. Suddenly she was in his arm, head tucked under his chin, thumbs tight around her ribcage. But she didn't mind the pain. She wrapped her own arms around his neck, near tears. I kicked him. I broke his nose. I was so scared, Draco, she whispered. I know, he whispered back. I know. She could feel his heart pounding against her cheek. Merlin, Hermione, you are so stupid. So brave and so fucking stupid. I know, she said, sniffling. I can't help it. I couldn't let Theo go alone. You understand that, don't you? Draco was still rumbling. Risking your life for a pair of knots, where's the sense in that? Making it through the wall just to nearly get raped and killed in a shack, less than an hour after leaving my side, you little fool. The rest of his mutterings were unintelligible, since he was kissing her now, roughly and with increasing desperation. Hermione kissed him back just as desperately, eager to dull the memories of the past hour. He suddenly hissed, pulling Hermione from her blissful daze. Draco had loosened the tie on her robe, and his hand had pulled the pink terry cloth away from her neck. The cuts and spreading bruises she'd noticed in the bath were now on full display in the firelight. Draco was staring in horror at her throat, where, she belatedly remembered, bruises from McNair's fingers were clearly visible. Hermione! He jumped to his feet. Stand up, take off the rope, he said crisply. I said take it off. His tone booked no objection. Draco tugged apart the tie and pulled the rope off her shoulders. Hermione looked down at her arms, legs, and torso, as if seeing the wounds for the first time.
hadn't looked this bad in the bathroom. She should have had Theo heal her. Draco had his wand in his hand now, and his face looked much like it had when she'd first entered the room. Hold still, I'm not terribly good at this. Hermione tried not to move. Healing oneself was difficult, but obviously she should have tried. Draco circled her, passing his wand over her body, concentrating and muttering the spell repeatedly under his breath. The bruises and cuts faded significantly, but red spots remained. We should get you to the infirmary, he said, eyes travelling clinically over her back. There could be internal damage. Did anyone crucial you, or— No, she said, shivering now from the cold and from his gaze. Draco, I don't need the infirmary. There's no pain now. Picked up her robe again, arranging it around her, and tucking the fluffy pink collar under her chin. Then he backed away, laying his wand on the table. You played me, love, he said, eyes glittering. Masterfully done. That using the diamonds to appeal to my ego. You saved me, Draco, he cooed, mimicking her tone. Hermione swallowed. He was right, of course. Draco's hands clenched into fists. I can't permit this, Hermione. There'll be no more of your bloody hero. You are not permitting anything, Hermione snapped. I made a judgment call, and it was the right one. I could not reach you in time, and if I hadn't gone off with Theo, he'd be in Celeste's hands right now, being tortured or worse. So don't you dare go all Lord of the Manor on me. Draco groaned. This is intolerable. How can I live like this, knowing you could run off into danger at any time? You have absolutely no sense of self-preservation. Says the man with a bloody dark mark on his arm. I was protecting my family. I was protecting my friend. His eyes glittered again. Friends again, So eager to lay down your life for Theo. Are you sure? Don't say it, Draco, Hermione growled. Theo was captured by Death Eaters today. He saw McNair attack me and his uncle killed. Then he was threatened by Harry and nearly arrested by the Ministry. But am I with him right now? No. I left him alone in the corridor, just walked away and came to this room, hoping, praying you would be here. They stood staring at each other, just a few feet apart. Hermione's head tilted back so she could look him in the eye. Draco cursed under his breath. Silence lengthened, tension stretching like a wire, until he spoke again. My family has an emerald brush from the 10th century, he said. It's a bit crude, but it will repel any— Hermione sighed. Draco, this can't be solved with more magical jewellery. You could fit me out the first Lord Malfoy suit of armour, and we'd still be having this conversation. A suit of armour sounds just fine, he said. You may be all right now, but what about the next time you sneak off to get yourself— Is that what you think? Hermione cried. I hated leaving without you. I wanted you there, just like with the blood potion and Nocturnelli, just like I was there for you in McGonagall's office. I wasn't trying to get free of you. I wanted you with me. She stepped up to him and grabbed his black jumper. That's what I want, the two of us, together. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him, and for an instant he stood frozen. Then he pulled her closer, desperate once again, his kiss deepening, his heart pounding, and Hermione couldn't tell if the wetness on their cheeks came from him or her. Finally, he released her, his face damp and his lips red and shining. Pushed curls back from her face with both of his hands and looked her up and down. Murder, Hermione, he drawled. What the hell are you wearing? She glanced down at the pink terry cloth. What? It's a robe. You look like Cupcake. Draco's eyes touched on her fuzzy blue slippers, and he shook his head. It's very warm, Hermione said, leaning her head on his chest. He probably had a green silk robe with a dragon embroidered on the back. She closed her eyes. Her legs felt wobbly, and only his arms were keeping her upright. The room was nearly dark now, lit only by the fire and some magical torches on the wall. You're exhausted, he said softly. Come on. Led her over to her bed and yanked the covers back, earning a disapproving yowl from Crookshanks, who jumped off the heavy quilt with a hiss. Come on, he repeated. Hermione didn't fight him, just crawled into bed with a heavy sigh. He stood by the bedpost, looking down at her. He grasped his hand. Stay. That was a nice thing about Slytherins. They didn't waste time with, do you really want that, or are you sure? If they wanted to do something, that was good enough. Draco simply nodded, stripped down to his black boxers, and slid into the bed. Go to sleep, he said, wrapping himself around her. She yawned. I don't want to sleep. Sleep anyway. I'll sleep when I want, where I want. She yawned again. How I want, and... Yes, yes, Draco said. Her eyelids slid shut at his soothing tone. I know. Nobody makes you do anything, he murmured. Bloody control freak. She could feel his lips in her hair and tried to remember where her clip was. Was it still in her right pocket, or did it fall onto the sofa? She should get up and put it away. It wouldn't do to leave a priceless heirloom lying around. Crookshanks was male. What if he stepped on it? Did the clip differentiate between cats and people? Male relatives and non-relatives? There must be a way to test those boundaries. Stop thinking, Hermione, whispered a voice in her ear. She was wrapped in a terry cloth and magic, and warmth and cologne, and finally, she felt safe. Draco was humming now, she realized, stunned, almost awake again. Well, the man whistled, didn't he? Why not hum too? Hermione pressed closer, trying to hum along. She was still trying to identify the tune. A waltz, perhaps? And she finally stopped fighting her exhaustion and fell asleep. Hermione woke in a fat beam of sunlight shining on the bed. She lay on her side, facing the window, and could feel a hard wall of warm muscle behind her and a heavy arm around her waist. Pulled away just enough to turn around and see Draco lying there, his face soft with sleep, hair a golden halo in the sunshine. He murmured, eyes still closed, and blindly tried to pull her close again. She had lost her robe during the night, reassuring Draco that she really was fine, and his hand under her bare breasts was warm and distracting. Hermione stretched an arm above her, muffling a groan, as muscles complained, and plucked the watch off her canopy. "Merlin!" she shouted. "It's almost 9!" Draco opened his eyes, then, looking dazed, "What?" he mumbled. "It's almost 9, she repeated. "I have to be at Harry's in an hour." He was unimpressed. "Blow it off," he yawned, curling an arm around her again. "Trying to sleep here?" She huffed at him. "I can't blow it off," she said. "I need to talk to him about this." She waved a hand between them. "How much more does Potter need to know?" Draco asked, waking up a little bit. No, definitely not a morning person. "Do you tell him details?" He frowned. "Not sure I'm on board with that." Hermione pulled away and rose up on her knees. "Ew, of course not. That's ridiculous." "Well, there you are." Draco raised himself to a sitting position, grumbling slightly and running a hand through his hair. "Potter knows all he needs to know about us, ergo, you don't have to go to his little breakfast. Consequently, you can stay here another hour or two, and we can start the day properly." He flashed her a wicked grin. "In fact, I suggest you cancel your lesson with the weasel, too. I'll teach you to fly. And that would give us a chance for some interesting—" A loud crack resounded through the room, and Hermione nearly fell out of the bed at the sudden appearance of a visitor.
"Maître Draco!"
cried the house elf. For a house elf it was, bearing an enormous silver tray that shone brightly in the sunlight. He was small, even for a house elf, with a large white ribbon tied around her flapping ears and tied in a bow. The pillowcase she wore was a pristine white, with so many layers of lace that it looked like she was wearing a doily. Hermione pulled the sheet over herself. Draco hadn't been kidding when he mentioned his French house elf bringing tea and croissants every morning. The elf smoothed the bed covers with a tiny gesture, then laid the tray atop the quilt and uncovered it. Silver-edged china tea set met the eye, including a large plate piled high with pastries.
"Maître Draco est avec une amie,"
she squeaked.
"Une par amour."
The elf's eyes were wide with shock. "Shouldn't she be more used to this?" Hermione asked him. "Aren't you some kind of Slytherin sex god?"
You tell me, he said with a thin smile. He looked back at the elf. Thank you, Emmy, he said. This looks delicious. Now, run along.
Maître Draco, mademoiselle.
Emmy vanished with another crack. Does she always do that? Hermione asked, accepting a cup from Draco and pouring milk into it. Bring your tea and croissants wherever you happen to wake up. He shrugged. It looks like it. I've never woken up in a witch's bed before. Hermione nearly choked on her pastry. Never, but all those... Please, Draco looked pained. I never was the type for sleepovers. Oh, she set her tea down. Well, it was good of you to stay. After. He looked at her with amusement. Good of me? What are you on about? Because of what happened at the shack, she said. That's why I stayed, right? Draco rolled his eyes. Since when do I do things to be good? And don't forget the rule of requirement. He plumped a pillow and leaned back on it, then picked up his teacup again. Do I look like I'm going anywhere? You're the one who wants to run out the door to your precious Potter. He did look perfectly comfortable, and not a drop or crumb fell to the silver trail, while Hermione had already sloshed a little of her tea and smeared butter on the coverlet. You said you aren't the type for sleepovers, she said. He shrugged. Times change. Would you like a jam croissant? A homemade currant filling? Hermione refused to be distracted. Not even with Astoria. You were betrothed. Again that pained look. Don't remind me. Would you want to deal with Astoria first thing in the morning? He shuddered. Plus, Pansy wouldn't have taken that well, and she was always turning up in my door. Smiled fondly in remembrance. Hermione scowled. You had both of them going at once. Sure. Draco shrugged. They both knew the score. He looked over at Hermione. What's that look for? You are disgusting. Well, yes. Draco put down his teacup and croissant and took her hand, twining their fingers. But again, times change. I meant what I said, Hermione. He sat looking at her intently as he kissed her hand. Yours. She held his eyes with hers. Mine. That's right. Draco gave a pleased nod and leaned forward slightly to give her a light kiss. Then he released her hand, poured another cup of tea with careless grace, and settled back among the pillows, one leg bent. The morning sun picked out the golden hairs on his neck, which grew thicker and deeper gold further up his thigh. Anyway, he went on as he sipped and she stared, I didn't go through all that trouble with you just to throw it over and run back to Astoria. She shuddered dramatically. Oh, Pansy! Shuddered even more dramatically. Hermione bit her lip to keep from smiling. All right then, she sniffed. You're still disgusting, though. A warm hand slid under the covers. Oh, yes, he said with a smile. She let the hand remain, even allowing it to travel upwards and linger for a time, until her eyes landed on her watch again, now on the tray. Merlin! She cried, suddenly startling Draco, who looked at her reproachfully. A single drop of his tea fell on the coverlet beside him, and he tutted in annoyance. It's 9:20, she cried. Yes, yes, he said irritably, plucking a pastry off his stomach and tossing it back on the tray. Splendid! Now, where were we? I am getting ready, Hermione said, hopping out of bed and grabbing her robe. I'm supposed to be at Harry's at 10. Get up! We resolved that, said Draco, not moving an inch. You will blow off Pothead and the Weasel and stay right here with me until I leave for the Quidditch pitch. I certainly will not. Harry would worry, Hermione said, tugging a brush through her hair. Draco sighed. Fine, if you insist. Clapped his hands twice, and Emmy appeared with another loud crack. Excellent as usual, Amy. Wasn't it, Hermione? Hermione rallied, picking up her brush again. Yes, Amy, thank you. It was lovely.
Would mademoiselle like tea and croissants every morning?
Emmy asked eagerly.
It would be an honor to serve Maître Draco's paramour, even when he is not in her bed.
Hermione blushed. That is not, I can't. It wouldn't be. She sighed and tried to pull herself together. Stop laughing, she snapped at Draco. Thank you, Emmy, Draco said, grinning.
Mademoiselle, Maître Draco.
Emmy vanished, along with all the tea things, with a loud crack. You should set her free, you know, Hermione told him. I've a few knitted socks in my trunk. You're welcome to try. Draco sat out from under the covers and walked toward her, wearing only his boxers. Let's talk about it in bed. He set one arm around her waist and took her hand, steering her back towards the bed as if they were waltzing. She shook her head regretfully. Merlin, those eyes. I have to go, she breathed. And so do you. You can't be seeing flying out of my window. Draco objected, of course, insisting that nobody of consequence was about on a Sunday morning, but she bullied him into his socks and trousers and shoved his jumper over his head. He continued to linger as she picked out her clothes, criticizing her choices for the day and wincing at the Weasley sweater. Her wardrobe needed more green, she was told, and shorter skirts. That, he said, waving a pale hand at her knobby red and gold top, sends entirely the wrong message. It sends exactly the right message, she said, slipping his shoes on his feet just to move things and pushing him toward the window. Honestly, he was such a toddler. It indicates that while I may be with you, I'm still a Gryffindor and part of the Weasley family. Draco shuddered at the very idea and stretched out a long arm to pluck her new runes book off an end table. I'm borrowing this, he said, flipping through it as she vanished the window. You mustn't scribble in your books, Hermione. It's very distracting for me. Hermione rolled her eyes and vowed to write on every page from now on. Here, she said, shoving his broom into his hand. Bugger off. Draco looked down at her, suddenly serious. Very well. Go see Pothead and the Weasel, then return here again, he said sternly. I expect you back for the Slytherin Hufflepuff match. I promise, Hermione said. After yesterday's events, she supposed she could tolerate a little bossiness. And wear the Gloriana set, all 3 pieces. Constant vigilance, Hermione shouted. Draco frowned. What? Sorry, inside joke, she muttered. Draco's arm was around her waist again, drawing her in, and she melted into him instantly, their lips meeting. She blinked and realized they were by the bed again, her bra unclasped. How did he do that with a broom in one hand and a book in the other? Hermione practically shoved him out of the window after that, and he immediately plummeted 20 feet before rising again, hovering outside her window as she looked out, pale and shaking. Don't do that, she shrieked. You ass! But he got only a wink in return, and he turned and flew away, leaving Hermione standing at the open window, hand shading her eyes, watching the flying figure until it was lost in the sun. Chapter 54. References. I thought you'd chickened out, Neville said when Hermione finally appeared in the Gryffindor common room. It was well after 10 o'clock now, and her friend looked hungry and a little surly. I'm doing this as a favour, you know. I do know, and thank you for coming with me, Hermione said, kissing his cheek. She should have brought him a croissant. You look happy, he said after they'd stepped out of the portrait hall and were walking toward the humpbacked witch statue on the 4th-floor corridor. All smiling and relaxed and rosy. He stopped and made a face. Ew, don't tell me. Never mind that, she said, tugging on Neville's cloak until he began walking again. I want to tell you what happened yesterday. She began the tale about her and Thea's encounter with the Death Eaters. For the 4th time now, Merlin helped her. Hermione kept talking as they entered the passage and walked towards Hogsmeade. Neville listened silently until she came to McNair pushing her down on the bed. What? He cried, grabbing her hands. Are you all right? He released a hand to tilt up her face so he could see her eyes. Don't touch my hair, she cried. She had the entire Gloriana set tucked into her braid this morning. Neville backed off, looking horrified. Hermione, he choked. If you need to see someone. No, she said. I'm okay, really. It's this hair clip. She pulled it out and showed it to him. Come on, we're late. Hermione explained the clip's magic, finishing the story of the Muggle hunting shack as they entered Hogsmeade. She left nothing out. Neville needed to know everything before they arrived at Harry's. Neville stared down at her hair clip in her hand as they stood in Honeydukes' cellar. Malfoy gave you jewellery for your birthday? He repeated. Enchanted family jewellery? Are we talking interest gifts here? Oh, you know about those. Hermione had hoped to avoid that whole topic. But then
Neville was a pureblood raised by a very traditional grandmother. Draco swears it isn't. Neville looked skeptical.
Merlin, let's hope not,
was all he said.
And thank you for telling me. I don't fancy having a finger sliced off myself.
The story about the Death Eaters and the bit about the hair clip had soured her friend's mood again, and by the time they appeared at Harry's door, Neville was nearly scowling, which Hermione pointed out would not help her case with Harry about Draco.
I'm rethinking my role in this,
Neville admitted.
These are very deep waters, Hermione. Speaking of which, I'm going to be late watering my winkweed. She doesn't like to wait.
Hermione just barely restrained herself from rolling her eyes. She personally wished that plant would shrivel up and die.
Why, hello, Hermione.
Harry's dry voice made them both jump.
And here you are on my doorstep with yet another wizard.
Her best friend looked terrible, pale and hollow-eyed, wearing only boxers, socks, and an Order of the Phoenix t-shirt. Yes, they had gotten t-shirts, enchanted so only the other Order members could see the printing. Harry looked them up and down.
It looks like nobody's dead, or purple, and all covered in blood this time, so I count myself lucky. Hi, Nev, come in.
Hermione shot Harry a glare as she entered, but said nothing. She had a situation to smooth over.
Are you all right?
Harry asked her in a low voice. Hermione nodded.
You weren't alone last night, were you? He asked. Ginny was with you?
No, I wasn't alone, Hermione said, flushing slightly.
You were with...
Harry also reddened.
Ew!
Then he frowned.
Where was Ginny?
Neville, meanwhile, was plucking at the sleeve of Hermione's Weasley jumper.
Blood?
He asked her as they followed Harry down the hallway.
Were you covered in blood, Hermione? Was it a Death Eater's blood?
Oh, you know about that. Good. Harry led them into the dining room where the table was loaded with bowls of eggs, potatoes, sausages, and fried tomatoes. Creature's work, Hermione knew, since Harry was a rubbish cook. It certainly wasn't Harry who put out the china tea set and little bits of butter.
Dig in,
Harry said, picking up his plate and waving his wand to create a third place setting. Hermione immediately sat down. She was starving. Neville and Harry created piles of food that would almost feed Ron, and conversation was abandoned as three friends steadily ate. They had each cleaned 2 plates full and were sipping more tea and nibbling on muffins when Harry spoke up again.
No, Neville. Hermione wasn't covered with the Death Eater's blood,
he said as if there had been no interruption. It was very difficult to distract from a topic which would serve him well as an aura.
She was covered in blood and dirt the first time she visited here. That time she was with Malfoy.
His mouth twisted.
What?
Neville cried.
That's it, I can't support.
It wasn't Draco's fault, Hermione said calmly, ignoring Harry's wince when she said Draco. She went on. It was my idea. Draco warned me not to interfere when that bully wizard knocked over all those disembodied hands. Neville groaned.
You were in Nocturne Alley?
Yes, Hermione,
Harry said. Do tell Neville about your and Draco's nice visit with the vampire in Nocturne Alley.
That wasn't Draco's fault either, she said. He didn't want to go. It was either accompany me or let me go alone. She scoffed. I'm perfectly capable of going to Nocturne Alley alone, and Vasile is really nice.
A nice vampire?
Neville said, rolling his eyes.
The one from Sakon's party, right? I'm actually glad Malfoy gave you the men-hating diamonds.
Oh, you know about those too? Harry asked.
I know more about all this than I ever wanted to,
Neville said, rubbing his face with the heels of his hand.
And what do you think of her and him?
Harry went on as if Hermione wasn't there. She bit her lip to keep from speaking. Neville sighed.
They work in a twisted way. Keeping them apart certainly doesn't work.
And the interest gift? Harry asked.
I can't imagine he's thinking that way,
Neville said.
But who knows with him? Maybe the Malfoy vaults include a hexproof vest.
Hermione rolled her eyes, thinking of Draco and his 10th century emerald brooch.
Look at it this way,
Neville said.
You know how he is. Malfoy's great value as a bodyguard, if nothing else. You should have seen him with the vampire at Snarky's party. The poor creature was almost crying. Malfoy wasn't at the hunting shack, though,
Harry said, then finally turned to Hermione.
You could have used another wand there.
I know, she said, but there was no time to tell him. Draco was overseeing the tensions in the dungeons, and Theo was leaving immediately. She sighed. Trust me, Draco was furious about the Death Eaters. He couldn't help but shiver slightly, remembering him sitting on her sofa with a book and his cold eyes. Death Eaters, she said suddenly. Did you interrogate Celeste and McNair? Did they talk?
McNair talked,
Harry said as he broke apart another muffin.
We questioned him on the Veritaserum, and it was obvious Regis planned to defect. Regis wasn't the brightest, you know. The other Death Eaters followed him, hoping to kidnap Theo.
Hermione opened her mouth to ask about the Auror's procedure surrounding the use of Veritaserum on McNair, but then the memory of her face against the smelly mattress flashed through her mind, and she decided she didn't care. She hoped the man choked on the stuff. What about Celeste Rosier? She asked. Harry glowered.
Nothing yet. It's rather difficult to interrogate a bleeding pygmy puff.
You can turn her back? Hermione asked innocently. Never chuckled.
No, Hermione, we couldn't, Harry said. She's under heavy security at St. Mungo's, and the healers are baffled. What did you do?
Hermione shrugged. Just a standard transfiguration spell. Which it was, with a little addition of her own. She developed a sticking charm in her spare time to make transfigurations permanent, and had despaired of ever being able to test it. Life often did offer opportunities when one least expected them. He rather thought Celeste Rosier would make a very good pygmy puff. Fluffy. Harry looked at her suspiciously, but said nothing. Did McNair mention any other Death Eater cells? She asked. Harry shook his head.
He said theirs is the only one, and Celeste was the brain.
Neville wiped his mouth with his napkin.
Can we head back, Hermione? My winkweed won't water itself.
I'm seeing Ron next, Hermione said. Draco thinks I need flying lessons. Ridiculous, right? Eyebrows shot up on both men's faces. Why does Malfoy think you need flying lessons? Harry asked, too casually. Well, he's seen me on a broom, Hermione said. She didn't want to mention Astoria. Harry and Neville both grinned.
Well, good for him, Harry said. I'm surprised Malfoy isn't teaching you.
He wanted to, but Ron has been nagging me for years. And Ginny! Ginny! Harry looked startled as she opened her pink beaded bag and stuck her wand into it. Accio reference letter, she said.
A reference letter?
Harry asked. For me and Draco, Hermione said, handing over the scroll.
You are always over-prepared,
Harry said, grinning fondly. Ginny wrote it to you. Harry eyed the scroll, clearly debating whether to open it when Neville stood.
Okay, Neville said. So you have my thoughts on my whole Malfoy thing? Plus Ginny's letter. Plus you've seen the two of them together anyway, covered in blood and all. So I think my work here is done.
Thank you, Neville, Hermione said, jumping up and trying to hug him, but he just wearied away, an eye on her hair. Harry took Ginny's scroll with him as he saw Neville out, and had apparently read it because he returned to the dining room and took his seat, tossing the open parchment beside Hermione's plate. She gave him a quick look and picked up the letter.
Harry, if you had have asked me 3 months ago if Hermione and Malfoy would ever be friends, let alone anything more, I would have hexed you where you stood. But Malfoy is not the man I expected, and more importantly, Hermione is not the woman any of us expected this year either. Hermione is more than powerful enough to handle Malfoy. In fact, I wonder if he can handle her. She has terrorized the school this year, and there are some who consider Malfoy a calming influence, if you can believe that. And if she wants him, as far as I'm concerned, she can have him. She deserves anything she wants. She deserves to grow. We all deserve that, Harry. Nobody deserves to be confined to a narrow role that they've long outgrown. You and I know that better than anyone. Ginevra. Hermione read the letter twice, raising her eyebrows at the signature. She carefully rolled it up and returned it to Harry. Harry, she began. Where is she, Hermione?
He asked, his voice soft, almost Slytherin soft.
Where is Ginny now?
I can't tell you, Hermione said. She deserves her privacy. Harry's fingers drummed on the table, his face grim.
I've heard you talk about Blaise Zabini. He's as bad as Malfoy with women. How can you allow it? You're supposed to be her friend. I am her friend, Hermione said. It would be pretty hypocritical for me to stand in her way, considering everything, wouldn't it? Fucking Slytherins. Harry's fingers curled into fists. Wish they'd stick to their own house. His mouth was a bitter line. But why would they do that when beautiful, brilliant Gryffindors are just ripe for the plucking? Merlin, now is when I really need Neville, Hermione thought. Nobody is any Slytherins for the plucking, she said. Except maybe Lavender. Harry didn't smile. Malfoy is a beanie. Not. These guys are dangerous. So am I, Hermione said. So is Ginny. What kind of sicko fantasy have you got going about the two of us anyway? Do you think we just blushed and whimpered while those men corrupted us with evil promises of dominating sex? Harry looked pained. Please, stop, I'm begging you. She was glad to do so, because she was short of turning herself on. Focus. Harry. She reached out and put her hand on his. He really didn't look well. Harry, has something happened? Harry sighed, looking down at his muffin, then back at her. Chloe returned from France last week. Her parents negotiated an intriguing betrothal contract. Intriguing, Hermione repeated. That's what she said. Harry's eyes were almost Slytherin cold now. Some Duc de Treffe-Pique. The French name rolled easily off Harry's tongue with a rare venom. I've heard of that family, Hermione said. Stories say that his ancestor escaped the terror by casting a concealment charm on his neck and pretending that his head had already been cut off, and she trailed off at the look of Harry's face. But I'm sure this Duke is rotten to the core. It doesn't matter. Harry's fingers clenched around his teacup. He's pureblood, rich, and titled, and apparently I was just part of Chloe's fun little aura adventure. Harry. Hermione put her hand on his. I'm so sorry. Her best friend had rarely looked so pathetic. Exhausted, overworked, sitting alone in his ancient, half-renovated house with his messy hair and tattered T-shirt. I doubt that was an easy decision for her. Her friend shrugged. Looked easy enough. Well, she's a fool then, Hermione said, to give up a brilliant, powerful wizard like you for... Lovely words from someone who's been dating two rich, titled wizards. Harry snapped. You nearly got yourself killed for not. And wait until the public finds out you're seeing Malfoy. You're sitting there covered in diamonds and... Hermione did her best not to glare. I never expected any sort of jewellery. Do you think I care about diamonds and titles? Do you think Ginny cares about such things? I know all about Zabini's glamorous lifestyle. His mother. Is that all you think of, Ginny? Hermione was glaring now. Then she would aspire to the likes of Caprice Zabini? Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat and looked up at his tall mahogany clock. You're headed to Ron's now, right? You're telling him about Malfoy? Yes, Hermione said, fiddling nervously with her napkin. I'll come with you. Just let me take a shower and... No, thank you, Harry. Hermione shook her head. Ron and I need to work this out together. You'll go spat, Harry warned. I can handle it. Hermione stood and Harry followed her to the sitting room fireplace. Thank you for breakfast, Harry. It was so good. She gave him a quick hug, and Harry stiffened, glancing warily at her hair. What will you do today? She asked. Harry shrugged. Try to catch up on sleep. I'm expected for dinner at the Burrow. Hermione was pleased. She didn't want Harry to be alone all day. Oh, I almost forgot, she said. Any word on Lucius' visitors or getting his blood? Harry rubbed his unshaven jaw. It's hard to get Lucius' logs without making it obvious, so Kingsley and I submitted a warrant for visitors' logs for 10 Death Eaters in Azkaban, using McNair's testimony as evidence. Kingsley still doesn't know about the potion, though. And the blood. The magical virus is still running through Azkaban. They're doing blood draws on top-level prisoners, and I'm trying to get access to the lab. Best I can think of. Martigan. Paperwork. Hermione nodded and stepped back. Draco and I will keep working on our end. Are you sure you don't need me at Ron's? He asked. Hermione smiled at him as she scooped up a handful of purple powder, preparing to flee to the Burrow. We'll be fine. Be careful heading back to Hogwarts, he said sternly. Stay alert. Constant vigilance.
Hermione and Harry both snapped out at the same time. They grinned at each other, then Hermione sobered. "Harry, talk to Ginny." Green Eyes were cool.
"Ginny won't talk to me."
"Maybe not," Hermione answered, "but Ginevra might." Chapter 55. "I'm a damn planet, Ronald."
"Oh, I can't believe it," Ron shouted. "That was brilliant."
They landed in an open field about a mile from the burrow, about 5 feet apart, and Hermione was so excited she almost fell down getting off her broom. Ron steadied her.
"Did you see that?"
she squealed.
"Did you see me?"
"Oh, I saw you." Ron's freckled face looked ready to split open. He was smiling so widely.
"A triple loop."
He dropped his broom and grabbed her, spinning her around. Hermione hugged him, then pushed at his chest gently. A silent signal to put her down. Took her hand, but she was too excited to notice.
"A triple loop,"
she breathed. She'd been trying for double loop, but had so much momentum she completed a third loop by accident.
"You are an excellent teacher,"
she said. "Who knew?"
"You would have known if you'd let me teach you sooner,"
he said, his smile dimming a little. "That's right," Hermione said seriously. She squinted up at him in the sun. "It was wrong of me. I guess I didn't like not knowing something." She sighed. "I am a know-it-all."
"A cute know-it-all,"
he said, lifting a hand to her hair. She wearied away like a nervous cold and nearly fell down again. Now her flying lessons hadn't made her any more graceful. Ron looked a little affronted now, and she sighed. It was time. "Come on," she said, pulling at his hand. "I brought a picnic." Hermione summoned a carpet, a tablecloth, and a basket of sandwiches from the leaky cauldron from her beaded bag. She was still stuffed from that enormous breakfast at Harry's, but Ron could be counted on to clear the basket. They wrapped themselves in heavy cloaks against the November rain, and Hermione set out a few jars of blue fire for warmth. Ron fell to the sandwich like a starving man, giving Hermione plenty of time to twist up her wind-blown curls and fasten them again with Draco's clip. Then she just sat and sipped her butterbeer and tried not to fidget.
"Why?"
Ron said finally.
"What is it?"
She sighed. If Ron had noticed her agitation, she must be a nervous wreck. "I have something to tell you. Something you won't like." He shoved the final sandwich into his mouth and nodded.
"'Kay."
"I'm seeing Draco Malfoy." There, she'd said it. She set down her butterbeer and clasped her hands on her lap to keep from wringing them. Ron spit out chunks of leftover sandwich.
"What?"
"We are dating. Seriously." She couldn't believe how hard this was. I like him." He drew his sleeve over his mouth, staring at her.
"Oh, I thought you were dating, not—"
"You and I are through, and I'm dating Draco now." With Ron, it was always best to repeat things clearly, especially things he didn't like.
"You mean—"
Ron shuddered inside his heavy dark blue cloak. A thread on the shoulder was frayed. Hermione's crazed mind noticed. Molly would pounce on that in an instant.
"You mean—"
Ron repeated.
"Like romantically?"
"Yes, Ronald, that's what dating means." No, she needed to be patient. She'd never been upfront with Ron about Draco, and now she was paying the price. Ron hadn't been at Slughorn's parties, or really anywhere with the two of them except Patience and Dada. From his point of view, Draco was an older presence who leered at Hermione and made her uncomfortable. Two men had always brought out the worst in each other. "Yes," she said calmly, "I have feelings for him, and he has feelings for me. Apparently I have a weakness for tremendous gits." Ron's face darkened. So much for humor.
"No, Hermione,"
he choked.
"No. He's manipulated you somehow, convinced you he's changed. He hasn't changed. This is his revenge on you, on me, on Harry, Merlin."
His eyes widened.
"Does Harry know?"
She nodded. "He is resigned to it. Look, I know you haven't seen us together in a positive way. I know this is hard to believe. Let me tell you some of the things Draco's done." Ron leaped to his feet. A lock of red hair, longer now than it had been at Hogwarts, fell over one eye. He drew his wand.
I'm going to get Harry. We're going to hack the shit out of that little ferret paw.
He stared down at her, looming in a way she'd never seen him look before. The dark cloak flapped behind him. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse.
He's touched you. You let him touch you.
Hermione stood as well. Now run. Let's not get into. He moved closer. Too close. Blue eyes searching her face, and she couldn't help but blushing.
Yes.
Ron staggered backward.
Merlin, you let him touch you with those filthy hands that tried to kill Dumbledore and that filthy mouth that called you a mudblood for years. That's sick, sick.
Oh, Godric. She was a fool, thinking he'd accept this on her word alone, or that a little flying lesson would make any difference whatsoever. Ron wasn't just her friend. He was a first lover. He had a sexual past that had ended like 4 months ago, and she had ignored that entirely. Now he stood before her, looking devastated. She couldn't meet his eyes.
Why? Why? Ron cried. That slimy. Why would you let him?
His voice cracked. Hermione looked up at him then, and the light in his eyes was almost mad.
There's got to be an explanation,
Ron said stoutly.
You just don't know what you were doing. He seduced you somehow. Did he force you? And you're too ashamed to admit it. It's okay, I'll help you.
Ron stepped forward again, and now Hermione jumped back, appalled. This was so much worse than she'd expected. Ron didn't just hate Draco Malfoy, he considered the man evil. Harry had seen Draco bleed, had seen him in despair, had listened to his anxious mother lie to Voldemort for his safety. Harry saw Draco as an unlikable person, but Ron... Everything was still black and white for Ron.
Ron, no!
Hermione began to shake. He never! Ron's casual mention of rape coming so soon after the scene in the hunting shack was drawing emotions to the surface. She clapped her hands over her eyes.
Don't say that! Something happened, I know. Or I can see it. Well, I'm going to help you.
Ron said. She could feel his hand gently grasp her arm, and she had a pop and felt a strange pulled-through-garden hose feeling of apparition. She opened her eyes. Ron had side-apparated her to his bedroom at the Burrow. Chudley Cannon's players stopped zooming around in their posters on the walls and looked at her curiously. Ron was waving his wand, muttering under his breath. Then he advanced on her.
It's all right. You're safe here,
he said.
Malfoy can't get to you here. We'll take care of you.
Oh, this was awful. Worse than anything she could have imagined. Hermione looked him straight in the eye. It was time to take control of the situation. Ronald, I am not in any danger from Draco, she said. Now, I'm leaving, and we'll discuss this when you're calmer. Hermione twirled in place to apparate and nearly fell over when she landed precisely where she began. She tried again. No result. She stared at Ron, who had shed his cloak and now was sitting on his desk looking smug.
You can't operate out of here, he said, or even walk out of the door. It's an oral capture spell.
Fine, then, she snapped and cast a Patronus charm. Harry Potter, she said. I'm trapped in Ron's bloody bedroom at the Burrow. Liver Otter slipped through a wall and vanished. Hermione sighed. She should have let Harry come along in the first place. Listen, Ronald. She tried again, crossing her arms, her wand sticking out on one side. This is ridiculous. You can't keep me in here because you don't like who I'm dating.
But it's Malfoy,
Ron cried, sounding like he had at the carriage into Hogwarts.
Malfoy!
Hermione started to rub her forehead. She could feel a headache oncoming.
Be reasonable, Ron said. I know you. I know who you are. You're not some Death Eater whore. Ronald!
She screamed.
I can't believe you called me that.
She whipped her wand at his face.
Petrificus totalus!
Ron froze and fell with a thud. Heavens, she couldn't believe she did that. Immediately afterwards, she heard a loud pop, and Harry was standing on Ron's bed, wearing sweatpants, dirty sneakers, and a tattered Quidditch World Cup sweatshirt. Messy black hair stuck out from under a red WWW ball cap, and he still hadn't shaved.
His eyes backed out when he saw Ron laid out on the floor. "Hermione!" he yelled. "What did you do?" "What did I do?" Hermione yelled back. What did he do? I told him about Draco and he went completely mental. Ron's convinced Draco raped me or fed me a potion or both, and then he trapped me here." "So you petrified him?" "He called me a Death Eater whore." "I can't believe that," Harry said. "Wait a minute, didn't you petrify Malfoy too?" He was walking toward me." "Ah, yes, in a possibly threatening manner. I remember now." Harry groaned. "Merlin, Hermione, please unpetrify Ron, please." Hermione scowled and released Ron, who immediately leaped up. "Harry, thank Godric you're here. We have to save Hermione." "I don't need saving, Ron. Now let me out of here." "As soon as you see sense, Hermione." "Wait a minute," Harry cut in. "Is she really trapped in here? What did you do?" Ron raised his wand with a roguish smile. "I cast an incantation on the room." "You didn't?" Harry was aghast. "What is an incantation?" Hermione asked. Harry sighed. "It's an aura spell that allows us to retain prisoners in the field. Stronger than an anti-apparition spell." "Ron, I told you that spell in confidence." "Why didn't you tell me about it?" Hermione wanted to know. "I could have used that at the hunting shack." "Because it's only for auras," Harry said. "Well, last I checked, Ron is not an aura." "I was going to be one, though," Ron said. "Ron," Harry said severely, "you could be prosecuted for using that spell. You have to release Hermione now." "Release her? She's balmy or under dark spell or potion or something." Ron's face was flushed. "She petrified me." "You called me a Death Eater whore," Hermione yelled. "I didn't. I said you couldn't be with Malfoy because I knew you weren't a Death Eater whore." "Oh, Merlin," Harry groaned, collapsing on Ron's bed. "Ron, you didn't." Hermione crossed her arms, her good humour inexplicably restored. "You said I'm a whore if I'm with Draco," she said in a lecturing tone. "And I'm with Draco, so, ergo, I am a Death Eater whore." She had to hand it to Draco. The word ergo made for a nice turn of phrases. Who knew what other grammarly goodies were stuffed in that blonde head of his? Just another plus to spending more time together. "What, that's my point," Ron said hopefully. "You aren't a whore, therefore." Harry groaned again. "For Godric's sake, can we please stop talking about whores? Ron, you have to lift a spell. It affects every person in this room, so now I can't leave either." Hermione glared at him. "Oh, so it's okay to trap me against my will, Harry, but if you get caught in the spell, suddenly it's all a big emergency." Harry glanced back at her. "I bet you and Malfoy get along great." She grinned. "You want to hear details?" "Death Eater whore!" Ron shouted, leaping up. "Stop calling her that!" Harry shouted back, leaping off the bed. He looked at Hermione. "You had to get cute, didn't you? You were definitely spending too much time with that." The door opened. "Why is everyone talking about whores?" Ginny began. "Don't come in here!" Harry and Hermione screamed, but it was too late. She was there, the door swinging shut behind her. "I heard yelling," Ginny said mildly. She looked decidedly out of place in the narrow, dusty room, her low-cut green sundress revealing much creamy, lightly freckled skin. Her red gold hair was piled on the top of her head, and she wore shimmery lipstick and white sunglasses. A straw sun hat with a green ribbon dangled from one hand. She looked stunningly beautiful, straight out of a magazine spread, and Harry's jaw dropped. Ginny removed her sunglasses and eyed Harry up and down with amusement. Harry flushed, rubbing his unshaven jaw and tugging at his wrinkled ball cap. "Where have you been?" Ron asked, frowning at her dress. "The Italian Riviera," she said. Harry shut his mouth and looked away. "Well, school weekend, who did you?" Ron scowled. "Zabini." "Yes?" Ginny settled herself into the room's only chair and arranged her flowing skirt. Her bare legs, longer than Hermione's, stretched halfway across the room, ending in green stiletto sandals. Harry gave set legs a quick glance, then coughed and looked away. "Say, what are we all talking about?" Ginny asked with an indulgent smile. "Horse," Hermione said coldly. "Hermione told Ron about her and Malfoy." Harry said. And you called her a whore? Ginny asked her brother, no longer amused. No, Ron cried, happy to have another chance to explain. I simply said I knew she couldn't be with Malfoy because she wasn't a Death Eater whore. Ginny stared at him for an instant, then burst out laughing. Ron, she gasped, you are priceless. You won't be laughing in a minute, Ginevra, Harry said grimly. Tell her what you did, Ron. Ron gulped. You have to understand, Ginny, that Hermione needs to be somewhere safe, even though she doesn't realize the danger. Ginny looked to Hermione for illumination. Ron cast some sort of aura capture spell on the room, Hermione said. Nobody can leave until he lifts it. Well, he'll just lift it then, Ginny said. Lift the spell, Icaronikins. Well, then Hermione will leave, Ron protested. And Malfoy, he'll get her. Ginny raised her eyebrows. Get her? Yes? Ron's voice was ominous. We have to keep her safe from him. And take her and... And what? Ginny asked, all innocent curiosity. Hermione bit down her smile. You know, Ron said, turning red. Ron feels that I've been seduced by spells and potions, Hermione said helpfully. And then if he lets me out of this room, Draco will find me and carry me off to his Slytherin lair. Sounds lovely, Ginny said. Stop it, Ginevra, Harry said. Ginny ignored him. Ron, you're being ridiculous. I've been watching the two of them for months and seen nothing of that sort. And as much as I'd love to sit around and indulge your mental illnesses, Hermione and I need to get back to school for the Southern Hufflepuff match. So lift the spell before I bet Boogie hacks you. Nothing doing, Ron said. I've been watching the two of them too. He turned to Harry. You weren't at Hogwarts this year, Harry. You didn't see how Malfoy's been staring at her, stalking her, touching her, leaning close every chance the fucker got. Ron turned to Hermione. Oh, I know you could have a fourth with shit. You must have forced it on you somehow, but don't worry. I'll take care of it. Hermione shook her head, oddly touched. I know you're trying to help, Ron. In your weird, twisted, Ptolemaic, geocentric way. Tell him what? Harry asked. Ginny groaned. You had to ask. It's the current arithmetic unit. Now I'll be here all day. The Roman thinker Ptolemy was convinced the sun and planets moved around the earth. Hermione said, leaning against the door so she could lecture more comfortably. But the movements of the planets in the sky didn't match up with that. So he dreamed up this complicated system of imaginary circles to account for the planet's sometimes backwards movements. Merlin pants, Hermione, Ron cried. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with bloody Malfoy? Ron, you're an idiot, said Ginny, examining her pink-painted nails. Don't be a Ptolemy. I'm a Ptolemy, Ron asked. And Draco is the sun, Hermione said. Ron's eyes narrowed. And what about you? I'm a damn planet, Ronald, Hermione said through gritted teeth. You keep dreaming up circles to account for my behavior. How come Malfoy gets to be the sun? Ron asked. Ginny was laughing again, and Harry was glaring. Drop it, Hermione, he said. Don't snap at me, Harry, Hermione said. I'm an innocent victim here, along with Ginny. Ron's the one casting spells to trap people, and you're the genius who taught him the spell in the first place. Harry sighed and apparently decided to see sense. Ron, he said, I don't like this relationship either, but I've spent time with both of them, and I'm convinced that Malfoy doesn't mean her harm. But Harry, Ron's protested. He's had his way with her. I certainly hope so, Ginny said, winking at Hermione. Hermione made shushing noises. Malfoy has been working with both me and Hermione to investigate the blood messages at Hogwarts, Harry continued, desperately trying to change the topic of the discussion. We're getting close to a solution, and... He probably wrote those messages, Ron shouted. Ron, Hermione said, please believe me. I'm choosing to be with Draco. He did not write those messages. I'm not under a spell or a potion or blackmail or anything else. I know he acts like a ferret thing most of the time, but he's trying to change. Brief silence fell as everyone looked at Ron. Not even Ginny wanted to break it with a smart comment. This makes no sense at all, Ron said. The son of a Death Eater wasn't good enough. You had to go for the real thing? He's a Slytherin, Hermione. He's going to use you and throw you away.
Hermione had had enough. She straightened, her fist clenched around her wand. Yes, so I've heard again and again and again, she said, her pulse jumping. Draco's just snumming it with the mudblood. Go ahead, Ron. Call me a stupid, desperate, naive little bookworm. Shun me and call me a whore. And if he tosses me aside, then you can say, I told you so. She advanced on Ron then, and he instinctively cringed backwards. What you can't do, Ron, is lock me in a room and keep me away from him. I have had it up to here with people thinking they know what's best for me, and I swear to Godric, I am not tolerating it any more. That's enough, Hermione, Harry said, exchanging a nervous look with Ginny. Oh, it's not near enough, Hermione said, her magic crackling around her. You're not being yourself, Hermione, Ron said stubbornly. This isn't who you are. Stay here or I can help you. No, Ron, she said. I'm not giving Draco up no matter what you do. He makes me happy. He smiled wickedly. Keep me here and I'll tell you how. Well, no, Harry groaned. Ron, I'm begging you, let us out. Ron, listen to me. Ginny was standing now, all trace of a smile gone. You do not want to get between these two people. Malfoy likely knows she's with you. Do you honestly think you can keep him away from her? You tear this house apart. No Death Eaters entering this house, Ron shouted. Ginny sighed. Well, Ronald, I tried to reason with you, I really did. I take no pleasure in doing this, but your actions have driven me to it. Her voice was dark and ominous, and Hermione shivered. Remember, Ginny said, you brought this on yourself. Gin, Harry said, his voice strained. What are you? Gin pulled out her wand and cast a Patronus, a horse that practically filled the narrow room. Hermione and Harry jumped onto the bed and Ron curled up on his desk. Molly Weasley, she said. Mom, could you come up to Ron's room, please? The glowing horse galloped through the wall. Ron turned white. No, he whispered. Lift the spell, quickly, Harry hissed, but Ron was frozen. They all were, listening to the heavy footsteps climbing the stairs closer and closer. The door burst open. Yes, dear. Why, it's Hermione. Harry! Molly rushed to the bed and to grab them both in a single hug. No, Mom, Ron shouted. Don't come. What are you all doing here? Molly asked, beaming. She released Harry and Hermione, smoothing the bright pink apron over her robes. Can you stay for dinner? Ginny, dear, I thought you'd left. Feeling better? Molly gave her daughter a kiss and stroked her hair. Come downstairs, all of you. I wish we could, Mum, Gin said, as Ron gestured frantically behind their mother's back. But Ron cast an illegal aura spell to trap us in this room. We've been trying to get out for ages. Molly turned on her youngest son. Ronald Weasley, is this true? Mom, I had to. You don't understand. Hermione is dating the... Ronald Bilious Weasley, is this true? Oh, I just wanted to say, release them at once, Molly screeched. Yes, Mum. Ron waved his wand in a trembling hand and muttered the words. Come on, Ginny said, grabbing her sun hat and glasses. Harry and Hermione jumped off the bed and followed Ginny out the door. They made their escape as Molly began winding up. How dare you drop your fence? Have I taught you nothing? How could you be so cruel as to hold dear Harry and dear Hermione against their will, to say nothing of your own sister? What were you thinking? I didn't raise you to. The trio didn't stop until they left the house entirely, running past Arthur's muggle shed and out the crooked picket fence. There they halted, breathing hard and pressing their sides. Thank you, Ginny, Hermione said. You saved us. That was one threat about me and Draco I didn't want to carry out. No one of us wanted you to carry it out, Harry said, shuddering. Oh, I wanted her to, Ginny said with a glint in her eyes. Harry scowled. From what I've heard, Ginevra, you already know plenty about Slytherin's sex. Ginny stepped forward until her pink-painted mouth was inches from Harry's. In her stiletto heels she was the same height as the young Auror, who stood wide-eyed and frozen. You better believe it, she purred. Ginny backed away, putting on her hat and sunglasses and linking an arm through Hermione's. Come along, my little Death-Eater whore. She raised her wand and twirled, apparating them before Hermione could say a word and leaving Harry standing alone, open-mouthed, outside the burrow's faded wooden gate. Chapter 56. Badger Power. Hermione expected Ginny to immediately launch into a description of her weekend with Blaise, but her roommate was silent as they left Hogsmeade's main street and began walking the path toward Hogwarts. He was happy enough not to talk. Gave Hermione ample time to scold herself for handling Ron in such a ham-handed fashion. Not that there was any excuse for the whole kidnapping and Death Eater whole thing. Ron's goal, she was sure, wasn't to trap her with him, with all the dark designs he'd ascribed to Draco. Rather, he just wanted to keep her safe. Hermione sighed as she followed Ginny along on the cold, windswept road. Draco was right. She had no subtlety. She had spent more time thinking about Harry's feeling than she had about Ron's. Ron was the one who needed special breakfast and witnesses and reference letters. He was the one who saw the first woman he'd love move on to a man he most hated. Ron had deserved to be treated with more care. Still, that didn't justify trapping her at the Burrow like a princess in a tower. Hermione shuddered at the spectre of Draco turning up at the Weasleys at his most autocratic, demanding her instant release. After insulting everybody and throwing curses, he would have probably searched the house and broken into Ron's bedroom. Merlin, Ron's bedroom, and— "Look, Hermione," Ginny said, slowing down. "The match is over." He pushed back the hood of her green velvet cloak. "Already?" They were in front of the castle now, and students were swarming off the pitch too far away to see house colours. Many were shrieking with happiness, excitedly hopping around the grounds with a complete lack of dignity. Most unusual for Slytherins. "Malfoy must have caught the snitch already," Ginny said. "I'm not sure," Hermione said. A pack of tiny first-years was barreling toward them, black and yellow scarves flapping wildly. The boy in front was Percival, holding a large badger banner. Hermione gasped. All the squeaky mice had bright yellow hands and faces, except the girl in the back, who was green.
"Miss Granger! It's Miss Granger! Miss Granger, you missed it! You should have seen it!"
"What happened?" Hermione asked. She couldn't help but smile at the squeaky mice, who broke off from the rest of the pack to talk to her. They were so thrilled their chubby faces flushed. Lila was with them in her green and silver scarf, rolling her eyes.
"He caught it in the 5 first minutes. It was a great catch,"
Percival said, stopping to push his banner's pole into the grass.
He just snatched it right up."
"Please," Lila said. "The snitch buzzed around his head and hovered in front of his chest. It practically fell in his lap."
"You just bit her,"
Imogen said.
"It was a brilliant catch."
"Badger power," Percival shouted, and the others took up the cheer.
"Badger power."
"Wait a minute," Ginny said. "Are you lot saying that the Hufflepuff Seeker caught the snitch in the first 5 minutes?" All the squeaky mice nodded. "Billy Froom, the Hufflepuff Seeker."
"That's right, Miss Weasley,"
said Bertie. Cupcake was on his shoulder wearing a tiny yellow scarf. Bertie started jumping around, pretending to ride a broom.
"Billy went like this, and then the snitch went like that, and then Billy went like this." "There wasn't anything Mr. Malfoy could do,"
Lila explained.
"Mr. Froom dropped the glove, and he was hovering down near the pitch looking for it, and Mr. Malfoy was high above the hoops. The snitch flew right at Mr. Froom's face, and he still almost missed it." "You're just a sore loser,"
Percival yelled.
"Badger power! Badger power!"
shouted all the mice except for Lila. "I like the yellow colouring," said Ginny, who had been inspecting the children more closely. "How did you do it?"
"It was Miss Granger. That was brilliant. Thank you, Miss Granger."
Ginny turned to Hermione. "You turned them all yellow."
"We're not all yellow,"
Lila said. "It's a rainbow hex." Hermione looked at the children sternly. "You lot were trying to break into the potions lab again."
"You and Mr. Malfoy spent a lot of time there,"
Imogen said.
"We wanted to know what you were doing."
"I told you what they were doing.
You pig, Percival."
Ginny burst out laughing. "Yes, Hermione." She choked. "What do you and Malfoy get up to in that little potions lab?" It took all of Hermione's self-control not to blush, terribly desperate. Instead, she glared at all of them.
"We are brewing a complicated and dangerous experimental potion," she said in her best McGonagall voice, "for a very serious purpose. If any of you disturbed it, you could have wiped out months of work and suffered severe injuries." "So you turned them all yellow?" Ginny asked. Lila opened her mouth. "And green?" Hermione frowned. "No, they should all be different colours."
"We were," Bertie cried. "I was purple, Percival was red, and the Magian was—"
We get it," Ginny said, grinning.
"It was Lila's idea, actually,"
Percival said, giving little Slytherin a reluctant nod of approval.
"It was brilliant. She goes into the dungeons with an echo spell."
"Hello, Aura," Lila and Hermione corrected.
"I researched the rainbow hacks," Layla went on, "and discovered that the colours change every time you—" "So we went back to the lab and kept hitting the door and changing colours until we were yellow," Imogen yelled.
"Or green," Lila said. A crowd of older Hufflepuffs ran by, waving more black and yellow banners.
"Party in the Badger Common Room,"
crowed Justin Finch Fletchley.
"Badger power,"
the mice yelled.
"Party!" "My Miss Granger, Miss Weasley." "Come on, you too, Lila." "I hope we get biscuits." "Badger biscuits?" "Lemon badger biscuits." "Badger power."
The mice ran off to the castle, screaming at the top of their lungs. Ginny was still laughing. "Brilliant," she gasped. "I can see why you and Malfoy adopted them." "They like him much better," Hermione said sourly. "Well, they seem to like you too." The mice had put Ginny in a cheerful mood again, and she linked her arm around Hermione's. "Come on, I want to hear about your weekend." "I want to hear about yours," Hermione answered quickly, allowing herself to be towed along. "The Italian Riviera." Ginny bit her lip, and her bright face dimmed slightly. "Yes." Hermione gave her a quick hug. "Tell you what," she said. "Ron gave me flying lessons this morning before he went mental. How about we fly to this great place I found hiking with Hagrid?"
"Really?"
Ginny's eyes lit up. "You'll fly with me today?" Hermione nodded. Really, with all her own drama, she'd been a bit of a rubbish friend. "Just not too high, okay? Or too fast."
"Great!"
Ginny smiled.
"I'll meet you in the entrance hall. You can ride my spare broom."
She clapped her wide sun hat on her head and ran towards the castle as quickly as her stiletto sandals would allow. Hermione pushed upstream against the crowd, passing happy Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors as well as Sour Slytherins. The Slytherin team was still on the pitch, getting reamed out by Astoria, but Draco was not among them. So she jogged back to the castle, wondering if she'd have to brave the Slytherin dungeons to find him. "I can't just fly off with Ginny without a word," she thought, passing through the castle's giant oak doors into the entrance hall and pulling off her cloak. "He's probably annoyed I missed the match when he finds out about Ron." A subtle clearing of the throat, not unlike Umbridge, stopped her in the center of the entrance hall. Hermione turned to see Draco leaning against the house hourglass cabinet, still in his Quidditch gear with his broom propped up beside him. His arms were crossed and his hair still ruffled from the match. Hermione's breath caught. He had no right to look like that, all scowly and irresistible. "Looking for someone?" Draco asked coolly. "I am, actually," he answered, walking across the hall toward him. "I have a boyfriend around here somewhere, a snarky git who can't catch a snitch. Have you seen him?" "Likely hiding from you if he's smart," Draco said. "Oh, he's anything but smart," she answered. She dropped her cloak and reached up to frame his face with her hands, and if the touch of her cold fingers startled him, he didn't show. His gloved fingers wrapped around her wrists. "Can I assume, the weasel?" "Yes, Ron knows about us," Hermione said. "Does he ever?" "Excellent." Pulled her into a quick, hard kiss, then gently pushed her back again, hands still on her wrists. They might be public now, but that didn't mean they could be snogging in the entrance hall. She craned her neck to look behind him, noting a decided lack of emeralds in a Slytherin hourglass, and clicked her tongue. Draco's jaw tightened. "My, your house has had some bad luck," she said. "Dirty tactics," he growled. Hermione smiled brightly. "I agree. Students shouldn't be sneaking in to drop more jewels." Draco glanced around the hall, then back at her, biting his hand off her wrist to capture her hands and pulling her closer. "Lift the enchantment, Hermione," he whispered. I'll make it worth your while. Stop cheating, she whispered back. His head dipped closer. This is your final warning. Know your worst. I will. He released her and pulled out his wand, holding it by his side and giving it a lazy wave. Immediately a cascade of rubies tumbled into the lower bulb of the Gryffindor hourglass. Draco! He hissed, horrified. Stop it! Lift the enchantment, he repeated as rubies continued to fall. Hermione groaned. She couldn't lift the spell off the Gryffindor hourglass without clearing the Slytherin one, since the hourglasses were all connected. She glared at Draco and gave her own wand a quick pass, muttering the spell too low for him to hear. Draco leaned against the hourglass's gilded cabinet, looking smug. Don't worry, I'll still make it worth your while. You'd better, Hermione said in a surly tone she didn't really feel. Draco must have added 30 rubies to the Gryffindor glass, and they were now there to stay. Draco began slowly stripping off his leather gloves, his eyes on hers. Hermione swallowed and looked away. I'm sorry I missed the match, she said. It was probably for the best. Draco tucked the gloves into his cloak. What happened? When? Hermione asked, stalling. With the weasel. He made you late, didn't he? Yes, she admitted. Before I tell you, I just want to say that it was partly my fault. I handled it badly. Draco crossed his arms. What did he do? And keep in mind what an enormous git you've been in every interaction you've ever had with Ron in your entire life, she said. His eyes hardened. You're not answering my question. Hermione clenched her hands together to keep from wringing them and looked around the hall. Students glanced over at them curiously as they passed through the doors and moved up and down the marble staircase. And keep in mind that Ron is just as protective as you are, she continued. And if there's something I don't need, it's a pair of hair-trigger lunatics thinking they know. Granger, Draco said dangerously. Hermione straightened her spine and looked him in the eye. Acting neurotic wasn't helping the situation. I told Ron about us, and he decided you'd cast a spell or fed me a potion, which, if you think about it, is a perfectly reasonable assumption, considering how you've consistently— What did he do? Draco asked again. She sighed. He took me to the burrow for safekeeping and cast a spell to keep me there. He trapped you? His eyes were cold. He tried to keep you from me? Yes, but I still had my wand, she said, so I petrified him. Of course you did, Draco said, beginning to smile, then stopped. He didn't try to. No, honestly, no, Hermione said. He just kept ranting about— She trailed off. She didn't want to tell him. But hiding things from Draco to protect his delicate sensibilities would hurt them both. She hardened her voice. Draco, I want to be honest with you. I really do. But if you go spare and turn up at the burrow flinging curses, I will want a conversation about what we're doing here. Do you understand? He gave an irritated look. Of course I do, he said. His tone implied she was mad to think he'd do anything at all impulsive or misguided. You'd better, Hermione said, not the least bit convinced. Ron called me a Death Eater whore, and I— Draco, what are you doing? Expelliarmus! Draco had leaped away from the hourglass cabinet, but now his wand was in Hermione's hand, which she pointed straight at him. Give me my wand back, he roared. I'll show you that. You can't just— Hermione's hand suddenly turned icy cold, and she dropped Draco's wand, which clattered to the stone floor. How dare you! She pulled her own wand out, furious. Pet! A sharp crack sounded above, and a stone block fell from the hall ceiling above them, shattering the glass cabinet and knocking over the Gryffindor hourglass. Draco pushed her out of the way as the block crashed to the floor. They stared at the cracked stone in horror, then at each other. Did you— No, he cried. You're the one holding a wand. Are you two dueling? Asked a voice from above. Draco and Hermione looked up to see Ginny descending the marble staircase, holding 2 brooms. She wore Quidditch leathers and a long-sleeved black shirt, and her hair was still piled in its glamorous Italian Riviera style. Is this foreplay? Ginny asked brightly. It looks like you're losing, Draco, but maybe you like that. Ginevra, he said with crystal politeness. We're just having a little discussion. So if you will excuse. A discussion. Ginny rolled her eyes and looked around the entrance hall. Students stood frozen, staring terrified with wide eyes at the three of them, the shattered cabinet and the chunk of stone on the floor. Hermione looked down at the wand in her hand and almost groaned. Great. Now half the school would think she tried to kill Draco. This wouldn't do her violent reputation any good. You're talking about Ron, aren't you? Ginny went on, clearly determined to keep the drama going. Ginny? How much have you told him, Hermione? Ginny's eyes were dancing. Have you gotten to the part where yours truly saved the day? You were there? Draco asked. Oh, yes, Ginny said happily. So was Harry. Poor Harry, trying so hard to be masterful and utterly failing. I fail to see the humour, Ginevra, Draco said. He stepped towards her, every inch the disapproving Slytherin prince. Your wretched brother insulted her, entrapped her, and vowed to keep her from me. His voice was rising, and his wand was back in his hand now. Draco, Hermione said, be reasonable. You can't just go to the burrow and duel. I can take the weasel, he sneered. It's not Ron you'd have to worry about, Hermione said, trading a smile with Ginny. It's Molly. He hesitated. Remember Molly? Hermione went on. The witch who killed Bellatrix? She knows what Ron did, and he'll likely be washing dishes for a week and only let out of his bedroom to go to the joke shop. Draco glanced at Ginny, who nodded cheerfully. I wouldn't care to do a Mrs. Weasley, he allowed. Of course you wouldn't, Ginny said brusquely. Come on, Hermione, say goodbye to his lordship. We're losing light. We're going out to Flybit, Hermione told Draco. Excellent, he said dryly. I recommend the Forbidden Forest so you can return with yet another tale of an attempted kidnapping, just to round out the weekend. We're actually headed that way, Hermione said. I'm showing her one of Hagrid's favourite places. You are not, Draco began. Another tale? Ginny asked curiously. What is going on here? Asked a booming voice. Slughorn appeared beside them, mopping his sweaty forehead with a green silk handkerchief. He stared down at the cleaved stone block and around at the still horrified students. That crash rattled the dungeons while I was brewing a very tricky... The stone came loose, Professor, Draco said in a bored tone. Apparently, Rhapsody is only effective in binding spoons and idiot students. Now, don't be impertinent, Mr. Malfoy, Slughorn said, wagging a finger. Make yourself useful and run along to Professor Hagrid. He's on the second floor helping repair the east wing. Slughorn looked up. Shoddy repair work. We'll need all those blocks inspected again. Draco glowered, not moving an inch. Hermione stepped up to him and touched his wrist. I need to talk to Ginny about Blaze, she whispered. The weekend didn't end well. He nodded, but still looked disgruntled, giving Hermione a final warning look before stalking off in search of Hagrid. I must admit, Miss Granger, I'm disappointed, Slughorn said, chins wobbling as he shook his head. I had hoped you'd be more of a calming influence on Mr. Malfoy. Chapter 57 Castello di Sabini. Ginny was impressed by Hermione's improved flying, although they stayed just a foot above the trees and flew at a creeping pace. But Hermione's hands were steady, and her broomstick didn't wobble or tilt upwards. They landed on the bare hill in the western end of the Forbidden Forest, and Ginny brought out 2 butterbeers she'd stowed in her cloak pockets. Hermione set out her one remaining jar of fire. The rest were back on the hill outside the burrow. The friends settled against 2 rune-inscribed rocks that Hermione vowed to study later, and just sat quietly until Ginny was ready to begin her story. It was a surprise, of course, this trip to Blaze's family castle. Ginny began, wrapping her cloak around herself. Called Castello di Sabini. Dates back to the 5th century. You'd love it. Those early Zabinis were pirates, and the castle was fortified in the 15th century. Blaze had regaled me about the night of the Gryffindor party, and then again the following weekend when I met him at the Leaky Cauldron. She grinned suddenly. It was funny, actually, that night in September. There I was, sitting with a virtuous stranger in a grimy rented room, waiting for a shag instead of getting long tales of princely riches. How better to impress a poor little Weasley, right? Bet those Slytherin slags love that shit. I practically jumped him to shut him up.
So anyway, last Friday night I was having drinks with Blaze in Hogsmeade, and he said he had a small surprise. The man's last small surprise was chartering the Hogwarts Express to take us to dinner in London last month, so I was ready for anything. He produced a dented can of beans, which turned out to be a portkey to Italy, and we ended up standing on a medieval battlement in the middle of an island overlooking the sea. Violin music and candles floated around us, and we were suddenly waltzing on this giant moon. "Blaze, what are you up to?" I asked, and he gave me some long speech about a romantic scene with a beautiful woman and hair shining like a sunset over the Mediterranean, until I'm fidgeting with boredom. I mean, it couldn't be just about sex, since he'd been getting plenty of sex from me without whisking me off to the continent. So I was hoping the weekend was about more than shagging and pretty words. In that I was disappointed, because all he had to offer was amazing sex and exquisite surroundings inside an opulent castle. The meals became more and more extravagant, the entertainment progressed from violence to dances to private concerts to fireworks above the water, and I just got crabbier and crabbier until I was snapping like a Hermione Granger on a bad hair day. Finally, on Sunday morning, as we were drinking mimosas on some Godric-damned yacht in the Riviera, I'd finally had it. "What the hell is going on, Blaze?" I asked. "Why are we here?" "You said you wanted more about my background. I'm showing you my life," he said. "No, you're showing off your life. This tells me nothing about you I didn't know before. This castle—" I slammed down the champagne flute. "I don't give a flying fuck about your castle, Blaze." I stood, and he did as well, per his poncy etiquette, and I pulled out my wand. "Give me one reason to stay here, Blaze." "Are you going to hex me like Hermione hexes Draco?" he asked, amused. "No, although a nice bad boogie hex would do you a world of good," I told him. "Maybe it would wipe off that smarmy look of yours, Blaze, like I'm some feisty kitten here for your entertainment." "It works for Draco," he answered, smiling as he sipped his drink. "That's because he can't keep it going," I told him. "Malfoy starts out under complete control, but after 5 minutes with Hermione, he starts fraying at the edges, and suddenly he's blushing or yelling or threatening vampires, or all three at once. Molly knows I don't want that. I like a little stability in a man. I don't have Hermione's energy, but damn it, I can't love some pretty shell." Well, that was out. I could have smacked myself for saying the big elf first, but every move he'd made recently screamed serious intentions, and if he was going to raise the stakes, then so would I. His smile was wider now. He'd obviously taken my words as some sort of confession, and he put down his drink and reached for me, but I backed away. "Don't be afraid, Kara," he said. "I share your feelings, and we—" "You don't even know my feelings," I shouted. I sounded just like Mum to my own cringing embarrassment, but hell, I'm a Weasley, we have tempers. Blaze looked pained and affronted at being interrupted. "The only time you care about my feelings," I went on, "is when I'm getting off, and that's the only time you show any emotion either. What the hell do you want in life, Blaze, other than your next fuck?" He looked even more pained now, almost bored. "I want what everybody wants, Kara," he said. "Love, happiness, a family, a life rich in beauty and adventure." He took my hand. "Don't you want that as well?" I felt like crying. It was all cracking apart before my eyes. "Yes," I said. "I want all that too, but real love, happiness, family. It's not about great sex. It doesn't come from all this." I waved my other hand at the incredible island vista. It's from looking at another person and being stripped down to nothing, then built right back up again. I was feeling the tears on my face now. It's not playing the role of the perfect boyfriend with the perfect castle and the perfect feelings. Blaze's face was cold, like it was when you and I climbed those Quidditch stands to invite the Slytherins to our party. "You prefer me to moan about my problems," he sneered, "like Potter." I laughed at that. "Are you kidding?" I asked. "Harry, open up to me. I was too young, too sweet, too good to fight with him during the war, or hear about his struggles afterwards, or even fuck. He treated me like a child, and you treat me like a doll, and you can both go to hell." His face darkened. "You don't want to hear about me, Ginevra. You don't want to hear about the sick, twisted underside of a life as a beanie. You who grew up in a loving family bursting with feelings with no sense of propriety or discretion. I refuse to revisit that darkness just to indulge your curiosity." "Then you will be alone, Blaze," I told him. You can be with scores of witches, but you will always be alone. I fought in a war. I saw death. I was possessed by pure evil at 11 years old. I won't be with a man who sees me as a child or a pretty picture. I don't know how Blaise looked then. My vision was blurred, the sunshine running into the shadow under the umbrella. I could hear my breathing loud in my ears and the smooth wood of my wand on my palm. I closed my eyes and twirled, thinking of the safest place I knew. I opened my eyes again, and there I was, standing in the kitchen of the Burrow, and there was Mum holding a plate of cauldron cakes, her eyes wide and delighted. And I started crying. "Ginny!" she cried, putting down the platter and then folded me in her arms. "What is it, love?" "It's Blaise," I sobbed, falling into her arms. "He's just like Harry." Ginny began sobbing for real, her story finished, and Hermione held her tightly, shocked by the tale. Blaise had made his move. He did care, but he'd misread and mishandled the situation on such an epic scale. "I'm so sorry," Hermione murmured. She wanted to smack Blaise and Harry. Merlin, would anyone take this woman seriously? "I'm so sorry. You did the right thing getting out of there." Hermione soothed Ginny as best she could. Then the two women flew back to Hogwarts in near silence. Now it was Hermione's turn to get a dinner plate from the kitchen and bring it back to the dorm for her friend. Ginny's story certainly explained how the redhead had turned up at the Burrow, looking quite brittle in a sundress and stilettos. Ginny was now blaming herself, feeling no man could ever open up to her, that something was wrong with her. She thanked Hermione for dinner in a colourless tone, ate the food without looking at it, then closed her bed hangings and announced she was going to sleep at 8:30. Hermione didn't hear any sounds of crying, but was not reassured. It was only then that Hermione noticed a small piece of parchment, folded into the shape of a mouse with a long tail, bouncing around her bed and taunting Crookshanks. Cat's fur was twice as bushy as usual, and he was nearly beside himself, hissing in frustration, leaping from one side of the bed to the other, fruitlessly pursuing the little paper mouse. Hermione rolled her eyes and held out her hand, and the note immediately leaped onto her palm and flattened itself. The note was from Draco, of course, asking her to meet him at the Room of Requirement. Hermione cast a concerned look at Ginny before deciding to go. She couldn't stay long, though. She tried to fix her hair, but even the Gloriana set struggled to contain her curls after all that flying. Hermione checked on Ginny one last time, but her roommate was just a lump in the quilts. Hermione exchanged her wheezy jumper for an official Torrid Affair cardigan and applied lipstick, then tucked her wand in her pocket and left the room. Blood potions, Nocturne Alley, Theo, the hunting shack, Harry's breakfast, Ron's lunacy, the squeaky mouse at door with Draco, and now poor Ginny. Merlin, what a weekend. No wonder she didn't get any studying done. Chapter 58. Apertus Sum. Hermione was near tears herself as she walked down to the 4th floor corridor and stopped at the bit of wall. "I need Draco." The wizard stood in the center of the room, watching the walls dancing runes. He turned and saw her face and opened his arm. She rushed to him and put her head on his shoulder. "Oh, I'm sorry." Draco sat into her hair. "I shouldn't have pulled my wand earlier." "I'm sorry, I tried to petrify you. Again." "You're so predictable. Bluebell would be quite disappointed." "He's right." Hermione didn't know how long they stood there, wrapped around each other. It was like Draco had cast his own containment spell, and she didn't want to be freed. "I can't stay long," she said. "Ginny's devastated." She felt Draco nod. "Blaise returned after dinner. He won't speak to anyone." Hermione looked up at him. "This thing with Blaise was supposed to be a fling. And he was so angry at Harry when she returned to Hogwarts." "Yes, just a torrid affair," Draco said with a slight smile. "That was all Blaise wanted too, at first. But you Gryffindors, we just can't stay away." He felt soft lips on her ear. "Are you saying he truly cares for her?" she asked. Instead of answering, Draco led her over to one of the room's big cushions and settled her with him on his lap, his back against the wall. His hand ran softly over her knee. Hermione lay against his chest, listening to his heart. A line of runes traced a winding trail on the wall before her, a runic riddle. What is the bark of rivers and roof of the wave and destruction of the doomed? Blaise had plans for Ginevra, I know that, Draco finally admitted. Ah, he had plans, Hermione grumbled. High praise from a Slytherin. The highest, actually, he said serenely. We rarely incorporate others into our plans. Do you have plans for me? She couldn't resist asking. Draco's hand on her knee stilled, then resumed its circle. Yes, he said, but I prefer to keep them to myself for now. Hermione nodded, understanding. Their future seemed impossibly murky, fraught with traps and blood messages. Treacherous ground to build any plans on. Her own half-formed plans seemed thin and spindly and easily crushed. She sighed. You warned me about Blaise. You said he wouldn't open his heart, and you were right. It's his upbringing. His mother trained him to deny all feeling, Draco said. And yours didn't. Quite the opposite. His voice was cool. My parents certainly encouraged me to feel hatred of other creatures and muggles, feel superiority to all other wizards, feel contempt towards those who pretended to care about others, for they were surely lying. And I was taught to express those feelings early and often, constantly proving myself a true Malfoy. Draco laughed shortly. I could never prove myself worthy. For a family who so worship blood, you'd think blood alone would have been enough. Hermione didn't know what to say, so she just pressed against him until his rigid muscles relaxed. Draco was so passionate, and his parents had twisted that passion, but at least he could express it. She tried to think of Blaise storming off in a huff, or glaring at other men, or scolding Ginny for meddling, or risking himself to win her trust. Inconceivable. But then, she would have considered Draco's behavior over the last month inconceivable if she hadn't witnessed it herself. Then what did she know? Blaise told Ginny she didn't want to know the real him. Hermione sat into his black silk shirt, no tie for once. He didn't even give her a chance. She looked up at him again. Either he doesn't have feelings for her, or he's incapable of expressing them. Either way, that's it. Oh, he has feelings. You don't invite a so-called blood traitor to your ancestral home without feelings. I think Blaise hoped a gesture would say it all. A typical pure-blood witch would be over the moon. Hermione wondered where an official visit to the family seat fell in the sequence of pure-blood courting rituals. Before the interest gift, but after the first date? Did ritual torture in the drawing-room count as an official visit? She sighed. The castle, the violence, the magical fireworks, that wasn't what she wanted, Hermione said. It hurt her, Draco, the idea that she could be bribed to love him. You should have seen her at the Burrow, all glamorous and overstrung. Glamorous and overstrung, Draco repeated. You've described a perfect pure-blood witch. It's a fatal mistake to treat a Gryffindor so. Hermione considered this, relaxing against the warm, hard body beneath her. Another Slytherin had made the same mistake not long ago, she thought. He had also presented a glittering shell of a man, hiding his danger and his fear while planning his and Hermione's future advancement in the ministry. Did Ginevra really free you from the weasel's spell? Draco asked, apparently deciding a change of subject was needed. She nodded. It was a good thing Ginny showed up, or the three of us would still be there, arguing. Draco frowned. How did you escape? Ginny sent Molly Patronus. Hermione grinned. You should have seen Ron's face. But Draco didn't grin back. Instead, he withdrew his arm and looked down his nose at her. What is it? She asked. You sent me a Patronus yesterday, he said. It was a weasel. An otter, Hermione corrected. Which is technically a weasel, I suppose. Part of the weasel family. Don't you think it's significant that your Patronus is a weasel? Draco asked. It's a big family, Draco. It includes badgers, minks, she smiled mischievously, and ferrets. Draco glared slightly, but his body relaxed, his arms sliding around her once more. Can you cast a Patronus? Hermione asked, a bit timidly. It seemed unlikely, but she couldn't help thinking of Snape's glowing doe. Draco shook his head.
Snape tried to teach me in 6th year. I couldn't produce anything, not even a cloud."
His face was suddenly bleak, his mouth a tight line. Hermione wasn't surprised, considering all that had happened that horrible year. "I could teach you."
"Thank you, but no."
Draco's voice was cool again.
"Let's discuss something else."
Hermione huffed. Draco was great one for introducing topics, then dropping them when it suited him. She watched the rune riddle on the wall twist and repeat itself. Mark of rivers and roof of the wave and destruction of the doomed. Cheerful, that. If the river was a tree and the wave a house, and what would a bunch of Nordic scribes fear most? It came to her suddenly. Ice. Break the ice. Hermione twisted around in Draco's lap and brushed his lips with hers. "This has not exactly been your weekend," she said. It really hadn't. Saturday had been bad enough for Draco, with the potion and the vampire, the visit to Harry's, and a long wait in her room, a harrowing story. Then Hermione kicks him out Sunday morning and misses his 5-minute match, returns with another upsetting story, nearly gets killed by a stone block and runs off again. Honestly, it was a wonder that man wanted to meet her at all. "No," was all Draco said. His hands on her hips felt stiff and unmoving. "I'm sorry," she whispered in his ear. "Forgive me." Her lips touched the sensitive skin beneath his earlobe.
"I don't know."
Draco's voice was a bit breathy.
"I'm still quite miffed."
"Oh, dear," Hermione said. She straightened and began unbuttoning her cardigan, revealing only a black strapless bra. The cardigan fell onto the carpet. "Whatever I can do." Now Draco's hands were moving, leaving her hips to travel up to her breast.
"There's plenty you can do,"
he said darkly.
"Appease me, Hermione."
The hint of steel, of danger in his tone sent Hermione's pulse racing. Her fingers tightened on the black silk of his shirt. "Yes, Draco," she whispered and watched his pale eyes dilate until they were almost entirely black. He unbuttoned his shirt, peevishly and a bit clumsy, and ran her hands down smooth skin and the faint ridges of old scar. Shifted down on his lap, between his legs, her lips followed the path of her hands. Draco gasped softly as she began unbuckling his belt.
"Hermione,"
he groaned as her intentions became clear.
"Hermione."
She looked up to see Draco staring down at her, black eyes wide. Then she turned her attention downward and slowly peeled apart his trousers and boxers to reveal his cock, now flushed a deep pink in her hands. Draco swallowed noisily.
"Take it, Hermione,"
he said. It was an order, but his voice wavered at her name, a subtle plea. Gasped again as her mouth closed over him. He wasn't very experienced and the anger was awkward, but she meant it. Had been so good to her, despite the danger and the worry. Now it was just Draco, the warmth, the feel, the taste of him. Hands moved over her bare shoulders and into her calves. One large palm covering the Gloriana clip, and now he was touching her hair and his diamonds as she knelt before him. So possessive. The moment touched by Malfoy darkness. Hermione found it unbelievably arousing. It wasn't long before Draco groaned, sounding agonized.
I'm going to.
Hermione tried to handle it, but just ended up with an epic mess again, and she couldn't help giggling a bit as she waved her wand to clean everything up. Draco was no help. He had rolled onto the carpet, looking like he'd never move again. He lay there flushed and panting, his hair in disarray, one shoe off, clothing wrinkled and half undone. A far cry from the polished wizard who'd first greeted her in this room.
"Come here,"
Draco whispered hoarsely, and Hermione joined him on the carpet. Shifted over her slightly, capturing her lips in a searing kiss until she was gasping for air. Then he raised his head.
"You are forgiven," he said softly. "So very, very forgiven."
Hermione reached up to brush back his white blonde fringe, but it only fell into his eyes again. He looked up at him pleadingly. Draco frowned.
"You have to leave again, don't you?"
Hermione's hand dropped. "Ginny needs me." He said nothing, but the look in his eyes was clear. I need you. She looked up at him, feeling torn. Then Draco sighed and awkwardly sat up, still flushed. Hermione sat up as well, watching as he rearranged his clothing. "I'm a spoiled git, Hermione," he said, picked the cardigan off the carpet and helped her into it, deftly fastening the buttons. "But even I know you're right. Ginevra's been a friend to both of us." She kissed him for that, and they both stood, Hermione slipping on her shoes and Draco buckling his belt. Looked down at her soberly. "I told Blaise, you know," Draco said, "last week. I told him about aperta sum. I am open. He wouldn't listen." "Maybe it's not his fault," Hermione said. "Maybe Ginny just isn't the one." "Maybe," he repeated doubtfully. "But Ginevra is compelling. If she can't breach Blaise's defenses, I can't imagine the witch who can." Monday morning came too early, as it always did, and Hermione groaned as she blinked in the early sunshine. She dug an elbow into the warm body beside her. "Get up," she said, sitting up. "We're late." No response, so Hermione pulled a pillow off her bedmate, revealing a messy head of auburn wave. Ginny gave a muffled groan of her own and grabbed the pillow back, slapping it over her head. Hermione had returned the night before to find Ginny hadn't moved at all, but Hermione had heard her roommate crying a few hours later and moved to Ginny's bed to comfort her. "Gin, it's almost 8, Hermione said, swinging her legs onto the floor. Ginny didn't move. Hermione rushed through her shower, dressing quickly and shoving her hair into a ponytail, sticking a single Gloriana pin into her curls. Then she dragged Ginny onto the floor and forced her into the bathroom and got them both to breakfast with time to spare. Ginny took Hermione's usual seat at breakfast, sitting with her back to the Slytherins. The snakes looked the same as ever, except that Leela was still green. Certainly Blaise looked completely unperturbed. Beside him was Draco, who smirked wickedly at her and touched his tongue to his porridge spoon suggestively. Hermione felt her face heat and quickly looked away. Ginny ate little, just sipped her tea with downcast eyes. Hermione hurried through breakfast and offered to walk Ginny to Charms. They had almost escaped the great hall when a row of squeaky mice blocked the doors.
"Please turn us back, Miss Granger,"
they all cried at once.
"I'm tired of being yellow,"
Percival said.
"Madame Pomfrey thinks we have juiced eyes,"
piped up Imogen. "Jaundice," Hermione corrected.
"That's what I said. She won't let us have sugar."
"Or beef," Percival said,
"or anything fried. Our table won't give us sausages."
Hermione tried not to look smug, but it was hard. She dashed off a note to Pomfrey the night before, mentioning that a few Hufflepuff first-years looked peaky. Hermione was never one to make light of liver disease, but at the same time she felt that squeaky mice had eluded proper punishment for a dangerous transgression. Their yellow color would fade by the end of the day anyway, and a little less sugar could only benefit their dental health. Ginny's wide grin, however, softened Hermione's heart a little towards the children. "You all have a free period after breakfast today, right?" Hermione asked them. The squeaky mice all nodded.
"We're going to the pitch to practice for our Froom move,"
Bertie shouted.
"Froom move?"
Ginny asked, intrigued. Immediately all the squeaky mice weaved to the left, then right, then raised their arms and clutched their chests. Ginny's laughter rang through the hall, just as Blaise and Draco were crossing towards the door to leave. Blaise's mouth opened slightly, which in any other man would have been equivalent to bugging out his eyes and dropping his jaw. Even Draco blinked and halted for an instant. Hermione's heart softened further towards the first-years. "Very well," she told them. "If you appear at lunch with 1-foot essays on the dangers of entering experimental patient's lab without permission, I will turn you all to your original skin tones. A full foot, mind ye." She went on, ignoring Draco's amused look. "If I find your essays inadequate, I'll turn you all green. Or red," he said with a nod to Layla. Madame Pomfrey had sent a little Slytherin an anti-nausea potion and prescribed thin gruel for meals.
"Thank you, Miss Granger. I want to try the Froom move. Do you want biscuits with lunch or not?"
The first-years ran off, still chattering, and Ginny linked her arms with Hermione's, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. I love those kids, she said, leading Hermione out of the great hall without a glance at Blaise. The prim move. Ginny calmed down a bit as they sat together in a big windowsill opposite Flitwick's classroom, her long arms around her knees. How are you doing? Hermione asked. She bent one knee and let her right leg dangle over the sill. Lovely. The day had just started, and she already had a ladder in her tights from here to Glasgow. I'm all right, really, Ginny said, looking out the window over the courtyard. I mean, it's Blaise's life. It's his past. He doesn't really owe me anything. Hermione looked at Ginny's profile, lit by the weak morning sun. Do you think he'll ever change? Ginny turned to look at her, and her dark eyes were hard. You mean the way Draco did? Unlikely. Probably find a girl who truly doesn't want to hear about it. A girl like Astoria, Hermione said. I don't mean Astoria herself, but... I know what you mean, Ginny said. Yes, someone just like her. Neville told me what you said to Astoria in herbology. Yes, Blaise will live that life. Hermione was silent, determined not to ask the obvious question. She couldn't fool Ginny, however. Those almond-shaped eyes were still on her. Go ahead, Ginny said. Ask. Hermione swallowed. What about Harry? What about him? Do you think he will change? Hermione asked doggedly. Ginny shrugged and looked out the window again. Maybe, someday. Harry's quite angry, Hermione said. About Blaise. Isn't that what you wanted? Not angry enough to do anything about it, Ginny said, her eyes once more meeting Hermione's. And I've chased him enough, waited for him enough. Making her jealous was no answer. That was a kid's move, and utterly stupid if my goal was to make him see me as an adult. So, what will you do? Hermione asked. Grow up. I like being Ginevra. Ginny slid off the windowsill and twirled, looking a bit like Luna with a dreamy look in her eyes. When the Quidditch Cup sit for my needs, I've got 11 people in smart. Make sure Neville's psycho plant doesn't kill him. Practice for that silly inter-house Quidditch match. She smiled her first true smile of the day. Oh, I can't believe we're celebrating Dumbledore's birthday with a Quidditch match, Hermione grumbled. The ideas were so much better. From what I hear, Ernie just threw together the teams. It has been rather hastily done, Ginny admitted. I'm on Lavinia Clark's team, which is fine, but Astoria's the keeper, and I don't fancy playing with her. No, Hermione said. I don't like it either. She swung her legs off the windowsill and faced Ginny, who was now acting out little Quidditch moves in the corridor, hopping about like a squeaky mouse. Tell me, Gin, what is Astoria's practice routine before a match? Ginny stopped on one foot to stare at her. Astoria doesn't have one. She doesn't practice. Not on match days. Astoria always develops a new special move before each match. Ginny rolled her eyes. Doesn't want to give it away. Interesting. Hermione hopped down from the window. I have to go get to ancient runes. Ginny suddenly hugged her fiercely. Thank you, she whispered, releasing her. Hermione smiled and stroked her hair. I didn't do anything. It's all you, Ginevra. You can do anything you want to do. Chapter 59. We have to stop meeting like this. Hermione found Monday classes very trying. News of the fallen stone block was all over the school. Half the student body thought she wanted to marry Draco, and the other half thought she wanted to murder him. Any day they'd see the headline in the Prophet. Is she kissing or hexing him? Answers page 6. Amused, Draco just made things worse, kissing her sweetly outside ancient ruins and acting afraid of her impatience. Watch, she's going to try to poison me, he whispered hoarsely to Romilda. Theo looked at Draco disapprovingly, but said nothing. He had quite enough to do fending off Lavender, who had taken Draco's shameless lie to heart. Don't you think Theo's shredding his flaxweed wonderfully? Draco asked the witch sitting beside him. Yes, Lavender said, looking at Theo with shining eyes. Would you like me to handle your garderobe, Theo? I don't think you even need to ask, Brown, Draco said. Lavender giggled. Hermione and Theo glared. Draco's antics continued throughout the morning. He saw Hermione coming down the corridor after arithmancy and stepped behind Lila. Save me, I'm about to be hexed, he intoned as Layla rolled her eyes. Poison, hexes, just keep it up, Draco, Hermione told him in the Great Hall after lunch. You're only giving me ideas, and stop tormenting Theo. Hasn't he suffered enough? Certainly not, Draco said, suddenly cold. I've made myself very clear to him. He is to stay the hell away from you, and... Draco, you can't.
Mr. Malfoy!
The squeaky mice raced into the hall and between the tables, skidding to a stop before the couple. Then they began jostling each other to be in front. Hermione eyed them with a side frown. Out of their "why I won't break into potions labs" essays, only Lila's and Bertie's had been truly adequate. Although she'd lifted the rainbow hex on all the mice anyway. Yes, Draco said coolly.
Can you oversee her detention tonight?
Imogen asked. Draco raised an eyebrow. Another one? What did you do this time?
We offended a portrait,
Bertie said.
He, didn't appreciate being called a bat. In our defense, he does look like a bat,
Lila said.
We didn't know it was a former headmaster.
Hermione and Draco exchanged looks. What was the portrait's name? Hermione asked, almost afraid to hear the answer.
Snoop,
Bertie said.
No, Snipe,
said Imogen.
Sneep?
Snap.
That's a stupid name. I wouldn't talk Percival.
Excuse me, Draco said in glacial tones. Am I to understand that you are speaking of the former Hogwarts headmaster Severus Snape? The mice stilled immediately, looking rather red.
Yes, Mr. Malfoy,
Lena said. And you called him a bat? Draco, Hermione said, putting her hand on his arm. She turned to the squeaky mice who were watching wide-eyed. Where is this portrait?
In the divination corridor, Miss Granger,
Percival said. Hermione fought down a smile. McGonagall and Snape must have had words in her office, and she'd moved the portrait out. That simply won't do, Draco said sternly. Headmaster Snape's portrait will be treated with respect. And as for your detention with...
Mr. Macmillan,
Bertie said, you will treat him with respect as well, even if he isn't Draco! An inspiring example of student leadership, Draco said. Why, Miss Granger, what did you think I was going to say? Hermione huffed, and Draco turned back to the mice. Neither of us is available to oversee your detention tonight, he continued haughtily. I have Quidditch practice, and Miss Granger has an essay due in 6 weeks, plus a set of major exams only 200 days away. You lot will behave yourself with the Mr. Macmillan, understand? The children nodded, slightly chastened, and ran off chattering.
I don't see what all this fuss is about. Yeah, that snub was very unpleasant. You were the one who called him a bat. How was I supposed to know? Do you think his nose really looked like that?
Draco and Hermione entered the Great Hall with Draco rumbling. Severus hated divination. Hermione was a little annoyed as well. How could they slip into the Everard the Evil alcove with a painted Snape glooming all over the corridor? They paused by the hourglass cabinet, now magically repaired with all the house jewels restored to their proper levels. Draco was still frowning toward the divination corridor. Thin velvet robes ringed the fallen stone block, which had been in the shadow all morning. Hermione stepped closer, curious, for something seemed different. As if on cue, the grey clouds outside parted, and the noontime sun shone through a window. A sunbeam fell directly on the fallen block, highlighting the red words on its cracked surface. Die mudbloods. The scene in McGonagall's office was tense. Once again, Kingsley and Harry stood before the fireplace in their aura robes, glaring at Draco. This time, however, both Hermione and Draco were seated in the armchair before McGonagall's desk. We have to stop meeting like this, Draco drawled. The tension in the room stemmed from Exhibit A, a photograph presented by Kingsley of Hermione and Draco in the Great Hall the day before. The moving picture portrayed Draco shoving Hermione and the stone block smashing the hourglass cabinet. This picture was shot by a student and slated for the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet, Kingsley said. I've managed to suppress it on legal and ministry security grounds, but it will get out.
You can't think, Kingsley, that Mr. Malfoy,
McGonagall began. Mr. Malfoy is very fortunate he was not holding his wand in that picture or had been in custody already, Kingsley said, his dark eyes boring into Draco's. By that logic, Miss Granger would be locked up immediately, as she is holding a wand, the headmistress said. I highly doubt Hermione would write those words. Die mudbloods. Fear to say a thing only increases the fear itself, Hermione said, and Harry and Draco rolled their eyes. I understand that Mr. Malfoy is adept at wondrous magic, Kingsley continued, and he is shown here sorting Hermione. He was pushing me out of the way, Hermione cried, jumping to her feet. Draco also stood, looking curious. Kingsley, Harry said, I'm no friend of Malfoy's, but he would never. Then explain this, Kingsley boomed, slamming his hand on the picture on McGonagall's desk. Mr. Malfoy looks anything but calm at this picture, and Hermione is raising her wand. Well, she often does that, Harry said. You're saying Hermione goes around hexing people she likes? Kingsley asked. Sometimes, Harry admitted. And it's a very bad habit, Draco said, looking at Hermione reproachfully. Are you trying to say that this, Kingsley held up the picture, is some sort of... He looked pained. Lover's tiff? Hermione and Draco both nodded energetically, and Harry groaned. You know how provoking he is, Kingsley, Hermione said. I am, brother, Draco agreed. Kingsley glanced at McGonagall, who seemed to be suppressing a smile. Then he glared at Hermione and Draco. What exactly was happening in this picture? He demanded. Harry looked at Hermione pleadingly. She glanced at Draco, who nodded. Very well, she said in a lecturing tone. Draco and I were discussing my visit with Ron Weasley. I told Ron about our relationship, and Ron called me a Death Eater whore. Hermione, Harry groaned, must you always say every damn? Fear of a thing only increases fear of... Nobody fears a Death Eater whore, Harry yelled. Potter! Kingsley boomed. McGonagall fixed Harry with a disapproving stare. What? She can say it, but I can't, Harry asked. McGonagall rubbed her wand on her desk. May we please return to the matter at hand? Draco was quite angry to hear what Ron called me, Hermione continued serenely. He pulled out his wand, planning to storm the burrow and hex Ron. Was Malfoy actually going to do that, or was it another case of him moving in a possibly threatening way? Harry wanted to know. Oh, I was going to do exactly that, Draco said. That weasel was going to be well and truly named, if you know what I mean. So I took Draco's wand, Hermione began, and I used a wandless freezing spell to make her drop it. So I pulled out my own wand to petrify him. Miss Granger, McGonagall cried. How could you attempt to petrify another student? Yes, it's quite shocking, Draco said. Hermione ignored this. As I began to cast a spell, a stone block fell from the ceiling, nearly hitting me and breaking the bugbear cabinet. Excuse me, Kingsley said. The what cabinet? Wonderful, Hermione said to Draco. I can no longer say bugbear in front of people, and it's entirely your fault. You shouldn't have juggled them, he said. Does anybody know what the devil they're talking about? Kingsley demanded. I almost never do, Harry said. Nonsense, McGonagall said briskly. Miss Granger obviously means the House Hourglass cabinet. So you expect me to believe these two were having a discussion, Kingsley asked, which turned into some sort of duel? And a stone block randomly fell from the ceiling and is later painted with a message in blood? And this is all coincidence? Yes, Harry and Draco said. No, Hermione said. The entire room stared at her. She sniffed, casting her headmistress, two ministry aurors, and her own boyfriend a look of contempt. Of course it isn't coincidence. There's a pattern to the Die Mudblood messages, we just don't know it yet. And you claim Mr. Malfoy here has nothing to do with it, Kingsley said. I don't claim that at all, Hermione said. Hermione? Draco growled. I didn't say you did, but obviously you're involved in some way. Draco's eyes narrowed. If you're getting tired of me already, surely there are other ways. Hermione? Kingsley cut in, keeping his temper with difficulty.
You say there is a pattern to these messages, and Mr. Malfoy may be involved in some way. Is that correct?
Yes, she said. This all makes him look very bad.
You are a terrible girlfriend,
Draco said. Kingsley rubbed a hand over his bald head and sighed.
So you're saying, Hermione, that someone could be framing Mr. Malfoy?
She nodded.
And took advantage of your little spat to do so?
Hermione nodded again.
I'm inclined to agree,
McGonagall said.
Aside from his possible justified resentment towards Mr. Weasley, there is no evidence that Mr. Malfoy means harm to anyone.
The rest of the room gave a murmur of agreement, except for Kingsley.
That said, this is a very serious situation,
McGonagall said.
This is the third message to appear, and I've been getting urgent letters from parents of Muggle-born students. I now expect more. A number of students have already left Hogwarts. We have the inter-house Quidditch match in 3 days, and I expect a large number of guests.
The headmistress looked at all of them, her face grim.
And if we do not solve this mystery soon, these threatening messages could shut down the school.
Like the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione breathed.
Head Oro Shacklebolt, I would like to request Assistant Oro Potter's presence at Hogwarts until the situation is resolved,
McGonagall said.
It would help reassure both parents and students. We have Muggle-born staff members to think of as well. I also request Aura security at the inter-house Quidditch match.
Kingsley looked at her for a moment.
Potter!
He barked, and drew Harry nearer the fireplace, where the two Aurors began a whispered discussion.
I see no point in Potter staying here,
Draco said irritably.
He'll just lurk around the halls, sticking his nose in like in 6th year.
Hermione glared at him. Every one of Harry's suspicions about that year was proven correct, Draco, and I, for one, feel better with him here. Draco flushed.
So you do think I'm behind? Don't be ridiculous,
Hermione said. Harry can help protect you as well.
I don't need potheads. All right, headmistress.
Kingsley stepped away from Harry.
Potter has convinced me he might do some good here, so I will assign him to Hogwarts, temporarily, and Aura's office will provide security at the Quidditch match. Very good, Head Aura Shacklebolt,
McGonagall said.
About the other issue we were discussing. I do apologize, Head Aura Shacklebolt.
The headmistress looked smug.
But given the circumstances, I simply cannot spare the time to visit St. Mungo's.
Celeste, Rosier cannot remain a pygmy puff, Kingsley insisted. She holds valuable information, and nobody can return her to her original form.
Nonsense. There is no reason why Sally's current form should impede your investigation.
McGonagall sat, eyes gleaming behind her spectacles. Hermione looked at the old woman with interest. There was definitely some bad blood between the headmistress and the Death Eater witch.
Surely,
McGonagall continued,
your clever Auras can figure out a way to communicate.
Kingsley scowled, then addressed Hermione.
You say that was standard transfiguration, but think back, perhaps the incantation.
I'm sorry, Kingsley, Hermione said, sounding much like McGonagall. I just don't know. It was a very hasty spell after all.
But if you could just try to.
Hermione tried to look upset. Maybe, she said feebly, maybe I can face her next week.
Honestly, Shacklebolt, show some sensitivity,
Draco drawled, patting Hermione's hand.
There.
Kingsley glared at both of them, but said nothing.
I expect regular reports, Potter,
he snapped, stepping up to the fireplace and scooping up a handful of flue powder. Flash of purple, and he disappeared in the flame.
You are all free to go,
McGonagall said, looking at them over her glasses.
I trust I don't have to tell any of you to be discreet once you leave this office. You might want to tell Potter again,
Malfoy said,
since he occasionally feels compelled to share classified spells with dimwits. Draco!
Hermione hissed, taking his hand and pulling him towards the door. Oh, the next few days were going to be horrid.
What are you doing?
Draco asked as she dragged him down the spiral stairs towards an empty alcove on the 3rd floor, concealed by tapestry. "I'll snug you if you like, but I'm so quite cross about—"
"Draco!"
A sweet voice, soft but oddly penetrating, sang out from the other end of the corridor. Draco groaned softly, for it was Luna, of course, wearing a long blue cloak and carrying her heart-shaped net. "Lovegood?" Draco said, through slightly gritted teeth. "How are you?"
"Luna, remember? And I'm just lovely. Draco, thank you for asking."
The Ravenclaw beamed at him.
"Neville was quite helpful with my plan to create a meditation garden near the Malfoy cellars. He says magical bee balm will attract duxies and butterflies and actually absorb the blood still dripping into—"
Draco looked horrified, as well he might, and Hermione quickly stepped in. "What are you trying to catch today, Luna?" she asked, although she knew the answer.
"Love diggers, of course."
Luna giggled, then she frowned. "I expected them to swarm around you two, but I don't see any at all." Hermione didn't know whether to be relieved or offended. "It's a beautiful day," she hazarded. "Maybe they're all outside." Luna shook her blonde curls.
"Oh, no,"
she said.
"Love diggers are like small enclosed spaces like that alcove there."
She pointed to the nearby tapestry, portraying magical monks weeding a garden.
"Perhaps if you two went in there and were a bit creative."
"Hermione?"
Ernie strode up to them, waving a parchment. "Oh, bugger."
"I've been looking for you since lunch," the head boy cried. "We're choosing a guest announcer for the Quidditch match."
He stopped at the sight of Draco. The Slytherin cast Ernie a hooded, contemptuous look, but remained silent. "Is that a list?" Hermione asked, moving closer to look at it. Ernie nodded.
"I'm trying to get Puddlemy as captain, but the prefects want George Weasley."
Hermione almost groaned aloud. George had become a bit of a radio personality after the war, following up on his Pottermore fame. He even had his own weekly show, sponsored, of course, by Weasley's Wizarding Wheezers. "Well, that won't do at all," Hermione said with decision. "I'll—"
"There they are!"
Luna waved her net wildly, nearly clocking Draco on the head.
"Stand a little closer to Ernie, will you, Hermione? The diggers just love you two."
Draco stepped forwards, displeased.
"That will be quite enough,"
he said in rolling tones.
"Hermione has enough to be going on with without doing your job, Macmillan."
He slid an arm around Hermione.
"And I'd wager Luna here has many fine suggestions for a guest announcer."
Draco's lip curled.
"As I recall, she's done the job herself."
"Oh, yes."
Luna lowered the net and took Ernie's arm.
"Have you considered my father?"
she asked, drawing him down the corridor.
"He was quite a public speaker in his day. Why, in 1986 he hosted—"
Hermione stared after them, open-mouthed. She honestly couldn't decide who would be worse, George or Xenophilius. She spotted another figure in the corridor and took Draco's hand, drawing him behind the tapestries.
"I'm not snugging you here,"
Draco said decidedly.
"Not with Lovegood running around with that net. Let's—"
"No, no," Hermione said, pulling away.
"Harry,"
she hissed.
"in here."
She stuck out an arm from behind the tapestry and flapped it up and down.
"Oh, there you are, Hermione,"
Harry said, slipping into the alcove.
"I was looking for Malfoy."
"Sorry, Potter,"
Draco said.
"I don't swing that way."
Harry scowled. "Harry," Hermione said, casting a spell against eavesdroppers and ignoring the byplay. "We're running out of time. We have to get a sample of Lucius' blood."
"Oh, I know,"
Harry said, reaching into the pocket of his aura robes.
"I have it right here."
He held up a vial filled with deep red blood. Hermione felt like hugging him and almost did, except the alcove was very small, and hugging him would push him into Draco, which neither wizard would particularly appreciate. So she contented herself with beaming at Harry and hugging the sleeve of his aura robe. Harry smiled down at her, a smile that widened when Draco cleared his throat significantly.
"How do we know it's my father's blood?"
Draco asked. Harry pulled out his wand and tapped the vial, revealing Lucius Abraxas Malfoy in glowing gold letters.
"We got lucky,"
he said. Lucius' blood was amongst those drawn to test for Azkaban's magical virus. "I read about this," Hermione said eagerly. It was in St. Mungo's monthly newsletter. The hospital has a program to control the virus that involves identifying carriers. Harry nodded. Lucius is a high-profile prisoner, and there'd be no end of trouble if he fell ill. He's clear of any viruses, so the vial was put into storage. How did you get the vial? Hermione asked. Penelope Clearwater. Harry put his wand and the vial back in his pocket. She's working there under St. Mungo's apprenticeship program. I gave her co-worker a 10-ton toffee and nicked the vial while she was sorting him out. And what if she discovers? Harry grinned. She won't. I filled another vial with my own blood. They're magical labelling vials, Hermione said. How did you fool it into thinking it had Lucius' blood? Harry rolled his eyes. I dripped my blood into it while ranting about my hatred of muggles and how I missed abusing house elves. Merlin's pens, Hermione. It's a stupid vial. I put Lucius' blood into it, fixed the name with a stasis charm, then replaced it with my blood. We need to tell someone. We can't allow St. Mungo's to use vials vulnerable to tampering, Hermione said. Hermione, I'm not wrecking my aura career over a vial that you asked for. I'll just write Penelope when all this is resolved. This will never be resolved if you two don't stop bickering, Draco said, drawing glares from both Hermione and Harry. I'd like to hear about the progress that Potter has made, if any, on getting my father's visitor logs. It seems like I do all the work around here, Harry grumbled. Hermione sniffed. Perhaps you'd rather create an experimental blood potion from scratch. It is an eternal mystery to me, Draco said loudly, that you two ever managed to defeat Voldemort. I say the two of you because nothing can convince me that the weasel was anything but comic relief. Harry and Hermione began sputtering, but the Slytherin just rolled on. But I'm going to assume that Potter does have the ability to conceive and execute a viable plan, and will once again ask if he has obtained my father's visitor logs. Hermione felt a little abashed, and she knew Harry did too. Merlin and Draco sounded just like Theo there. Did all Slytherin men give stern little lectures like that? And why was it so sexy? I don't have them, Harry admitted. The prison put a new security system in place after a bunch of visitor logs was leaked to the Prophet. The Ministry is still getting flocks of owls complaining about recorded visits to Azkaban from manicurists and tailors and, he coughed, women offering, services. Draco shot Hermione a lewd look, obviously expecting her to be outraged, but she just smiled. Parliaments, she said brightly. What? Harry and Draco asked, looking identically baffled. A group of owls is called a parliament. It's like a murder of crows. Is that what you did while you lot were hunting Horcruxes, Hermione? Draco wanted to know. You just walked around saying, It's a tiara, Harry, not a diadem. You see how a tape is around the head? Draco ignored her glare and continued. I stand by my earlier statement that the fact you two managed to fulfill such a needlessly complicated quest to defeat the dark Voldemort is nothing less than a miracle. Hermione turned back to her friend. Harry, she said, all cool politeness, perhaps you'd like to continue your explanation of Azkaban's new security measures surrounding visitor logs. Yes, of course, he answered just as politely. Visitors' logs are considered classified information to prevent leaks, and even auras require a warrant to gain access. Thank you, Hermione said. Draco and I have a free period right now, but the third years are in the potions dungeon. We can meet at the potions lab at 4 o'clock. Rogue viruses, information leaks, Draco said cheerfully, just to stir things up again. You auras are to be commended. It's a wonder half of Azkaban's prison haven't escaped. Auras aren't in charge of Azkaban anymore, Harry told him through clenched teeth. The prison is now run by a special department overseen by St. Mungo's. Hermione nodded. With the departure of Dementors from Azkaban, the Ministry had developed the MSA, or Medical Security Agency. MSA guards were part healers, part auras, and the goal was to treat and rehabilitate as well as incarcerate the inmates. Oh, I feel safer already, Draco was drawling. The two men glared at each other, each with a back against the wall in a narrow alcove, arms crossed, only 2 feet apart. Hermione had enough. They were both insufferable. She slipped out of the alcove and cast a complicated skein of strong wards on the tapestry. He had no doubt Draco and Harry would break through, but it would take time, and cooperation. Well, you look quite smug, Hermione, said a smooth voice as she was scaling the 3rd floor stairs towards the Gryffindor tower. What have you done this time? The voice was playful, but when she turned her head, she could see that Blaise Zabini's face was quite the opposite. She had never seen his eyes so cold. I just trapped Harry and Draco together in an alcove, she said. You know, the good one for snogging behind the tapestries of the magical monks. You never cease to fascinate me, he said. Hermione merrily smiled and turned to leave, but Blaise's voice stopped her. Hermione, he said tightly. Is Potter staying here for Ginevra? Turned back. Blaise always knew the latest gossip. He was worse than Theo. No, she said carefully. He's here to help McGonagall reassure parents after the 3rd blood message. Blaise blinked his long, dark lashes. That's the story, anyway. It happens to be the truth. Perhaps. Another slow blink. Tell Ginevra she can't hide from me forever. Hermione touched her wand inside her robe pocket. She's not hiding. I'm not telling her anything, and that sounded like a threat. Relax, little lioness, he said with a condescending arch of his eyebrows. I'm not threatening anyone. I just want to talk to her. He leaned towards her, and his voice took on a husky timbre. Tell her, Hermione. Tell her not to be frightened. Tell her. His voice became breathy. I know she misses me. Hermione's pulse sped up a little under Blaise's lethal charm, but was too smooth, too practiced, too cold. His whispers weren't like Draco's with that dangerous heat, or even Theo's with that smiling quality. So she leaned forward, letting her own voice fall to a whisper. "Aye, Blaise," she breathed. "I'll tell her to stay the hell away from you." He leaned back, eyebrows drawing down in what would be a fiery glare on anyone else's face. "I doubt you just want to talk," Hermione went on coldly. "Try later." "Never insinuate it as you did to Draco's." He looked down at her implacably. "Should I crawl to Gryffindor to beg forgiveness as he did? Sob about my sorry past? Unlike him, I refuse to make a fool of myself." Hermione eyed him, wondering for the first time if he truly supported her and Draco's relationship, or if his pretty speech at Slughorn's party had been all an act. Perhaps he only tolerated Hermione while he was dating Ginny. Perhaps she'd been right to doubt his and Pansy's motives. Perhaps he wasn't truly Draco's friend. She shrugged mentally. Blaise probably liked Hermione well enough, in his own way, just as he cared for Ginny in his own way. Just didn't like his way. "Go whisper to some other girl," Hermione said, nettled by his assessment of Draco. "I'm sure there's some cold beauty out there who wants to live a glamorous life with no messy feelings. What do you consider Astoria? If you can pry her off the Malfoy diamonds, you'd be doing everyone a favor." Well, that did it. Blaise's eyes actually narrowed and his lips thinned. Any other man would be raging in fury. Hermione gave him her snootiest look, then turned and walked up the stairs feeling smug again. Hermione 2, Slytherins 0. To be continued. Next up, Harry is disturbed. Draco is unimpressed. Thank you for listening to this chapter of the Gloriana set by ThebeMoon. If you would like to stay up to date on upcoming chapters and stories, you can follow me on YouTube, Spotify, or AO3.